Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. All right, as you see on your screen, we do have some breaking news right now that I do want to get you out to. This one taking place in Kentucky as we're awaiting an update from officials on a deadly shooting. This, a post from the governor, Andy Beshear, saying, "I'm heartbroken to share the shooting in Lexington at Richmond Road Baptist Church has taken the lives of 2 people. Other injuries, including the Kentucky State Police trooper from an initial stop, are being treated. And also at a nearby hospital, the shooter has also been killed." They say violence has no place in our community or commonwealth, in our country. Please join his wife, Brittany, and me as we pray for the families of those lost. We do have this, a shot up right now of this there in Kentucky. Officials in Lexington will provide an update on this. So as we wait for someone to step to the mic, I do want to give you just some sense of what we're learning here on Live Now from Fox of this shooting, as a suspect shot and wounded a state trooper on Sunday and fled to a Kentucky church where multiple people were injured in a second shooting. We do know, according to the governor, that tragically 2 people have died. The shooting spree ended when the suspect was killed. After the shooting, the trooper and the suspect ended up at the Baptist church. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox as they're set to begin this press conference.
Let me introduce you. Is that okay? That's what she had said.
Got it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Sergeant Badge Tower with the Lexington Police Department Public Information Office. We're here today to talk about the shootings that occurred earlier today on Terminal Drive and also Old Richmond Road. Chief Lawrence Weathers will provide an update on the investigation. With this being an ongoing investigation, we're limited to the information that we can release and will not be able to take any questions today. We will continue to provide updates on our social media and also through media releases to our media partners. Chief is joined by representatives in our public safety partnerships today from the Kentucky State Police, the Fayette County Coroner's Office, the Fayette County Sheriff's Office, ATF, Lexington Fire Department, the Mayor's Office, One Lexington, and representatives from the Bluegrass Airport. Chief Lawrence Weathers.
Thank all of you for being here. And like Sergeant Towery said, it's ongoing investigation, so there's not really a whole lot of questions I'll be able to for being here. And like Sergeant Towery said, it's ongoing investigation, so there's not really a whole lot of questions I'll be able to answer. But I will give you the statement that I have here. There's days like today that are extremely difficult. And before I begin, I would like to extend my condolences to the victims, their families, and everyone impacted by today's violence. I would also like to wish a quick recovery to the Kentucky State Trooper who was shot. On July 13, 2025, around 11:36 a.m., Lexington police officers were dispatched for a shooting involving a Kentucky State Trooper on Terminal Drive. The trooper had pulled over a vehicle on Terminal Drive after receiving a license plate reader alert in the area of Versailles Road. The trooper was shot and the suspect fled. While that shooting occurred on Terminal Drive, it was unrelated to the Bluegrass Airport and did not occur inside the airport terminal. The trooper is in stable condition and receiving medical treatment. A short time later, the suspect carjacked a vehicle in the 3700 block of Bellawood Drive before fleeing the area. No injuries were reported during that carjacking. With the assistance of the department's Air Support Unit and Real-Time Intelligence Center, officers were able to track the vehicle to the Richmond Road Baptist Church in the 5800 block of Old Richmond Road. The suspect fired his weapon at individuals on church property. Preliminary information indicates that the suspect may have had a connection to the individuals at the church. 4 individuals were shot on church property. 2 female victims were pronounced deceased at the scene. The other 2 victims, both male, were transported to a local hospital. 1 victim was reported to have sustained critical injuries, and the other was reported in stable condition. The suspect was shot by responding law enforcement and was pronounced deceased at the scene. The suspect's information will be released after their family is notified. 3 Lexington police officers fired their service weapons in accordance with the Lexington Police Department's policies. The officers had their issued body-worn cameras activated. The incident is being investigated by the Kentucky State Police Critical Incidents Response Team, and the department's Public Integrity Unit will conduct an internal review of the incident. As per policy, the officers will be placed on administrative assignment pending the outcome of the investigation. I want to thank all the officers and employees of the Lexington Police Department who have been working on this investigation. There were also community members who stopped today to assist the Kentucky State Police trooper, and I want to thank them for their courage and support to help. We also want to thank all of our partners who have been assisting in the investigation, including Kentucky State Police, Fayette County Coroner's Office, Fayette County Sheriff's Office, Fayette County Public Schools Police Department, the ATF, the FBI, Department of Emergency Management, and our partners at the Lexington Fire Department. Our E911 personnel, and the mayor's office with all of our other partners. Something like this has a huge impact on our community. I know when people hear about stuff like this, they maybe need some kind of understanding, and I think the city is going to stand ready with One Lexington to help provide assistance to those who are struggling with it. Sometimes things happen. We just don't have a reason why. But we're going to be here for the people of Lexington. All of these people up here didn't hesitate to come out, didn't hesitate to call and check on the family members, and didn't hesitate to come out and provide support and their service. So I appreciate all of that, and thank you for all of that. With that being said, I'm going to ask Coroner Gary Ginn to step up.
Thank you, Chief. So my office was called at 12:56. We responded to 5899 Old Richmond Road, which was the Richmond Road Baptist Church. This, like the chief said, this is an ongoing active investigation. There are literally a few hundred people that are working this crime scene, as well as myself and deputies. This church was a small church, and the majority of the individuals that attend the church there are related biologically some way or another. If not, they've been friends for many, many years. So it's a very tight-knit group of people at the Richmond Baptist Church. Because the family was there and our Lexington police, as well as the KSP, conducted interviews about what happened in this investigation, I was able to notify family of 2 deaths. And I can report that Beverly Gum, she is a 72-year-old female member of the church. She sustained gunshot wounds that caused her death. And Christina Combs is a 32-year-old lady who also received gunshot wounds which caused her death. We have identified the shooter, and the shooter, as the chief said, was shot by Lexington police, and we have not notified the shooter's family. Typically in a case like this, we will notify the family as soon as we can, and once that notification has been made, then we will identify the shooter to the media. Thank you.
As I said, there's not a whole lot of questions I'll be able to answer. I will take a couple, and if I can't answer them, I will. If I can't, I'll just let you know, but only a couple if anybody has any questions.
What can you tell us about the shooter? Did he have a criminal record?
At this time, I'm not at liberty to discuss that. Those details will probably be released later, but at this time, I can't discuss it.
It appeared on scene that after the shooting had happened, someone else was arrested. Can you confirm that? And if so, why was that the case?
I don't have any information on anybody being arrested.
Chief Weathers, could you please recount what you said that took place on Terminal Drive with the state trooper and the individual? Did the state trooper pull over the suspect because of a hit for a license plate reader?
That is my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Do we know if any of the shooting victims were related, possibly a spouse?
I'm not going to discuss that right now.
Do we know whether or not the shootings at the church happened inside or outside the church?
That's part of the investigation, and I think they're still looking into that.
And then as far as at the airport, I know that you said that it didn't happen technically inside the airport or by like right there, but do we know how that affected flights and cancellations if that happened? I
wasn't aware that it affected any flights. So like I said before, there were some people en route to the airport, and they got out and assisted the trooper. So I don't know if they suffered any delays or not, but if they did, I just want to say again, I appreciate them for getting out and doing what they did.
With this being an ongoing investigation, we won't be able to take any more questions. We're going to follow up with everything that Chief just said with more in the press release, so that should be coming out momentarily.
Thank you all.
All right, you're just listening in there to an update on the shooting that left 2 individuals dead. A very tragic day here on this Sunday. This happened earlier on this morning, an initial confrontation between the suspect and a Kentucky State Highway Patrol officer where they were shot. They did flee that scene. They did carjack another individual, no injuries sustained at that point, and then went to this Richmond Road Baptist Church, the suspect firing on some of the people there, parishioners. 4 people were shot, 2 females were killed. They identified them as 72-year-old Beverly Gum and 32-year-old Christina Combs. They have not identified yet the suspect that was also killed during this incident. And these are just some images.
I'll go ahead and stop it here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Make sure you hit the like button. If you have arrived, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel. Please. This actually happened, I believe, on Sunday. and I didn't get around to talking about it yesterday. I do have a few more details, which we'll listen to. And I'm bringing up this story for a specific reason, and he will know who he is when he hears it. Um, we'll go ahead and listen to the story, and then I'll have a couple comments afterwards.
Man who killed two at KY Church, shot trooper, had upcoming domestic violence hearing. The man who killed two people at a Lexington church Sunday after shooting and injuring a Kentucky State Police trooper at Bluegrass Airport had a domestic violence hearing scheduled Monday morning. Guy House, 47, had a long criminal history, including for auto theft. He tested positive for methamphetamine last year, violating his probation. He was released from probation in January, court records show. House went on a crime spree Sunday that ended with 3 people injured and 3 dead, including himself. He shot and injured a state trooper who tried to pull him over outside Bluegrass Airport around 11:30 a.m., carjacked a vehicle in another part of town, then went to Richmond Road Baptist Church looking for the mother of his children. The woman wasn't there, and House instead shot and killed her mother and sister and shot and injured 2 other people. Police shot and killed House at the church. The women who died were Beverly Gum, 72, and Christina Combs, 34. Gum's husband, the longtime pastor of the church, Jerry Gum, and Combs' husband, Randy Combs, were wounded. Rachel Barnes, Beverly Gum's daughter, said House's domestic violence hearing Monday was not related to her sister. Another of Gum's daughters, Star Rutherford, said Monday, "Guy House wanted to hurt my sister or someone she loved." Guy House's criminal history. House was first convicted of a crime in 1999, when he pleaded guilty to 1 count of robbery and 2 counts of theft. Court records indicate he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In February 2023, House was sentenced to 2 years of probation by Fayette Circuit Judge Julie Goodman after accepting guilty plea deals in 4 criminal cases, according to court documents. The charges from the cases included theft of mail matter, first-degree wanton endangerment, first-degree fleeing/evading police, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, auto theft and first-degree criminal mischief. House was ordered to work a full-time job, consent to random drug testing, enter drug court and comply with all rules and regulations with the Division of Probation and Parole as part of his probation, according to court documents. In August 2024, just a few months before the end of his probation period, House tested positive for methamphetamine and marijuana, violating the terms of his probation, according to court documents. 2 months later, House further violated the terms of his probation by testing positive for drugs 2 more times and being charged with a misdemeanor. House was referred for a substance abuse assessment with a social service clinician twice after the failed drug tests, according to court documents. The assessment led to a referral for an outpatient treatment program at the Addiction Recovery Center, but House was discharged from the program on November 6, 2024 for noncompliance. House also failed to report and communicate with his probation officer. Court documents say the officer visited House's home on October 29, 2024, and House didn't answer. The officer scheduled a meeting at the Probation and Parole Office on Mercer Road with House the next day, but House didn't show up. House made no attempt to contact the officer and didn't set up a voicemail box, so the officer couldn't leave a voicemail. House hid from the officer, making it impossible to supervise him, according to court documents. An order to revoke House's probation and a warrant for his arrest were filed in November 2024, according to court records. House was arrested for his probation violation on December 11, 2024. In a document submitted to the court prior his revocation hearing, House's attorney, Chad Butcher, said House completed drug court, a condition of his probation, in record time and thought he was released from probation. However, House still had an outstanding balance of restitution and court fees from his previous criminal cases, according to court documents. House admitted to the error and added that experiences outside of drug court led to a relapse and lack of communication with his probation officer. House enrolled in a program at Recovery Works and contacted Butcher to resolve his probation violations, court documents say. He went on to pay off more than $2,000 of restitution. House was then released from his probation in January 2025 after meeting all the terms and conditions of his probation, according to court documents. In total, House has been convicted of at least 7 crimes, according to court records. This story was originally published July 14, 2025 at 7:19 a.m.
Thanks for listening. Here is something else you might like.
Let's see here. Let us move on.
Hundreds voted in our
reason I bring up this story is I hear a lot on other channels about crime in the hood. And my whole point here is that there is enough crime to go around. And um, I think that if the country's going to be brought down, it's going to be by people attacking houses of worship and just doing, the whole domestic violence thing. I think that's about, the worst type of behavior, crime, etc., that can possibly be done. Doing it on a Sunday, um, we need better white people. To be honest, they are the majority. According to one racist that I know, they represent the superior culture. So I expect white people to do better. So that's my comment. Let's move on. Sen, why are you making ice cream in the middle of the morning? Please explain that one. You're not eating it for breakfast, are you? So let's go ahead and get into our daily Trump news. Supreme Court allows Donald Trump ultimately to lay off 1,400 workers in the education department. It says here, last week, the U.S. Supreme Court allowed President Trump to move forward with terminating close to 1,400 employees at the Department of Education. The decision came in response to lawsuits filed by Massachusetts school districts, along with labor and education groups, as well as another suit brought by 21 Democratic state attorneys general, who argued that the layoffs interfered with federally mandated educational responsibilities. The court paused a district judge's preliminary injunction that had reversed the layoffs and questioned the broader plan to dismantle the department. Judge June warned the layoffs will likely cripple the department, while Justice Sotomayor and liberal justices called the majority decision indefensible. The ruling enables the administration to resume restructuring the education department, which it says aims for efficiency and continued fulfillment of legal obligations. My only comment is ultimately the education department will survive. You can fire most of the employees, but you're not going to be able to get rid of the department without congressional approval, and that approval will require 60 votes in the Senate, and executive orders do not have the force of law. So congratulations, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Moving on, more Trump news. Over 20 states sue the Trump administration over frozen after-school and summer program funds. On Monday, more than 20 states governed by Democrats took legal action against the Trump administration to demand the release of nearly $7 billion in federal education funds that had been withheld. The administration froze funds on June 20th, pending a review of recipients' consistency with the president's priorities, delaying money Congress approved for low-income students. The withheld funds support after-school and summer programs serving 1.4 million children, including tutoring and enrichment at the Boys and Girls Clubs and public schools nationwide. Sarah Leutzinger said that the Boys and Girls Clubs face closure without funding soon, and Christy Gleason stated, "Time is of the essence to keep programs for children." The lawsuit claims the freeze violates constitutional and federal statutes, and states warn that many low-income families risk losing vital educational services this fall. I'll definitely keep up with this story. I'm curious to know what the priorities are. If the money is actually being used for kids and education, no idea why this wouldn't be part of the president's priorities. Next, more Trump and Supreme Court news. Supreme Court clears way for dismantling the education department. Oops, that's a dupe. I don't know that we even want to do this. My bad. This got out of order. Sorry about that. Um, this story here is kind of an analysis of Trump's wins on the Supreme Court shadow docket. And if you're not familiar with the shadow docket, essentially it's where emergency appeals to the court go. And a lot of times these decisions get handed out with no comment. And on this shadow docket, Trump has been winning big. So that is pretty much something that, I don't know. Basically, this is about the most political the court gets. They can support Trump or an agenda, a conservative agenda, without comment, without any sort of having to be transparent about how they reach the decision. And it's problematic in and of itself. But, unfortunately, I don't know that there's any way this process can be, I don't know that sunlight can be shown on this process. So we are stuck with what we got. Next, more Trump news. ICE declares millions of undocumented immigrants ineligible for bond hearings. So essentially, due process is being subverted still.
You're listening to ICE declares millions of undocumented immigrants ineligible for bond hearings. A news story written by Maria Sacchetti and Carol Leonig and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration has declared that immigrants who arrived in the United States illegally are no longer eligible for a bond hearing as they fight deportation proceedings in court, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post. In a July 8th memo, Todd M. Lyons, acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, told officers that such immigrants should be detained for the duration of their removal proceedings, which can take months or years. Lawyers say the policy will apply to millions of immigrants who crossed the U.S.-Mexico border over the past few decades, including under Biden. In the past, immigrants residing in the U.S. interior generally have been allowed to request a bond hearing before an immigration judge. But Lyons wrote that the Trump administration's Departments of Homeland Security and Justice had revisited its legal position on detention and release authorities and determined that such immigrants may not be released from ICE custody. In rare exceptions, immigrants may be released on parole, but that decision will be up to an immigration officer, not a judge, he wrote. The provision is based on a section of immigration law that says unauthorized immigrants shall be detained after their arrest, but that has historically applied to those who recently crossed the border and not longtime residents. Lyons, who oversees the nation's 200 immigration detention facilities, wrote that the policy is expected to face legal challenges. ICE did not respond to requests for comment. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner Rodney Scott issued similar guidance last week. That agency also did not respond to questions. The sweeping new detention policy comes days after Congress passed a spending package that will allocate $45 billion over the next 4 years to lock up immigrants for civil deportation proceedings. The measure will allow ICE to roughly double the nation's immigrant detention capacity to 100,000 people a day. Since the memos were issued last week, the American Immigration Lawyers Association said members had reported that immigrants were being denied bond hearings in more than a dozen immigration courts across the United States, including in New York, Virginia, Oregon, North Carolina, Ohio, and Georgia. The Department of Justice oversees the immigration courts. This is their way of putting in place nationwide a method of detaining even more people, said Greg Chen, Senior Director of Government Relations for the American Immigration Lawyers Association. It's requiring the detention of far more people without any real review of their individual circumstances. Immigration hawks have long argued that detaining immigrants is necessary to quickly deport those who do not qualify for asylum or another way to stay in the United States permanently. They say detaining immigrants might also discourage people from filing frivolous claims in hopes of being released as their cases proceed in the backlogged immigration courts. Detention is absolutely the best way to approach this if you can do it. It costs a lot of money, obviously, said Mark Krikorian, Executive Director for the Center for Immigration Studies, which favors enforcement. You're pretty much guaranteed to be able to remove the person if there's a negative finding, if he's in detention. In its 2024 annual report, however, ICE said it detains immigrants only when necessary, and that the vast majority of the 7.6 million people Then on its docket were released pending immigration proceedings. Keeping them detained while their case is adjudicated has not been logistically possible, and advocates have raised concern for migrants' health and welfare in civil immigration detention. Immigrants are already subject to mandatory detention without bond if they have been convicted of murder or other serious crimes. And this year, the Republican-led Congress added theft-related crimes to that list after a Georgia nursing student, Lachlan Riley, was killed by a man from Venezuela who had been picked up for shoplifting and not held for deportation. Immigration lawyers say the Trump administration is expanding a legal standard typically used to hold recent arrivals at the U.S.-Mexico border to a much broader group, including immigrants who have lived in the United States for decades. Many have U.S. citizen children, lawyers say, and probably have the legal grounds to defend themselves against deportation.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. This basically, one more case of basically the Trump administration pretending that there is, an emergency here, and kind of stretching the limits of the law. Which, you know what, I have no problems with testing boundaries as long as they're not, being tested in an outrageous fashion. So we'll see how this turns out. I will point out, and I have to find the story and I'll show it. Trump's handling of these immigration issues is literally tanking right now. People who were kind of, for, taking care of immigration are not for doing it in the manner that the Trump administration is doing it. And it will eventually, the rubber's going to have to meet the road at some point. And at this rate, the rubber's going to meet the road next year during the midterms. Trump's going to have to figure out how to turn this ship around, or his mission is going to tank just because it becomes so unpopular. And so we go. We're going to turn to China news now. Some things that are rather interesting. In spite of the tariffs that Trump has been imposing, and the trade negotiations are still ongoing, China's economy grows steadily, which kind of surprised me, actually.
China's economy grows steadily despite Trump's tariffs. This article is by Keith Bradshaw and read by an automated voice. China's economy grew at a steady pace in the spring, according to official figures, bolstered by domestic investment in factories and big projects like high-speed rail lines and a continued flood of exports throughout the world. In the second quarter of the year, from April through June, China's economy grew 1.1% over the previous 3 months, the National Bureau of Statistics announced on Tuesday. If that pace continues, the economy will expand at an annual rate of about 4.1%, only slightly slower than the growth in the first 3 months of this year. The report on China's gross domestic product, or GDP, shows how the country's manufacturing-focused economy has endured President Trump's steep tariffs, which briefly reached 145% in late April and early May. Trade data released on Monday showed that China's exports to the United States began to rebound in June, after the countries reached a tariff truce in mid-May, but remained depressed. China's exports to other countries, however, have jumped, particularly goods sent to Southeast Asia, many of which are re-exported to the United States and to Europe and Africa. Retail sales in China fell slightly in June compared with May, as the slow-motion crash of the housing market continued to weigh on consumer spending. That weakness underscored China's increasing dependence on overseas demand to keep its ever-growing factory sector busy. Takeaways: what the latest numbers show. In the first 3 months of the year, the Chinese economy got a boost when many overseas buyers accelerated orders in anticipation of tariffs. Analysts had expected a weaker performance in the second quarter as a result, but that did not happen. Output has been strong enough that some analysts have begun raising their forecasts for the entire year. One research firm, Oxford Economics, last week raised its prediction for 2025 to 4.7% from its previous estimate of 4.3%. Factory investment is booming to meet export demand, even as a glut of capacity has driven prices for manufactured goods down sharply. Rapid construction of factories and high-speed rail lines have more than offset a plunge in real estate development, down 11.2% in the first half of this year. Consumer spending remains the weak spot in China and is still worsening. Retail sales of consumer goods were down 0.16% in June from the previous month, although still up 4.8% from a year earlier, the National Bureau of Statistics said. Domestic effective demand is insufficient, and the foundation for economic recovery and growth needs to be further consolidated, Sheng Liyun, Deputy Director of the National Bureau of Statistics, said in a statement. China has been working to encourage spending, including with an extensive subsidy program that began last year. Working through its national government and provincial officials, China has provided subsidies for households to buy electric cars, air conditioners, and other manufactured goods, especially to upgrade to more energy-efficient models. Another aim was to help the country's factories, many of which are losing money because of overcapacity and price wars. But that program has been so popular that some city governments curtailed it in June after running low on money. China's economy looked particularly strong during the second quarter by Beijing's preferred measure, growing 5.2% from the same period a year earlier. The quarter benefited from a lower base of comparison because the Chinese consumer subsidy program was only getting started in the spring of 2024, when growth was faltering. Many analysts question the reliability of China's growth statistics, which the government has long cited as a main gauge of its policies. The government's target this year is for output to be around 5% higher than last year. China's difficult balance, exports and consumption. The Chinese economy faces two closely related problems: lackluster spending and a glut of goods. The result has been a steady erosion in prices. Apartments, electric cars, and many other big-ticket purchases are all becoming less costly. What do people say about buying an apartment now? They just want it to be cheap, said Ma Yanghua, a real estate agent in Wuhan. When buying things, everyone wants to get them as cheaply as possible. The cheaper, the better. A broad fall in prices, known as deflation, eats into company profits and can put downward pressure on wages. It becomes harder for households and businesses to earn enough money to repay their debts. China has responded by reducing interest rates sharply. Rates on Chinese bonds are the lowest in 11 years. That has made it easier for real estate developers, manufacturers, and other businesses to borrow money and invest. The real estate sector nonetheless remains in serious trouble. After stabilizing last autumn and winter, housing prices are falling again. Economists have recommended that the government put more money in people's pockets so they can buy more goods. But the central government continues to emphasize frugality. Pensions in China are already tiny, as little as $20 a month for rural residents, and the government said last week that they will rise only 2% this year. Lee, you contributed research.
Interesting. That China can, well, I've said it before, China's the only country on earth that can pretty much stand toe to toe with the Trump tariffs. And this kind of, bolsters my argument. The next story is really interesting. Speaking of trade, NVIDIA says U.S. has lifted restrictions on AI chip sales to China. Very interesting.
NVIDIA says U.S. has lifted restrictions on AI chip sales to China. This article is by Trip Mickle and read by an automated voice. 3 months after shutting down NVIDIA's artificial intelligence chip sales to China, the Trump administration has reversed course. On Monday, the Silicon Valley company said in a blog post that the U.S. government had approved sales of a China-specific AI chip known as the H20. NVIDIA will still need licensing approval from the U.S. government to fulfill those orders, but the Trump administration has assured NVIDIA that licenses will be granted, the company said. The decision came after Jensen Huang, NVIDIA's chief executive, met last Thursday with President Trump. Mr. Huang has spent months lobbying politicians across Washington to keep China open for AI chip sales. China has the potential to deliver billions of dollars in sales for the world's most valuable public company, which last week became the first to reach a $4 trillion valuation. Mr. Huang has also visited China several times this year, including a trip to Beijing this week where he is scheduled to give a news conference on Wednesday. The Commerce Department and White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The reversal has major implications for the race between the United States and China to develop artificial intelligence. It will allow Chinese tech companies to restart purchases of NVIDIA's chips, which are regarded as ideal for running some of the calculations that power AI. NVIDIA was slated to collect as much as $15 billion from sales of the H20 chip during its current fiscal year. With the change, the Trump administration has also backed away from a signature effort to stay ahead of China in the AI race. The U.S. government had been concerned that the Chinese military could use AI chips to coordinate attacks and develop weapons, and had also wanted to preserve the U.S. lead in developing AI systems. In January, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Congress during his nomination hearing that he thought NVIDIA and other companies need to stop helping China and stop allowing it to use our tools to compete with us. Mr. Lutnick reiterated those sentiments last month. They are trying to copy our technology, and in the race for AI supremacy, they are behind us. But they are working with the central government out to get us, he said of Chinese companies during testimony before a House subcommittee about his department's budget. The Trump administration's previous restrictions on AI chip sales had posed a threat to NVIDIA. Mr. Huang considers selling chips to China vital to NVIDIA's future because the country is home to 50% of the world's AI developers. China also spends more on chips than any other market in the world. He has said that he fears that exiting the market would allow Huawei, the Chinese tech giant, to increase its sales and eventually compete against NVIDIA overseas. Mr. Huang pressed the administration to roll back its restrictions on shipments of AI chips to China, arguing that closing off the China market will only hurt U.S. tech companies. He has also urged the administration to get countries around the world to build on chips and software made by U.S. companies. The American tech stack should be the global standard, just as the American dollar is the standard by which every country builds on, Mr. Huang said during a podcast recorded last week in Washington with the Special Competitive Studies Project, a think tank. Mr. Huang has a more optimistic view of U.S.-China relations than many in Washington. During the podcast, he said that China is a quote, competitor and adversary, not our enemy. Some members of the Trump administration have gradually come around to share Mr. Huang's perspective, including David Sachs, the White House's AI, and crypto czar. The H20 is not NVIDIA's most powerful chip. To comply with U.S. restrictions on sales to China, the company throttled the performance of a more powerful semiconductor, the H100, and began marketing it in China as the H20. But the H20 has significant memory capabilities that are valuable for the process of running AI, which is known as inference. The Trump administration's reversal could face pushback on Capitol Hill. In April, the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party opened an investigation into NVIDIA's chip sales across Asia. The committee was trying to assess whether the chipmaker knowingly provided DeepSeek with critical technology, potentially in violation of U.S. rules.
Interesting. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. By the way, a quick show note. This is going to be a little bit of an abbreviated show. So I'll get through some news stories, and I have one specific video I want to show, and then we'll see where we are time-wise. So that is where we are. This is an interesting story, and this topic came up last week during a panel discussion about, basically, like social scores, like social like there's this thing that China has where people basically get like a social credit score. And I actually think that the US and the West in general is going to wind up doing something like this. We already check, employers already check applicants' social media. So why not? So let's hear this story. This is actually pretty interesting.
You're listening to Big Brother Gets New Powers in China with Digital ID System, a news story written by Katrina Northrup and read by an AI-generated voice. China has long mastered what was once considered impossible, completely controlling the internet within its borders. On Tuesday, Beijing will take another step towards centralizing its power over the web, introducing a government-run digital ID system that will enable it to even more closely censor and surveil the country's 1 billion internet users. China has enforced a real name registration system for over a decade, meaning that Chinese internet companies almost always know the true identity of users who are, say, ordering a dress online, leaving a social media comment, or playing a video game. With the new centralized ID system, the Chinese government will take over the process. Users who submit a trove of personal information, including scans of their faces, will receive a unique code to access online accounts. This means that companies like social media site Weibo or online shopping behemoth Alibaba will no longer be able to see the personal information of their users with digital IDs. But Chinese authorities will be able to see the real identity behind online accounts across a range of sites. Although voluntary, experts fear it may not remain so, or that it will become so widely required as to make it effectively compulsory. It's hard to look at steps like these and not see an intention to make people not feel anonymous, said Laura Edelson, a computer scientist at Boston's Northeastern University who co-wrote a recent report on China's online censorship system. They want the policeman to be in your head, and a really important way of making people feel that policeman in their head is removing any illusion that someone might have that they're anonymous, she added. The rules for the policy, which was proposed last year, were announced in May by 6 government departments, including China's Domestic Security Agency, which incorporates the police force, and its internet regulator. They justified the change on data privacy grounds, saying the ID will better protect individuals' sensitive information from social media companies, data leaks, and fraudsters. China's state-run Xinhua news agency last month described the system as a protective shield that allows the public to truly feel security is within reach while enjoying convenience. James Gong, a data protection lawyer based in Hong Kong, said issues like telephone fraud and data leaks are common in China, leading many people to be defrauded or scammed. This system, he said, may reduce the opportunities of third parties getting hold of your personal information. Critics, however, say the system will lead to centralization of data in the hands of the Chinese government, which already enjoys access to reams of personal information about its citizens. Beijing may more easily find all of the digital accounts registered by one person, experts say, though the ID probably does not provide access to the activity or browsing history of those accounts. I understand that functionally they can get information on online activity now, said Jessica Batke, a senior investigations editor at the online magazine China File, who wrote the report on Chinese censorship with Edelson. But anytime that you're pushing that sort of information into one centralized place that the government has direct access to, I do think it represents an important change. Experts are also concerned that the system could make it easier for Beijing to enforce digital exile, where individuals are locked out of the online apps and services required for many daily activities in China, including paying for lunch, taking the subway, or communicating with coworkers. Nguyen Phong Huang, a computer scientist at the University of British Columbia in Canada, who has studied the Great Firewall, said the digital ID could also pave the way for more personalized censorship, in which Beijing could ban content for specific people or populations in China. If this is successfully rolled out, we may reach a point where censorship happens at the personal level, he said. The granularity of control could increase dramatically. Digital IDs may even increase the risk of data breaches or hacks, despite the stated goal of the program. If China does not invest enough resources in protecting the personal data it collects for the system, Huang said, they need to invest significant effort in securing the system and ensuring that the data is handled responsibly, he said. If an adversarial actor tries to access the personal data of Chinese citizens, the consequences could be severe, so the database must be well protected. There is precedent for this concern. In 2022, hackers claimed that they had breached the Shanghai police database with personal data on more than 1 billion people, and they offered it for sale on the internet. The ID policy has yielded pushback in China. Some have slammed the system as government overreach, including a professor at Beijing's Tsinghua University, Lao Dongyan, who criticized it as an attempt to monitor all online activity in a post that was later censored. Others, however, have praised the government's attempt to protect netizens' personal information. Deng Yufeng, an artist whose work has focused on China's surveillance state, summed up this dichotomy. I think on one hand, it is definitely a positive development, and on the other hand, it can definitely strengthen government control, he said. Digital IDs will add a layer of protection net to people's online privacy, Deng said from Beijing. There is nothing wrong with technology itself, but how the people behind the technology are supervised. The supporting supervision system, the accountability mechanism for leaks, and the protection of users' rights. Jeremy Daum, senior fellow at Yale Law School's Policy China Center, said the change is incremental given that the long-standing real name registration system already eliminated the possibility of anonymity, and the Chinese government can probably already obtain any information it wants on online activity. I think internet anonymity is critically important, but China hasn't had it for a long time, he said. That ship has sailed. Still, the digital ID system does reflect the ever-adapting nature of China's censorship and surveillance system. Badke likens the system to controlling the flows of water. It allows water to flow in when necessary, stop it when necessary. It can adjust if there's too much or too little, she said. New cyber policies in China, like the digital ID system, she said, are part of a broader, more ambitious national project. They're really trying to change the information landscape that people have access to change what they know, and therefore eventually what they think, and eventually make the information landscape safe for the CCP, she said, using the abbreviation for the ruling Chinese Communist Party. Pei Lin Wu in Taipei, Taiwan, contributed to this report.
You know, I don't actually see much of a difference between what China is moving towards with the social credit, digital ID sort of programs, and what Doge did as far as accessing all these government databases here in the United States. I hear in this article that, China seeks to change, the way people think or what they believe. I don't see a difference between what MAGA is trying to do in taking over colleges, getting rid of DEI, basically trying to change the culture, which is a stated goal of MAGA. So I think that, if we're not already there, the United States is moving towards a social credit score system. And, Doge is kind of like the vanguard there. And people may disagree with me, but I think I could support that argument just based on the first 6 months of the Trump administration. And then, Elon and his chips in the head, that's basically, what we're moving towards. What's up, Oz Varun? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? And J-Dub, this title is basically referring back to a story that I did yesterday on United Healthcare, where basically they are suing people who criticize the company. If you remember, United Healthcare is the insurance company whose CEO was assassinated by Luigi Mangione or whatever his name is. And so, the point came up that, companies, insurance companies in particular, care more about their shareholders, the return on investment for shareholders, than they actually do the sick people who have insurance policies. So that's why the title is what it is. And, just so people who don't know, I generally, it's rare that my titles have anything to do with the show. My convention for naming shows is usually the funniest thing or the most salient point I hear the day before. Like tomorrow's show is a comment that Samuel Guru made. So don't ever look for a theme in the title. Sometimes it happens, but don't. It's not a consistent thing. Generally, whatever makes me laugh the day before is what I'm going to name the show. Just that way, I don't ever have to run out of spend a whole lot of time thinking about titles for shows. They just kind of come to me. So that there is no rhyme nor reason to this show in any case. And by the way, speaking of that, please make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J. And please make sure you support your show host, me. I do have a lot of subscriptions that I do monthly for all the news sources I use. And towards the weekend, it is nice every now and again to have folks buy me a 6-pack of Bud Light. So it's inspirational. But yeah, definitely make sure you support all the show hosts here: John Galt, Portia J, me. So it kind of it's nice knowing that we're appreciated, even if only occasionally. What's up, Bobby? How you doing? So let us move on. This is more or less kind of just miscellaneous news here. Pam Bondi fires U.S. Justice Department's top ethics advisor, and I think that pretty much says it all. Ethics schmethics. We don't need no stinking ethics advisor.
The U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, fired the Justice Department's top ethics advisor on Friday, the latest in a series of dismissals that comes as Donald Trump and allies have sought retribution against civil servants in the agency. Joseph Terrell, who had served as the head of the Justice Department's ethics office since 2023, revealed he had been fired in a post on LinkedIn. He shared Bondi's letter to him, which misspelled his name and did not give a reason for his termination. Neither Terrell nor the Justice Department returned a request for comment. My public service is not over, and my career as a federal civil servant is not finished, Terrell wrote in the post. I took the oath at 18 as a midshipman to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I have taken that oath at least 5 more times since then. That oath did not come with the caveat that I need only support the Constitution when it is easy or convenient. Related, DOJ drops charges against Utah doctor accused of destroying COVID vaccines. Terrell was responsible for reviewing financial disclosures and other matters related to Bondi and other top officials in the Justice Department, according to Bloomberg Law. He oversaw a team of about 30 people that ensured the department's ethical guidelines were being followed. Terrell's firing comes as Bondi has begun firing career employees connected to Jack Smith's investigation into Trump. Those firings have included career prosecutors as well as support staff. The firings also come as Ed Martin, a prominent defender of January 6th rioters, was chosen to lead a working group in the department investigating so-called weaponization of officials who investigated Trump. It's unclear if Terrell's dismissal is related to January 6 related terminations. Earlier this year, Terrell signed off on $140,000 worth of free legal services given to Smith before he resigned, according to Politico.
Yeah, the purge continues. So let's see here. Next, this is actually interesting. A landlord seeks to evict Republican congressman over unpaid rent.
Representative Corey Mills, Republican Florida, is facing a lawsuit seeking his eviction over alleged failure to pay thousands of dollars in rent at a property in Washington, D.C., according to court papers. In a complaint filed in D.C. Superior Court last week, Bozzuto Management Company said the congressman did not pay a total of $85,009 in rent between March and July. Monthly rent for the property, according to the court filing, is $20,833. The management company is asking the court to allow it to evict Mills and for an order requiring that he submit future monthly payments with the court until the case is resolved. An initial hearing is scheduled for September 8th. The lawsuit was first reported by Roger Sollenberger, an independent journalist. Follow live politics coverage here. A resident ledger accompanying the management company's lawsuit appears to show Mills has repeatedly failed to pay his rent on time and that he was frequently assessed fees for late payments. He moved into the property in June 2023. According to court papers, Mills was served in January with a notice to pay over $18,000 in past due rent by February 26th and a notice of the company's intent to file a lawsuit. A spokesperson for Mills did not immediately respond to a request for comment Monday night, but Mills posted screenshots on X earlier in the day that he said showed him repeatedly asking for payment links and again, as I tried with management today. It failed to process. An attorney listed for the management company did not immediately respond to requests for comment about Mills' social media post. Police in February opened an investigation into Mills over a report of an alleged assault at an apartment building on the same block as that of the rental dispute. Mills' office said he vehemently denied any wrongdoing, and a police spokesperson at the time said the congressman was not arrested and no charges had been filed. Mills has represented Florida's 7th congressional district since January 2023. This article was originally published on NBCnews.com. Representative Corey Mills.
Yeah, this is amazing. Don't they pay Congress enough to pay to pay their rent? So this next article is from the great WSAV in Savannah, Georgia, which is where I am currently visiting family members. So this TV station has been around. I'm 60 years old. This radio station has been around ever since I can remember. So it's good to see, good to run into them on the MSN the MSN website. So this is basically talking about 500,000 voters purged from the Georgia voter list.
WSAV is your local election headquarters. Almost 500,000 people at risk of being removed from the voter roll.
By the way, the lady here, Tina Taya Shaw, she has been a newscaster at this TV station. My God, for at least 40 years. She is a fixture in Savannah news.
In Georgia ahead of the 2026 midterms.
The Secretary of State's office conducting a sweeping audit of the state's voter list. And WSAV's Christine Fraley joins us now to break down whether you could be affected.
Yes, Tina, Ben. So Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office says they are sending letters to registered voters that were in inactive status for the 2022 and 24 elections. These mailers are to let them know that if they don't respond within 40 days, their registration will be canceled. Though, according to some, many eligible voters could lose their status. 477,883. That's how many people the Georgia Secretary of State's office says can expect to receive a letter letting them know they're at risk of having their voter registration canceled, which would mean they can't vote.
They're sending out notifications that your voter registration has become inactive, and you're invited to respond onto the Secretary of State's website and basically say, hey, I'm still here.
Under Georgia law, a registered voter becomes inactive if they've had no contact with their elections office for 5 or more years for any reason.
If you have these loose ends because someone moved or someone died or whatnot, you have the opportunity for voter fraud or misrepresentation or other activities that would skew our election results. How many voting machines do we need to put at one polling location? Do we need 5 polling locations or 7 locations in Pooler versus 5 or 7 locations in, say, Garden City? One of the ways that we make those calculations effectively is we measure the number of voters that live there.
Though some advocates tell WSAB that the audit could cause eligible voters to lose their status.
You can make mistakes. We even had two super voters here who were staff members at Fairfight. They vote in every election, who received letters that they may be marked inactive. And sometimes some individuals will receive these notices and then realize too late that there's an issue and a problem and will be inappropriately removed.
Maybe I don't vote every 2 years. I don't know. If I got kicked off, that'd be inconvenient because I'd probably go to vote and then not realize that I wasn't registered.
And Georgia isn't the only state that audited their voter list this year, with South Carolina conducting a similar process as well. So if you receive a letter letting you know you've been marked inactive or that you're at risk of losing your registration, you can submit a status update on the Secretary of State's website or through your state's online voter registration to make sure you stay on the rolls. Christine Quayle, WSAB News 3, on your side.
She looks all excited. To be honest, I don't see a problem with this. I mean, the voter rolls should be, kind of updated occasionally. And I think as a voter, you should probably keep up with your status. So hopefully nobody's going to make a big stink about this. What's up, Oz? How you doing?
Fine, Stanley. How are you doing?
Pretty good. What's been going on?
No, I've been too busy. That's why I've not been able to come. So I thought I'll make some time today and join your show.
Well, how nice of you. Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanley. Thank you for having me on your show.
Sure. This next story, again, we'll stay with election stuff. Looks like Mario Cuomo has decided to run as an independent for mayor of New York City. And I guess this is his announcement here. Let's see. What has he got to say?
The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it. And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I had hoped. My opponent, Mr. Mandani, offers slick slogans, but no real solutions. To the 440,000 New Yorkers who voted for me, a sincere thank you. Thank you for believing in me, in my agenda, and in my experience. And I am truly sorry that I let you down. For the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote. So let's do this. I'll see you out there.
Yeah, this is actually pretty sad, to be honest. Cuomo, I see Eric Adams is also going to be running as well. I think these two are basically going to get curb stomped. But so we go. They are free. They are free to run, and good luck to them, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Cuomo, dude is just kind of icky, to be honest. But you know what? I don't live in New York City, so who am I to comment? Mamdani probably has some issues, but I think, New Yorkers obviously have just gotten to a point to where they want to try something new. And again, I'm kind of interested in the Mamdani candidacy. If he wins and does a good job, this is going to change the Democratic Party. That's why I'm even interested in the race at all. And this last story is specifically for Sin 7. Major change coming to ice cream recipes by 2028. Sin is making homemade ice cream this morning, and I saw this story, and this story is dedicated to you, Sin.
Ice cream may soon start tasting differently. The U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. intends for the Food and Drug Administration to phase out the use of petroleum-based synthetic dyes in the nation's food supply. As a result, a group of 40 ice cream producers, including Turkey Hill and Schwupp Dairy, have pledged to remove red number 3, red 40, green 3, blue 1, blue 2, yellow 5, and yellow 6 by the end of 2027. According to the International Dairy Foods Association, the group accounts for more than 90% of the ice cream sold in the US. The pledge to remove food dyes will only be applied to ice creams that are made with dairy milk and are sold at grocery stores, convenience stores, and online retailers. Ice creams made with non-dairy ingredients and small businesses that make their own ice cream will not be included, according to the International Dairy Foods Association. The Trump administration has led the move to eliminate synthetic dyes from the food supply by the end of next year, saying it could mark a major step forward in the drive to make America healthy again. The ban would impact products such as breakfast cereals, candy, and snacks. The dyes have been tied to neurological problems in some children. For too long, some food producers have been feeding Americans petroleum-based chemicals without their knowledge or consent, Kennedy said in a statement back in February. These poisonous compounds offer no nutritional benefit and pose real, measurable dangers to our children's health and development. He added, "We're restoring gold standard science, applying common sense, and beginning to earn back the public's trust. And we're doing it by working with industry to get these toxic dyes out of the foods our families eat every day." At a cabinet meeting at the beginning of April, Kennedy claimed the dyes directly affect academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. In addition to ice cream, Kraft Heinz, the maker of Jell-O, Kool-Aid, and boxed macaroni and cheese, also announced last month that it would remove all chemical dyes from its products by the end of 2027. The company stated that, while 90% of its U.S. products measured by sales are already free of artificial dyes, it will not use any food, drug, and cosmetic colors in any new products moving forward. Kraft Heinz said that for the small number of their products that still contain artificial colors, they plan to remove the dyes where they are not critical, replace them with natural colors, or, in instances where the color isn't critical to the product, they would remove them entirely. While many products will not be impacted, some that may see changes include Crystal Light, Heinz Relish, Kool-Aid, Jell-O, and Jet Puffed, as they contain dyes such as red number 40 and blue number 1. The Independent is the world's most free-thinking news brand, providing global news, commentary, and analysis for the independently minded.
Oops, let me hold on one sec here. So this, like I said, this is going to be a bit of an abbreviated show, but I did get through those news articles pretty quick. So I've got a couple videos here that I am showing intentionally to be provocative for the anti-black blacks in the audience, like oh, I don't know, Solid Snake, you know, all those are anti-black blacks. The people who basically think that the black community, black culture, etc., are trash while acting like trash themselves. I always find that really amusing, and I often seek videos which will be provocative to them, if not outright triggering. That seems to be my goal in life. So let me I'm trying to figure out which one I want to show first. I think I'm going to show this one because I know it'll be triggering. So this video is called "Stop Creating Art for the White Gaze." And supposedly Toni Morrison is a part of this. So for all the anti-black blacks like Solid Snake and John Galt and, you know, who knows who else who live for the white gaze, who provide, you know, the Be Braves of the world with, you know, sustenance for their very candy, for their candy floss type arguments. Basically, you know, racists supporting racists. I want to, this video is dedicated to you.
what we were put here to create. We'll never create what we want to create. We will never be who we're supposed to be, auditioning for enoughness with white people. And I know that's strong, but I want to start off with a quote from Toni Morrison about racism that I think you'll find actually like enlightening and encouraging and stunning, actually. She says, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language and you spend 20 years trying to prove that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. The very serious function of racism is distraction. So I want to talk about this from a creative lens, obviously. Toni Morrison is a writer. She is iconic. She is amazing. She is that girl. I love Toni Morrison. I love her writing, yes, but I love her more than her writing. I love who she is. I love who she represents herself as. I love what she's done for Black women specifically. I love that she centers herself unapologetically. I love that she's not out here performing for whiteness or trying to be validated by white people. I love that she is unapologetically herself because there's nothing to apologize for, right? There's nothing to apologize for. And in her quote, she's talking about almost like apologizing for being. When we are so distracted with proving that our art is art, we will never create the art that we want to create. We will never create the art that our audience needs. We will always spend our lives obsessing over trying to finally be seen as enough by these people who are monsters. And I kind of just want to offer to you that you don't have to do that with your art. Your art is not here for people to understand. Those that get it will get it. Art is not for it to be over-explained. You can go into any museum and see any white artist art up there. No explanation, just exists, just gets to exist. And people sit in front of it and ponder like, wow, it's moving. But let a Black person create something. If it's not centering whiteness or the white experience or the white gaze, then you're going to be tasked as a Black artist with making that thing relevant for them. Your art is always relevant. Please don't misunderstand me. Your art is relevant for you first.
I actually forgot to give a little bit of background. Years ago on the Charlie Rose show, he was interviewing Toni Morrison, and the topic that her critics basically said, well, Toni Morrison does not create characters that fit any sort of, accepted standard for white audiences. And she literally said, I don't write my books for white audiences. And, the gall. And I talk a lot about the white gaze, the white standard, basically things like white beauty standards. And this basically speaks to that topic. And I totally agree. If you are in any sort of art or creative type space, the goal is to create something that your audience may appreciate, hopefully a big audience. But if you are literally creating art to an external standard all the time, then you're really not being true to whatever your art is. And in some ways, this kind of parallels this show. I basically, do a lot of news, politics, and culture because that's what I like to do. And a lot of times it's kind of dry. I don't do a show. As a matter of fact, I try, a lot of times to avoid, these 9-person panels with everybody shouting back and forth about, how horrible Black women are or Black men are. I try and avoid all that. I try to literally stick to some stuff that is newsworthy, informational, and somehow or another, may improve, your knowledge of, what's going on out in the wider world, in the American world specifically. So this particular topic speaks to, one of my core values, which is to, as long as I feel it's productive, I'm pretty much going to do what I want to do as far as, what I enjoy bringing to an audience. And I also want to appreciate the folks who, day in and day out support this show. I'm not stacking a whole, I'm not doing CT numbers, but I also don't do CT type content. If there is controversial stuff, it's going to be, kind of like controversial ideas. Going and just, being manosphere or, anti-black, not my thing. And I'm not going to pretend that it is. And if I piss some people off up on the panel along the way, that's even better, because I love trolling anti-black blacks.
Because it's for you first, it's relevant. And whoever likes it beyond that, wonderful. But do not be out here backbending and cartwheeling for white people trying to prove, hey, I am smart. I am intelligent. I am smart. I think about this moment that changed my life forever. I was in college and I was in an African-American literature class. And I cannot remember the story, please forgive me. But the story was about muscadine grapes, and it was about an enslaved Black man eating muscadine grapes, turning the grapes into wine. It was a whole process. And then what I loved most about the story is that when I was reading, I was like, what? And when I read it aloud, I was like, oh my God, this is how we speak. This is how we as Black people speak, right? And I imagine that somebody wrote that story back then, and somebody said to them, well, that's not real literature because you're not using the correct, this word correctly. I'm stuttering. You're not using this word correctly. You're not structuring your sentence in a way that white people say that you should structure your sentence. You're using AAVE or Ebonics. You're not using the king's English, as if any of us are, right? As if this is not a colonized, anyway, as if I was not forced to speak this language. Okay. That's not my language. And so when I read that book, when I read that story, it opened my mind to the possibility that I can be a black, unapologetically Black artist, that I don't have to center whiteness. I don't have to appease white people. I don't have to please them as my first audience so that my Black audience gets to eat after them. And I think that a lot of artists, if we're not careful, can fall into the trap where not only will our art become permission slips to white people to see us as human, but then we start to also put those same chains around other Black artists. How
like
dare
that.
you represent
Permission
us like this?
slips.
Talk about that with Abbott Elementary, with the principal, right? How dare you represent us like this? How dare you show these tacky ghetto people online? No one good and well, you know people just like that in your regular life. Like there's this performance that we do for whiteness because we think that if I act like them, they'll see me as human, but they're not even humane. They're not even human. They are a violent bunch. You know what I mean? It never ends. There will always be one more thing, like Toni Morrison said, right? I mean, I guess you can dance, but not like that. Or, we'll use the Black people for this specifically. Like, you can be this, but you can't be that. Like, Black people get to create whatever they want in a world without whiteness. What would you create in a world without whiteness? That's the question I want to ask you. If you weren't worried about what white people thought about the rules,
Solid Snake, what would you create in a world without
language,
whiteness?
anything? What would you create? If you didn't need the permission of white people, if you were not worried about people taking your thing seriously as a Black person, what would you create? And I'm just asking you that question because there are people who live like that every day. But Toni Morrison is somebody that I love because she said, forget the white gaze, forget the white narrative, forget them, forget white people's permission. I'm creating what I want to create regardless. She says that she created for Black people, not to speak for Black people. So let me read you some quotes that I got from this. I watched a documentary on Toni Morrison. I forget the name now, but I'm gonna put it in the description below. Excellent documentary. Using her, like she was in the documentary. So I recommend it. Remove the white gaze. She says, I didn't want to talk for Black people, but to Black people. And I love how she said that because she was not trying to be the intermediate person between white people and Black people. She wasn't trying to prop herself up as the good Negro, the safe Negro, the safe Black woman, right? The woman that white people feel safe around them. Because she didn't center whiteness, they saw her as a threat. They saw her as an enemy. There was a reporter who told her basically that she would be more successful. Toni Morrison would be more successful if she centered white people in the white gaze and the white perspective, as if to say, this is what's missing. This is the secret ingredient that's missing from your art. And if you did this, you'd be more successful. Well, one, we know that's not true, right? Because, once the white gatekeepers take the fangs out of you, like water your stuff down, they're only going to use you as much as you're useful to them, right? Toni said, forget that. I'm going to be who I am. I'm going to create what I want to create, regardless of whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not. I'm not going to over-explain. If you really think about her books and how punchy they are and in your face they are and how honest they are, if she were to explain and center whiteness as the lens to look at her books through, her books would probably be way longer because she would be over-explaining certain things or using flowery language. And using flowery language kind of dilutes the medicine with which she speaks. And I think that's the goal, right? It's to disempower you. It's to remove the power from you. It's to keep using them as your gatekeeper. White people want to present themselves as the one you need to ask permission from, the one you get paid by, the one who you lend your art to. They center themselves in everything, even your language. You can't structure a sentence like that. Yes, I can. Because Black people have their own rules with English. This language that was forced on me. This language you wouldn't let us read. Hello? Like, this language I carry with me, AAVE, Ebonics, whatever you want to call it, like, is the oral tradition of the people I come from. It's my legacy. It's something you want me to put down to be ashamed of. And Toni Morrison said, I'm going to double down on that. I'm going to double down on that. Stop creating art for the white gaze. We don't need any more of that for the end of the world. We don't. Stop over explaining things to people who don't want to understand you. There will always be one more thing. Someone who is denying you your humanity outright.
You know what? And I actually take that point because I do that a lot. And, this young lady actually is kind of reminding me not to do that. I over-explain things or try to make people understand my point. I should be going fuck you a whole lot more. I'm gonna try and practice doing that.
We'll never give it to you. Someone who is looking for a reason to dehumanize you will dehumanize you, period. It doesn't matter. It's an endless task. And Toni Morrison says that to us to say, stop wasting your precious energy and create something. Stop wasting your energy begging white people to accept you. And they never will. Let's start here. Let me hold your hand. What is it? Let me hold your hand with a napkin in between. We can hold hands. Let me hold your hand. White people don't see you as human. You might know some white people who do, but generally speaking,
of an exaggeration.
The people here do not see you as human. They see you as a product. Shout out to Bourbon Bougie. She talks about like wife appliances. Black people were brought here as appliances to make other people comfortable, to make other people entertain other people, right? Our art was never supposed to entertain us. Our art was never supposed to center us for them. They brought us here to make beautiful things for them to enjoy that we will never be able to enjoy. And because they're a super surveilling people, like they have to have their hands in everything. They got to know who everybody is, what's going on. They got to know, like, they're just so nosy because they're paranoid, right? They fear what they've been doing to other people, finding them, their finger on our pulse. And if they cannot decode our language, if they can't figure out what we're talking about in our stories, if they can't understand, then they feel
surveillance
scared because
culture.
they feel like they're losing control, and they should lose control because they never could control you. The goal is control, not expression. The goal is to distract, to stop you from meeting the parts of you that need to be met, to stop you from expressing yourself honestly. They're doing all of that so that you live in fear. You're always second guessing. Am I a good enough writer? I don't have a good handle on this language. That's not your fault. Use the language you use. Why is that less than? Why is that less than? Even calling something standard English, yuck. Because English is whatever. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation for another day. It's linguistic conversation. We'll come back to that. We'll circle back. But like, no, this is like, This is about centering yourself. This is about making art for you, art for the people who get you, art for people just like you, art for people who get it. And those that don't get it, that's not who you're creating for. And I think that everybody else gets to do that. The white folks here get to be human. The white folks here get to create whatever they want to create. Meanwhile, we're burdened and tasked with having to make sense to people. Stop trying to make sense and just make something. Make something for your people. You are a sovereign person. You don't have to ask these people for permission. They think you dancing and winding your waist is ghetto. They think that you dancing and moving your body sensually means that you want someone to harm you. Like, these are the people we're talking about. They think you being a sovereign being, moving your body in a way that feels good to you means that that it invites somebody to you. No, that's because they're predators. I'm just gonna say it. They are predators, okay? And they're looking to distract you from doing the work that you know that you're put here to do. So I love Toni Morrison, again, for a lot of reasons, but she was so clear. She was so clear that she was not here to make sense to white people. I love that about Toni Morrison. She remained raw and honest, and she held nothing back. She was criticized for not centering and including the perspective of white folks. The reporter said, once she did that, once she centered white people, then she'd be successful. If you pay your dues to white people, then you'll be successful. How many know that that's not true? There's always one more thing, because they're liars. Ask folks who are from this land. Ask the indigenous folks in this land. They are liars. There's always one more thing. They're liars. You'll spend your entire life performing for whiteness. And then at some point you forget who you are. You forget your own language. You forget your own thoughts, your own perspectives, your own beliefs, your own values, because you've been performing whiteness. You've been performing good Black Negro for these white people to be comfortable. Let them be uncomfortable. You're not here to make nobody comfortable. That's what our ancestors had to do. They were forced to do that. You don't have to do that no more. Stop making them comfortable. Stop it. It's beneath you. Because your imagination is so far beyond what they can imagine. They imagine death and destruction and enslavement and stealing and lying. They can only imagine destruction and violence. And you can create whole worlds with your mind. And you're like, oh, let me ask this white person for permission. No, the worlds they want to create don't even have you in them. You're not even in their world. And they want you to center them in yours. She says, write the book you want to read. Write the book that you needed. Write the book you want to read in the way that you want to write it, in the way that you want to read it. Stop. Like, I think about even the multiple ways we perform whiteness in our own artistry. Excuse me. Ooh. I think about the ways that we perform whiteness in our own artistry, including there are people who use a lot of descriptive language, right? But there are some people who feel forced to because they feel like that's the right way to write. The right way to write is the way that you write. It's that simple. The right way to do a thing is the way you do a thing. That's it. I think because of schooling, especially like art school and stuff like that, where creativity can be encouraged and inspired. It can't be taught. Like your specific kind of artistry can't be taught. It's to be experienced. You have to live your life and experience life. And then that helps you to create the art that you're supposed to create.
Oh, Dave, you're here. I can only wait to hear your comment.
Oh,
What do you think?
I'm on my positive journey today. She is 100% spot on. You know, I'm being sarcastic. I don't know what Joy Reid Jr. is
Oh, are you?
talking about.
I thought for once you were being sincere.
No, I couldn't disagree with her more. I don't know why
What specifically do you disagree with? Just pick one.
this obsession with, like, you have to disagree with white folks. You have to be on the other
She didn't
side.
say that. Nope, that you are obviously not listening to what she's saying. She's saying,
You already
don't
know I
worry.
have a problem with
She's
listening.
basically saying, don't worry if you do. Don't make it your mission to agree with white folks. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. Don't worry about it. Bobby makes the comment, Stanley, is this lady interesting to you? Yeah, she's very interesting. People who are not afraid to be themselves, and you don't want to be a criminal. You don't want to be, something that's just destructive. But I love people who are not afraid of being themselves, and they will go a hearty fuck you if you disagree with them or if you don't like who they are. So yeah, of course she interests me. I wish more Black people would be like her, not afraid to be themselves. And you know what? If you rub up against a little whiteness, just wipe the whiteness off and carry smartly on and be yourself. So I interrupted you, my bad. But she's not making it her mission to be disagreeable. She's saying, hey, you know what? If we disagree, we disagree. No big whoop.
Okay, well, in that spirit, since you cleared it up, it doesn't sound so bad. But there are most think that it's supposed to be a juxtaposition to white, and no matter what, we're just not going to be the same. I don't think we should focus on our differences as much.
Well, I mean, I agree that you shouldn't be, intent. Well, I'm doing it this morning, so I am what you're describing, because I'm literally showing this to be abrasive because I know it'll piss some people off in the audience, and I don't care. However, for the good people like her, she's just saying, hey, you know what? If you're a little bit different, don't worry about it. And SKC says, this is what happens when you eat white supremacy for breakfast. Well, I would think if you eat white supremacy for breakfast, you shit B Braves in his outhouse.
You can't help it. That B Brave comes up every day. Is he in the chat?
Oh no, I do it just so this, hopefully somebody goes back to him and tells him what I said. See, what y'all think I have B Brave on the brain. Actually, no. I fucked with him in his chat the other day. Now I'm fucking with him from a completely different platform. I love reaching out and fucking with people, and that's exactly what I'm doing. This will get back to him if he doesn't watch the show himself.
I love the grumpy old men theme. That is amazing.
You know what? I'm not particularly being grumpy. I am being cantankerous.
Yes.
I am poking the bear here.
Oh, I'm actually doing work, which I normally don't. I just like to show up and get paid. Let me go on mute.
Okay. And SKC says, I like the white gaze. It feels like warmth on a cold winter day. Oh my Lord. I don't even know what to say to that. Apparently you like your white swaddling blanket.
You live life. You allow life to mold you, shape you. You allow the experiences of people to mold you and shape you and inspire
Stanley.
you, and you create from that inspiration, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this like Joy Reid's cousin or something?
Well, her name, she has a channel, Alicia Renee.
No
she's got
relation?
Not that I know of. She's got like 55,000 subscribers. So, I mean, she's not chopped liver.
No, she just looks strikingly like Joy Reid. That's all.
Well, you have a thing for Joy Reid?
They look alike. I'm not thinking about Joy Reid. She makes me think of Joy Reid.
I think they have the same shaped head.
Same hairdo and the same jowls.
Well, I guess they use their jowls a lot when they talk.
My perspective is not going to include white people because I'm not white. I also don't have a lot of white friends. I don't. You know what I mean? Like I'm from a very black place, a very black family, and I'm a black person. And so that is my perspective. And I also understand that blackness is not a monolith. I'm talking all Black experiences, not just like, oh, the stuff that's, talked about, the stuff that Oprah puts a book club thing on it, to the things sold locally in your own Barnes and Noble store. Everything in between. We need art, all of it, all the narratives, all the stories, all the narratives, all the stories. I'm thinking and speaking at the same time, because I'm thinking about how me reading that book in college was the preservation of culture. And I imagine how many people told that person, you're not allowed to write like that, because that's not standard English, right? But that's our heritage. That's our history that they want to erase because it's not white enough. You could be literally capturing cultural things that we might lose by writing your story or singing your song, whatever you're doing, taking the picture, whatever it is. Maybe you've been tasked with archiving, with capturing, with witnessing, so that we don't lose our history, we don't lose our culture. All this assimilation has done horrible things to Black people specifically. We've lost so much of ourselves, and I understand why it was pushed for. I understand why it was fought for, but I also understand that if you read Martin Luther King's journals before he passed away, he also was onto it. This doesn't seem like a pretty good idea, actually. I think we may have missed the mark here. Why? Because in order to be accepted by white people, in order to be approved of by them, it costs you your life. It costs you your language. It costs you your dress, your thoughts, the way that you move, what you believe, what you value. They make you value what they value. They make you prioritize and center what they prioritize and center. They make you forget what you value. You changing your morals and values and ethics because you're trying to be approved of by them and they don't have none. They got you worried about being a good Black person. And
I do want to ameliorate this point a little bit. She's young and, full of spunk, apparently. Again, if you're going to be consistent, and I'm talking about this young lady and others like her, being consistent means, if there's something, in, the quote white culture that you like, there's nothing wrong with that either. Be yourself is always going to be, or should be the goal. And you know what? If you like pistachio ice cream, it's not probably native to African culture, but if you like it, you like it. Don't be afraid to say you like pistachio ice cream.
They're not even good,
I
period.
don't know.
They're not
I don't
good,
know
period.
if I would encourage.
And what is a good Black person to them?
If you would encourage what?
I don't know if I encourage people to be themselves. I encourage people to be better. Some people are pieces of shit and they want to be seen.
Well, okay. Now, when we say that, that's the caveat that, you will be something worth being. We
Right.
we want positive influences. If you're a criminal, I will not encourage you to be yourself. I will encourage you not to be a criminal. So, but if you're a little thuggish, some people are a little thuggish, just don't harm other people. And what does Bobby
Isn't
say?
that
The way she
implied? Isn't that
enunciates, she
implied
sounds
though?
like, well, you know what though, Bobby? I don't know. I went, when I was in school, 1st through 6th grade, I went to an all Black Catholic school. And I can honestly say from 1st to 6th grade, I grew up in a Black neighborhood. I don't know that I had any white friends. So that's what 6th grade is through 7, 8, 9. That's about 9 years old, 10 years old, somewhere in there. So I can literally say my first white friends I didn't really get till I was like maybe 11 or 12. So, and I have always spoken like this because I've never had the need to code switch. I don't know. I don't know why I speak the way I do. I just do. So you can speak the way she does and not have not have white friends is my point. I didn't. And really, I just thought about it. I literally didn't have any white friends from 1st through 6th grade because I was never around white people other than like the nuns at school or the priest at church.
You went to a
Someone who was
Black
docile.
Catholic school?
Someone who is not courageous.
Yeah. St. Mary's in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
And they shut it down at the end of my 6th grade year. So I wound up going to the Cathedral Day School, which was mixed, mostly white, but mixed. So yeah, first through 6th grade, I grew up in Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia, which is an all black neighborhood. I literally didn't have any white friends till 7th grade. And I speak the way I've always spoken.
Someone who don't rock the boat. Someone who complies.
Of course, my mother's was an English.
That's what they think a good black person is. That's what you want to be? No. For a lot of us, we're called to disrupt. We're called to do the scary, dangerous thing. We're called to go against the grain so that we don't forget who we are and all this assimilating and all this surviving that we got to do. All this code switching, all this putting down ourselves, putting down our elders. You talking down on AAVE and your grandma spoke like that. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You curse your grandmother's tongue. How dare you? She gave you language. It's fascinating to me. And it enrages me. If you can't tell, I'm pretty pissed. Remove the white gaze and be free. Toni Morrison says, my world is black. My world is a black world. If you could create specifically in your black world, for your black world, not trying to make blackness sweet to white people, not trying to make blackness palatable, not trying to make it enjoyable for white people or for, financial gain. If you could create for a black world, what would you create? Not auditioning for white people. We do a lot of self-censoring. We do a lot of self-criticism, a lot of.
Here, let me speak to a couple points here. Bobby, I don't know that I was raised right as much as that's just the way I was raised. And, I think, kind of the uniqueness of how I was raised, being in that pretty much all black environment for my first 10, 11 years, I have no doubt, who I am, what I am, whether I'm black or not. I have a very good foundation, and that's why I'm so confident, because I know who I am, always have, and so we go. And let's see. Oh yeah, SKC says Deacon Dave, 90% of what she has to talk about is white supremacy. Well, in this particular case, it's the topic of the conversation or the video she's doing. So that's why it's 90%. So good catch, SKC. He is paying attention.
Self-denial and then denial of other people, of their right to be human and express themselves fully because we're afraid of what white people will think of us. Why do you care what monsters think about you? You're not a monster.
To say with that haircut,
they don't like signs of life.
Doesn't care.
You are a sign of life that they could not snuff out or kill. That's why you enrage them. Not because you're less than, not because you have no talent or you're not good at, you're really good at this. Art is supposed to move. It's supposed to shock. It's supposed to stun. It's supposed to make angry if that's what it's supposed to do. If you see yourself in my art, don't be mad that you win it. That's your job is not to coddle the feelings of the people who hate you. As an artist, that is not your job. Your job is, as Nina says, to reflect the times, whatever that looks like for you. And Toni says, there will always be, Toni Morrison says there will always be one more thing. The very serious function of racism is distraction. If you spend your entire life begging white people to approve of you, to like you, please like me, black people, please, you'll never be who you're supposed to be. You'll never be you. You will always be someone small in a white man's imagination. You'll always be this big. You'll always be something they don't fear. Who cares if they fear you? For what? Telling the truth? They should fear that. Who would be afraid of the truth except a liar? Who would be seriously, someone who is invested in lying, hiding the truth. They make you the enemy for making them uncomfortable. They should be uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Hold on, my battery's about to die, so I think I need to change. Hold on one sec. Okay, I think we're back. But yes, your job as an artist is not to ask people permission. Your job as an artist is not to appease white people. I know that because we live in the West and we've been enslaved and indoctrinated for so long to believe that our only purpose here is to make white people comfortable. I know that we think that that's the case, right? Oh, I'm a good white person, white man. I'm not like those other ones. No, I'm just like those. Yep. Just like them. Now what? Right? Because then we start disparaging and talking down on people that we love and know. Again, you talking down on your grandmother's tongue. You would never say that to your grandmother's face. That somehow she is beneath whiteness and somehow she is, because she's not palatable to whiteness, that she doesn't get to exist. She doesn't get to speak. She doesn't get to express herself in her natural and authentic ways. I love that she talks about this idea of the master narrative. She's talking to an interviewer and he's like, what do you mean by that? And she said, of course, the white male gaze, duh. Like the master narrative is the white male gaze. They're the people in power here, in air quotes. Annoyingly, they're the people in power here, right? And so everything has to be filtered through their lens, through their permission. Everything has to be a permission slip to them. If they're not represented or centered or cared for or coddled, then you probably won't be very successful here in the white market specifically, right? And I say that to say because Toni Morrison had to be honored out.
Hey, Lou, I deleted one of your comments by accident. My apologies. I've got my typing sucks. SKC, you're saying here she could go to East. She could go east to Africa, I assume you mean, at any time. Why would she go to East Africa? She lives here. She wants to change or make a critique of where she lives. Of course, she could go to Africa at any time, but she wants to stay here and speak her truth. That's what America is all about. It's what makes America great. I encourage her not to grace East Africa with her presence, but to stay here in our wonderful country, the United States of America, and speak truth to anti-black blacks. You go, girl.
Her truth is toxic.
I'm sorry, what?
Her truth is toxic.
Her truth is manna from heaven, and I hope people like Solid Snake eat heartily at her table.
Outside of her own country.
You're
a
sick.
Nobel Peace Prize
Stanley,
outside of
you're
her
real
own
sick.
country.
I'm real what?
You're a sick man.
Oh, I think this is hilarious. This is like throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West.
I know what you're doing.
To be
and
honored
I'm
for the
fine
work
with
that
it.
she did.
Oh, well, you know what? What I'm doing is sincere. I agree with most of what she's saying. I think she might be a little hyperbolic, but she's young. Young people tend to be hyperbolic, but she is literally correct in her orientation, and more anti-black blacks specifically should be listening to her. She will set them free.
Right? Because she did not play the white man's game. But
You're
eventually, like
trolling.
she played the long-term game, staying true to herself. And that paid off. That paid off. But she had to stay the course and stay herself. One thing I came to learn was that Toni Morrison was not just an amazing writer, she was also an amazing editor. And she inspired people, asked people like Angela Davis to write a book. Angela Davis wasn't even going to write a book. She inspired Toni Morrison to write a book about her life. Toni Morrison was so unapologetically black, and then used the power that she got, the money she got, the accolades, the respect she got to bring other black women up with her, who the white world specifically hated, deemed an enemy. She was in the corner of people who were counted out by the white world, who literally, like, she hung out with a bunch of badasses. You feel me? Like, she hung out with people who said, white girl, forget about, who cares about any of that, right? And was successful. Iconic. Okay. Oh yeah, The Bluest Eye. Okay, one thing I want to talk about, The Bluest Eye. That book, game changing. But I did not know what inspired the book. So in the documentary, Toni Morrison talks about a friend she had as a child. And when she was a child, her friend told her that she no longer believes in God. And so Toni Morrison asks her why. And the friend says, because I've been praying to God to give me blue eyes, and God has not given me blue eyes. I forget how long she asked, but God didn't answer her prayer. And because God did not give her blue eyes, she stopped believing in God. That was the inspiration.
That sounds real familiar.
And I love how she centered Black girls' experience. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Ooh. I love how she centered Black girls' experiences, right? And it's something that a lot of us can resonate with. If I could just achieve being pretty like this, then maybe I'll be treated with respect. Maybe I will be loved. Maybe then I'll be pretty. Maybe then people might want me, right? Being taught that Black is ugly. You know, that whiteness is what's beautiful and appealing. Light skin is what's beautiful and appealing, right? Like, you know, light eyes, all these different features, being really thin, like all these things created by white men. Had this little girl thinking that she was ugly and that God didn't exist because God refused to make her beautiful. And she remembered that. And she used her own life's experiences, her own Black life's experiences to write her stories. She used her own life's material as inspiration. And that was enough. She knew that her life was a wealth of experiences that she can pull from to create beautiful things. I want to give to you that you might not need another course. You might not need another retreat. You might not need another book. You need to look over your life and see what you're inspired to create from the pain, the joy, the conversations. That conversation you can't forget about that you had with your friend in elementary school. What's that about? That experience that you can't put down. It's meant to be. She took that bitter experience and made it medicine. She literally alchemized her friend's trauma and pain because she loved her friend. She loved her friend. She loved Black women. I love that she also, Toni Morrison, obviously not her name, but she was talking about reinventing herself every 10 to 15 years. And that was advice from Sonia Sanchez talking about Toni Morrison, but I thought that was really cool. And I thought about this myself. I thought about coming up with a pen name for myself. Alicia Renice is my name, right? And so, but I love the idea. Toni Morrison said that she created this character. I keep saying caricature. I don't mean that. Character. She created this character, this writer, to be who she was when she's writing, and then to be able to put that down when she's at home, right? Who she is out here. And
you know what? This is a great question that SKC's asking. He's asking in the chat, could you imagine being married to a woman like this? I actually could. And the reason being is I know where, you know, a lot of these anti-Black blacks are also misogynists, or they call themselves anti-feminists, but they're really just misogynists. And basically, most of the people who shall remain nameless, but there's one in particular I'm thinking of who would probably in the off chance that he would marry her, she would be more masculine, not because she's particularly masculine. It's just, you know, the person she, you know, I'm thinking of would be particularly feminine. So, you know, relatively speaking, she would be more masculine, and I think she's extremely feminine. You would have to be a man. You would have to be a man to marry a woman like this. And
right.
Really,
I agree.
SKC should have asked who's man enough in this chat to marry a woman like this.
Stanley, you are really trying to be Black this morning.
I think that list would be pretty short.
You would actually have a criminal record if you married that.
No, I wouldn't. You know what? I guarantee you what y'all call submissive, we would be perfectly fine. Okay. You actually have to be a man and sure of yourself as a man to marry a woman like this. And I'm not sure there are many of those in this audience.
You gotta be a gay man to marry a woman like this.
No, you have to be a man.
A feminine man.
You can't be a half man or an unserious man, or, you know, she would have high expectations, and a woman should have high expectations. Don't you agree?
If we were friends in real life off this internet thing, you said you was gonna marry this, I'd stop you.
Yeah, sure you would.
I would. I'd probably hire a prostitute to change your mind. I'd go extreme with you, man. I really do. I really would.
You would have to.
other people have done this. Donna Summer has done this. Nina Simone did it for other reasons. But Black women, there's a long history of Black women renaming themselves, reinventing themselves, using a pen name that they can use so they can separate the brave and honest person they are. You know, not saying that they're not brave and honest at home, but also have that separate life at home by themselves, you know? We're also going to talk about Donna Summer because that's another icon that has been inspiring me lately. But yes, so renaming oneself, reinventing oneself. Toni Morrison was unafraid of reinventing herself. And I love that. I love that. Okay. Ooh. Renaming yourself is a way of dividing your life. That's what she says. Dividing your life from the writer, the editor, this person that people know in the world as the artist, this famous person, to like allow her to keep her humanity to herself. So again, making art for the end of the world that we're talking about. You don't have to give everybody every piece of yourself. You get to have that to yourself. And I've thought about renaming myself, and I don't know what name I would use. Nothing has like stood out to me lately, but I've been thinking about that. Would it be easier for me to use a pen name to say everything I want to say? Yes, right? Because it doesn't feel like everything is on the line, right? It doesn't feel like my whole being is on the line, to be honest. But I also don't find anything wrong with using your name if you want to use your name. But I also understand like people taking a new name to represent a new phase of life, a new beginning, and also like creating like this, I don't say like alter ego, but this persona that I get to hide and hide myself and to keep myself safe, my real vulnerable human self safe, even though the artist self may be at this interview, right? This artist self is protecting or shielding this tender me, this tender child me on the inside. And I love that she created her safe boundaries for herself to be like, this is where I stop and this is where Toni Morrison begins. I think that's really, so even if you're not going to rename yourself, really think about that. Oops, excuse me. How can you reclaim your humanity for yourself, right? Where is the line for you between the what you want to show the world, right? And what you want to keep to yourself, what you want to keep for yourself and for the people that know you most intimately, you know? To us, she was Toni Morrison. To her children, she was mommy, right? Or, you know, like, so being able to separate yourself and not see yourself as just this one thing, but as multiple things, multifaceted, right? I love that she was able to do that for herself and to keep some of herself for herself. Yes. One thing she talked about poverty, I thought this was really interesting. It has nothing to really do with anything, but we're just vibing right now. Reclaiming, she says back then, there was no shame in being poor. There was no pressure to get ahead, right? I love that because in this distracting way, we're almost being distracted with white supremacy in the way that they know that we're struggling, we're desperate, we're poor. And instead of doing what's right, they're just going to dangle a carrot in front of our face and say, if you perform this, if you perform well for me, if you play the game good enough, you too can be successful. But I love for her, like she was never creating to get out of something. You know what I mean? She was never creating as a means of like getting ahead. It was creating because she has to create, because she's being honest. That's what that
Stanley,
was about.
can you pull that up?
And I love that was her compass, her honesty, not
Yeah.
this wanting to be.
Can you pull that up real fast? Just pause.
Wasn't Little Bill? That's a Bill Cosby character, right?
Yeah. Put it on the screen real quick.
Okay, Ann. Oh, you think this looks like this woman here? Boy. All I have to say is you are easily distracted, aren't you?
You silly.
I want to be famous. I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. Not saying that she never thought about that, but that wasn't the motivation. And it also wasn't where she came from, where people were so obsessed with becoming and not being, right? She was able to be. And I think that's huge. I think that's huge because I imagine if she was trying to become something.
Lou, I hate to disagree with you here, but what you're saying is pure gibberish. Lou says if you define yourself in opposition to white people, you're still not free. You're just enslaved in reverse. That is literally like from the Bible of the anti-black black. Okay, It just so happens that you define yourself in opposition just for the sake of this conversation. But if you are being yourself, you literally are in quote opposition from other Black people too. She literally said Black people aren't a monolith. I think she's probably defining herself in opposition to anti-Black Blacks as well. So yeah, the topic is the white gaze, but she's also separating herself from people who bask in the white gaze or like to be swaddled in their white blankies. That's an SKC reference.
Thing, she might have been tempted to center the white gaze, right? Because if you really would just want to be wealthy, you can play the game. Just play the game, right? But if you want to be honest, if you want to be authentic, if you want to be an artist, if you want to be yourself, it's gonna require bravery. It's gonna require things that you might not need if you just needed a permission slip from a white person. Hold on, I'm gonna open the windows real quick. Sorry, y'all. Okay, yes, yay. Okay, that's a little better. All right, so yes, so she came from a place where people were not striving. It wasn't a lot. It was just being. And from that being, she was able to get rich soil and rich life material to pull from to create. So in her living inspired her creating. And it was beautiful. Okay, so when she wrote the book Paradise, Texas Corrections banned Paradise from their prisons because they thought it could start a riot. Her response, so she wrote a book called Paradise.
A book riot?
It's amazing. Because when I would see that, I'm like, oh man, that must have been so discouraging, right? Dang, your book was banned. That sucks. Her response, Toni Morrison said, well, how powerful is that? Think about that. She wrote art. She made art that she was proud of. And she would have been well within her rights if she had said, oh, they got me messed up. How dare they do this to me? Blah, blah, blah. Right? Sorry, I got them on chapstick.
Stanley.
How dare they ban my book? How dare they stop money from coming in? How dare they do this to me? Right? And instead of saying any of that,
Stanley.
instead of saying any of that, she said, oh, wow, how powerful is that? As in to say, as if to say, how powerful am I that I could write something that Texas Corrections would ban?
Joy Reid Jr.
How powerful am I that I could string together words and bind them together and it could be banned by Texas Corrections? How iconic am I? How powerful am I? How amazing am I? I love this attitude she takes. A rejection from whiteness is not rejection. It was almost like a confirmation that she was doing the right thing. That her words could start a riot, honey. Her words could incite that power within somebody who has been incarcerated. Her words could inspire hope and rage and like, how iconic am I? How powerful am I? And I want to offer that to you. When you're being unapologetically Black, when you're being unapologetically yourself, when you're being human, and you're creating art that you love, and somebody despises it because it's too Black, or it's too ghetto, or it's, it ruffles people's feathers. How powerful are you? How powerful are you that your words, your music, your dance, your work could inspire rage within somebody, could inspire hope within somebody, could inspire sorrow or guilt? That means you communicated correctly. So all this talk about you're not using the correct use of this verb, you're not blah, 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 we don't do double negatives. The message still got across, didn't it? Okay. They're not that confused. Can't be that confusing if it got banned.
No problem, Dave.
You know what I mean? How powerful am I? How powerful is that? And she laughs when she says that. I'm telling you, Toni Morrison is that girl. Okay. So she wasn't afraid to talk about the pain and using pain to bring people to love. She showed the magic of your own world and made it amazing. These are people talking about Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison took the magic of our everyday world and made it magical and made it amazing. She made the backdrops of her stories, I was gonna say movies, of her stories, Black life, and made it magical. took what was ordinary for us. And the thing is, because white people don't have the eyes to understand it, what Black women specifically create that's mediocre is 10 times better than anything. Like we really downplay what we be doing. Like, oh, is it? No, how powerful are you? Black girl creative, Black woman creative, Black woman artist. How powerful are you? That the whole world is trying to silence you. How powerful are you? That the whole world is trying to discredit you and your language and your speak and your wisdom. How powerful. When you get that, and it's hard. I'm not even gonna pretend that it's not. It's difficult. It's hard to hear that criticism. It's hard to keep going when you keep getting punched down. But if your work is inspiring emotion in people and not like you're trolling people or, harming people, if it's inspiring emotion, that's what your art is supposed to do. Art is not supposed to make people comfortable. It can potentially, like, a couch could be art, right? It can make people comfortable. Whatever. Like a song can become comforting to a person because the person that it's associated with, right? But art moves. Comfort is still a feeling, right? Comfort is still a feeling. What white people want is for you to be emotionless, to be nothing, paste. You know what I mean? Like just product, just content in a bowl or a container, content like water in a cup, content, right? But not an artist, not an individual, but something to say. They want to take the fangs out of you. They want to dilute your art to make you more palatable for them because they don't have the taste buds, honey. They don't have the range. They don't have the range, so they got to water down what you're saying to make sense to them. And you're thinking you're inferior. Don't disrespect yourself like that anymore, okay? So yes, when you speak the truth, you bring others with you. You bring the world with you. When you speak the truth, you bring others with you. You bring the world with you. There is freedom in Toni Morrison's language. She helped people to feel human. And so Toni Morrison said something. She says, I was loose. I probably overdid it, but I don't regret it now. Toni Morrison lived. You hear me? Lived. And regrets nothing. Lived a big, juicy, beautiful life. Was able to be human. Allowed herself to be human in every aspect of her life. Allowed herself to make mistakes, to not be the savior for the world or Black people, to not be this intermediate like person, intermediary, whatever, mediator, a mediator between the white world and the Black world. She did not want to lay on her back to be a bridge for white people to understand Black people. She didn't care about any of that. She didn't use her resources, her wealth, her energy for any of that. She used her energy to bring fire, to bring it straight forward, to tell the truth and to live fully. She didn't keep herself bottled up in her writing. She didn't keep herself bottled up in her editing. She didn't keep herself bottled up in her artwork or her craft or her work. She was a fully expressed human being. And I love that. Some writing advice from Toni Morrison. Don't write what you know. Write and imagine and invent. She says, don't write what you know. Write and imagine and invent. I think that's so dope. I think, I love that advice. I think it still would be beneficial to share what we know because oftentimes our perspective, our wisdom is not held as sacred. And also, Black people are not just here to be your books. They're not just here to be your wisdom, right? They're not just here to share our wisdom willy-nilly. We're also here to create and invent ourselves. Even though they want to keep us out of that world of inventing and creating, Black people create worlds all the time. That's how we survive. We don't survive in this world that's happening. We create our own worlds to survive in. We have our own communities. We have our side projects, our side hustles, we put down our code switching at the door. We live a whole different reality than what people see us living in the world. Does that make sense? Like, we've always been tasked. There's so many ways that people have said it. Walking in a crooked room, code switching, right? Like, there's so much energy we put into surviving, right? That sometimes we forget to be human, to be ourselves. Put that down at the door. Put that down on the bus on the way home. Listen to take off.
Brian Nichols, bingo. She does have the luxury of living in a society, and this society is not of extreme comfort. That's that be brave and think babble Be Brave has no fucking clue what he's talking about, but we do live in a society that is blessed. So, yeah, she wouldn't have time to make this video if she was out hoeing her own, fields. Much like, someone like Thomas Jefferson, he had time to write, declarations of independence because he didn't have to hoe his own fields either.
Take off the armor on the drive home, listen to music, right? Like, but become human again. Become human again. And also create what you want to create. Invent. We have been inventors. That's all we do is create and invent. Create and invent. Keep doing that. Toni Morrison's work was centered around her gifts, her editing, her writing, her being honest.
Yeah, let me
taking up space.
make one quick point here. Solid Snake basically says any young male we invest in a college education has this to deal with. Who is we? Okay, this is the crux of my disgust with the anti-black blacks. You are not investing in anyone's college education unless it is your own child. We are not a community. We do not invest in any boy's college if you're not in that boy's family. So the bullshit about, we are investing in, male's college and they have to deal with her. That's all in your head. The anti-black blacks are really the most primitive of the blacks. If you're so anti-black black that you're pro-black, you still think we're living back on the plantation. Apparently, we don't do those sorts of investments. No idea what you're talking about, but I wish you would stop it.
Her being unapologetic, all of that served her well. All those things are looked down on Black women. Think about that. Black women can't be loud. Black women can't be opinionated. Black women can't be sure. Black women can't have an attitude. Black women can't be sexy. Black women can't be, can't be unapologetic.
Because you're
people expect Black
prototypical,
women to walk
Solid
through the
Snake.
world apologizing for existing, apologizing for speaking and taking up space, apologizing for disagreeing, apologizing for believing that I get to create what I want to create and not center whiteness, and using all of herself. She used all of herself in her work. And I think that's so encouraging that we don't have to cut off parts of ourselves that we find ugly or that we don't find interesting. We don't have to be ashamed of those stories. That story about the girl who stopped believing in God could be a shameful story. Could be a story that she never wanted to tell again because it was too painful to hear again, or too damning to speak about, too harmful. And she said, no, I'm gonna look the pain in the face and make it human. I'm gonna look that pain in the face because the shame honestly was not her friends. Those were wounds that she acquired because of white supremacy. Her friend did not hate herself. She was taught to hate herself. Nobody comes out the womb hating themselves. That doesn't happen. She was taught to hate herself. She was taught somewhere that having blue eyes mean you're beautiful. Having brown eyes means you're not beautiful. That wasn't Toni's shame to bury. It was her shame to expose. And in exposing that shame, she freed all of us. She freed all of us. She wasn't afraid to be Black, to create without a filter and without centering, being understood. She did not make it her life's duty to be understood, especially by white people. Her mission on earth was not to be understood. It was to create. It was to be. It was to take up space and to be. And again, going back to that quote, right? About racism. The only job of racism is to distract, because it's not real. It's not true. It's not based on anything except opinion and hatred. That's it. So since we know.
No, you're making it all up, Brian Nichols. She hasn't said she's oppressed yet. So once again, words of wisdom filtered through an anti-black brain comes out all warped.
Know that already. Since we know it's stupid, why are we dedicating all of our waking hours, all of our genius, all of our brilliance, all of our time and creativity and energy trying to justify our humanity to people who don't see us as human in the first place? 3/5 a person. 3/5 a person. I'm never going to forget that. I'm never going to forget that we were stolen and dragged across the Atlantic Ocean. I'm never going to forget. Why would I try to appeal to those people? Murderers, thieves, liars, imperialists, colonizers, disease spreaders, sexual assaulters. Those people, I'm going to try to present myself as humane. People who don't even, who see land, I'm looking at trees, who see land and think, oh, how can I make money from this? Those people, not people who honor the land, who honor nature. What? She helped other Black women create. And the question I have for you is, what can you do from where you are? What can you do from where you are? Toni Morrison, she was a writer, and she also saw other Black women who needed she had a relationship with Black women, and then said to them, you know what, I'm a writer, you can be a writer too. She didn't gatekeep, she didn't hoard resources, she helped other Black women to create. What can you help other Black women to create? It doesn't mean you have to start a course or be an instructor or something like that. Do you know a friend who has a dream that you can help realize? Do you have an elder who still wants to do something and you have the tools to help them do it? What other Black woman can you bring with you in the end of the world? Can you link arms with? Can you say, I've done this, I've climbed the mountain and been back, I'm gonna bring you with me next time. That is our duty as artists. So with protest, you need someone keeping record. Toni Morrison helped people keep record. Toni Morrison was almost the record keeper. In her stories, yes, but also helping other people create their own stories, create their own books, write their own, tell their own stories. Without her, we would not have these books. And I had no idea. So who can you bring along with you? Toni Morrison wasn't afraid to take up space, and she fought for what she deserves and fought for justice. And if you have ever seen Toni Morrison on screen in an interview, she's so sure of herself. She's so comfortable. She's so seated. She's so sure. She is so sure. So somebody asked her, like, how do you choose to write? With all the things going on, how do you choose to write? She said, make a list of what you have to do and stick to that. As in what you have to do, what you cannot not do. I cannot not create. I cannot not share. I cannot not sing. I cannot not dance. I cannot not laugh. I cannot not create. Do what you can't, do what you can't not do. Do what you have to do. We're assigned things that we have to do. Oh, you have to do X, Y, and Z. Says who? Says this person. In order to be a realized person, in order to be respected, you got to do X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. Never once checking in with ourselves. What is something that I have to do that are non-negotiables for me? Something that I cannot not do. For me, I cannot not sing. I need to sing. It helps me to move energy out of my body. It helps me to ground myself. It helps me to create. And it's fun. It's fun. I love singing. I love harmonizing with myself. I love singing. I cannot not write or get ideas down. In my phone, I have tons and tons of notes on my notes app. If you're a writer, you know what I'm talking about. Just notes apps forever, for days. I cannot not create. I cannot not run. Don't mean I'm writing a book. Could be I wrote a line and I had to say it. I have to get that energy out of me. When I feel that creative fire, I got to put pen to paper, voice to mic, whatever it is, like a voice note, make a sketch of something so I don't forget it. So I don't forget this fire that I'm capturing, right? Do the thing that you have to do, the thing that calls to you, even if you feel like it's silly, even if it doesn't make sense to other people, even if other people think it's wrong. Toni Morrison was told she was wrong her entire career and wasn't. We would not have her art if she believed that she was wrong. Women often need permission to do the thing you want to do. Just step into it. Toni Morrison shows us to just step into it. She wasn't afraid to talk about the hard things. And beloved, she gives humanity to enslaved Africans. Our ancestors are humanized. Shout out to Gatsby Oshun. She talked about this on her channel before about Beloved. And in the documentary, she also talks about this. But Toni Morrison was sitting at, I guess, her lake house, and this woman comes out of the water and sits down. And that inspired Toni Morrison to write the story, right? And in the story of Beloved, it talks about a woman, a real woman, who unalived one of her children because she was escaping enslavement And I guess they caught up to her. She unalived one of her children, right? Because she wanted her children to be free. And so people will hear that story and think, what an awful mom. What mom would do that? Lots of our ancestors did that. Read some narratives. Lots of our ancestors did that. They thought it better that their children be unalived than have to go through what they went through. That is mercy. That is an act of mercy. And hardly Black women are seen as merciful people. We're hardly ever seen as a hero. We are always villainized. And they dehumanize that woman. And I'm going to get her name specifically. But yes, but this is based on a true story. And so she took that story, Beloved, and humanized our ancestors, humanized their experiences. She used history. She used our history, Black history, the history that we're ashamed of, the parts that we're taught are ugly, the parts that we're told to be ashamed of, to never speak of again. She used that as material. And she was a realist. Because that was our real lived experiences, not the experience that makes white people comfortable, not even the one that makes us comfortable. The hard, cold things that we have buried deep inside, right? Toni Morrison digs that up, excavates that, and makes something beautiful out of it. And only in the way that only she can, right? But you can too, in the way that you can, and only the way that you can. And this is reassuring to me because I have some of my material can feel dark. As a bright, bubbly person, a lot of my material can feel dark, and it can feel like nobody wants to hear sad stuff. But yes, they do. Because the bluest eye changed my life. As somebody who hated my features as a kid. As somebody who prayed to God to make me look different. The bluest eye changed my life. As somebody who cut out pictures in a magazine and put them together. And I talked about this before, dealing with my own self-hatred. Put them in a magazine, cut out pieces of the magazine, the eyes I wanted, the hair I wanted, the skin I wanted, the body I wanted, right? The clothes I wanted, all this stuff, just like making myself like an avatar. And like, God, please. Begging and pleading God to make me look like this collection of advertisements, because that's exactly what it was. This collection of advertisements, right? To make me look like this person. And it didn't work. And I thought God hated me. I thought that I was God's least favorite because I looked like how I look. And as a kid, people made fun of me. People teased me. I have a big smile. If you haven't seen, people call me, like they say, I look like a horse or a monkey, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm too tall. Little boys were calling me manly.
I just want to read Solid Snake's comment here. He says, women are only trophies. So I'll just read that with no comment.
Just being so misunderstood and not feeling pretty. And I knew that if I was pretty, then people would be nice to me. And so I asked God to make me pretty so people would stop teasing me. I'm glad God ain't do it. I'm glad it wasn't going to work. But I'm glad it didn't work because I now see myself and I love myself so much. I cut my hair so I can see myself. And I can see myself and I love myself so much. I love myself so much. I wish I had somebody telling me you're made up of the people who love you. How could you be hideous? I look just like my mom. I look just like my dad. I look just like my grandmommy. I look just like my grandma. I look just like my granny, who I knew, my great grandmother. I look just like them. Just like my cousin so-and-so, my aunt so-and-so. I have my Auntie Marty's hands. I have nails missing, but I have my Auntie Marty's hands. I do. And sometimes my Auntie Jackie's hands. And sometimes from the side, I can see my mom. And from the other side, I can see my dad. How can I be ugly? Right? But as a kid, I wanted to change. I wanted to be anything other than me. I couldn't see the beauty in me, And even though it took me a long time, it took me a few years. And then even reading the book, hearing other people's experiences, them removing that shame and allowing that shame to be in the light freed me. And I think that's what Toni Morrison did for all of us. She freed all of ourselves. Sonia Sanchez says, she made us review and examine ourselves. She made us human again. She made us review and examine ourselves. She made us human again. What are you without your racism? This is iconic, basically drag and speech that Toni Morrison said. I'm paraphrasing, but if you have to stand on someone to make yourself big, you're not big, right? And who are you without all that? Who are you without all that extra stuff, that racism? Who are you without all of that? And she talks about this idea of a melting pot. Let me not let me stick on this for a second. Who are you without your racism? Who are the people that we look to, I guess, like for approval or permission or whatever the heck? Who are they without their violence? Who are they without the fear they instill in other people? Who are they without their racism? A lot of times you'll find nothing. You'll find nothing there. There's nothing there. The threat of violence, yes, right? That's very real. But without that, who are they? Without that, who are they? They are liars. They're thieves. You see them for who they really are, not who they portray themselves to be or project themselves to be, right? We see them. We have the benefit of seeing them for who they really are, you know? And that should be freeing. It's a gift to be able to see your enemy for who they really are, because you don't have to be scared no more. What do I have to fear except losing my life? What do I have to fear? They're small. They have to make me feel small to feel big. That means they're not big at all. That means I'm big. If they got to convince me that I'm small, that means I'm big in the first place.
That's a good
deal.
one,
And Toni
Kelvin.
Morrison knew she was a big deal.
I can see all her thoughts. That is funny. Good one. What's up, Solid Snake?
Good morning, Stanley. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody. Working hard. I took a couple days off. But then I got smoked.
Your phone is breaking up.
Is it? Okay. I tell you what, Stanley. Let me leave out. I'll be back in
No,
about
it's
2
better.
minutes.
It's better now.
Oh, is it? Oh, maybe I gotta let it. No, I got so much RAM. Oh. Yeah, man, that's what I learned, man. That new StreamYard, man. After that update, I noticed everybody been having that lag and that microphone problem. Yeah, man. But I had to come in and get on your ass this morning, man. I got whooped up the other morning. on the Orthodox channel.
Oh, good. Well,
I'm here to redeem myself today.
You're here for
Ooh,
part
you
two.
provided the perfect. Go ahead.
Let me address John here. How is she different from Be Brave? She's calling whites everything but a child of God. Well, John, Be Brave calls blacks everything but a child of God. So maybe she is like Be Brave, but I think her argument is better, and I think her argument is
feminist.
To be honest, less racist. So I think she's very different. And I also think she's right. Be Brave is wrong. So that's the
Oh my
difference. in my mind.
God. Stanley, she a woman.
So
What that? Stanley, you got a crowd full of men. How many women, Stanley, how many women you keep in the chat?
You know
don't keep
what?
no women in the chat.
Let me ask you, because this is actually similar to what I was criticizing Be Brave for the other day. Why do you think I need to perform for a crowd of swinging dicks? Okay, I don't give a fuck.
Stanley, I was an
whether-
athlete in high
well,
school.
no.
I'm a
What I
ball
need you to do is go back and think about what you said.
Hold
Why
on,
do
Stanley.
I
Wait a
need?
minute now.
Why
Dog,
do
you
I?
might not
Why
like
do
my
I need
answer,
to?
but it's an answer.
Why do I need to be performative for a crowd of swinging dicks?
Because I set the trend, Stanley.
Okay,
I
well,
set
you know
the
what?
standard.
You go,
Stanley,
you go,
I-
you go and you set a trend for your
Stanley,
what you need to
Stanley.
do.
I
What you
am
need
the
to do.
alpha male on these YouTube
You
streets. Ain't
you
nobody
are
whoop my ass yet.
you are literally a mess, and you want to
You a
perform
cow.
for a bunch.
How you gonna call me a mess?
You are literally enjoying swimming in a sea of testosterone.
Hey, Stanley. You know, to be the king dingling, you gotta show them motherfuckers who the king dingling is.
Free Zone Lou, I think historically her argument can be supported.
No, Stanley.
Okay, what you need to do is stop interrupting me.
Well, my bad. I'm talking
Lou,
too loud for one. Yeah,
Lou, I'm glad that you're here to defend whiteness. That's exactly what she's talking about.
No. See, there you go bringing in race. Stop bringing in race, Stanley. You can't sit up here and put a bald-headed black woman up here to chastise black men and then blame the white man.
Hey, asshole, she hasn't mentioned black men once.
Well,
Stop putting
I
your
don't give a
stop put
damn,
stop
Stanley. You know what she's
centering.
talking about.
You need to stop centering yourself.
Shit, I'm about 9 in, Tyrone. I'm about 9 natural lights. Nine of them. I'm about 9 of them. I've been up all night, shit. I ain't lying. I was waiting on your ass, Stanley. And then you come in with this bullshit this morning. You got to do
Hey,
better, son. You got to
what you
do
need
better,
to
son.
do,
What
what
you
you
been
need to
locked up
do,
in jail all your life, Stanley? You don't know what a man is. You don't know how a man thinks.
what you need to do, sir, is you need to shut the
What?
fuck up and drink your 10th beer.
Oh, you can talk like that with that woman power, huh? Talk to me
Yep.
like a man.
I just did.
Keyboard online,
I told you.
feminist warrior.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you like a drunk man. Shut the fuck up and drink your beer.
Well, get some beer. You got the luxury now, nigga. Get it. My store across the street,
Anyway,
I ain't got to
let's
call Uber. I can
let's
go over there and
listen
get
to
my
the
beer. What you got?
let's listen to the other
Everybody
sober
hit that
person.
cash. I support the host. Let's get that motherfucker drunk.
Nope, not gonna happen today. As a matter of fact, that reminds me. This show is gonna go. Let's see, what time is it? This show will go maybe another hour and 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to cut it short because I got something I got to do. I may actually do a show when I get back this afternoon. I haven't really decided yet, but so we got another hour and 15 minutes. I do have another
Let me tell
video
you
I
about
want to
my
show.
night, Stanley. Let me
Do
tell you
what?
about my night. Let me tell you about my
Okay.
night. Dude don't escape the goddamn methadone clinic. So he walks
that
into
again?
the store late night. A white dude, a Mediterranean dude. He like Mediterranean, Middle East, not Arab, but like Kim Kardashian type. He one of them Middle Easterners. So, he come in, he just walked in the store. Man, that motherfucker was about, like, what this shit called, that shit I was telling you about, them kratom, right? He bought 3 kratom shots, took all of them at one time. So the whole night, you know what I've been doing? Waiting to throw his ass in cold water. But he eventually called the ambulance, and they came and took his ass out of here. The babysitter, goddamn meth head all night. Man, that shit killing them white folks, man. You don't believe that shit, Stanley.
I'm not sure what to say. I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, we had to look out for him all that night, man. I'm glad I got the people I hang around at night. Man, God looked out for that motherfucker last night, man, because he was out here. He could have got robbed, killed, stabbed, could have been a dead body in the morning. You know what I'm saying? But like me, you know what I'm saying? I know God got me. You know what I'm saying? So when God puts something in front of me, I deal with it with God. You know what I'm saying? And I know y'all ain't no religious people like that. And I know I get drunk on the wine all the time. But when it comes down to it, I just don't feel like, you know what I'm saying? I got a right to judge nobody like that. You know what I'm saying? My mama was a nurse. So I take from my mama, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to always help before I hurt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how I am, Stanley. God put me here, Stanley. In your face. Early in the morning while you up here talking this lesbian ass bullshit, I'm trying to tell the men today, this is what you got to deal with when you put your kids through college. This is the mentality that these young men got to deal with when they trying to get an education and trying to get some pussy. Because everybody go to college to lose their virginity. A lot of men wait that long. And goddamn it, you got to deal with a woman like this. Look at her bald-headed ass. Man, stop it, Stanley. That shit ain't cool. It wasn't cool in 1985, and it ain't cool in 2025. 40 years later, it's still a bane on society.
I'm sure there are people who you make sense to right now. I wouldn't be one of them.
Shout out to the audience in the chat. Shout out to John. Shout out to Free Zone. Shout out to Slick Rick. Shout out to JQ219, Tyrone, Kevin, Yeah, man, we a family up in this bitch, Stanley. We ain't gonna let you come in here with that bullshit. Shout out to Bobby Perkins. Even though that ain't his name, because ain't no real nigga gonna come in here with his real name. But I'm just up, man. I'm just up, Stanley.
What's up, CK?
I had to
Well,
holler
here's
at
the
you,
deal.
though. You know I had to holler
Let
at you.
me, everybody, make sure you hit the like button, please, whilst you're here. And let me reiterate why I'm playing this. The actual reason, and she has kind of gotten off, into her own little topic here. But my reason for showing it is basically I admire this woman because her basic message is be yourself. Don't worry about what white people think of you. Don't worry about what white people think is going on in the hood and shit they don't know about. Half of it they're making up anyway. And I think that is a good message. Be yourself. Stop worrying about. Stop what? No, what I need you to do. What I need you to do is let me finish. Stop worrying about what white people think. Be yourself. Hopefully you'll be your best self. But this whole worrying about what white people think and worrying about what's happening in neighborhoods you don't live in. Who gives a fuck about Chicago if you don't live there? I don't. So that's basically what I'm taking from this. Worry about what you can control. Stop worrying about what you can't control. And it'll be all right. And by the way, stop worrying about what people are doing in college if you're not in college. That would be the other thing.
One thing she said, I'm sorry, real quick, that stood out to me. She says, they always talk about America as the melting pot, right? Like the melting pot. And like, they say it as if like, oh, we're all, like mixed in together. And it's like this, like, I don't know, this evenly textured. I'm thinking about oatmeal for some reason. I'm thinking about like how I like oatmeal with lumps, right? I do. But there are a lot of people who like oatmeal, the same texture all the way through, the same whatever, blah, 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 no surprises, right? And so I think it's amazing because we don't realize blackness is not in that melting pot. Blackness is the pot. And that's what she says. Like black folks are the pot that people melt into. Our labor, our resources, everything we built, everything we did. And they don't even acknowledge that they're in us. They're in the pot that we created, right? That we are the pot. We're the thing holding the thing together. I thought that was...
Okay. How much do you know about this woman, Stanley? Okay, how much do you know about this woman?
Okay, now you're talking about
she's talking about the melting
something?
pot.
Whoa. Do you know something I don't?
No, I'm just saying, is she putting into the ingredients of the pot? Is she gonna make a baby?
Okay, you know what? All this stuff that doesn't matter. I know that
it do matter, Stanley.
No, it doesn't matter one whit.
Stanley, it don't matter to you because your dick don't work.
It shouldn't matter to you.
Shit, goddamn lie. She influencing out here. I need to start curb or stomp to this shit.
Okay.
I need to curb or stomp to this shit. I said curb or stomp.
You're influencing too.
Crazy ass, bald head ass black woman. Don't want to get reproduced with no male, but then she got every reason in the world to tell a nigga how to be a man and how to be an American citizen when she ain't trying to replace him.
She literally has said none of the stuff you're saying.
She sounds like a voter for illegal immigrants. She sounds like she voted for illegal immigrants.
You know what you sound like? You sound like a bitter, lonely man. Okay, I think your big problem with her is she isn't there to comfort you in your misery. Okay, you're making up all kinds of shit. You're saying shit she didn't say. It's kind of pathetic, to be honest.
I'm just a product of her ideology. That's all I am, Stanley. Her ideology created me.
Look at how this. Look at how this one single woman has triggered about 24 motherfuckers on this show right now. She has triggered y'all, and I think it's hilarious.
That's because your ass can't make babies. It don't matter what the fuck you think, Stanley.
All I have to say is
encourage reproduction, Stanley. Stop being Chinese nigga.
I got one big baby on the panel. Nigga. I've got one big baby on the panel, and who knows how many in the chat. I got one big baby on the panel, and who knows how many in the chat. All over one woman expressing her opinion. Y'all are just like a big hornet's nest. Y'all are funny as hell.
Stanley,
all these supposed men.
Stanley. She created this world.
It took one little woman to get y'all all upset. It is sad.
No, Stanley, you supposed to be the alpha male of the clique.
No,
and
motherfucker.
You playing a woman right now. She got more balls than you. She got more nuts than you.
I am here roasting your ass. Look at you. Look at you, froth. Hey, what you need to do is whip out a handkerchief and wipe the corners of your mouth because you know you're frothing.
Yeah, because you know what? You know what, Stanley? I got checked the other night.
Go ahead.
But
go
I ain't
ahead,
gonna lose
go ahead.
tonight, dog.
Take a minute.
I ain't gonna lose tonight.
Take a minute and wipe the corners of your mouth and your sweaty forehead.
The other night. I ain't taking no more.
This woman is making you
ain't no damn woman. She a lesbian. Stop calling her a woman. She might find that offensive.
So you're getting all hot and bothered. You're getting all hot and bothered over a lesbian? What's up with you this morning, Solid Snake?
Well, she don't identify as a woman.
Why you getting all triggered at a lesbian?
Why you getting all triggered about me challenging a lesbian point of view?
Tell us.
Why you getting all triggered?
Tell us why you get so triggered by lesbians.
Why you triggered by me differentiating from a lesbian point of view, Stanley?
It's not like
don't talk over me, Stanley. Don't talk over me.
You are getting all hot and bothered. You getting all hot and bothered over some woman on YouTube who's saying something you don't like. So you decided to come up here and be the spokesman for all the men in the chat. Men in the chat, is Solid Snake your spokesperson? Put a 1 in the chat if Solid Snake is speaking for you. Put a 2 in the chat if he's not. I'm curious. And in the meantime, we're going to go back and watch this woman who is triggering y'all.
Thought that was moving. So what are you without your racism? Tony owned that she was talented and she was rewarded and stood out for her bravery. She owned. She didn't play small. She didn't pretend to be small. No.
Well,
she was apparently
you are.
Zero. What the fuck?
You are J Dubs. You are J Dubs. You are J Dubs' official spokesman.
No, man. Come on, man.
Ryan's official spokesman, too.
Come on, man. CK, I can't believe you, bro. You supposed to be on the man's side this morning, man. Join the panel, man. Ryan in the house. Ryan in the house. What's up, man?
And she knew she was a big deal. And I think that a lot of white supremacist work is in convincing us to shrink. That if you stop being so proud, Black people, we might let you in. If you stop being so, unapologetic, we might be your friend.
Oh,
that's right.
Hold on, time out. And Freeze on Lou backed them up, said 100. Oh, hell no. I got beef with 2 motherfuckers. Oh, no. Ooh,
you know what?
CK,
this is funny. This is actually, wait, hold it. You need to take a pause, bruh. She said something about, bottom line is we need more, white people need more Solid Snakes. Like this woman is saying, if you stop being a proud Black man, white people will accept you in. And I think you pretty much fit that. You pretty much fit that description. And as proof, Look at Ryan here. He's going, Snake, you are the man. White people like Ryan need
Oh shit, he
more
said he trade
solid snakes.
NASDAQ.
They don't want proud black men. They want solid snakes.
No, they want more Stanleys.
You know what? They can't have me.
Gonna do that.
Shit, they
With
already
or
got
without your
you.
permission. Love that for her. Love that for her. She was more honored in the world than she was at home. Toni Morrison, because she didn't center whiteness, she did not get, all the proper
that solid snake.
accolades and all the rewards she should have gotten in America.
Toni Morrison
Man,
didn't center.
man, she sit
Toni
up.
Morrison didn't center whiteness. Do you center whiteness?
I want to know what she just said. Didn't you just hear her
What
say
I
what
want
she
you,
said?
what I want you to do is answer the direct question. Do you center whiteness?
I sent her Americanness.
So you center whiteness. Gotcha.
I sent her Americanness.
You know what? That's a euphemism
No,
for
see,
whiteness.
Stanley, that's what I'm talking about. You and that
That is
victimhood
no.
bullshit.
See
I
what?
don't buy into that.
Okay, what you want to do is you basically want to bamboozle. Okay, I didn't ask you about Americanness. I asked you about, do you center whiteness? Okay, in hiding behind people like Donald Trump think Americanness is whiteness. Okay, people like Be Brave literally don't think black culture is a part of American culture. So when you say American culture, you are basically saying you're not a part of black culture. See, I actually listen to idiots like you and Be Brave, and I know the code phrases you guys want to use. You don't believe black culture is a part of American culture, Solid Snake. So when you say American culture, you mean not black culture.
So you telling me she jumped on a black man TV
No,
screen
I'm
all
telling
over the
you,
country?
I'm
Two
telling
black people
you,
take- Hold on, Stan,
I
let me
am
talk.
telling you, I am
Stan,
telling
let
you
me
that
talk.
I am telling you that you are anti-black.
And I'm telling you, you're a psychopath.
You know what?
Let
Hey,
me
I'm a
talk.
psychopath.
Let me
psychopath.
elaborate on my
I'm a
beliefs.
psychopath.
Why you always
calling
gotta
you
keep
out.
interrupting me though, Stanley? Let me talk.
Because why? I'm not
It's
talking to
your
a black
show,
man.
Stanley. I love you, man. The audience love you. That's why we here.
Oh, I
20
want to
people
make
in the
it
chat,
hurt.
man.
I
Everybody hit
want
that like, share,
I want
subscribe.
to make it.
But
I want to make it
Stanley, I
hurt.
had an argument with a whole homosexual the other night.
I don't give a fuck about that. Why
Yeah,
would I
that shit
care
was
about
crazy though.
Why
But
would I
still
care?
won.
Okay, why do I care about
Because
you?
you denying you
Why
denying
do
your
I
own
care
sexual
about
proclivity.
you and your homosexual buddies? Why do I care?
No, Stanley, you trying to deflect from reality, Stanley.
No, you're talking about homosexuals,
Stanley,
and
you'll
I'm
have
talking about America.
You'll have some, you know who you'll have on the screen right now, Stanley, if you was a man. If you was a real man, Stanley, you know who you'll have on that motherfucking screen? Kevin Samuels. But you ain't got Kevin Samuels on the screen.
Okay,
You know who you got on the screen?
You know what?
Some
Let me
lesbian,
stop
feminist
you.
bitch. So you
Let me
ain't trying to
stop
tell a
you.
young man how to be a man.
Okay, dude, you are the last person I could think of to tell me how to be a man. So let's start with that. Kevin Samuels doesn't tell me how to be a man. I think he's interesting. That's about it. But I take no lessons from Kevin Samuels or any other motherfucker. I take how to be a man. I figured it out by myself, and I did not need Kevin Samuels to do it.
Did you learn everything you needed to, Stanley? Because I don't believe you did.
Yes.
Because this is bullshit, Stanley.
No, it's bullshit because I've called you out on your bullshit.
Well, I'm just saying, Stanley, he's a hell of a lot more man than you.
And your well, to someone like you would think that.
He has a more reliable critique of people.
Okay, all I
because he
have
got
to
more
say,
social.
all I have to say is you thinking that Kevin Samuels is a man tells
Go
me
drink some
all I
water,
need to know.
man. I ain't trying to have you coughing all night.
You thinking Kevin
Make it point.
Samuels is a You thinking Kevin Samuels is a real man tells
Kevin
me
Samuels
what
and
kind motherfucker, don't interrupt me. You telling me Kevin Samuels is a great man tells me all I need to know about you as a man. I don't need Kevin Samuels to explain manhood to me. Maybe you did.
15 million subscribers to his channel
I don't give a fuck.
within 6 months. You've
I
been on
don't
here
give
2 years. You've been
I
on here
don't
the
give
same
a
amount of
fuck.
time, Stanley, and
Oh,
you just got 500. Come on,
on
man.
YouTube.
Make it make sense.
I've been on, dude. Wait, hold it. You think YouTube is my living?
No, I think YouTube is your outlet. And if you want
I think
results, you better play the game right.
YouTube is my current hobby. I don't depend on it
It's
for
not a
my.
hobby, Stanley.
I
It's not a
don't
hobby.
depend on it
It's
for
not
my
a hobby.
vittles. Again,
It's not a hobby.
you thinking that Kevin Samuels is a symbol of any sort of manhood tells
Yep.
me all I need to know about you.
And you criticizing him playing a lesbian tells me all I need to know about you.
You being triggered by a lesbian is hilarious.
You think
That's
I'm
why
triggered?
I'm
No, I'm
hey,
triggered by
when
a
I
ho-ho.
started,
I'm triggered by a
what's
dude
it-
I'm on a panel with worshiping a lesbian.
were you here when I started this video?
paneling with you and you worshiping
Were
a
you
lesbian
here?
and you can't
Were
find
you
a
here?
damn strong black man
Were
there in the place.
you here? Were
There ain't
you
no women in
here? Okay, motherfucker. Were you here when I started this video? I literally said, I know it's going to piss some people off in the chat. And lo and behold, I was prescient. It has pissed you off because you can't handle it. If someone does not conform to what Solid Snake thinks is black, then you just fucking act a fool. And I think it's hilarious.
Well, it is what it is. Everybody support the channel, hit that like button, man. Cause Stanley don't know what the fuck he talking about.
Oh, I think I know what I'm talking about when I say this is triggering you.
I'm gonna go and tell
America
you right.
played
I'm
in
gonna
her
go
face
and tell
like
you
they
the
played
truth.
in a lot of people's faces. Nina Simone's faces, Tina Turner's faces, Donna Summer's faces. There's so many people, black people specifically, who had to go out of the country. James Baldwin. There's so many black people who had to go out of the country to go find success.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan says this lady has likely never picked up a power tool, spatula, or any instrument amongst the blue-collared community. And
Exactly.
you know what? And you know what? My response to that is, so the fuck what?
You gonna do all the heavy lifting for, ain't you?
If she had picked up a power tool, you and Solid Snake would be the first person saying that she's a man. You know, she's acting like a man. She's acting all masculine. The problem with the anti-black blacks and their white shade friends is they're never satisfied. They have no ability to critically think through their own prejudices.
But to be honest, Stanley, I think I'm the only real man on these YouTube streets.
And you know what? A lot of other people think so too. That's why all of y'all are fucked up.
Make America great again. Grab them by the pussy, everybody. Grab them by the pussy today. Just grab them by the pussy today. Now let me stop.
You won't be grabbing this by the pussy.
Josephine Baker. The list goes on and on and on, right? And so because she wasn't, there's a scripture that says a prophet is hardly ever honored in his hometown or country or whatever it is. And Toni Morrison was a prophet. I don't care what you say. And many like her, right? Who are often disparaged.
You hear that, Solid Snake? She doesn't care what you say.
With a Nobel Peace Prize.
She did not win a Nobel Peace Prize.
So she was never
Get
given
it
the due
right,
that she
girl.
was
Get it
due
right.
here.
She won a.
But it doesn't mean the world did not.
I have to correct this. She did not win a Nobel Peace Prize. She won a Nobel Prize for literature. So my girl here needs to get her information straight.
See her for who she was. Did not honor her. You might not be rewarded where you think you want to be rewarded, right? But again, by who? These people who are monsters. I don't necessarily know that. I don't know that Toni was concerned with white approval. Doesn't seem like she was, right? But I imagine there was some like, ouch, some yikes. It's like, dang, y'all look over me after all I've contributed and done for Black folks and Black America, and therefore America. Like, how dare you, right? But I'm glad that she did get her props. And there will always be someone else who sees what you're doing. There are, even with my own stuff, like when I think about my YouTube channel, whatever it is, when I think about my music, sure, there are people in my personal life that I want to care about my artistry, right? And they don't. And that sucks. And I honor that pain. I honor that. I get it. However, there are also a lot of people, which I am grateful for. There are a lot of people, who do see and acknowledge what I'm doing, who do celebrate me, and who do look forward to when I put out things, who do honor my honesty. I was having a conversation with a couple of people recently about how people really don't want the truth. They say that they want the truth, but hardly ever really want it. They want what makes people comfortable. The truth is hardly ever comfortable, ever comforting, ever convenient. It's never the right time to be honest or whatever. And so people don't really like honest people. But there are people who love that I'm honest. There are people who love that I don't. Sometimes I feel like, am I sharing too much? I don't know. Like, should I feel shame about this? Because I don't. Because people tell me I should feel shame about it, and I don't. And it's just like, but there are people who honor that I am unashamed in a lot of ways, And so for you as an artist, you might not get your parents' validation. You might not get your siblings' validation, your family's validation, your friends in your hometown's validation. You might not get that. But there are people who need what you are creating. There are people who need you. I imagine the girl who inspired Toni Morrison to write the book, The Bluest Eye, needed Toni Morrison's words, right? And it may have come decades later, but it came nonetheless, right? There are people that we can heal through our art, that we've met over our lifetime, and we don't have to beg them for their approval. Just create the art and let the art.
Kelvin, to your point, kind of agree. This actually could have been half an hour versus a whole hour. But nonetheless, I actually appreciate her message here. And I want to reemphasize, she's just basically saying, you know what, be yourself. If you want to be Black, be Black. If you want to act anti-Black, be anti-Black. Bottom line is just be yourself. And if you are like SKC and you bask in the sunshine that whiteness creates, then you know what? Go get a tan. That's how you probably got your tan in the first place. Sunbathing in whiteness.
So, hey Stanley, hey Stanley, can you hear me?
I'm gonna have to use
Can you
that
hear
as a
me?
show title. Yes, I can hear you.
How do I sound? Hey audience, how do I sound?
You sound like Solid Snake, and it sounds like you're about to spout some bullshit.
Okay, here go my point. My point is, you say do what you want. I don't agree with that, Stanley.
Well, do what you want within reason. I mean, you are, quote, free in America as long as you don't hurt anybody else. That's what I mean.
But I mean, don't you think we need to have standards in our culture?
Okay, I literally mean do what you want within reason. That means within standards, and as a matter of fact, you can create your own standards. Now, you can't go too far. Nobody is totally free. That's a, basic philosophical point. Freedom isn't free. You are not free to go out and do things that are against the law or against, mores and that sort of thing. So that's what I mean. Don't be afraid.
But what about
white people? Don't be afraid to tell white people that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they say that violence in the inner city is bringing down America. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard a white person say, and I will push back. Don't be afraid to call Don't be afraid to call white people dumb.
Okay, but Stanley, I can't get a white man pregnant. I can get a black
Okay,
woman
who
pregnant.
gives a
And don't
fuck
you
about
think that
any of that
affects me as a
bullshit?
black man
See,
when a black
this is,
woman is
you
sitting
know
out here
what? The
advocating?
white people have trained
Why
you
you
to
always
be
gotta blame the
dumb.
white man?
The white people have literally ruined your brain. What the fuck
Come on,
does
man.
getting
Stop blaming
what
the
the
white
fuck
man.
does getting a white man
Stop
pregnant have to
blaming the
do with
white man. You got
anything
a
that
whole
I
black
said?
lesbian up
Okay,
here
see,
who will
if
not
I'm not
reproduce a
kissing,
black child.
if
She
I'm not
will not.
kissing, if I'm not kissing white ass, apparently Solid Snake thinks that I am being like, I don't even know what the fuck you think, because it's a muddle. Be yourself. Don't care what people, what the white shades say. As long as you think you're doing the right thing, do the right thing. And as a matter of fact, as I've said, the white shades are not much of a threat to the conceptual black community. It's the anti-black blacks that are the internal rot to the black community.
But Stanley, how anti-black do you gotta be when you're a black woman who's saying she will not reproduce a black child?
Who said that? Who said that? I'm sorry, who said that? Did your phone cut out? I
Stanley,
didn't
I'm
think
not gonna
so.
answer that question.
You were just making shit up, like most anti-black black
Stanley, she's
you're
a
making
lesbian,
it up as you
Stanley, she's not
go
worried
along.
about.
You
Stanley,
don't
she
know.
is
You
anti-black.
don't know.
A black
You
female
don't know
lesbian is
shit.
anti-black, Stanley.
This is exactly how the this is exactly how the white shades want you to think. Okay, a woman is a little bit out of the ordinary and doesn't meet the white gaze or the white European beauty standard, and the white man's attack snake wants to go all in on her. You don't know a damn thing about this woman other than what she said on the video, but you just want to project what you think the white shade might say. Dude, you are the white man's attack dog. Get him, sick him, Solid Snake.
Stanley, stop deflecting. She is the white man's attack dog.
Sick
She
him,
is controlled by the white man.
The white shade,
Stanley,
the
stop
white shade
deflecting.
says, bite her on the ass, Solid
Stanley,
Snake.
stop deflecting. She is not going to procure the life
Solid
for
Snake.
any
The white
black
man
man
is
today.
man is telling you to heal.
Stanley,
Sit.
stop blaming the white
Sit,
man.
Solid
You worse
Snake.
than Brad.
Sit,
Stanley,
Solid Snake.
Stanley, who paying you,
Hey,
man? Who paying you for this bullshit?
Be brave says to sit.
You got to low expectations I've never seen before. 12 man, I don't met a white man that's smarter than you, 12 man. No bullshit, 12 man. That's
You know what?
bullshit, man.
You don't know a whole lot of white people, do you?
Speak for
So
itself.
what you trying to say, 12 man? I don't know what the fuck you talking about. You're a
I'm
lie.
trying to say you
I'm
don't
just fucking with
know.
him.
I'm trying. You were talking to me about standards, right?
Yeah, you don't have any.
Yeah, okay. I have no standards you'd be able to meet. So I might as well not have any.
You don't. You up here got a black lesbian, which is what's the probability of her having a child?
This woman has triggered the fuck out of you. Damn.
I want to know why you playing.
I had no idea she was going to ruin your day.
But then you call me anti-black. But she a black woman and can't have babies.
Anti-black.
She literally decided not to have black babies.
You worship
She wants your woman, Stanley. She wants your woman. Because she feel like she could do a better job at pleasing your white woman than you ever could. And you don't hear that. You don't see that. What's wrong with you, Stanley? Are you serious?
You obey whiteness.
This black woman feel like she can eat that pussy better than you.
How do you know this?
Shit, look at her. I bet you she ain't gonna never respect you.
I don't
She
know.
gonna look at you like goddamn you her daughter. A 60-year-old daughter. That's how she gonna treat you.
All right. Well,
She gonna be surprised somebody even laid down and had a baby with you, Stanley. Stanley, you don't know what you're doing.
You know what?
You really don't know what you're talking about.
You apparently have thought way more than I have about this. So you go ahead. Tell us more.
Stanley, I live out here in the real world. I don't live in that fantasy world you make up in your mind.
Dude, your nowhere Louisiana is not the real world.
Nowhere in Louisiana is where I stay.
No. Isn't the name of your town Nowhere?
Yeah, Madison Parish.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we have.
Hell, we more really than Marietta.
I have gotten all the trigger value out of this video I'm going to get. So let me find another. Let me find another video.
Goddamn cancer patient. How she gonna sit up there and act like she a cancer patient with a head full of hair?
That's what she's.
How she
That's
gonna
what she's
cut her
acting
glory
like.
off, Stanley? Cause she thinks she a better man than you, Stanley.
She's acting like she's a cancer patient.
She thinks she a better man than you.
Mm-hmm.
She a better man than you, Stanley.
Yeah. Your white daddy told you to say that, didn't he?
Degeneracy. That's all you stand for.
Yep. Let's
You
see. Here's
promoting
another one.
degeneracy,
And,
Stanley.
we probably won't get all the way through this because I'm going to have to stop at 10 o'clock. But this basically meant to show it yesterday, actually. This is Jason Stanley. He's got a book out called Erasing History, and it's mostly about a lot of stuff that's happening today in the United States. Just so you know, he's actually an expert on fascism. So you know where this is going to go.
Oh, we're an hour and 9 minutes.
Word in this book.
So
we're not going to make it all the way through.
Let me first address, first of all, it's really an honor to be at Midtown Books. This is a remarkable place, kind of unique. So it's a real honor. I mean, these are democratic institutions, bookstores, like libraries, So how fascism works is really about the rhetoric and ideology of fascism. The notions of hierarchy, dominant group victimhood, sexual anxiety, like talking about LGBT as threatening your children.
Solid Snake this morning.
The rural-urban divide, the attack on labor unions, attack on Marxism, painting anything that's democratic as Marxist, and the construction of a mythic past to which we must return. So that book is like the ideological structure of fascism. It's really about rhetoric. It's really about how people talk about the world. But I'm a philosopher of language, and I don't believe that you can separate the way people talk about the world from other kinds of practices. So it's not like speech practices can be completely separated from how you behave in other ways. Speech is a kind of behavior. So if people are speaking that way, then you can kind of predict what they're going to do. That's why it was easy to see that a coup would happen. So people are like, oh, he's just talking. But that's like rarely true. and so when you get used to talking about the world, you get used to talking about people like vermin, then eventually you're going to treat them like vermin. So this book is about the educational practices of fascism. Because I faced a puzzle when we saw in the United States the rise of, say, DeSantis and the core element of education in this American far-right movement. And I asked myself, why are these attacks on democracy and voting? Why are they always accompanied quite centrally with attacks on schools and universities.
I mean, yes, it's a one of the critical questions, and I guess I'm curious. In between, of course, the publication of How Fascism Works, and your new book, a lot has happened, right? In 2018, Donald Trump was president. Then 2 years later, we experienced the largest, global pandemic in many years. A million Americans die ultimately, have died so far. We experienced a major uprising following the murder of George Floyd in virtually every city and small town in the United States on, in some ways questioning fundamental tenets about policing, prisons, the nature of the economy. We have massive social spending, a tremendous amount. And so I'm curious, a lot that interposed in a way between the publication of How Fascism Works and Erasing History. How do you, what role does that sort of experience play in your book and in your current book? And to what extent did it motivate the writing of this book?
Here's how I think about the relationship between, say, Black Lives Matter and Germany in the early 30s and late 20s. There were pitched battles on the street, actual battles between fascists and communists. They were used, but they were sort of set off by fascists, and the fascists promised that they would create law and order and eliminate all protests and all. But those were violent. This wasn't violent, but you get the far right. I mean, the Trump MAGA Republicans speaking of these nonviolent protests and rebellions, speaking of them as if they're the communist rebellions in Weimar Republic. And when they do that, when people are like, we're going to impose law and order, that's reminiscent of what the fascist Nazis promised. So that's one point, that when you look for fascism, you look for an excuse that fascist parties give to cut down, to seize power, use the military to essentially turn against democracy, invoke the Insurrection Act. So you can see the Reichstag fire moment. The communists burned down the Reichstag. So we need to, end democracy and target. So that's part of it. Another part of it is the basis in American history. One of my students at Yale once asked me,
Ryan, this is an interesting fact. You weren't here earlier for the news stories I did. I don't call denying due process anything like law and order. I don't call bringing Marines from, whatever training or purpose they have into Los Angeles. I don't call that law and order. I don't call a new suit every couple days over something that Donald Trump has done. I don't call that law and order. You need to do better. Don't bring that bullshit to my panel, because I'll shoot it down every time. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Stanley?
Oh, we're having a good morning here. I decided today that I'm going to go after the anti-black blacks, and Solid Snake has been valiantly hanging on.
Slick Rick said he was 10 hours on Bob. Is Bob streaming now?
No, he's basically talking about, Bob has been doing a lot of streaming.
Oh, that's what I missed. What's his channel?
Oh, it's called The Gospel of Bob.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna look him up.
Yeah, it's there. It's been pretty popular.
Oh, is that right? Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, everybody likes Bob, but I've been in the chat a few times. It's just basically an extension of CT's show. So It is what it is. It's and Bob has his own way of doing things. But I can tell you right now, it's kind of the same thing that I have my critique of CT's show is CT is a pretty good host and a pretty good guy. His biggest problem is his panelists. Most of his panelists are morons. And, he seems to be really good at lion taming. Bob, great guy. The problem is his panelists. They are by and large interesting people. I'll just leave it at that.
Bob. I like Bob.
Oh yeah, who doesn't like Bob? JQ says Bob is live now. So he's encouraging you to go over there apparently. Are you doing a show at 10:10?
Oh man, I gotta do a little running around, man. I got some running around to do. I got some things that.
Okay, well, no, I was just curious because I'm going to wrap it up at 10. I got something I got to do. I may actually, if I don't have anything to do this afternoon, because I didn't get to all the news stories I wanted to do, I may do a show this afternoon. I may not. I'm not going to say.
Yeah,
but, I got something I got to run and do at 10.
I got a couple of videos I need to upload. I've done them. I just need to upload them. Put the finishing effects on there. And do that. But yeah, I got to run to the doctor with my mother today.
Okay, well, I mean, I was just curious, but but anyway, I'll come back when I get back this afternoon. I'll see what's going on, and I don't know. I was actually in Bob's chat before I started this show, and like I said, it's eventually, I go to CT's chat every now and again just to see what's going on or if the topic is interesting. But by and large, I'm just kind of out. It's not my cup of tea. It's just a lot of people on a panel yelling back and forth the same things over and over and over. And, it just kind of gets boring.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Did this channel talk about the complaints regarding Essence Festival? Why is FBA mad? Yeah, I covered it yesterday. AAE. I do a lot of news, and it was news.
Yeah, I covered
it. Don't really care about Yvette Carnell and ADOS being mad. Uninteresting.
I find the background of the Sundial Brands guy. I think it's a very inspiring story. How they started the company, how he bought Essence Fest. I bet you. We'll never know unless he tells us. I bet you he got Essence Festival for a song, bro. Because when time,
I hope he did.
So when Time was sold, I think it was either sold or bought by Meredith or whatever. They didn't want the Essence, so they basically put it up for sale. It was, more or less probably was free. Like, just take it off our hands. Whatever obligations we have, lease agreements with the city of New Orleans, whatever, you can have it. And that is the way, like, you can buy it. And he talks about it where he saw a dwindling asset and figured he would breathe life into it. So yeah, he bought it from Time. Yeah, because Time was being bought.
He breathed life. It's just kind of a controversial life, but you know what? Who knows? It may wind up being like, something that everybody enjoys. So
yeah, I think
that a lot of times these projects have, a lot of complaints at first, and then, over the years they become beloved. It's just changed. He changed it and people aren't liking it. And sometimes things need to change.
I was, again, and I've talked about this and I've talked about it on the stream. They had a Jollof Rice Festival versus Jambalaya Festival. Oh man, that's gonna rub the blacks the wrong way. Just
why?
Honest. Well, for one thing, it got big sponsorship. It had AT&T as a sponsor.
Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out why they would be mad.
Well, because
of the sponsorship.
Well, because it all comes down to money. You can also see that they were mad. The black FBA were mad that they had Target as a sponsor. Remember, the blacks are boycotting Target, and here this guy came in. So
I guess I just tend to be a little bit out of step because
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand. I mean, if you know anything about cooking, yeah, they're both rice dishes, but jambalaya isn't really, I mean, it's similar, but it's not really the same thing as jollof. They're
Well, and
two kind of different animals.
that's the thing, right? If they were all the same, it would be no big deal. But they represent two separate cultures. And the black people, right or wrong, or say, well, where the hell do I fit in? This
Okay, well, let me tell you about the ignorance of the black people who think that. If you know anything about the Sea Islands of South Carolina, Savannah has a tomato and rice dish. There are literally intermediary dishes between, what is jollof and what is jambalaya. And not only that, within Africa, there are different jollofs. And I've heard people, Nigerians say, well,
Right, I understand all
this
that.
country's this country's jollof isn't as good as my jollof.
But I think
Within Nigeria,
what
there
you're
are
saying,
different jollof.
what you're saying though, is at the same time is that rice is central to these people, no matter how they may argue over who makes it better, but their jollof is central to them. Shit, my lady makes jollof and she tells me that.
Okay, and again, you know what? If people want to get upset
not about food.
over who's sponsoring a rice dish contest,
Well, and that's what it comes down to is that, like, who is the more valuable audience? Who can bring in the sponsors? And it's really going to be the Caribbean Africans that probably can bring in more sponsors than the Black Americans. Honestly, that's what I think it's all about.
well, I'm glad you spend all this time analyzing it.
Well, because it's not just Essence. Essence is just like a microcosm of what's happening on the larger scale. And that the African,
You know what? I guess I just don't see it. I know people, AAE talks about Yvette Carnell being upset about, you know what? Who gives a fuck? I mean, I like Yvette Carnell, but not to a point to, that I care what she thinks about Essence Fest.
Well, it's not that I care. I don't care either. I've never been. But again, you're in a small town, so you may not be experiencing some of these dynamics, these conversations that are happening. But where there's competition, where they bump it head to head, the Afro-Caribbeans seemingly are, taking the lead, and that is causing some friction. As I tell you, man, like I see it all the time in Brooklyn. Most of the places you see me go to that are seemingly black owned or Caribbean owned. The blacks that live in Brooklyn aren't ignorant of that fact as well. They know,
Yeah, well, I just wonder why people, butt heads over rice dishes.
Well, it's not rice, it's culture. You understand? One has a deeper culture than the other, no matter that they may come.
Okay, and you know what? I would actually argue that one culture is no deeper than the other.
It's fine.
And the reason I say this is, you know what? American blacks have an African heritage. So somewhere way back in the day, we share a common heritage with people who are still in Africa. It's almost like studying Homo sapiens. A lot of these, different versions of humans have common ancestors. If you go back far enough, humans and apes have a common ancestor somewhere way back. So even how you look at one culture deeper than the other, I don't even know that that's right, because the culture, blacks in America, their culture changed, but it's a blended culture. You can make an argument that you go over to the Sea Islands of South Carolina, that Gullah culture is a blended culture. So in some ways, these Creole cultures are more complex or as complex as any African culture. I think a lot of times these headbutting contests basically are eruptions of ignorance. If you knew some shit, you wouldn't have anything to be upset about.
Maybe you're right. But as it stands, people are, again, I think it's all financial. You saw the other day the African guy called me, and he got here at 19, and he's shepherding around Black Americans who've been here all their lives for housing. That's not lost on him or the Black Americans. Damn, like I'm below it.
Okay, well, the thing is it's not widespread. So yeah, it's a curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second call I've had where African social workers are taking Black Americans.
You live in one little corner of the Black community, John. It is a curiosity.
Well, I imagine that the same thing probably happens in Philly, New York.
You imagine, but you don't know.
Well, I know in New York, it's the same. I know in New York it's the same thing.
Okay. Well, those are two little corners. Most Black people don't live in New York. And if you took DC and New York and combined them, most Black people don't live in the two cities combined.
Yeah, that's fair. Most Caribbeans don't live in those two areas, but where they do bump heads, there's a clear winner, and that's what I'm saying.
Who's the clear winner?
The Caribbeans are winning, man. Like,
Really?
Yeah. If I had to be honest, and I've looked back over 25 years of my life, I've had some Caribbeans that managed me. They were my manager in the software world. I rent out a space to a Caribbean Jamaican. He's a finished carpenter, so he runs his own business. They've done decently here. I see them run pretty decent restaurants because they're leaning on what they know is that jerk food. Shit, I saw a lot of the food being served at the Essence Festival was jerk. Like, you just go watch some of the videos.
Well, I guess the Caribbeans have one. I make my own jerk dry rub, and I do a lot of jerk just in my little kitchen at home. So I guess the Caribbeans won, and I didn't even know.
Most people listen to reggae, and so when I say the Caribbeans, I'm really talking about the Jamaicans tend to be the lead dog in terms of exporting their culture. Most Americans, if they're going to go on vacation, that's one of the places that they may go. Black Americans, I'm speaking of, and white Americans. You ever been to Jamaica, Stanley?
Nope.
Man, one of the things, you ever seen the movie, I think, was it How Stella Got Her Groove Back? One of those movies where she went to Jamaica.
Yeah, I've seen the movie and read the book. It's a Terry McMillan novel.
I read the book too. You know what, man? What blew my mind, and I saw it in Jamaica and Barbados. A lot of Canadian women go down there for Black men. Blew my mind. It was like some How Stella Got Her Groove.
Well, I have a friend. Well, actually, it was a friend of my wife's who was Canadian and Jamaican. She was mixed race.
Yeah, they go down there a lot. There's some kind of connection between Jamaicans and Canadians.
Apparently Cubans too. Ted Cruz's father.
And Haitians too, because my friend is from Haiti, and she ended up in Canada. But my bigger point is that when I would see the Canadians come down there, they would, easily listen to the Jamaican music, the Caribbean music. It's easy to listen to across. You don't even have to know what half the time. Most people don't even know what the fuck they're saying anyway. But the beat, that's mostly music is anyways the beat. You're not really paying attention to what they're saying, and the music it crosses racial lines very easily. It seems it crosses the racial blood-brain barrier very easily. It seems. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think one of the bigger problems we have in America, and this is actually one thing that I agree with actual conservatives, the right wing, this group thing, this identity politics when taken too far is problematic. I think that the group that loves Jollof, butting heads with the group that loves jambalaya, I find it hilarious.
Well, what's interesting? When I was on Grace's channel yesterday, and when I talked to OPC Dunn in the background, and I think he came out on the channel, they were like, "Yo, we need conflict. We need conflict, to drive ratings." And so I may have said it on the stream to him, but I know I said it to OPC Dunn. I said, man, competition drives conflict. Typically, it can be a healthy conflict, or it can turn negative where people pull guns. And so I said, if we get the girls in competition, that'll be the conflict you want right there. It'll come natural. And that's what I think you're seeing, that I've seen in these inner cities, is that as the rules and laws have been relaxed, the people are able to more easily conduct business closer to what they are an expert at, like back in their home countries, selling tamales on the side of the road and shit like that. They're very good at that, resourceful at that. Americans, they want to go in the kitchen and cook, and so they're severely disadvantaged in that sense. And that's what I think you're seeing, the separation there. Man, I've seen Jamaicans, man, cooking on the side of the road in New York, no problem. You know, it's a little different with the Americans. Someone, Ryan said a progressive, Stanley. There, you got something to say about that? Hey, Stanley, listen, I ran in the room to a lady the other day. Yeah, I got a video of it. I'm going to show it to you guys at some point. I'll post it. She was training. You couldn't tell, bro. Jeez, man, they're doing a great job with this shit, bro. They're doing a great fucking job with this shit, bro.
Yeah, well, you know, medical science, it's always progressing. Maybe that's the progressive Ryan is talking about, tranny science.
Yeah, that's a progressive wing that people probably have a problem with. Yeah. Yeah, the guy had the guy. Yeah, shit. It was a guy. I mean, she looked just a very attractive looking woman. Gender benders, as they say. Yeah. You remember the guy, and I made a mistake and deleted that stream. He came up, he sat down with us. I thought he was a dude, man. Dude had a full beard and everything. He was like, you know, I'm a woman. I said, shit. Like,
I think I do remember that.
Remember that shit? Yo, he looked just like a dude. And
yeah, AAE has advice for you. She says, look at the hands and feet. I guess he has experience.
Have you been hearing all this Charleston White stuff? Some people are now saying,
not since last week.
Well, I want to update you then. Some people are saying that those videos, those recordings may have been AI. There's someone may have released the video of the stripper, and a stripper.
Is this different than the Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah. So it's related.
Oh, I don't know. Other than the Carmelo Anthony, that's the last I've heard of.
So it's all related. So some strippers supposedly released the audio of him talking to her over the phone and saying some things like basically he just took the money and so on and so forth. So putting out allegations that basically he Carmelo Anthony, I mean, just all kind of salacious shit that people have taken and run with it about the size of his genitalia and stuff like that. Very interesting, Stanley. Very interesting.
Wow, sounds interesting. I guess that's a word. Apparently, AAE says, JQ, we have more lithe figure. I think she means a more lithe figure. I have big hands for a woman, but you can tell 100 miles away I am a woman. If you ever doubt, it is not a woman. Now that is an interesting comment.
What do you think about Ryan's?
Let's see. Mondami is going to destroy New York. The flight of capital to lower tax states will bankrupt it. Oh, well, I don't live there, so I don't want it to happen. But if it does, I'm sure New York and New Yorkers will deal with it.
I see Obama was out there speaking about the Democrats. I don't know if you covered that.
Nope. Didn't even know. Where was he?
I'm not sure where I saw a headline, Daily Mail, where you're basically chiding the Democrats to, I guess find a new leader or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think Democrats have had enough of Obama's chiding.
Yeah, I think he's he's kind of almost persona non grata in the Democrat Party now. I don't think they're looking to him for guidance.
Nah, he is a former president. He'll never be persona non grata. But they may not call him. He may wind up calling them.
Right.
But
Like
I do actually think at this point, he does need to kind of become the grand old figure, kind of become more a Clinton sort of deal.
he's too young to do that.
No, he's 65. He's not a spring chicken anymore.
But he's still young at heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's an energetic 65. He's not like, grandpa. He's still going out.
I would love for Obama to be AAE says Obama is a rainmaker. I would love for him to be a rainmaker like a Vernon Jordan. You remember Vernon Jordan?
Yeah, I don't know how much of a rainmaker Vernon Jordan was.
Oh no, he was. I mean, he literally worked for several different law firms. They literally hired him.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he's a lawyer here, but he is our rainmaker. It's almost like an unofficial position in some of these white shoe law firms.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is the position. Like, if you ain't bringing in money, the law, the first and second years do the work. The
right
people bring in business.
This was like, when he'd been head of the National Urban League. He'd been in an administration or two as an advisor. So, I mean, I remember this is probably back in the 90s. I remember reading a news article, some big, maybe it was a Chicago firm hired him and literally, we are hiring you because of your contacts. So that's what I would love for Obama to be, but just more like a rainmaker. You don't have to get out and do stump speeches and stuff. Just, be in the background doing the rainmaking, putting, A with B and, let's see if we can make some money.
I don't think that's him, to be honest with you.
I wish it was.
Yeah. I guess we're both saying the same thing. Yeah. I don't think that's him though. I think he wants to, he wants to, be more, he wants to be influential, like a mover and shaker versus a behind the scene guy.
Yeah, well, you know what? He was president. Vernon Jordan wasn't. So it is a bit of a different animal.
Yeah. And you want to make shit happen.
Yeah, well, he's not going to make it happen if he's being all school marmish. So I guess what I'll do, because what I may do is just come back if I have time this afternoon, because this particular video, and then there are a couple other videos on the 14th Amendment that I've been wanting to show and talk about, basically the birthright citizenship stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been basically going back and re-listening to Eric Foner, who's kind of like the preeminent, Reconstruction era historian. And I actually found a bunch of stuff, like lectures and stuff like that. So I don't know if I'm going to show the lectures here. They're real short, like they broke up the lectures into little 10-minute segments. So it might be actually pretty good to show. But if I do anything this afternoon, it's literally going to be all history. I do have one news article, though, I'll share before I go, which I found fairly interesting. The Consumer Price Index. Let's see here. Where did I put it? Yeah, here it is. I said Consumer Price Index. I meant inflation. U.S. inflation accelerated in June as Trump tariffs push up prices. Yeah, it is the CPI. Consumer Price Index rose 2.7% from a year ago. So basically, this is more an article that I may even talk about it if Ryan's around this afternoon. But just that quick news that I just got a few minutes ago. So prices are going up. Democrats are now far left. Obama and Clinton would run as Republicans. Nah, I don't think they would run as Republicans. But I don't think the Democrats have moved left yet. It's all going to hinge on Mamdani. If he does well, if he gets elected and does well, you will see the Democratic Party move left. He's basically, Mamdani's going to be the canary in the coal mine for the Democrats moving left. And if they do move left, you're going to see them shed the Chuck Schumers of the world. They're going to have to go.
Yo, I just got an email. Someone said all CT's videos and shit is gone.
Okay.
Is that true?
I have no idea.
Anyone seen this shit? Let me look at this shit. Damn.
What do you think? He pulled up tent stakes? Maybe he moved it all to Rumble.
Is that right? What? That can't be right. Damn, that can't be right. Damn. Maybe they did. All these videos, though? Maybe right. Maybe put them behind a paywall. Damn. 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 What? Man, you know, Stanley, you should watch this Anton Daniels video. I don't know if you like him or not. It doesn't matter. He's talking about YouTube. Oh, Stanley, be right back. Yeah, I was suggesting you guys watch. Matter of fact, while Stanley is going, I'll pull it up. Anton Daniels history. Anton Daniels. It was a very good video. It was about let me see if I can find it. Snake. It was a video.
What's up? Good morning. Good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, man, I had seen that last night with CT.
Hey, sorry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, Stanley. What happened?
I don't know, man. He was getting mad about. He was talking about how somebody had seemingly got mad at him or whatever, and that was like I had went to Bob's channel, but when I clicked back, that video he had was gone. And then when I tried to go back and find it, it was all his videos was deleted. And I'm surprised because I hadn't seen him. He didn't even show up on Bob's panel.
Mm. Damn. I'm looking for this shit. He
might show up on B-Bread.
Maybe this wasn't the channel I saw it on. You probably got more than one channel. And maybe in my history. Yeah,
I
damn.
don't know, man. That's
crazy. Why would somebody like? I don't understand that. What do these people get out of this shit? But what was he mad at?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I don't know. He was talking about, it was like, I guess somebody came on his channel. He was trying to get the cursing and everything down. He really trying to get remonetized. And it's like, I guess the panelists ain't cooperating with him.
Just stand by, John. I will be right back.
But Bob gone live now, but I'm trying to see myself. Man,
the YouTube is some bullshit.
Yeah, I was trying to get on there last night, but by the time I got off, Bob's still live, but CT was live. So I don't know what was going on. You know, he had a little video he made. He was doing because he had, you know, after he ended his stream, I think he started a new one.
Yeah, this is the Anton Daniels, the video I want to share with you guys.
I was looking at some videos because I was actually studying and looking at Nicki Minaj calling Kai Cenat and calling Aiden Ross and trying to figure out, you know, which platform will be better to stream on. I seen this one with Young Thug. Young Thug was talking to Neon and Aiden Ross.
I mean, are y'all sleeping here because we were gonna do a sleepover stream, so we're gonna invite you guys. No. Yeah, we're doing it. We're streaming all night. I'll do it together. It's the first stream crazy.
Yeah, this isn't even the first stream. We gotta do crazy
It's like
shit.
a teaser. Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
What you gonna stream? Like IRL? Like with the camera everywhere?
Yeah.
He's going out and about.
IRL streaming. Look, so this backpack right here is $30,000, but it's got the best. It won't ever fuck up. I'll get you one.
Shit's crazy. It'll work anywhere. You can go.
I remember when people used to laugh at Neon. I remember when people used to laugh at him and say he a cornball. Oh, he Jewish, he that. I remember when people used to laugh at streamers. I remember when people used to laugh at content creators. Hold on, wait. I'll do you one better. I remember when people used to laugh at people that was on the internet, and then they started laughing at people that were content. First they like the streamer that you make way. Hey man, so what platform that you stream on? Hey, how you doing? I can't tell you how many people that are in the industry, singers, rappers, entertainers, basketball players, ask they homeboy, go and tap into this person that I done interviewed or whatever, holler at me, yo man, thinking about starting a YouTube channel. I'm thinking about becoming.
I'm back for now.
Good.
So CT has disappeared.
Someone said he put his videos on private. That's right. I'm sure he didn't.
Okay, well maybe he's doing some editing or something. Or trying to avoid something.
Yeah, I'm not very savvy with YouTube. What would be the point of putting them on private?
Well, I think sometimes if you put them on private, it's not accessible. I know, like sometimes if you get porn bombed or something, you just take it completely off and do the editing. But I don't know any deeper than that.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm trying to think it through. Damn. Maybe if you got some, the one thing I could think of, if you got content you think could hinder you from monetize somebody attacking you with that a video or something, and you got a lot of videos like that, you just got to take it all down. You can't go find all that shit.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about somebody. I'm surprised we ain't been taken off YouTube yet. And I think that goes shout out to Portia that. I mean, Lone Star Bill.
What are you talking about?
So $10 a day for Portia J for keeping our stream alive. Let's keep the real soldier in the army real, happy right now. You know what I'm saying? She on vacation and she still hard at work. Because God knows what she go through with me and Stanley. So shout out to Portia J. $10 a day for cash out Portia J, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just show us some love, y'all.
I think the panels, the uncontrolled panels, like Anton Daniels runs a panel, but it's his people basically. He not just letting random people join. And uncontrolled panel is just that. It's uncontrolled. You couldn't. No TV show would allow you to run an uncontrolled TV show. People just calling in, you don't know who the fuck they are without screening them, a 3-second delay, stuff like that. On YouTube, there is no 3-second delay. And so you kind of have to do all this shit on the fly, which probably makes it very difficult doing panels because you can't control 10 people.
Well, I would think that CT has the kind of people, by now who, wouldn't be getting him in a lot of trouble.
Well, I think it's the topics at the same time. Like if I get up here and cover a topic, it's just me, right? Boom.
Right.
You like or hate it, turn it off, turn it on, spam me in the chat, whatever. But then if I got 3 or 4 other people up here spouting some shit that may criticize other people, then how do you righteously get at them? Now you may take on their fire, right? By their
Yeah,
attack
that's true.
to take their, like, they'll attack you to get it Gimpy or whoever the hell else is up on the panel, right? And that becomes
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Because, last night, well, the other night on Bob's channel, you got a lot of haters go over there on Bob's channel, too. They might have some grievances or whatever. But I guess he just playing a secure role, just take everything down. Who knows what he doing? But like somebody else said in the chat, he going over to Patreon, and that's probably what he planning on doing. Just taking this completely over to Patreon.
I've said this before.
Most people do both, though. I can't imagine why you would just want to do Patreon.
Man, I don't know a lot about Patreon, but I do know that from what I think is what's going to, like, long-term work is going to be, like, in my opinion, the authoritative voice. If a nigga know how to do something, he can do that shit on YouTube and get hundreds of thousands of views, right? Even if it's just finding a stud in the wall, right? Putting the TV up on the wall. Like, those type of people that can either do something with authority or speak with authority. I think those are the ones that are going to have a unassailable advantage. Like, look, for instance, at Bob. He's a black pilot. That level of authority to speak where very few other people is rare air, as you could say. He should do very well in his channel.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at Bob is actually like a good role model because of his career, his diction, his attitude. I mean, sure, it's juvenile in a lot of ways, but he got a little structure with his channel,
And he's very intelligent. He's not stupid.
No, but I think we could have had that over here too, I think we got, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna be honest, John. I really think we got the best clique in the group. And I really think, we could do better than what we doing. I'm gonna be honest.
That man is always...
I'm serious. We have some of the best co-panelists show up on the stream. We can give updates on everybody else's live stream. Be honest. Let's be honest.
Yeah, now I
we
haven't
got
watched
Stanley in the house. Stanley is called a marketable ass nigga.
Hold on for 1 second. Now, I haven't watched Bob's channel, so I don't know. I'm not speaking on his channel. But what I can say is that, if you are a pilot, it's like being a doctor. People look to you and they kind of your words weigh a little bit heavier than if you were, a trash man. There's nothing against trash man.
Yes.
And so by Bob being a pilot, it puts him in a little bit more rare air, more authoritative, which benefits him. It doesn't hurt him. I'm not saying he's trading off of it. It's who he is, and who he is going to help make his channel. Because when he acts silly, you can't just say, "You a silly ass nigga." He said, "Shit, nigga, I fly planes." Right? He's unassailable in that regard. That's what I mean.
See, like, we got somebody in the chat right now, and I feel like she'd be the greatest panelist for this channel. And that's AAE. Because I think, and honestly, you don't even need a camera. She don't even need a camera. She got a voice, Her voice speaks louder, her confidence, and I'm going to be honest with you. I believe she a large part of that growth on his channel.
Who, AAE?
Yeah, AAE, Republican T. Who else frequent this channel that I know? It's a couple of people that frequent that channel. That be over here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crossover overlap between these audiences, these panels. I go on. I haven't seen Sharon Bracey for a while, but I see it going. Sharon Bracey, I see Sin over there. I go to Nightish, I see Sin over there. And I come here, I see Sin over here. So on and so forth.
I saw something from Sharon. He posted something. I guess he'll be back soon. That's the impression I got from it.
Oh yeah, someone did say.
That's what I was saying, John. You know, I was going to breach this to Stanley before you joined the panel. I seen AAE in the audience, and I was like, Stanley talking about getting off the panel. I was like, why not let AAE come up? But we still gonna need somebody to manage the background.
Okay, I have no clue. What do you mean
live
come
on
up?
and everything?
You mean come up and finish this show?
I mean, yeah, just come up and be a part of the show to, you know, keep the stream going. You know, I think that's what I think a lot of people are missing from this.
I thought Republic Tea Room was going to do that.
We're gonna get her up here one day. We're gonna get up here. JQ says that if you label with software engineer, more people would come over. Just my humble opinion, man. You know, I think that kind of content probably deserves a channel of its own. You know, that's what I think. Probably, how many people want to come over here and hear about abstract versus concrete classes, dependency injection? I don't think maybe we want to hear about that. But I could be wrong. If you want to hear about it, I'll talk about it. I can just freestyle that shit. And, I would, but if I did it, I would like someone, to come up like Richard, who's also a software developer. I mean, I have to talk about it by myself. But, what angle? Maybe from an experience angle, or come up here and build something? Is that what you want me to do? Hey, I see myself, real estate guy. That's what I've probably done just as many years as software. So I can go in either direction. Real estate is a very big market. People always want to get into real estate. So, and Airbnb in particular is global. And who has more experience with Airbnb than me? So, it's my strength.
I was looking at an ad the other day on YouTube, John, and it's like they got a little special going on where you do one night at a hotel, they'll match you a night with Airbnb or something like that. They trying to advertise them both together. Like they trying to do like the hotel chains and Airbnb. They trying to link them together for some strange reason. I noticed last night when I was listening to the ads on YouTube.
What I will say. Just in my Joan talks, again, I'm not a content streamer. I was talking to Grace and all them. I'm like, all this, the ideas, this whole creating narratives, like I got this space. You want to come stream? You come in one of my houses and create your own narratives, your own content, like any of these other streamers are doing. So that's really, kind of where my strength is. From a content standpoint, bro, I feel like I probably could do streams. I probably could stream every day and never pull up a video of anyone else's content, not even the fucking news. All I gotta do is just go through my properties every day. And it may not appeal to the audience that I have here, but it will appeal to somebody, different audience. And there's a large audience of people in the Airbnb business or trying to get in the Airbnb business, real estate, DC's the nation's capital. And I'm right here, so, I mean, I don't feel like I'm pigeonholed, but, I do take your comment seriously there.
Like I say, we got a lot of talent over here on this side of the street. And I think, not gonna lie, I wish I wasn't so broke. Because I'll invest in this channel here, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, they want to talk about when the first time you ever went on CT's panel. No, I can talk about the first time I showed up on your channel.
I think, again, like one of the things I think is that at least you see, at least when particularly when I'm on the stream, is that like, I came in, I said, man, I can't be dependent on super chats and monetization because I come from the Airbnb world where they create these stickers and designations for yourself, and it ultimately ends up making you their hope. You be their super hope, in Airbnb parlance, or you be their YouTube hope, dancing for super chats, and then it can all be taken away from you overnight, as we see with CT. And that's not a business to me. You know what I'm saying? I can't even pursue anything like that because I don't know how many videos CT has, but he probably has many, and now he has to take them all down because of what someone attacking him, and he has no control over that. That's not a business. You're just a hoe for the, and I'm not talking about him, but you end up being in a hoe position for YouTube. You go dance for these niggas, then they send you a cut, a slice of what you otherwise would have earned 40 days later, whatever the hell, and that's assuming they don't copyright anything 30 days later. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, that's not a business.
Yeah, all that anti-blackness for naught.
All I say is sometimes to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, John.
Well, again, like, I think, I've shown you a lot of things here from the standpoint of, renting rooms. If you can deduce a bit, you can understand the economics of it, particularly how I rent rooms versus, say, people rent apartments, stuff like that. You've heard the calls coming in. The swarm of immigrants that have, been flooding into DC, and DC is not unique in that regard. Take from that what you will, I think some of this other stuff we did, immigrant coverage, like calling around Springfield, the street interviews. I mean, what we do is, I think, wholly something different than what other people do. And one of the things that, I think, which really limits people attacking you is using other content and shit like that. Getting those copyright.
And see, that's our strong suit, John. Your street interviews, in my opinion, are some of the strongest material we have on this channel.
Yeah, I think, because you never know who you might meet, for one thing, and what they might say. And it's like bringing on random panelists from the street as opposed to people clicking the StreamYard link. So, yeah, that is very...
I had that idea with HB a long, long time ago. Like, HB, you pull into a truck stop, pull your camera up, and do an interview with a lot lizard. That was before I knew about, everything. But, I think that would have been a great idea. You pull up to a certain truck stop. A lot of people love that type of material. We got great ideas over here. I think what we need to do is start utilizing them because, as I say, the market gets strong, man. The labor market is going to struggle in a minute, and everybody going to be a YouTuber. Everybody going to try to be a YouTuber. And I think this is the time we need to be trying to market the channel, get out there like I do. I get out there, I market the channel. I get on everybody's panel, but everybody know I'm from John Goss channel, So I take my L's, I take my licks, but if it bring a viewer, I don't give a damn. I don't care. As long as it bring viewers. Good press is press. Bad press is press. It's still, you know what I'm saying? Regardless if it's good or bad, it's still advertisement for the channel. I think it'll bring interest, That's just my theory, though. Good press, bad press, it don't matter. It's still advertisement for the channel,
All right. Well, I actually thought I was going to be leaving at 10, but I'm in a holding pattern here. So I guess we'll go back to my buddy Jason Stanley talking about the doom and gloom that's happening here. Actually, AAE brought up an interesting point about the percentage of channels that have over 1,000 subscribers. I wouldn't have thought that it was 8. Close to 9%. I would have thought it would be way higher than that.
Nah, hell no. Considering how many channels there are, I mean, they've probably been 1,000 channels created while we've been here talking here.
Well, I guess I'm not the YouTube analyst that she is.
I think, man, getting back to the topic for 1 second, Stanley, I think honestly, and I'm just speaking in general. Everybody is there with the strong points. And Anton Daniels spoke about it in his interview there. I think when I first started to stream, I used to look at the YouTube analytics just out of curiosity because I built algorithms, and so they suggest things to you. If you ever go in the studio, Stanley, you'll see it for yourself. They suggest things for you to talk about, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right, and basically those suggestions are based upon what is doing well relative to other videos. Does that make sense? So if Trump is in the news, they say, go talk about Trump. And you follow that herd and hope that some of the slop falls down to you, if that makes sense. And I think that you can do that if you're very good at following the herd, the trend, and covering it better than anyone else or better than most people. Short of that, I think there has to be something unique about you or your life, or something that not many other people know how to do, or you've been successful at something that people are either aspiring to be successful at or have tried and failed, something like that. That's where I think the YouTube is headed, in my opinion. It makes it easier to get up here and talk about it if you can just lean on like historical knowledge or whatever to fill in the gaps. I think it makes it a lot. Yeah.
Well, let's since I'm here and everybody wants to
No, you got something to do, man. Do it.
No, I thought I'd be gone by now, but I'm like I said, I'm on a holding pattern, so might as well finish watching this. Basically, this is a new book. Actually, it's been out for months now, talking about erasing history. And Jason Stanley's premise is that there are a lot of fascistic things that are going on right now. And I read years ago, his book on fascism, and I actually thought, well, nothing like that's really going on. But Trump is making me a bit of a believer with the way he's handling places like Los Angeles. And, looking at where his poll numbers are, I would have thought at least the immigration policies would have remained above 50% popularity. But a lot of what Trump is doing right now is not popular even with Republicans, and that kind of shocked me. So Jason Stanley sounds like he's being fairly prescient here.
The only thing that's going on with Trump right
Stanley,
now is the Epstein files.
Is the what?
The Epstein files. That's why his numbers dropping. I know it's not crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong on that account.
Stanley, you can deflect all you want. It's the Epstein files.
Okay, dude, I'm not only deflecting, I'm trashing.
No, I
you
think
are wrong. His immigration numbers have nothing to do with Epstein.
But I bet you his supporters.
Well, I'm just saying.
That
okay, and I'm just saying you're wrong.
I mean, I've been listening to some. I've been listening to some of the commenters, and this is, they don't have a problem from what I hear about him rounding up people. But that whole Epstein thing, the whole Bongino and the other guy, I can't remember his name, the Indian guy, Cash Patel.
Cash Patel.
I think it's causing a lot of conflict within the Trump side of the aisle.
Exactly. Basically, his base is, kind of roiled by Epstein. When I talk his immigration numbers, it's a wider net than I'm casting.
And when he's dismissive of those people, the whole Epstein allegation, like it really made a lot of the Trump supporters say, "Oh, he's captured, or he's just like all the rest of them. We're never going to get to the bottom of this." I think
he is just learning how crazy his cult is now.
Well, I think
Stanley is
you heard what the fuck I said.
I think a lot of people. A lot of people want to hear about Epstein, though, and at least in
Okay, well, a lot of people want to hear about Epstein, and what I'm thinking, my crazy conspiracy theory is there's a reason we won't know.
Right, I agree with you, and I think his supporters know that too, and I think that they want some transparency from Trump, and they're not going to get it. The reason, whatever Epstein did, and the reason why they're hiding him, Trump is not going to satisfy his supporters in that regard, and that is going to hurt.
Oh, he'll do something. He'll do something, and they'll come back to him.
No, I because I think it just doesn't make sense when you think about the whole Epstein thing.
It makes perfect sense.
Well, no, follow my logic. And I've been listening to what his Epstein supporters.
Okay, John, I have two. Bottom line is he's covering his own ass.
That's correct, and I think that is hard for the people that have listened to Dan Bongino day after day on the radio. I don't know if you ever listened to his radio.
Oh, I know exactly who Bongino is.
Dan Bongino had
Bondi's gonna make him quit.
Right, but Dan Bongino spent years on the radio talking about he's a man of integrity and things like that. I remember he ran for Congress here in Maryland. And now that he's put in a position where he has the power to do something about some of this corruption, he's not doing it. He's captured. And his fan base, the audience, the people that were so fervent to hope that him and Trump and Patel would, pierce the veil there, it didn't happen for them. I
got a feeling this is blackmail all around. I mean, at the same time, like I don't believe Epstein did. I don't think he hung himself in his cell. I don't think any rational human being that followed this trial believed that Epstein killed himself.
It always makes me laugh when you say rational.
Well, I'm just saying, Stanley. How many prison officers don't co-conspirator with prison inmates to escape this past 5-6
So
years?
you think Jeffrey Epstein escaped?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, think about it. Why they still holding?
I choose not to think about it. Solid Snake.
I don't trust authorities like that. I believe they all corrupt like that. I believe when you got a situation as prominent as this, you got the Prime Minister of Israel show up the day before the Epstein files released, and then the very next day they come out and say they no longer exist. They never existed. It was employed by the liberal Democratic Party, by the Clintons and Obama to smear Epstein's name.
Well, see, here is how Trump disrespects his base. He thought y'all would buy it.
Well, I don't think it's that. Like I said, I think it's blackmail. I mean, just like they did with P. Diddy.
That's right. You know what? Trump thought if he said to his base, Obama, crooked Hillary, and Comey, I think he mentioned Comey, he said that he thought that was like a magic incantation that would basically hypnotize his base. And you know what? It didn't work.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I think it's still chess. I don't think it's that simple, Stanley.
I think it's that simple. I think I think the simple fact is Trump voters got what they voted for. He is president now. Embrace and enjoy.
That's a pretty shallow way of putting it, but okay. I mean, I'm gonna stick with Trump though anyway.
Don't you wanna hug your president?
I tell you what,
you need to hug Trump. You need to hug Trump like he hugged that flag.
Wow. Okay. Well, like I say, Stanley, it's not as simple as you try to make it out to be. I don't believe it's ever going to be as simple as.
Oh, I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid it is that simple.
Stanley, let me ask you this question. You see JQ's coming on the screen. Do you believe they're in the same team?
No.
Yeah, I do.
I said Stanley, Snake.
Oh
no, I think no, I don't think they're on the same team.
Okay. See, that's why I think, that there are groups of people, there's a segment of people like yourself that think that this is honest dealing here, that one side really is fighting the other.
Okay, well, let me dispel your notion. Okay, I'm not, a pie in the sky. The Democrats are, angels. Now, when you say the same team, I think both sides basically want what's right for America. Both sides have different visions of what is right for America. If you want to talk about America as a racist country, I think both sides are on that team.
No, well,
okay,
let me
but where the two differ is what they think is the right course for America. So if it comes to politics and the course that America is on, no, they're not on the same team.
Okay. Do you look? You ever heard the term two wings on the same bird?
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that think that the Democrats and the Republicans are more or less two wings of the same bird.
And I don't agree with those people.
Right. So, in other words, they see it as a false choice. In other words, Democrat, Republicans.
And I think they are uninformed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get where you're coming from because I saw JQ's come in. I just want to see where you still.
Well, can I say, Stanley, on my behalf, I'm going to go on stage. The Democrats and the Republicans only got one thing they agree on, and that's Israel. They support for Israel. It's the only thing that I see common between, because when it comes down to the American people, they could give a damn. And that's just my opinion. They can give a damn what an American think, but when it comes down to Israel, oh well, everything America won't go out the window. Israel get what they want. And I think that should be, for all this anti-blackness, pro-whiteness, and all this talk we be doing here, over here in America against each other, we need to be looking at what lobbying firms that they coincide with and coalescing with that's allowing the American individual to lose every single time something big come up. Whatever plan Trump may have or any other politician we may run in the future may have, will be stunned by Israel's benefit at the end of the day. If Israel don't benefit, America don't benefit. And I find that very troubling.
What kind of crazy bullshit are you spouting? What are you drinking?
But Stanley, you can see that Ryan, he agrees with you. And I think that's really where the big divide is, man. There are a lot of people now that have, basically canceled themselves out. They've quit. They don't vote at all because they feel like they're all doing,
Okay, well, John, the difference between you and me is
I'm not talking about me. But see, you focus on
just whoever you may be talking about.
And we've interviewed.
The difference is I'm not one to give credence to people who obviously have no clue about politics. I'm not one of these people who will get up on a panel and be polite, and let you make your outrageous or ridiculous argument. I'm gonna shut it up quick and I'm gonna correct the mistakes. So if people want to fool themselves into thinking that, all politics are the same, they couldn't be more wrong.
But what I'm saying is that you don't invest country-sized loans inside a country that's no bigger than New Jersey. You don't do
I have no clue. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, Israel ain't the size of New Jersey, bro. In the Middle East,
Okay,
Israel,
Israel, contrary to popular opinion, though they do have outsized lobby power in America, Israel is not the tail wagging the American dog.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well then you and I disagree. Okay, you and I disagree, and we need not even discuss it farther. We're not going to agree on this.
Well, we need to discuss it
Let's
further because
move
American children
on.
is dying.
Let us move on. I'm not going to go back
It's
and
American
forth.
children.
I am not going to go back and forth about tails wagging dogs.
I mean, I'm not
We're
going to
not
listen
gonna,
to you
we're
and
not going to
Brian
agree.
and the rest of
We
you
can
guys.
cover more ground.
Brian, you
And
join the panel, man.
this global elite bullshit, I don't agree with that either. I am not a be brave global corporate media or whatever the fuck. I'm not that nuts either.
Stanley, it makes more sense than what you're talking about.
Dude, you know what? I'm not going to sit here with a motherfucker who's 9 beers in on a Tuesday morning talking about what's
Well,
rational or
actually,
not.
it's 12 now. It's
I'm
12, Stanley.
literally
It's 12.
not going to do that.
I'm almost at the end of my 6-pack, and I'm about to bust open another 24 ounce.
Okay, well, what's rational to you right now might not be in a few hours.
Yeah, I'll be asleep then. I got to work tonight, man. I got 2 days off after the night, though, you know?
Snake, when you come up here to DC, man, work with me.
Man, when you want me to come up here and work with you, man, you ain't giving me no kind of instruction, man. I'm going to tell you, I'm an employee for life.
Come tomorrow, man.
I told you.
Hey,
I ain't lying.
Hey, listen, come tomorrow. You need bus
You gonna
ticket?
pay the bus ticket?
Yeah. Yeah.
God damn, really, John? Give me next week, man. Give me Monday. Let me tie some loose ends up.
All right, let me know when you
Shit, I'm ready, man. I'm ready when you ready. I'm being honest.
Well, I said tomorrow. He said, give me a week. I said, okay.
Yeah, give me Monday, man. I want to make sure everything all right. You know, right here at where I'm leaving, you know, because that's a whole couple states away, John.
Yeah, shit, it ain't nothing but a
But I
flight
can't
back.
fail when I get out there. I got to do what I got to do, man. I got to make it look good for the channel.
Man, DC easy, man. If you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere. Promise you.
Hey,
You
John,
can't-
remember
you
that? Hey, John, remember when you was on that last upload you had on one of those shorts? The girl said she would never. I wish you could play that for the audience, but the girl said she could never rent to a black tenant.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord, I want to hear your thoughts on what she said.
Well, she said more. She said, that was just the short. She said she had rented to 2 black girls and she had furnished the place and they stole her furniture. You know what I'm saying? That was just like unbelievable to her. Like, damn, you gonna steal the fucking furniture? I'm gonna know you stole it. Like, who else would come in here and steal the furniture? You know? And you know, I told you guys I just had the TV stolen, and the dude who stole it knew he stole it, right? And it's like, dude, like, how obvious can you be? Like, this level of I don't give a fuckness. It makes you not want to deal with people. It's one thing somebody climb through your window and steal your shit, but you let them come in your house and then they don't pay you rent and steal the furniture, bro.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
Oh, John, did you hear about those congressmen, one or two congressmen being evicted?
They must have been really behind.
Like $18,000 worth.
That's it. Shit. They rent probably $10,000 a month, I guess.
Let's see here. Let me see, can I find it?
They couldn't have gone all the way through court, man. That would take 2 years. Particularly someone like them that had, would have had the ability to hire a lawyer. That's interesting.
It just kind of made me chuckle when I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
But Stanley, you don't think that's a big problem?
What's a big problem?
I mean, the fact that our government might be compromised by a smaller state.
No, I don't think it is.
I mean, you know how Israel started, right?
Yes, and again,
it's only what, like
you
7 years old as a country.
I don't think the U.S. government is compromised by Israel.
I do.
Any more than any other lobby group, to be honest. I think the country's more compromised by Elon Musk and his fellow billionaires than Israel.
Oh, not Bill Gates, Elon Musk. Bill Gates got bigger wealth
I said,
than Elon Musk.
well, let's just say the tech billionaires. That way it'll cover Bill Gates too.
Well, Bill Gates far exceeds a tech billionaire at this point. He don't went on in full genetics.
Okay, again, I think the biggest I think the government is more compromised by Elon Musk in particular, but the Peter Thiels, those tech bros,
South
tech billionaires.
African.
I think that is probably a bigger immediate threat than Israel.
Of course not. Stanley, you couldn't believe that if you wanted to. Elon Musk don't have the influence.
Dude, the dude just literally got access to a bunch of government databases. So don't tell me
Now, how long do you
about
think
threats.
Israel has
Okay, what I
access
need
to
you
those?
to do, is
And
deactivate
stop pissing the small hats off. I get it.
your vocal mechanisms. The man has more access to data than Israel does.
How you figure that? They got the Iron Dome. We got
Okay,
an Iron
I don't
Dome,
know,
Stanley.
dude. You know what? This is just frustrating. Literally, he was running Doge, and he had access to Social Security databases, Treasury databases, all kinds of databases. It was literally in the news, Solid Snake.
Yeah, I know, but why Joe Biden didn't do nothing like that?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't desecrate on innovation, Stanley. I applaud it. And that was a damn good plan. But my thing is, if we had all that access and we can give it away to him, what makes
You
you
know
think we
what, dude?
couldn't
Let me
have
ask
that
you.
8
Let
years
me
ago?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you really think you're a sterling example of black excellence?
Hell no, Stanley. I think I'm the shit of the earth. I'm a bottom feeder.
Okay, just
That's why I'm
checking.
so pissed off at you so-called upper echelon motherfuckers.
You know
Because if you
what?
upper echelon motherfucker can't think better than y'all
Echelon.
thinking,
The only thing that's separating us echelon wise is I actually read the news.
no, you got better
If you
diction
read the
than I do.
news, you can be upper
And
echelon
and
too.
you so-called understand you got a bigger vocabulary than me too, don't you? And you don't understand the world economy better than you do? You don't see the
Give me
ramifications of all
give
these
me 1
decisions
second.
being made?
Well, 1 sec. I'm sorry. Say that again.
So you don't see the ramification of all these decisions being made?
Okay.
I mean, you can't be as smart as you are,
let
Stanley, and
me
then come
go
back
back
and
to
Monday
my
morning
let
quarterback.
me go back to my original point because I think I've lost track. I was looking at a text here. I
Stanley got a
consider
beat call.
Elon Musk and the tech billionaires to be a bigger issue, if not even an existential issue, to democracy in the United States of America than Israel. Israel is a big deal, is a big issue. I think the tech bros are a bigger issue and a more immediate issue.
No, you know what I think a bigger issue is, Stanley? Men like you that sit back and desecrate black women, intelligent black women with an opinion.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
CT's going live, so he's still around.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Hey,
That's
you gonna-
good. We may have just private these videos for some reason.
Yeah, he'll probably discuss it on his live.
As it
But you
turns
know,
out,
that's something you ought to do.
I what I thought was going to happen is not happening, at least for the next couple hours. So I'm going to play this video because I think it's important, at least as far as stuff to talk about. Again, a lot of the stuff that is being talked about here, especially, it talks a lot about history, and which is near and dear to my heart.
Backlash this occurred, but he said, Professor Stanley, ever since I was born, it's been like a police killing, then a rebellion against the structure, and then everyone agrees they're going to do something about it, and then there's a backlash and it just gets worse. What's going on with that? And I was like, yeah, that is a practice that structures history. The historian Elizabeth Hinton, in her brilliant book America on Fire, calls that the cycle. that you get the police, and she shows that cycle existed from the 60s to the 70s in all sorts of small towns in America, not just Detroit, not just Harlem, but in like Cairo, Illinois. So I think we have a repetition of the cycle falling in to a kind of classic kind of fascist politics, which is going to use that cycle against democracy.
And so, but this takes the role, as you examine in your book, and there's a quote here, that you say, truly understanding fascism's success, however, requires discerning not just how it operates and seizes power, but how it achieves legitimacy. And so thus we turn to schools and education. Why is schools? Why is education? Why is that important to the legitimacy of the fascist enterprise?
So Vladimir Putin endorsed my book a few months ago. He said,
"Did you accept it? Is it on your?"
I did.
It's
the beginning of one of the chapters. He said, "Wars are won by teachers." So the book, we've been talking about the United States, but this book, like How Fascism Works, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at, I'm a philosopher, not a historian, as historians repeatedly point out to me. So as a philosopher, the generalizations are what we look for in different societies, and then what I do is I usually fit the United States into that. It's another example, like Hungary, for example, and this kind of there are particular ways in which authoritarianism manipulates the past in order to further its goals. Let me give two short examples, not from the US. Russian textbooks. Russian textbooks represent there being no independent history of Ukraine. So Ukraine doesn't exist. There's just, it was Russia, and now some crazy people are saying it's something else. And they erase the history of the Russian genocide in Ukraine, Holodomor, in 1930s. And then they represent every Russian aggressive incursion into a neighboring country as helping independence movements in secessions. And so that's why Vladimir Putin says wars are won by teachers, because you're going to think, who are these crazy Ukrainians, the people who call themselves Ukrainian? It's just an anti-Russian identity, which is what Putin said. So that's a very clear example. There are other very clear examples. India is a very clear example. The textbooks under BJP, I won't go into the details, but they're trying to sell Gandhi as slowly as a traitor, and then Turkey. And the United States, of course, very clearly in the Jim Crow era, I talk about like the Virginia textbooks in the early 1960s saying, the slaves were neither as unhappy as the Northerners thought, nor as happy as the Southerners thought. And, but, going all the way up into so these what I'm trying to do is figure out what are the patterns that are anti-democratic patterns.
Just on that Virginia textbook, that's not that. Of course, they published those during the Jim Crow era, but as you note, there are some recent revisions to curricula that where that's not. That sounds fairly reminiscent.
Absolutely. For example, in Florida, you're not allowed to teach the Black Lives Matter movement, what happened in 2020. You're not allowed to teach that social movement. People might not realize, but teachers and professors in states like Florida, now Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, are terrified. They're undergoing a horrific authoritarian attack on what they do. And so you asked what happened between how fascism works and this. There was the attack on critical race theory. There were by Christopher Rufo. There was the attack on gender. There was the international attack on LGBT perspectives that came here in Florida. Think about or let's just take Moms for Liberty. Like Moms for Liberty says, we want to be able to intervene in schools to make sure our kids aren't made uncomfortable. But think about if you're the child of same-sex parents, or you're a child who's LGBT, then you're an LGBT person. How are you going to feel when your perspective is not allowed? It's not like a same-sex couple can say, we don't like all the heterosexual representations, right? That's not going to work. So the Black parents, Indigenous parents can't be like, we want the white people taken out. We don't want them to be normative. So what does the liberty in Moms for Liberty mean? It means white heterosexual supremacy. Toni Morrison makes this point that very often liberty and freedom in the United States only makes sense when contrasted with a Black unfreedom. So this is what we're seeing. It's universities, Florida, there are these cookie cutter bills that are passing in state after state, and they're designed to sort of hide what's happening. So Florida passed a post-tenure review, which has conditions like maintaining ideological diversity in the classroom. And in the new post-tenure review, the first post-tenure review happened several years later, and almost 20% of University of Florida professors failed. So tenure has been, presumably they're I think they're losing their jobs. So Ohio passed that, in the University of Indiana passed that. So in University of Indiana and Ohio State are two of the greatest public university systems in the world, universities in the world. So it's so bad out there. And that really extreme attack on the educational system, which I think was less invisible than, say, the attack on the courts that we saw, made me it was like a puzzle for me. Why is this so central? And why is it so horrifying?
Yeah, I mean, it really happened in the space of a very short period of time. I'll just say, it was, as someone who studied critical race theory just in graduate school, it was shocking suddenly to think of this sudden one, because it just felt.
See, this guy studied critical race theory, and he's not dressed in saggy pants and Air Jordans.
Like a fairly obscure topic. And then suddenly everyone was talking about it, and it became the subject of this very successful attack, largely on, on Black, studies. And
there's a couple things going on specifically with the attack on critical race theory. First of all, it's an attack on the expression critical race theory. As Christopher Rufo said, I'm not the one who called it critical race theory, because without knowing what it is, it sounds scary, and it's reminiscent of the old conspiracy theory that Jews are convincing black people to create into a race war, right? And then it fits the whole narrative, like Marcuse is Angela Davis's professor, so critical race theory evokes this sort of conspiracy theory. But secondly, critical race theory, it's really a home run, because critical race theory just is Black history. Critical race theory is the study of structures that maintain racial inequality independently, because they were originally conceived at racist times. But then even when explicit racism goes, you still have the structures in place. So Hinton's work in America on Fire is about police structures, policing that keep, the way police function in segregated cities like New Haven, where I live, to maintain racial hierarchies. Mortgages and redlining. That's a study. That's critical race theory. So, I recently met, I'm blanking on her name, but a woman who did critical Palestinian studies. She was looking at the legal frameworks that tilted the land ownership to Jews rather than Palestinians, non-Jewish Palestinians. So it's the study of those structures. So critical race theory, so it's both a scary label, and you can get at Black history, because if anyone teaches mortgage and redlining, it's critical race theory.
You mentioned India earlier. I'm Indian, born here, but from families from South India, and I followed Indian politics fairly closely because much of my family's there. And one of the things that critics of the current government or the ruling party have been called is anti-national. So when you start criticizing India, you start criticizing what's happening in a particular way, you're called an anti-national. And it became this proud thing, actually, for many people, who were critics of the government. They would have their Twitter handles and they'd say anti-national. There were shirts that were, because you were like, oh no, I'm a proud anti-national nationalist. And so one of the things you talk about in your book is the concept of nationalism as a kind, and it's that, and how nationalism, is a way of conducting an assault on history and what have you. And specifically, you come up with a term called supremacist nationalism. I'm wondering if you could talk about what that is and what makes that distinct.
I didn't realize you followed Indian politics. I think of you as so right, folk. So Indian politics, yes. Let me begin by saying what they're doing in India strategically. They're the Hindu nationalists. The original Hindu nationalist theorist in the 30s, what was his name? I'm blanking on his name again. Savarkar? Savarkar.
Yeah.
Savarkar was, look at the Nazis, what they're doing with Jews. We should do that with Muslims. They're explicitly modeling themselves on the Nazis. And they've taken over. Modi was the head of Gujarat, was the prime minister of Gujarat during the Gujarat program when he let them.
Man, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm interested in the chat here. Dirty Dude is saying that Bob and CT had a disagreement or something, and with some of the people going to Bob.
No, he was asking if there was a breakup, and my response is no. There's not a breakup, at least not that I know of. Maybe something happened. Last I heard, as a matter of fact, I was in Bob's chat before the show started this morning, and they were singing CT's praises. Bob wasn't there. He's probably working or asleep or something, but Bob has a co-host, so Bob's not even always there.
Okay.
CT has been on the show. They were saying how great CT was.
Right.
As near as I can tell, a few hours ago, everything's okay. As a
Yeah,
matter of fact, one of those guys said he knew me from CT's show. So it wasn't like.
Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're basically saying that Bob is like the hangout after once CT goes to bed or something.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dirty Dude, you're starting a channel?
What would he talk about? I wonder what Dirty Dude channel would be about.
Now that would be a big event.
You know, I think you know. I don't know what how.
Oh,
it works.
you're kidding. Okay, gotcha.
I think some people, you know, you start off and then you start your own channel. I guess you know there can be some conflict there, but shit, there are billions of people in the world. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? It's almost like a rock group. You know, sometimes the people have creative differences, so they go and do their own thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everybody has a lived experience that oftentimes they want to talk about. You know.
That's why we are the Beatles. We will break up and do our own individual career.
Who is Dirty Dude talking about? They're never on CT's channel. Who is they? I'm not sure who he's talking about.
Which person? Bob?
Yeah, I don't know who he's talking about.
Bob. To be honest, I don't. I go to CT's channel maybe once a week, once or twice a week, so I don't really keep up with who's there.
Yeah, I don't see Bob up. I've never seen Bob up there a lot. I've heard CT, you know, say, "Hey, thanks Bob for the Cash App."
Well, I mean, Bob has been like doing the show from cockpits and shit.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll watch it.
So Bob is all over the place.
Oh, you mean he does CT show from the cockpit, or he does his own show from the cockpit?
No. Bob has been doing it from like remote, like non-home locations.
Yeah.
And he's also, I think, you know, as a pilot, he probably works odd hours sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, when you're up in the air, you can't really stream, I guess. Is Skywalker? Is that who you say is Bob's host? Is he a?
I don't remember the guy's name. I know he's got a beard.
Is he a pilot? I wonder to see a pilot too. That would be interesting.
No idea.
A pilot duo.
Shit, AAE was up there this morning.
Is AAE a pilot?
No.
Oh, okay.
She's just a female Rain Man. She knows a lot of random facts. I hope she's hearing this.
Hindus go wilding against Muslims, killing thousands.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, see, Dirty Dude saying they're not on CTs anymore. I mean, they're starting their own channel. They can't be in
I think they just happen not to be there. I don't think it's intentional. That's not my impression.
It can't be two places in one time.
Because I have seen CT in Bob's chat. So I don't know why there's not a cross. It could just be that, you know what? A lot of these guys, I mean, we're talking like 4 o'clock in the morning. These guys were running the show. So it could just be that CT's not up at that hour. And they
honestly, I don't know Dirty Dude. You know, I didn't even, I found out Bob started a channel. I said, okay. You know, I didn't think anything of it. Hell, he announced it on CT's channel when I heard it.
Right.
They like, you know, I mean, he contributed from all I know a lot. So that's about the extent of it. That's the extent of it. That's all I can say. I think it makes sense.
Right.
And then he becomes.
Well, I mean, the impression I got, this is just what I heard in the chat, that, you know what, hey, CT can't go 24 hours. You know, we're kind of like where people go when CT can't host.
After hours. Yeah, that makes sense.
Head of India. Now, what they do, what BJP does, is they conceal their supremacy. So I make a distinction in the book between anti-colonial nationalism and supremacist nationalism. What you have with Hindu nationalism is supremacist nationalism, sort of the clearest, you know, Israel and India might have the clearest examples of supremacist nationalism around right now, and Russian nationalism, those. But in India, they say Muslims are invaders. Muslims are imperialists. India was a pure Hindu nation, and Muslims are imperialists and the colonizers, and they have to drive the colonizers out. And they're really immigrants. the 200 million Muslims, Indians. They're really immigrants from Bangladesh or something. And they need to be driven out. And so the Hindu nationalists are anti-colonialists because Muslims are so they're cloaking. And anytime you come in to criticize them, like anytime I used to tweet about Hindu nationalism, I'd get like, "You white colonialist Western," and I'm like, "You guys like imitate the Nazis." So if I'm not mistaken, we're pretty Western. So that's anti-colonial. That's supremacist nationalism masking as anti-colonial nationalism. These two kinds of. So I've spent a lot of time in Ukraine in the last year, in Ukraine during wartime, and Ukraine is has an extremely democratic civil society. I taught essentially erasing history began in my course in Kyiv in August 2023, which was called Colonialism and Fascism, that course. So, and then when I came back to Ukraine to teach another course this May, the people in that course, or hundreds of people in the course, but all the young people were all like the leading journalists. And so the conversation about colonialism and nationalism had been, it wasn't me, it was already, my New York Times did a profile of Miriam Naim, who was my teaching assistant at the time. And this discussion of what kind of nationalism should we have now and after we win? And so this is just a huge public discussion there where people are like, it can't be that after the war, we end up with this supremacist form of nationalism, when now we're like defending LGBT rights and inclusion. And so during wartime, you need nationalism, a point Fanon made. Ukrainians need nationalism now, but it's got to be the right kind of nationalism so it can transform and not become a kind of supremacist nationalism like we find in Israel, like we find in India.
That is extremely fascinating. I mean, in particular, just that debate is already taking place right now and taking place, amongst in a very charged context. That question kind of comes up in American politics as well. It's just, of course, often people who are critics of the United States, or, internal critics, right, of what's going on in the U.S. or of U.S. war aims or what have you, get called unpatriotic. And I think so the one question I guess I have for you is do you think there's an appropriate American nationalism, or kind of that isn't supremacist? Or
so Nikhil, going back to your earlier point about India, this is what you find everywhere authoritarianism rises, is you find attacking education systems as anti-national in whatever vocabulary people use. Anti-American, anti-Hungarian, another commonality you see is, in case it doesn't come up, I want to mention it. For some reason, they go after, these authoritarians go after the Nobel Prize winners in literature of the national minority. So Hungary removed Imre Kertész, the only Hungarian post-war Nobel Prize winner in literature, from its national curriculum. He was a Jewish Holocaust survivor, talking about what it's like to be a Jewish Holocaust survivor in Hungary, and pre-war as well. And they removed him from the curriculum and replaced him with two mediocre far-right writers who no one cares about. Horthy, the quasi-fascist leader, the guy who allied with Hitler, kept on wanting to get them the Nobel Prize in literature, but they're just, so that's what we see here. So we see it in India. It's just kind of one of the depressing things is how paint by number this often is. Just like you see state after state passing the same exact bill that probably Alec wrote or something like that, you see country after country adopting the same technique. You're anti-Indian after the Citizenship Amendment Act passed in 2019, the protests in universities, nonviolent protests for Muslim equality. Universities were painted as anti-Indian, and the students, two of the original organizers, are charged with incitement to murder, with attempted murder, incitement to riot, and this is what I needn't mention what is happening with U.S. universities and protests recently. In the case of the United States, my worry, I don't think we're at the point where we can even ask whether there's a kind of healthy American nationalism. I do believe in healthy versions of national. I mean, I don't know. I do know that Tim Snyder and I had a debate in the Yale Political Union, resolved nationalism leads to tyranny, and he wiped the goddamn floor with me because I was saying it does. So I don't want to. So there's a move Snyder makes where you're like, but nationalism leads to this, it leads to patriarchy, it leads to racism, it leads to, and he said, well, maybe racism leads to racism and patriarchy leads to treating women badly. Well, I think it's nationalism that is the, so anyway, there's lots of moves you can make. Nationalism might be, the right kind of national identity might be necessary for the kinds of projects that you do. Like what you're doing is you're constructing in your work an American, caring for other Americans as part of our American identity. Your political work involves, you're a national leader on things like building houses, addressing affordable housing, presumably, and kind of for nationalist reasons, because Americans should have housing, So that's a healthy nationalism. Unfortunately, the nationalism that all of us grew up with.
Here, let me go ahead and give Ryan some solid snake treatment. Ryan, okay, no, it isn't obvious to me that this guy is a globalist. I would almost say he would be an unlikely globalist. He is a fascism expert. Nothing he said that I've heard so far. Is your premise that if you're not a nationalist, you're a globalist? I hope that's not where you're going with this, but feel free to hit the link. I think Portia may have posted it. Hit the link and come and explain why you think this guy's a globalist. Or is it just something like when you say globalist, does it tickle your tongue? Does it make you laugh when you say globalist? I'm guessing it's that arbitrary.
Looks like exactly the nationalism that the Nazis inherited and built up off of. I remember when I was first in Ukraine in 2017, and I was giving a talk on these issues, and I said unhealthy versus unhealthy nationalism. And I said supremacist nationalism would be like when you said your country is the greatest on earth, your country. So Hitler, the Nazis said Nazi Germany is the successor to Greece and Rome. And I heard that, I think, in school about our founders. So I said this. I was like, supremacist nationalism is when you say your country is the greatest ever. Like, imagine Ukrainians saying their country is the greatest ever. Now they're making a case that they're pretty great. But and someone raised their hand and said, "But your President Obama says that all the time about your country." So we have supremacist American nationalism as our national narrative. And if you're looking at that.
Okay, let me make a distinction here. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but essentially there is nothing wrong with thinking your country or your culture or even your race, if you want to be all racist about it, is the best. It's when you want to enact these ideas into policy. Okay, when you want to make, for instance, English the official language, which I guess you could do. but and Trump is trying to do it with an executive order, I think. The bottom line is when you try to institutionalize the supremacy, whatever your flavor of supremacy is, if you try and institutionalize it, it is a problem, and I am not for it. Okay, when you hear people going, it's a white man's country, that is literally like race and culture, I think. And when it becomes institutionalized, it becomes a problem. And I think we are there, getting rid or just basically trashing and getting rid of diversity, equity and inclusion, instead of being surgical about it. I think that is basically white nationalism. And the link is pinned to the top. Feel free to hit it. But I said what I said.
And in the way I do as a philosopher, looking in a sober way at the kind of dangerous nationalisms that prepare a country for fascism.
Again, I thought I just said it, and maybe I'm reading this time late. There is nothing wrong with having a common language. It's when you put it into policy and you seek to force everyone to do what the common language is. I am all for encouraging it. I am all for, if you want to just put all your signs in the national language, I'm okay with that. It's when you force people to do it, I have a problem with it.
It looks a lot like that.
So even, we should just be cautious, right? Or skeptical even of those claims, even when they're not made by, when they're not made essentially by the political right? They have...
That's what's scary about we talk a lot about the material basis for fascism. Oh, there's a Great Depression, and so there was economic anxiety, but there's also an ideological basis for fascism, and the ideological basis for fascism is laid down by the schools. If the schools are already giving you are the greatest ever, then it's easy to say, oh, our nation is in decline.
I want to get to at some point how we get out of this, but before we
haven't we run out of time now? That was a joke. No, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
And so you're going to tell us how we get out of this. Just because it, in particular, it appeals to me. You have a chapter on the kind of adoption of classical education. And, just to rehearse some things, when I was growing up, one of the big debates was about the canon wars, right? And so one of the questions was, there was maybe, let's say, a side that said we needed a more traditional canon that, what some would argue was too white and male, but and others would want to, modernize it and bring newer authors or neglected authors or authors that, women authors, Black authors into literature, and that the same applied to art history and music and things like that. And so the debate in some ways seems, you might say, people would argue that you shouldn't teach Toni Morrison because you're replacing Milton with Toni Morrison. And that all seems fairly quaint right now, that argument. I mean,
that's an interesting statement, Deacon Dave. You mean the working class? Are they the brokes?
Right now, we, in your chapter, there's just the wholesale demolition of some of these, these traditions. I mean, one, Milton was banned, was what Paradise Lost was pulled out, one of 150 books pulled out of a public library in Florida. But just what is the, there is this new insistence. I mean, maybe not so new, but on this sort of classical education. And so what function does that serve in this context?
Great.
What is it? Like, what are they
Great.
trying
And,
to?
and why is Hillsdale College saying, pushing Christian nationalism under the banner of classical education? So, the idea is this attack on classical education, this newfangled LGBT perspectives threaten classical education because classical education supports the nuclear family. Marxism threatens the classical education because Marxism is opposed to the nuclear family. Well, in the symposium, the highest height of love is between an old male teacher and a young boy he's teaching. So, I'm not really sure, classical education is anti-LGBT perspectives. And, secondly, Socrates in the Republic argues that in Callipolis, the ideal city, all children are removed from their families at birth. So this kind of absolute crap that Christian nationalism is classical education, and that these ideas, Martin Luther King had a exam for his social and political philosophy class at Boston University. One of the questions was list the radical ideas in Plato's Republic. So, Plato's Republic has an argument, argues for that both women and men can equally be rulers, because he said, the response to Socrates is, well, they are different natural aptitudes. And Socrates says, well, bald people and people with hair have different natural aptitudes. It doesn't bear on their ability to rule. So Plato argues for female equality. Plato argues that children should be removed from their families at birth, because then if you don't know who your kids are, you'll make sure to take care of everybody. And if young people don't know who their parents are, they'll make sure that all older people are taken care of. So, so it's just bullshit. And so what's going on, all these radical ideas have occurred in the classics. There's a whole bunch of different confusions on this. Another is that, oh my God, Black studies and women's studies are challenging the Enlightenment ideals of reason and objectivity, and moral progress and moral personhood. It's all this newfangled stuff. But Herder, in the 18th century, Kant's main opponent, thought that there was no universal notion of moral personhood. There was no such thing as universal reason, and he used it to argue against colonialism. He said, you can't invade another country to save them, because there's no such thing. They speak a different language. So all these ideas that they're saying come from women's studies and area studies are contemporaneous with the Enlightenment. They're the counter-Enlightenment, the anti-Enlightenment. So it's all bullshit. So because the concepts of classical education, the discussions are much more radical. All sorts of the positions taken on Enlightenment ideals and pro and against are all taken by white men. And so what one worries about, the Nazis loved classical education. It was funded like physics, but they didn't teach it because of the ideas. They taught it because they wanted to promote white men. They wanted to create this idea of whiteness going from the Third Reich backwards to ancient Greece. All great texts are done by white men. And the Nazis, as George Mosse said, the Nazis in their textbooks represented the greatest Roman emperors as really German. And suggested that really the ancient Greeks were Germans. So that was this kind of whiteness read backwards. And very often what we're getting is whiteness read backwards. The expression classical education, a personalist use of classical education. Classical education used as a method of promoting whiteness.
there's so much more to talk about, and we'll get. But I want to make sure that we, and get to our audience. So I think at this point we want to get to questions, and we do have mics, or a mic, and so please, if anyone has questions for regarding the book.
Yeah, please just raise your hand. I'll bring you the mic. I'll ask you to ask the question into the mic so everyone can hear you.
So the senator asked you, I don't think you answered the question, or we ran out of time or whatever. The question was, how do we get out of this? So so I think that on a national level, people might be aware of the little fascist-like incursions into society, but I don't think that the American public is as aware of those things, or they even care as much about those things when they're on a state level. And the state level is where most of this stuff is happening, right? So what's the answer?
Well, those are different things you're bringing up, but I mean, you're absolutely right that, a state like Tennessee is like basically a fascist state, one-party state. Like abortion is illegal even in the cases of rape and incest. It's like a Christian nationalist authoritarian state. Contraception is required. Parental consent is required for contraception, 18 and under. And one could go on. So we've let these things happen. There's an online reporting form for professors, so you can report professors who teach divisive concepts. So, they narrowly rejected criminal penalties against such professors who taught about white privilege or mortgage redlining. So it's so extreme what's happening now. It's meant to create this culture of authoritarianism where you turn each other in, where you're encouraged to turn each other in. So what do? I think you fight the culture of authoritarianism. You fight the fear. They target teachers, right? They target people who serve on local election boards, and they make their life hell. There's a tendency to want to scurry away when there's this attack. I've seen it happen. Started in the universities, the targeting professors. Turning Points USA, campus reform, they target someone for a tweet or something, and then they make that person's life absolute hell. And that's what they're doing. On that strategy has gone into the local level, and everywhere. It's so I think what's vital is the solidarity. Someone's being attacked, don't scurry away and say, it's thank God it's not me. Bring them an apple pie, have someone videotape you, take a video of you bringing them an apple pie and post it on social media. Make it a badge of honor to be hunted out as, as someone who pushes for, LGBT perspectives to be represented in schools. So support the democratic institutions, teachers' unions. The public schools are being attacked. The public school is central to democracy. That's why it's being attacked. The Freedmen's Bureau created public schools, and Black Americans created public schools in the South because they're central to democracy. That's why they're attacking them. Support unions. Unions are central to democracy. Have solidarity when they try to go after us.
Thanks for coming to Harrisburg. I didn't read your book yet. I just purchased it. Do you think there's a danger in over-focusing on political fascism and political authoritarianism and avoiding talk of economic authoritarianism, economic fascism? I mean, the corporate structure itself is a fascist structure.
Oh, good. Excellent. Now, one thing Timothy Snyder says is, just in conversation, is that the Marxists were wrong about mid-century fascism, but they're right about what we're seeing now. So monopoly capitalism. So monopoly. So you really, what you're saying is you forgot to mention the role of monopoly capitalism and fascism, which is correct. I'm sorry. I should be, I talk about it in how fascism works more, but it's a central part as we're seeing. We're seeing the tech billionaires, we're seeing the fossil fuel industry line up behind Trump, because it's a very natural thing. It's the opposite of free market. Even if you're just a straight orthodox capitalist, you should be really opposed to what's happening, which is monopoly capitalism, which is a bunch of super rich people are lining up behind an autocratic leader, hoping to get special deals on cornering the market. So that's what's happening. That's what the Marxists said was happening in 1930s Germany. It's much clearer that it's happening now. It's very clear. It very clearly happened with Putin. Very cleverly used monopoly capitalism to seize Russia. He got the oligarchs behind him, and suddenly the oligarchs found out that, so that's what we're seeing here. It's another paint by numbers thing. It's monopoly capitalism. People are hoping crony capitalism. People are hoping they're going to be able to get the special deals. Trump very clearly in his first term went after firms that, he split up that merger with, I forget Time and he split up mergers on political reasons. He did DeSantis showing off, went after Disney, so everybody's like, so the monopoly capitalists are like, hey, we can get in with these guys right now. We won't be targeted and we'll get special deals.
Other questions?
We're up on the gallery for this one.
Great. Okay, cool.
Hi. So kind of going off of your quote, war is won by teachers, fighting the fear. And earlier you answering about, supporting teachers union, supporting the teachers. As a teacher for you as history, what kind of recommendations do you have for us who are kind of on that battlefield? As we kind of move forward through this, kind of war on these topics, as someone who has seen certain topics being removed, even in PA from my own curriculum, and me trying to have them back, what kind of just advice or recommendations do you have for us?
I'm going to disappoint you, because to me, your question is a little bit like if a Ukrainian soldier asked me, what kind of recommendations do you have for us on the front line? When the Russians are shooting at me, what does philosophy say we should do? You're on the front lines. So, the emails I'm getting from you and your colleagues are things I'm learning from. We have this model of, like I talk about in the book, the Jarvis Gibbons and Imani Perry's Black Teacher Archives, which is digitalized, where you're really looking at Black teachers in the Jim Crow South, trying to keep the memory of slave rebellions, of Black agency and Black resistance alive. What to do right now? You're in a moment where we can stop a certain slide. Like recently, I was in Europe over the summer, and in one of my talks, a woman stood up and she's like, I'm Russian and I'm getting my master's here, and then I'm going to go back to Russia. What can I do to stop the authoritarianism in Russia? I said, you could stay the hell away from Russia, because you will be killed if you try to stop the authoritarianism in Russia. So we don't want to get there. We don't want to get to the place where we want to stop it right now, because it slides. Russia is an extreme example, but Hungary, lots of examples now where you could be, you're going to be in the political crosshairs. And we already are. You already are in the political crosshairs. So, you're a frontline soldier, and you guys, what's crucial, I think, this is why Tim Snyder's On Tyranny is so useful, because it's all about what you're supposed to do. So chapter 1 is anticipatory obedience. So don't start changing your curriculum in advance before you have to. Yale, my own institution, is like, it's like almost like textbook anticipatory obedience for reasons that I won't go into because they pay my salary. So, but there are professors who are trying to fight back on that. So anticipatory obedience, but I feel terribly telling you, a U.S. history teacher, like, you should not get, you're going to, just by the very fact you're here, suggests, you're trying to figure out what to do on, but, God bless you.
Hello. So the question I had is just from like the last 10 years, the conversation between patriotism versus nationalism has come up quite a lot. So my question for you is, why should we lean towards a more healthier version, which I think needs to be explored a little bit more, of nationalism versus patriotism? Like, what would be the difference for you, and why go towards nationalism instead?
Good. I mean, this is a much vexed, like, is there acceptable patriotisms? I don't myself, some people would say, yeah, it's sort of definitional. Like, you could say you could be patriotic about the ideals of your nation, like democracy or something. But I don't, the problem I have is that the resonances of the term patriotism tend to be pretty authoritarian. Probably the resonances of nationalism too, but nationalism historically emerges as a response to monarchy. So it's not like by definition, it used to be all kings and queens, right? And it wasn't like the Habsburg emperor and the British king, their children would marry, and so nationalism comes in the 19th century, and it was actually a movement, that involved undermining monarchy. So, and nationalism, try telling, like, there are portions of the world where it has a different valence. Think of, BJP has done heroic work on turning it from a good valence to a bad valence. But in Africa, African nationalism generally has a good valence, right? So, no one's like, oh, the terrible African nationalism, So, whereas, patriotism, I'm not convinced there's I don't know what the core of patriotism is supposed to mean. If it means idolatry of symbols, then it's problematic. And it often seems to mean idolatry of symbols.
I have a question really quick, which I want to ask because there's sort of a debate happening on our YouTube live stream of this event. And it's sort of a devil's advocate question, because I think here in central Pennsylvania, we all interact with people in our friend groups and our families who are on the opposite side of the political spectrum. And these events, as much as the issue of, anti-fascism should be nonpartisan, often are not. Often we do have these conversations in something of an echo chamber. And we're sitting here talking about, I think, right-wing authoritarian movements pretty heavily. But people wanting to debate this issue and wanting to erase history and rewrite it often say that the other side of the aisle is doing the exact same thing, saying that communism is trying to take over, all of our systems, all of that. So how do you approach that question, that accusation, that issue, especially with people who, we all know and we love them and we just want them to see sense?
Yeah. So
she must know Orion.
I have all my living relatives are Orthodox Jews and Trump supporters, but I know why they're Trump supporters, because he's going to deliver for Orthodox Jews, like he's going to allow the religious schools to remain not not having to have standards so people learn to read, things like that. So getting it done for your community, like religious communities might see the abortion agenda in a certain way, but there's a puzzle, right? The Nazis won by saying the same thing that the MAGA Republicans are saying now. But the Nazis were right. There were actual communists. There were Stalinists. There were scary communists. I mean, I'm not a communist. I'm a social democrat, but I'm not a communist. I mean, there were scary communists, and Goebbels was correct when he talked about that they were existential threats to like religion, and Stalin did terrible, it was an existential, Stalinism was a threat to religious freedom. But now there are no communists. So what the hell is going on? Because there's not people going around, we're going to forcibly take the Christians and force them to be atheists. Like, that's not happening. It's not, we don't have people saying we're going to mass execute, like we're going to all live miserable lives. So in the future, it's like in communism, everybody's miserable, fascism, some people are happy, other people are miserable, really miserable. In communism, like, it kind of sucks for everybody. That's just not happening. But what they're doing is they're saying that they're painting people, they're painting a neoliberal like Barack Obama, who restocked all the banks after the financial crisis with trillions of dollars. They're saying he's a Marxist. Who had Arnie Duncan as his Secretary of Education, who had Tim Geithner as his Secretary of Rahm Emanuel was his Chief of Staff, and he's a Marxist. So what they're saying is, like, even neoliberal centrists who are not supporters of Donald Trump are Marxists and communists. And it's ludicrous. And so it's just a mystery to me how you're going to take, how are you supposed to respond when you're saying that? I mean, the Nazis did something.
Let me tell you how you're supposed to respond. You consider the person who's making that accusation. Like, if a solid snake comes up and calls me a communist, I'm just going to kind of shake my head, laugh, and go, what the hell are you talking about? Do you even know what a communist is? And I suggest most people that are calling people just random communists because you're not MAGA are basically solid snake level political people.
Some of this, right? They did a lot of this. They said everyone who isn't Nazi is a communist. So, they did that too. So there were communists. So you could be like, oh, look, those scary people, they're like them. But now there are no communists. There's some people, there's always been people policing speech more than they should or whatever. Sometimes you'll get socially shunned if you do things. That's probably been true forever as well. Do those social mechanisms exaggerate? Are there bad uses of them? Sure, there are. That's probably always been true as well. But communism, like taking over, closing the churches, making sure that everyone is the same level of relative poverty. That's just not happening. So it's another one of these, dual reality things. Barack Obama is not a communist. Timothy Geithner was the head of Goldman Sachs. He's not a communist. He was a Secretary of Treasury under Barack Obama. So how do you argue with people who say the CEO, the head of Goldman Sachs, is a communist because he served in a communist? It's kind of I don't know how to react. because there's no, which is not to say that there aren't, like my Orthodox Jew, I have many more Trump supporters in my family than, like almost everyone is a Trump supporter. And we love it. We, when we're together, they argue with me sometimes, but they're not Trump supporters because they think there's communists like running, or Stalinists running around. They just have particular interests that, Trump is delivering for certain right-wing interests. Among them, deeply socially conservative, religious people like my family.
I'm glad you are as mystified by it as I am. We do have time for one or two more questions.
When I look at what you're saying, I really look at structural problems that cause divisiveness, because when it comes down to it, it's people have different ideas about things go. And right now we're in a presidential election cycle. Well, we're going to go through that and we're going to be partisan, because that's what you do. You vote against the other side. Well, as soon as that's over, we're into a midterm election cycle. You do the same thing. No sooner do you get into the midterm.
Yeah, Calvin, I get to torture. I get to torture Deacon Dave and Solid Snake and all the other people who don't like truth. I just get to torture them some more.
Election cycle. What happens? The next presidential election cycle comes up. So there is a structural thing which says we are going to be hyper partisan almost every month or every year. So what is really, the idea is what's really keeping us from our hyper partisanship? And as you know, you're out there in academia, and as everybody else knows, you got 24-hour news, and you also have the internet and a blogosphere. So all these things have put us on edge every single point. And guess what doesn't happen? It's called governance. We're running for office, but we're not legislating in office. Thank you.
So yeah, legislatures are pretty dysfunctional. I was
not
going,
in
right, No, I mean, at the federal level. On the federal level, he's not.
Ours
He
is
gets it done. Well, that's what's so impressive about you is, and politicians like you who are actually using government to get things done for the good, which is like actually it's supposed to be the idea of a state. Like we have so abstracting from the weird MAGA Republican structure we have now, which actually is very pro-state, like Ron DeSantis is going to use, they're going to use the state to go after schools. They're using the state to go after Disney. They're definitely using the state, so that's like not what I'm going to talk about. The anti-state, the sort of Reagan legacy of Reagan, libertarianism. They want to say the state, they want to destroy the power of the state. They want to say states can't work for you. That's the old school stuff, the old school sort of, from the 80s, 90s. But so the work you're doing is showing that states can function. And that sort of idealism is what we need in politics. We need people who want to work together to make things function. And I think you can actually have some overlap on goals. Like some of the MAGA Republicans are sometimes populist, genuinely populist. Like I think J.D. Vance did co-sign legislation with Elizabeth Warren. So, those are ways, he's also Peter Thiel's protege, so it's hard to make sense of. But you can have some overlaps, like if you're going to be serious about the populism, let's do something for let's do something about the finance industry together. So those are ways to, we have now democratic socialists, we have national conservatives. there could be some possibility of overlap if we had some seriousness about the populist aspect. However, I'm very pro hyper partisanship. Like, just as a thought experiment, would you be hyper partisan in the 1932 German elections? Yeah. Yeah, right. So you really sometimes have to be hyper partisan, and it was very similar there. Like, suddenly people's friends were like, I like Hitler. Like, he's getting, don't pay attention to the rhetoric. He's going to get it done. And Victor Klemperer and his language of the Third Reich talks about this. Like, I rented to a student who's a friend of mine. Klemperer was Jewish, and he kept on saying, "Oh no," and this friend of mine just like, "No, Hitler doesn't mean it about the Jews," and like, sometimes you have to be hyper partisan, and unfortunately, as we have, the unhelpful but accurate political science expression, asymmetric polarization, where on the one hand you have the centrists, like I guess Clinton's, Obama, Clinton's, maybe Kamala, we don't really know. And then the far right who want to make it illegal to teach LGBT perspectives in schools, and do blanket bans on abortion, and just go after replace secular education by Christian nationalism. I think you probably have to be partisan in those moments.
And this will be our last question.
How you doing, Professor Stanley? Thanks for being here. So I might ask two things. You can choose which one you want to respond to. The first is reading the book. I couldn't help thinking about the 7 mountain mandates that's not in the book. So if you can respond to that, talk about that a little bit. And
That's the Christian nationalist aspect?
Yeah. And why that's not included.
Dominious. Because it was a mistake. My agent told me to include it. She was right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, the other one was
Dominionism.
Okay.
Right. Dominionism. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dominionism should be, I'm focusing more on, it's a great question and vital point. What we're facing is a theocracy, and explicit theocracy. And then we have cynical figures like Trump and I think DeSantis, who, just want to be autocrats, and they're going to bring in the theocrats to support them. So I think that's what's going on. But the specific thing we face is theocracy. Yeah.
Well, thank you. The second question I was going to ask, and maybe you can leave us on a positive note, see the light at the end of the tunnel. We've been here before in the 20s, the 50s, the 70s, early 2000s, and here we are. So looking back at the history, do you see the light at the end of the tunnel where things start to, the pendulum swings back again?
Totally. I think that the history of authoritarianism is so long. Democracy is very rare. And you're always going to have to fight to preserve democracy, because people are kind of often natural followers of authority. We can go and delve into why that is. The literature suggests it does have to do with the nuclear family. That if you're raised in if you're raised in a patriarchal family, you have a greater tendency to accept or go for authoritarianism over democracy. That's why, with my kids, unfortunately, I always engage their reasoning faculties. And so, and it takes a lot longer to get to a restaurant. But you're supposed to do that. So I think democracy is really hard. Here's the good news. I think it's always going to be like this. So, probably always has been. Like the 90s, the very idea that the 90s were so great is a very white thing in the United States. They were horrors, the 90s, the Clintons in the 90s, like, the crime bill, 100-to-1 crack. I mean, it was very brutal time of racism and mass, crime is dropping, incarceration is shooting up. So things always suck for a lot of people. What we need is, it looks like economic inequality, as the standard theories of fascism would have it, is a serious driver of, say, stereotypes, negative stereotypes, so dealing with these structural issues, I think the Inflation Reduction Act is a very powerful thing. It's like an anti-FDR kind of thing, where you're bringing material support to communities who might be inclined to support fascism, support authoritarianism. So look at Biden. I mean, I think Biden, Occupy Wall Street. Look at you. Look at politicians like you. They didn't exist in 2011. It was all like, oh, the Democrats and Republicans both are for privatizing everything, and now we have Democratic Socialists, So Occupy Wall Street, people are saying, oh, it didn't really work. Yes, it did. It's downstream effects. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders. We have grumpy old senators who are definitely not corrupt. So we have movements of people. Biden administration was an administration where they were redistributing. I think it's the first administration in decades where there was redistribution. So there's always redistribution. It's just usually from the bottom up, but it was redistribution in the other direction under Biden. So, I think, the emergence of democratic socialists who want to focus on making our material lives better, affordable housing, creating maybe different models of policing, not defunding the police, but, having police be restructured so they're not militarized. I think these are all, a lot of what we're seeing is the backlash to that. But maybe we can work together on some issues. If the MAGA Republicans are serious about helping working families, then maybe we can, I don't think they're serious about it, but maybe, so we have a sort of breaking up of the traditional neoliberal, different versions of neoliberalism. And I think there's hope there.
All right. With that,
No,
anything you wanted to add?
Oh, I was just going to say there's hope, right? And so I was just going to echo that. And I just was hoping to ask the audience again to thank and Jason Stanley and thank you for coming and presenting this book. It's great to have you. Thank you.
I actually found something that just popped into my algorithm here, which we'll check out. I'm not sure if we need to watch the whole thing, but this is something from the Brookings Institute. And if you're not familiar with the Brookings Institute, it's actually fairly famous. It's a center-left think tank. And their main claim to fame is they came up with that formula, you graduate high school, you get married, then you have kids, et cetera, et cetera. That particular combination winds up being, a productive, successful it's more likely to lead to a more productive, successful life. I forget what it's called. Yeah, that's it. It's not the millennial, it's the success sequence. Maybe they've tacked on millennial, but they are the think tank that basically came up with it. They are solidly center left, and they are so centrist that you rarely ever hear a whole lot of right-wing attacks against it, mostly because, you just call them neoconservatives, basically, which, temperamentally, I'm probably more a Brookings guy than, any of the other think tanks. So anyway, this particular session is called the Black Power Scorecard, quote, a kitchen table gathering, Black Power Scorecard. And it's based on a book by one of the panelists, and I figure we'll check it out. Maybe there's something useful there, but it is Black centered, and apparently this is Brookings Metro, so it's a part of the think tank that's dealing with more urban affairs. So we'll check it out, see what it's all about, and if it's boring, we will move on. And maybe I'll even turn up the speed a bit.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna have to try that again. Good evening, everyone. Oh, that sounds like a black church because we talk about black power, right? Now, for those of you who know me really well and think I'm very tall, they have a box underneath me. And I was really concerned because I said, are you trying to say I'm short? But they said, no, we're just saying the podium is tall. So I'm gonna go with that asset mindset and just weave it through my comments for the opening. So I am so honored to be invited to have the opening remarks. And I asked Andre, I said, is there anything I should avoid saying that would embarrass you, make people in the audience clutch their pearls? He said, no, have at it. Because I want this to be a family conversation. And the best way to start a family conversation is to invite your crazy cousin. So that's me. I am Tynesha Boye Robinson. I'm here to set it off, y'all. So we are here to make this a family affair. Play whatever tune is in your head on that. But I'm the president and CEO of CappyQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm. And before I get into Andre, because I kind of want him to just wait to figure out what it is I'm going to say about him, I want to start with Brookings, because Brookings is the host of this event. And I have to tell you, even though academia and research is supposed to be very measured and thoughtful, I'm gonna give you a little secret. I'm very biased about Brookings. Very biased, because I think they're the best. So let me tell you why. When I was an itty bitty mid 20-year-old, launched the first expansion site of a nonprofit that trained young people in technology and placed them in jobs called Year Up. Okay, yes. You wouldn't have said that in 2004, but that's cool. All I knew was I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew what our mission was. And if I could make sure that young people aged 18 to 24-year-old could show their assets and their talents in a way that people were not looking at them as charity cases, if I could show that their story was my story, then we would show outcomes and economic results. And the very first piece of research that came out about our organization was done by Brookings. You want to talk about a lifelong member, y'all? That did it for me. It was Martha Ross. And Martha Ross, yes, I know, I hear some, Martha Ross. Martha Ross has been in the game for a while, but she still looks fly. Martha Ross basically broke down the economic impact of what it looks like when you invest in people because of who they are and who their assets are, not because where they came from, not because where their start was. And it was the fodder that allowed us to raise money, to host President Obama, to place thousands of young people in jobs, when I was just someone with a passion and a prayer and a belief. And from that, Brookings continued to show up. They showed up when I did inclusive economies work, which is basically what you used to call racial equity work, but across the country. And it's, and I will say, they have some amazing, brilliant minds. Anybody who knows Zav Briggs knows that if intellect were poetry, it would sound like him. So there are people like that are just the foundation of Brookings, which is why I'm an Uber fan, unapologetic. And in that rich, deep history, they brought forth Andre Perry, y'all. And I will tell you that he is a shining star in a constellation of bright lights, because he brings his intellect, but he brings his head and his heart and his lived experiences. He's just as comfortable, y'all, speaking in front of a congressional hearing as he is in front of the Drunk Black History Club. Look it up on YouTube because it was funny. And yeah, crazy cousin, I'm okay to do that. Okay, so, and it's that kind of applied research, like the taking the academic framework and breaking it down to distill it to what can we do, why do we need to do it, and what do we do next, that makes Brookings great. And I think Andre has made Brookings even greater. And that is why I couldn't help but be here to open this work. Now, I'm talking about Andre like I've known him forever, but I've only really known him for about 5 years. And that tells you it's a testament to his focus and support on things that matter for our community. So we partner on a project called Path to 1555, which is an effort that says that if 15% of existing Black businesses could invest in one employee, it would result in $55 billion to the economy. He has been our research partner for 5 years, him and Anthony and Manon and all these other great folks at Brookings. And one of the things that I love about the most recent report that came out basically shows that Black businesses in 2022 alone added 212 billion with a B. I could go like this, billion with a B, to the economy, not million, billion with a B. And it shows that we can achieve what we believe in, what we set for ourselves. But the thing that I think is so critical at a moment where our very histories and existence are being erased is that it did not come at the expense of others. The work that Path to 1555 has exposed and highlighted and partnered is that when you remove barriers for those who have been oppressed the most, suppressed the most, when you remove those barriers, it removes it for everybody. And that is why in that same period, $738 billion were added by businesses of color and women. So they grew too. But you know what? You know the insidious thing? People want to say, oh, well, that must have been because white people were losing. No, 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 no. It did not come at the expense of white businesses and white business owners. In fact, they grew too. The shared fates, the rising all boats, the lifting all tides is what Andre's work has highlighted and featured for book after book and report after report. And I am just so grateful to be one of the many partners that calls him friend and leader. And I think it is that dichotomy, that insidious challenge that if you win, I lose, that is permeating our very belief system, that Black Power scorecard crumbles to the ground and stomps it really hard on its feet. Yes, yes, because we kind of need to like stomp on it like it's roaches. But you know, neither here nor there. I will tell you that it is that dichotomy, the comparison that I have to, if you have, I don't have, if you have, I lose. That is a fundamental disconnect, not just in our economy, but also in our research. And what I adore about Black Power Scorecard is it's about not comparing Black communities and Black people's fates to white people or anybody else. It's about comparing our communities and our fates to what does it look like for when we thrive. Power is not about all the trappings of success people have told us. Power is about what does it look like when we are our best selves. And so Black Power Scorecard equips us not just with the data, but with the fundamental principles of what it looks like when we thrive. I love the story about Kaylin, and I mentioned I was biased, so I'm gonna continue to do that. I'm gonna be biased towards the business conversation. You know, Kaylin started a lawn service company, and we would say, that's some pocket money. And then he started selling CDs out of his trunk, and we said, that's a side hustle. And then he started a healthcare company, and we would say, Lord Jesus, how many companies and businesses is this dude gonna start? But if Kaylin were a white man, he would be called a serial entrepreneur. If Kaylin were a white man, he would be invested in based on potential, when the Kaylin who exists today has thrived because of proof. It is that kind of data that is woven throughout Black Power Scorecard. And those are the kind of stories that we need to embrace. We need to reject the lies of our inferiority that is woven into our system that believes success looks a certain way. And we need to reclaim the fact that our wealth was inherited not just by our ancestors, but the stories that we have that are so powerful, people want to erase them. That is what Black Power Scorecard is about. And so if we are going to move forward We need tools and resources like that. You know, one of the things that is not my core subject matter expertise, but I've heard Andre in enough meetings talk about valuation, especially valuation with housing, and how Black homes, Black-owned homes, are undervalued in a way that's incredibly unfair and has precipitous economic effects. But I want to pose a different conversation. I want to say, what would it look like if we valued ourselves? There's this interesting little piece that most people don't pay attention to when you value a business. It's beyond the financial metrics. It's called goodwill. And I'm not talking about peace and goodwill men. I'm talking, and women. I am talking about the intangible assets that make a company worth more than it looks on its face. In the corporate community, that looks like reputation, brand, customer service. But I will tell you right now what you already know, that our intangible assets make us so much more valuable than we ever look on our face. It's our resilience and brilliance. It's our hustle and our heart. It's our purpose for our people. Our valuation skyrockets when you think about the things that make us thrive and when you really break down wealth in a way that reflects our community's strengths and assets. So I want to thank Andre Perry for the gift that is Black Power Scorecard, because it is equipping us with everything we need to remind us why we can, we will, and we always thrive. Thank you.
Black power is
Black power.
Black power is
Black power. Black power. Black is power. Black power is
Black power is
Black power is not crabs in a barrel mentality. Black power is not individualistic. Black power is not only celebrity this or professional athlete that.
Black power is not divisiveness.
Black power isn't for sale.
Black power is not trying to be like somebody else.
Black power is not cultural erasure, and it's not something that can be obtained individually.
Black power is not to be clueless. Black power is not to sit on your hands and to keep your mouth shut.
Black power is not individual profit maximization.
Black power is not forcing Blackness into a story that was not originally intended for it.
Black power is not some celebrity saying, "Ooh, we're great," or "Ooh, we got all these likes," or "Ooh, we getting all this money," while they get money and never pour into their community. That's what Black power is not.
Black power is liberty and justice. It's the ability of Black people to define their life on their own terms, to be able to dream and to manifest those dreams.
Black power is a force that connects the hearts and minds of people in the African diaspora across lifetimes and movements.
Black power is loving affirmation of where we've been and visionary pursuit of where we're going. Black power is communal. Black power is spiritual. Black power is ancestral.
It's rooted in the faith that sang in the fields, marched in the streets, and praised in the pews.
Black power is the ability to be your authentic self.
Being proud of the beautiful skin I'm in. Black joy.
Unity.
Pride.
It's about being exactly who we are.
Black power is rising out of darkness, rising in spite of darkness, transcending negativity, ignorance, and lack.
It's the power that we have inside that they try to diminish that they know they can't.
It's reaching back to pull up and empower younger generations. Black power is building political power and making greater investments in Black communities to become more self-sustaining.
It is a powerful instrument that we could use to achieve what we want and need, both politically and economically.
Black power is Black banks, Black broker-dealers, Black asset managers, and Black capital allocators.
Black power is generational wealth.
Entrepreneurship. It's connecting Black communities to the resources we need to strengthen social determinants of health and thrive at scale.
Black power is to be conscious of who you are. Black power is to understand the struggle of our ancestors and progress forward and not repeat the mistakes of the past.
That is Black power.
Black power is family. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ruby Perry, and it would be my pleasure to introduce the author of Black Power Scorecard, Andre Perry, although I call him Dad. Now, I'm here to introduce him, but after attending so many of his presentations, I could probably cite every stat from his previous book. But don't worry, I'll leave that to the expert. As a senior fellow and the director for the Center of Community Uplift at the Brookings Institution, my dad has more titles than even I have video games. He's also a professor of the practice of economics at Washington University in St.
Let me make a point that people seem to be missing currently in this chat, and people seem to be missing overall, like out in real life. It is common in these YouTube streets in this particular sector that we're in to talk about, equality and equal outcomes and all this stuff. The only time equity or equality of outcome ever comes to bear is when people start talking about Black power or anything that's not white. Anytime that whiteness, white culture, and the white man is not centered in this John Galt, CT, Ock Nation, Be Brave, and other channels, our little universe here, the Black conservative, the anti-Black spaces, the only time equality of outcome is ever considered is when somebody says Black power. Okay, Black power is not like white power. Black power is not the equivalent or the diametrically opposed or the night to the day. Black power is not any of that. So when you start talking Black power, if you automatically go, well, is it white power the same? The answer is no. The two are not equivalent. The two are not equal. The two do not have equal outcomes. Okay, in this fucking bullshit that people want to go, as soon as somebody starts talking about Black stuff, everybody just reverts to the centering white stuff. That's part of the problem in these anti-Black spaces. Okay, whiteness is your standard, and anyone who has the audacity to fucking think outside of a white paradigm is automatically pro-Black. And I love shitting on the morons who think that. The two, they are not two sides of the same coin, Kelvin. Do your sociology. You know what? All lives matter, but you know what? Have you ever heard the term first among equals, Kelvin? That term applies when you start talking all lives matter. Do your reading, do your homework. Sometimes the lived experience, sometimes being older actually does kind of help put things into perspective. If you're 22, I don't expect you to know this. If you're 52, I do expect you to know this. And I do not brook people who want to center whiteness. It's done enough as a default. If your brain automatically wants to defend everything white as soon as somebody starts talking about Black betterment, then I have a problem with you. And hit the link. We can duke it out.
A nationally respected commentator on race, structural inequality, and education. He's been published everywhere from the New York Times to Times Magazine, and if there's a platform, he's probably been on it. From HBO, CNN,
Hey,
CBS.
we all have to be young at some point in our lives.
I know him as the person who helped me write my first storybook, The Adventures of Googie and Mr. Man. Amazing name, I know. As many of you know, my dad's research focuses on mainly race and structural inequality. Most people
The
recognize
link is at the top of the chat.
support on asset devaluation in Black neighborhoods, which is even presented to Congress. This was the subject of his last book, Know Your Price.
I do have one comment on this young man's hair. My son talked about getting twistises or whatever. And my response to him was not while you're living in this house. you know, when you go to college, you can do whatever you want with your hair as long as I don't have to live with it. And he keeps threatening to do it, but he never does it. And I think that this young man is not doing himself any favors by this hairstyle. You know, if you're gonna wear a suit, you know, at least kind of take those things up and put them in a rubber band behind your head or something. I'm still looking for my son to do twistises, except his hair is not. I don't even know that he can do twistises. I think they'll wind up looking like ponytails or something. But anyway, let's get back to this young man. I don't think he looks like a female.
I'm really looking forward to this new book, not because I need more stats to memorize, but because it means more opportunities for me to hang out with my dad. So without further ado, please welcome the person who annoyingly wakes me up every morning, but I still love him for it, my dad, Andre M. Perry.
Wow. First, thank you, Roby. Thank you, Ty, for that wonderful introduction. I also want to express my gratitude to a number of people. I'm really going to be deliberate here. Gail Ross, my literary agent, Gail Ross, for securing, of the WME, for securing my book deal with Metropolitan Books. To my editor, Reaver Hokerman, who, along with Alex Foster of Metropolitan Books, for refining my words with great care. Thank you.
The kid does look like his father.
Clarissa Long, Allegra Green, and Amber Chirichetti of Henry Holt. I'm also grateful to my longtime booking agent, Rolisa Tutwiler. I'm hoping she's here. She's organized so many events for me in the past and in the present. And of course, I would not be here without my Brookings family. I really want to name them. Without them, so much would not get done. Anthony Fiano, Danetta Parrott, Afara Khan, Manna Donahue, Hannah Stevens, Will Teasley, Krista Lanning has helped out with this event, and the number of fellows and non-resident fellows here. I see Makeda Henry Nicky, Tracy Lowe, others here that have partnered with me, carried me actually throughout the way, and I truly appreciate your work. And so many other people who are working on these issues. I just want to say thank you. Somebody I see out there, I'll just set this straight. Somebody I see out there, I saw them in a cafeteria recently, and they told me, "You better get him, Andre. You better tell him, Andre." And right then and there, I knew what the directive was. Notice the pause in between, "You better tell him," and then the syllables in my name. That "You better tell him, Andre." And just for those who need translation, there's a clear cultural reference there. The M says who I'm talking to, one. But the Andre says a lot, because Andre is sort of the equivalent of Jalen is today. It's a quintessential Black name. Like, if you have Andre, you were born in the 70s somewhere, you are from the hood. Right? There are exceptions. Andre Agassi maybe, but But I took that as there was a passion to organize and mobilize. And that was the reason why I wrote this book. In particular, in the aftermath of George Floyd's killing, and particularly around the slogan Black Lives Matter, which sparked a lot of energy, both positive and negative, I started trying to figure out how do I enter this conversation? Now, while many people questioned its meaning, whether or not we should say it should be Black Lives Matter 2, All Lives Matter, I saw a research question. I saw what are the most important factors on life expectancy. In other words, what matters most for Black thriving? For me, it represented an opportunity to have a comprehensive approach to looking at these issues. Too often, when we organize around issues, we organize around what hurts us, not necessarily what keeps us living. And if anyone saw the visuals of George Floyd's killing, you know that when it comes to power, that the opposite of power is death. That's there. So it has to be about thriving at the end of the day. And so for me, I wanted to explore all the different factors that impact thriving in communities. So in 2020, my colleague Jonathan Rothwell, who's not here today, and I need to give him a special shout out too, we went about in collaboration with the NAACP, we went about looking for the places where Black people are living the longest. And we used a machine learning algorithm to scrub through all the databases we could find. We went through Redfin, Facebook, census data, IRS data, and when we let it go through lasso regression, it allows us to sift through many different factors to get to the most important social determinants here. And we categorize those things into wealth, human social capital, environmental quality, family, and safety. And as was mentioned, we did not compare Black to white. We compared Black to Black in different places. There's a couple of reasons for that. You can clap that up. We did that for a couple of reasons. We wanted to break this incessant sort of need to compare Black people to white people. And why it's a mistake in this regard. When you look at Black people to white people in the aggregate, it really masks what is happening on the ground, right? And I know from the work that you all do, that you're actually having an impact on people's lives. And I wanted to see that. So we ran that data and we looked at, we found a bunch of things, positive and negative correlates. So I'm just gonna run through this, and this is probably the place where I need to talk about the differences between causation and correlation, because this is mainly a correlational study, right? And I'll explain this as we go through the data. Now, no surprises here. Places.
I want to just go ahead right quick here. This is actually going to wind up being a bunch of data. And, I'll make sure I hold on to this video. But, people start talking about, median household incomes, home ownership, these stats that come up, constantly in these spaces. The one thing I don't see yet, and I hope they do cover, is crime. I'd like to see that addressed. And again, I haven't seen this. This is the first time I'm seeing it. And it's almost, it's an hour and 45 minutes roughly. So hopefully they do get to that. But, the last thing I'll say before I start it again is this is what I consider, going and actually doing at least a little bit of, work to kind of support arguments, either pro-Black or anti-Black or, whatever you call your argument. Knowing some of these basics, knowing that these resources, videos, etc., exist. This is not a video of a crack hoe stealing from Walmart. This is some stuff that, anybody who wants to get into these sorts of sociological or cultural arguments, this is the kind of homework you should be doing. It's not digging in a book. It's not going to the library, but it's something more serious than sitting in a chat, listening to some, white trash blowhard go on and on about nothing in particular, about nothing he actually knows about.
Where the share of incomes are higher, where home ownership is higher, business ownership is higher, you see higher life expectancy.
You know what?
Some of the places.
It's easy to be on a roll when you're a fucking hollow sphere. He's a big white snowball, and you roll him downhill, he just gets bigger, whiter, and rounder.
Really pop here. Prince George's County is in the 95th percentile when it comes to home ownership. When it comes to business ownership, Baltimore is in the 86th percentile when it comes to business ownership. Now, the reason why I point that out, two different outcomes. One is above average in life expectancy. The other is below average in life expectancy. We'll see that. But in every city, there's strength that we can build upon, strength that we need to acknowledge. So when it comes to social human capital, this is where I want to get into correlation versus causation. The share of Black immigrants, and so my West Indian African massive here, right? This is where there's always a competition, right? But places where you see higher shares of Black immigrants, you see higher life expectancy, right? Now, some of it may be a compositional effect in that Black immigrants, generally speaking, are healthier and wealthier when they land. But what it shows me that there's something where when they land, something's happening there that we need to explore. There is a positive story about immigration that we need to embrace, right? that we all can embrace. So I talk about that in the book. Now, higher education is another important correlate. You're sitting in one of the most highly educated places in America, right here in the DMV. Now, no surprises here. Environmental quality really does matter. If you live in places with bad air, bad water, I don't care what you got there. It's going to be hard to combat that. So we need to figure out ways to address air pollution and population density. Now, Virginia Beach, one of the cleanest in terms of air quality places you can find. So I wanted to spotlight this. Now, we cannot avoid conversations about family, right? I sent the book out to reviewers along the political spectrum, and they were a little concerned that I was addressing this issue. Now, if you're going to talk about Black power and not address Black family, then you're not really addressing the issue, right? Now here is when we need to really specify about correlation, right? Children without father present, what this is saying is that the fact that you're not living with your father doesn't make you sicker, but there are probably environmental factors at play that do make you sick or associated with it. So if you live in an area where there's higher levels of incarceration, you're going to see these kind of outcomes. Lower incomes, you're going to see these kind of outcomes. But for me, I really want to hit this dead on because Feneba Ado, who you are going to meet later, really gets this on target. Healthy communities build healthy families. It's not the other way around, right? And so we have to be invested in building assets in communities instead of saying what Black men or Black women aren't bringing to the table. It just doesn't go anywhere. San Diego, 85% of Black families are children live with their father. There's a military presence there that has a lot to do with it, but there are lots of places where we see variations in those metrics. Now, last but not least, safety. Walkable cities, if you have access to all the things you need in a neighborhood, those places are more likely to generate a higher life expectancy. But gun violence is an issue. Again, correlation, not causation. Now, if you live in an area where life expectancy is 75 and people are dying at 25, you will see lower rates, right? But what this is telling me is that, generally speaking, if you have lower educational options, you have lower employment options, you're probably also going to see these kind of numbers. So these issues are correlated with other things, so they're not causal. Now, I'm going to quickly go in Boston. Like so many people talk about Boston and how bad it is a very safe place relative to other cities. And DeKalb is a very walkable area. Now, I'm just going to, because I really want to get into these conversations with my panel. So I want to point out some places. So Washington, D.C., the predicted life expectancy in Washington, D.C. is 78. It's a little lower than actual. What we want to always see if the actual is outperforming, if you're outperforming the predicted. It's like saying if you predict the weather to be 75, it's 80, either something wrong with the model, which nothing's ever wrong with my models, or something's going on in the environment. And so what you want to see is higher life expectancy, or you're bucking what the prediction is. Now, I'm going to just go through the DMV a little bit just because of the current context when we're talking about what's happening in the administration. There is a serious threat here. If we lose jobs, lose incomes, you lose revenue, it can have a dramatic impact on actual life itself. So I really want to bring out these numbers. Montgomery County, for instance, folks live to well in their 80s, bucking trends. Fairfax, another place, 83 actual. Baltimore County, about 73. Baltimore City, less than 70, right? But again, there's strength in Baltimore. So this is what I wanted to emphasize throughout the book, that we should not look at cities and say, oh, these problems are insolvable. I'm looking at Alison Plyer here from New Orleans. She's in New Orleans. And when I look at New Orleans data, what's interesting, lower life expectancy, but they are actually exceeding their expectation. So what it tells me that folks are doing something there that are improving their conditions. And we should embrace that, right? We should embrace that. Georgia, 75. There's lots of great places. Durham, North Carolina, predicted bucking the trend. Philadelphia, I'm going to Philadelphia.
Just so you know, that Durham, North Carolina used to be like a financial capital in the Black community back in the early 20th century. Durham is where all these Black insurance companies got started back in like the later years. I think it was the later years of Reconstruction, but definitely the late 19th century through, I don't know, maybe the first 2 or 3 decades into the 20th century. I said 19th century into the 20th century. Just so you know, Durham was like a kind of like a where some rich Black folks lived for a short while.
In a few days there, we'll be talking to folks there. Putnam, New York, I think is the highest where folks are living to 85. Not only are they, you're Putnam, New York? Okay. Look at that big Black community in Putnam, New York. New York people just claim anything New York. BK. BX, I like. Exactly. So I'm just going to breeze through this. I want to show where that Black people are thriving in different places. This national narrative that all is lost is not true. It's just not true. And from the research perspective, if you constantly put out data that says how bad Black people are, you're doing us a disservice. No one invests in problems. They invest in strength. The people I'm going to bring up to the table are people I really feel that we should be investing in.
Yeah, this guy is echoing what I keep saying to the Be Brave crowd. Most Black people don't live in the inner city, the neighborhoods that Be Brave wants to cry about. Blacks do thrive, and he should be the one watching this.
Agendas on strengths, on weaknesses. Also, the title Black Power Scorecard. Every year during election season, Black issues are shoehorned in at the last minute. Right. I want people to say, hey, here are the things that we should be looking at every single time. And if your vote is worthy, it's because you're moving the needle on some of these factors, right? Not because you belong to some club or because of your color of your skin. It's really because you're moving the needle, and we don't have to wait until somebody proposes some agenda for Black men or Black women. No, we have the criteria here. Another thing you'll find in the book, I talk a lot about the collective. Because of our various wealth profiles, we have to work together. We have to talk about community land trust. We got to talk about shared equity. We got to do things together, cooperatives and that nature. So I talk a lot about that. And finally, provide practical solutions that made into legislation and policy. Here is where my panelists or the kitchen table folks I really want to bring in, because there are practical solutions.
And I also want to point out that, you'll hear a lot of the anti-Black Blacks talk about, well, Black people need to get together. Black people have no plan. However, those same anti-Black Blacks are not aware that stuff like this out there is happening, and they are just not up to speed to know that, in some ways there's stuff out there to support their little anti-Black arguments. This guy is basically, talking about what John Galt talks about. And too bad John isn't aware of that.
On the ground that we should be scaling. That just like redlining started at the local level, it did not start at the federal government. It started in Baltimore. You're going to hear from Lanier Richardson about what he's doing in Baltimore. It started in Baltimore. It was eventually resourced and scaled by the federal government, right? But it started local. We have people doing great things at the local level that we need to resource and codify. That's the goal, right? So That is Black Power scorecard. So you can plot that up. So at this time, so that video you saw earlier on, that was in my house. Obviously, I'm snacking in the background.
Brian, I have no idea where I'm talking about Be Brave in general and those like him. Be Brave is kind of like my pet archetype. And Truth or Jay, I don't expect anyone to agree about anything all the time. The problem, that I'm having today is that too many of the anti-black blacks have whiteness as their yardstick or their measure of success. And I don't really give a shit whether people agree with me or not. I'm already successful. Whether you agree with me or not is, you know what? I'm on the channel. I can be a resource, but I don't have to be. I don't give a fuck if people don't agree with me. I have the satisfaction of knowing most times they're wrong, and you have a right to be wrong.
And I want us to go back to that. I want us for you to go back, purchase Black Power scorecard, and have a conversation at the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to do today. So the first conversation I'm going to ask them to come on stage. We have Lisa Rice, President and CEO of the National Fair Housing Alliance, Angel Gregorio, owner of the Spice Suite, Lanier Richardson, CEO and co-founder of Chicago Trend, and Malik Yoba, founder and CEO of Yoba Development, and he's an actor on occasion. No. Yeah, that's right. So I actually want to start off with Lisa because housing is so important to the well-being of Black residents. How are you and your organization, and what are you seeing out there? How are you improving the conditions that make it easier for Black people to own a home?
Andre, so let me say first that in the United States of America, just like really any other country throughout the world, people are homeowners, not necessarily and not solely because they pulled themselves up by their own bootstraps to become a homeowner. If you're a homeowner in the United States, you are a homeowner because of the policies that have been implemented in our nation, both at the federal level and at the state level, policies that helped develop and create an infrastructure that facilitated the ability of you to become a homeowner. In the United States, unfortunately, because of our apartheid past, place is inextricably linked to opportunity and resources. Resources have not been equally distributed, and we also are living with the legacy of segregation. We are still a very segregated society. So at the United States, at the National Fair Housing Alliance, we're using different tools and instruments in order to make homeownership more accessible to more people, because homeownership is a ladder. It's not the sole ladder, but it is a ladder to wealth, to opportunity, and other positive outcomes in life. So we litigate, as y'all know. We conduct investigations to ferret out discrimination, and where we find discrimination, we will pursue those litigation paths to expand opportunities to people, but also to provide people with remedies. So as an example, we just settled a huge case against Fannie Mae. We got about a $35 million investment fund, and we are literally giving that money, we're redistributing that money to people who experience discrimination, and we're helping them to become homeowners. We're helping to improve communities and ensure that communities can have important resources. But we're also using technology and AI to help expand opportunities for people, because our housing systems and structures, our financial systems, are operated by apparatuses that are not fair and equitable for everyone. So we're using AI to help change those systems. And we're doing things on the policy front. We're developing programs like first generation homeowner programs.
And I want to just real quick speak to special purpose credit programs, because I put a strong emphasis on special purpose credit programs, explain what they are and how they can be used to increase homeownership.
Thanks. I was just going to mention that. Special purpose credit programs codified in the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. They've been legal since 1976. We've never used them. But under the Biden administration, HUD established a new policy that facilitated the development and use of special purpose credit programs. These programs allow financial institutions and nonprofit agencies to design programs that meet the specific needs of certain communities based on things like race or national origin or gender, which are protected classes, right? Under the civil rights laws, you're not supposed to do that, but this carve-out allows you to do that.
Now, Lanier, I really want to jump in because this is where the other panelists really are doing great work. And I'll just highlight the work you're doing.
Truth or Jay, can you be more specific? I'm not exactly sure where you're going with this. FBI divides what masses? Which masses?
Yeah, when George Floyd was murdered, there was a day of civil unrest in Chicago in the neighborhoods we were in. And then later that night, there was...
Okay, Brian Nichols, this is interesting. Okay, you say there we go with the past again. Well, what do you want to talk about? The future? We don't know what the future is, and the present, you might be able to do something in the present, but what? Information, learning, history, all that stuff comes from the past. So the past is important. No, Brian Nichols, fully in the present. That's also called happy-go-lucky. We want to plan for the future and we want to learn from the past. So living fully in the moment, that works great if you're going bungee jumping. But when you start, doing the family stuff, you want to be a little more deliberate. Okay, Tariq Nasheed is a moron, so I have no clue why you're even bringing him up. But have at it, or hit the link if you want to come up. Come on up. The link is pinned at the top. I don't do Umar or Tariq, but if you I know who they are, of course. But if you have a perspective, I'm interested in hearing it. But other than knowing who they are, I see a clip every now and again, but I'm not a devotee of either of those guys.
All this discussion around, we got to do stuff like close the racial wealth gap. We got to do racial justice investing. And I remember it hit me like a bag of rocks. Wealth is created by owning assets that generate revenue, that appreciate over time, that in theory might even have tax advantages. So if you're going to close the racial wealth gap, you got to help more people of color own commercial property. The Brookings research, Tracy Lowe, Andre Perry, 81% of commercial property is owned by 1% of the population. And whether it's assets, could be homes, businesses, it's commercial real estate. So we now own 6 shopping centers in Chicago.
Hello.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. I'm not a fan of, you'll almost never hear me talk about either of those guys.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I feel like, a lot of the divisiveness comes from people that look like me, which is unfortunately the Black people, because every time, I'm even my family or whether it's online or on TikTok, it's just like all this racial division, I feel like comes from a majority of Black people because they're always playing the victim. They're always bringing up the past. They're always, being divisive. And it's just like white people aren't doing that. Some of them are. Don't get me wrong.
Let me. How into American history are you?
I know my American history a little bit.
Okay, well then you know that white people have been doing it for centuries in America. So that Black people are the only ones being racially divisive, I think that's easily disproven. The other thing that I personally don't do is I don't even have a TikTok or, I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it, for information or anything like that. So I think sometimes I'm going, whoa. I'm going to finish and then you go. I think sometimes that people kind of get a magnified or skewed view of reality if you're only looking at social media. And as far as proving, I mean, American history is literally chock full of white people being racial.
Well, first off, I mean, I never said you was on TikTok. I was just making a general statement.
No,
but
I
mean,
didn't say you did. You mentioned it. I'm saying if you are getting the racial division and all that stuff from TikTok, I'm saying you're getting a skewed version of reality. I didn't say I was on it. I said if you are getting your news or information solely from social media, you're getting a skewed perspective.
Yeah, but I think the problem is you know, black people blame whites too much, and they blame them a lot that they don't even want to fix the issues in their own community, like, you know, black on black crime. I mean, high blood pressure,
Okay, well,
diabetes, fatherless homes.
That's an interesting point. Now, tell me how black people can solve crime.
Well, first they can solve crime by asking for more police instead of trying to be stupid and defund the police. Because a lot of people was trying to do that in 2020.
This is 2025. Defund the police died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, defund the police died when Joe Biden came into office because he was not into defund the police. So it's been defund the police pretty much died in 2020. So that's 5 years ago.
And also hold these rappers and these bad influences accountable, because it's clearly not as a good influence as it was back in the day. Because a lot of people look up to Sexy Red, they look up to Lil Durk, they look up to Chief Keef, these degenerates, these incels to society. And then when you do that,
that's an interesting point. Now, do you expect Sexy Red to stop doing what she's doing?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So you expect her to give up her livelihood?
I'm saying she needs to change her image because a lot of young black people, especially my age, are looking up to that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you blame Sexy Red for these kids looking up to her, or do you blame the parents?
I blame both, the parents and Sexy Red.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I would tend to blame the parents. And as a parent of a 19-year-old, I was actually very aware of what my son listened to, you know, the social media and all that. I mean, I really never censored it. I just kind of let him know what the expectations were. And every now and again, I'd go back and spot check. But I personally think that Sexy Red should be as sexy and as red as she wants to be. It's up to the parents to decide who that child gets exposed to. And I know it's not, you can't do it 100% of the time. But one of the things I caught a lot of guff from my son, he didn't get a phone until he was in high school.
Well, I mean, I did too. I can relate.
He had fairly limited access to the internet. Like, for instance, I can't recall, he didn't have a computer in his room. So, I mean, if he needed to use the internet, he either used it at school or he had one of those Chromebooks that kids bring home from school. And the Chromebook actually had the security protocols. You know, the school, has its own security protocols. And anything I needed to do on my end from the router, I know how to get in the router and, clamp down, the types of websites he doesn't need to be on. But that's me as a parent. And I kind of know computers. I can't expect every parent to be able to do that. But the bottom line is I am a huge proponent of parents uber alles. I'm not going to blame Sexy Red. I'm going to blame the parent who lets the kids play that stuff in the house.
I mean, yeah.
I'm also going one other thing. I'm also going to blame the parent who is playing Sexy Red.
I mean, true too, but I just feel like, black people need to take more accountability, especially like instead of blaming the white man for every little thing.
I do not I totally agree with that. Like I said, black culture.
I think we owe the whites a little bit more respect.
I don't know white shit. However, I do think that, black culture starts within the four walls of the family. Blaming whites for everything, I agree, but we don't know white shit.
No, yes, we do, because they helped.
No, we don't.
The Republicans.
The
Republicans freed the slaves. The Republicans freed the slave. If all these white people was bad, we wouldn't be free. We wouldn't be free.
Once again, YNs don't know their history. We don't owe them shit. Because if you're gonna make that argument, if you want to talk about what Republicans did way back when, then you know what? You're actually making a reparations argument. If we should be thankful for something that happened 100 or 200 years ago, then they owe us.
How do they owe us?
If we owe them a debt of gratitude for being freed from slavery, well, they owe us a debt for putting us in slavery in the first place.
Look,
I don't agree. I don't agree with either of those. I don't think we owe white people shit. And you know what? I'll just say, hey, you know what? White people don't owe us shit either. And call it even.
Look, I'm not saying that whites never had us in slavery. They did, but let's not forget that.
Okay, well,
black people sold us out too. Let's not forget that.
Let's not keep repeating what I've already said is bullshit. If you still think that blacks ought to be grateful to whites for freeing us from slavery, well, they didn't do it yesterday. They did it 100 years ago. I don't know them shit. Just like their families didn't put me in slavery, their families didn't free me from slavery either.
I get what you're saying, but the point is, I'm saying the point is that we shouldn't be anti-white when at the end of the day, like, we all need to, like, work together. And I feel like the FB.
I agree. We should not be anti-white. I 100% agree with that. As a matter of fact, black people should never be racist because we know what happens when people are racist. Black people should be the last people to be anti-white. We know the consequences.
I'm just saying it just seems like, back to my original statement, like when I came up here, I'm just saying it seems like the racism and the prejudiceness mostly comes from the blacks. That's just what I feel like.
No, and I disagree. I think whites in America invented racism. They put it into law. They taught blacks how to be racist. House slaves and field slaves.
You gotta be kidding me.
Whoa. Whites taught us that shit. It's in the history books.
I don't think they did.
Oh, you need
who's to say the history? Who's to say the history even true?
Hold on. You need to crack open a history book. When that massa, when Thomas Jefferson got Sally Hemings, pregnant 5 times, his kids got treated special. Just read the history of Monticello, Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings as one example of the masses' offspring being treated better than the field slaves. Where do you think black slaves learned who the master's favorite was and who wasn't?
I mean, look,
don't say that black people taught themselves how to be racist. It was the racists who taught us to be racist.
No, that's not true.
It is 100% true.
That's your opinion.
No. That is not my opinion, son. Thomas Jefferson was real, son. Sally Hemings was real, son. It's in the history books. My opinion is formed off of certified, bona fide, verified history. Yours is not.
You're
No,
You're
you
based off. You're
literally,
doing things.
you
You're saying
literally
things based
do,
off your
you
opinion. That's what
literally
you're
do not
saying
know.
things based off
You
your opinion.
literally do
You're
not know
saying
what you're
things based
talking
off your
about.
opinion.
I am literally telling you, you are ignorant.
No, you're
You,
ignorant,
you
bro.
don't, you
You're
do not
ignorant.
know enough.
You are
don't know
ignorant.
enough. You do not know enough to make these
That's why
arguments.
you be ducking. That's why you be ducking. Be brave.
Nope, I'm telling you, you don't know shit. I literally just
No, you
talked
don't know.
honest.
No, you
I
don't know
literally,
anything.
I
You're speaking.
literally
You're
just
speaking your
talked.
opinion.
I
No, you're
literally,
speaking your opinion.
Nope.
You're just
Well,
speaking your
my,
opinion. You
you
want
know
to
what
say
my
things that
opinion
fit
is?
your narrative.
You
That's what you
know
do.
what you know.
You want
what
to
my,
say things that fit your
motherfucker,
narrative.
you will let me
You want to
talk,
say things.
or you
You
will
want
be
to
in the
say
back.
things. You want to say things that fit your narrative.
You need to calm your young ass down. My opinion is you don't know shit, so you get to just spew your ignorance, and I'll listen.
No, you're speaking your opinion. You're saying things from your point of view, bro. You're not speaking facts. And the facts is that white people are not the enemy. That's the facts. Now, yes, did they do things back in the day that wasn't so good? Yes, I never said they did. But the point is that if all white people were bad, then we wouldn't be free. So that's why we own.
And you know what? It took a goddamn war to do it. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts.
How did they not do it at the goodness of their heart?
No. Now you
how did they not do it the goodness of their heart?
Okay,
how did they not do it? How did they not do it?
They, motherfucker, didn't they teach you about the Civil War in high school? Is the Civil War my opinion too? The fact is that slavery ended and it took a civil war to do it. Now fucking tell me that's my opinion. There's nothing worse than an ignorant YN, in my opinion.
Look, the Civil War is not your opinion. I never said that. What I'm saying, matter of fact, didn't blacks fight in the Civil War? Didn't we fight in the Civil War?
Okay, dude, the Civil War happened no matter who fought in it. What does black people fighting in the Civil War, how does that change the fact that it took a civil war to end slavery?
I mean, it did, but at the end of the day, it still was whites fighting to abolish and get rid of slavery. That's
blacks
fact.
Fought too. You literally just said it was blacks who fought too. So you're saying are you saying the blacks were just there to fire a couple bullets, or did blacks fight to end slavery too?
No, I'm saying yes.
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Did blacks?
I just said yes. I just said yes.
Okay, well then, what is your argument?
I was just saying. I think we owe whites a little bit more gratitude.
And I think we owe whites not a goddamn thing. We fought to end slavery just like the whites did.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Okay, so why do we owe them gratitude for something we fought for?
Because this is a majority white country, right?
Okay,
this is
so
like a country that's.
I got you. So you're just into worshiping whites.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're twisting my words.
Sounds like.
I'm just saying.
Whoa. Hey, before you go on, I'm gonna twist the shit out of your words. You better make sure they're untwistable, because I will twist them.
No, you like to twist.
I will literally.
No, you like to twist people's words.
I will literally.
You like to twist people's words.
I love twisting.
You're not slick.
Words.
You're not slick.
You will be surprised at how slick I can be.
You're not slick.
Hey,
you're not
here
slick.
Is the
Be brave has put me on to you. You're not slick.
Okay. Once again, you want to talk constantly. This gish gallop isn't going to work. I will take your word. You better just make sure your words are good words and are untwistable, or I'll twist them just like Be Brave. I twist Be Brave's words all the time for the fun of it. I will take your words, I will twist them, and I will laugh at you when I make a fool of you.
Now, back to what I was saying. No, I'm not worshiping the white man. I'm not bowing down. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? You keep talking about my opinion. My opinion is you're worshiping the white man. And the reason you're worshiping the white man is because the white man made sure you weren't taught American history.
That's not true at all.
You don't think so? I can't tell.
And who's to say? I mean, the history. I mean, could have been a lie. I mean, a lot of things were a lie. I mean, who's to say history wasn't a lie? Like we don't know.
Who's to say it's not a lie?
I'm just saying. At the end of the day, none of us was alive for things going on back then for 20 years ago. So again,
none of us
we don't
were
know.
alive. If none of us were alive, what makes your version of history better than mine?
I didn't say mine was better. I just said at the end of the day,
I didn't say
never
you
know.
said it. I just asked you a question. You keep saying that none of us are real sure about what actually happened. My question, if I'm going to buy that argument, what makes your version of what happened any more valid than mine?
Look, I'm just saying you never know, but I was just speaking.
Well, you
what I
never
learned
know
about.
either. See, that's the funny thing.
I was just speaking what I learned in high school.
If what you're saying is no one knows, then we are both equally ignorant. Your argument is no better than mine.
I'm just saying, look, at the end of the day, I'm just saying, back to my original point, because I feel like we keep, drifting off and getting away from that.
Keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words. To remind everybody, we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
Yeah, I'm about to leave because you just keep twisting my words.
That is probably why.
You just keep speaking your opinion, bro. But I'm gonna say.
I am so glad that I didn't raise a son to worship whites and think they owe something to.
I don't worship. I'm not worshiping. How am I worshiping them?
At a minimum,
how am I worshiping them?
You are grateful that the white man freed you.
Well, last time I checked, it's a white country, and you need to be careful because if they really wanted us gone, we will be gone.
It is a white man's country, but the white people running it are nothing like your daddy. Be brave.
Okay, be brave.
At least if white people are going to run the country, there's some smart white people, unlike Be Brave, who is a goddamn moron. And a racist moron at that.
Look, Be Brave is not my dad.
Be Brave is not running. Be Brave is not running the white man's country. So stop worshiping.
I didn't say. I'm not worshiping him, bro. You
love you some Be Brave.
I've been on this channel for like a month. I mean, he be speaking facts.
I will take you. I hope I get you and Be Brave up on a panel so I can twist both of your words. It'll be a twofer.
We'll be me and him is like a dynamic duo. All right.
We would tear you up. A dynamic duo of hayseeds.
What I'm saying, all right, look. What I'm saying is that black people need to take more accountability and quit blaming whites for everything.
I agree.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, like I said, the racism is coming from the blacks. It's not coming from the whites. You know what I'm saying? They donated to Shiloh.
Does it come from white people? White people taught black people in America how to be racist.
So did they teach us how to shoot up each other?
They taught us.
Did they teach us how to join gangs? Did they teach us degeneracy?
Were black people speaking English when they were brought over as slaves?
I mean, no.
No, were they or not? They were fresh off the boat from Africa. Who taught the slaves English?
The white people did, because they English.
Okay, so you know what? Stick with me here. So if white people taught blacks English, they certainly taught us the word racist. What evidence do you have that African slaves didn't learn racist behaviors and racist words from the racists who were their slave owners?
Because I'm saying at the end of the day, black people are racist because they want to blame whites for everything. That's the truth.
Well,
they don't ever want to take accountability.
At the end of the day, ignorant YNs who don't know their American history would be seduced, if not psyoped, into thinking that. at the end of the day, you really don't know your own arguments. Because if you actually knew American history, you wouldn't be arguing this tripe. And it is tripe.
No, I'm speaking facts.
You
That's
are
what I'm speaking.
speaking what you know, and you don't know a lot.
I'm speaking look, I'm speaking facts, all right? And the facts is
You are
that
speaking.
black
You are speaking.
blacks kill other blacks in the street.
You are
Black
speaking
communities are worse.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and you have a little knowledge, but not a lot of knowledge. That's why you're speaking the facts you know.
They're producing degenerate characters like Lil Durk and Chief Keef and all of them, and they're not taking accountability for it. That's
who
the
those
problem.
people are.
They're producing. The black community is producing degenerates and incels to the community.
You know
that's
what?
messing everything up. They fuck everything up.
That may well be, but degeneracy is a different argument than racism. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalpost. That's not what I'm doing.
1 minute we're talking black people are racist, and the other minute you're saying they're degenerates. I'm saying they're two different arguments.
I'm saying some black people shouldn't be racist because the white people
I
are
think
giving them
what you're saying
opportunity.
is you just think black people are trash.
That's not what I said. Dude. See, you're twisting my words.
No.
That's
I'm
not what I said.
translating. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying I'm translating. You think black people aren't worth a shit, and we should be worshiping whites, and we'll be on the road to actually being decent human beings.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying.
I told you I'm going to twist your words. I warned you.
That's what you're doing, man. Because you're an idiot. Okay.
I warned you, and I'm going to keep doing it. See, when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it just makes it easier for people like me to twist your words. You got to know something. You got to know what you're talking about, and I won't be able to twist it.
No, you're twisting my word. You're choosing what words.
I am choosing. You're
choosing what to listen to. That's what you're doing.
Mangling.
That's what you're doing.
I'm taking your words out of context. I'm taking them out of context. I'm making it up as I go along because you don't know shit.
Oh, you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
I'm surprised Be Brave didn't warn you that coming up here, I would just crush bad arguments. He didn't tell you that?
I don't need.
Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Because I do to him what I just did to you.
No, I'm taking you on by myself. I don't need.
Motherfucker!
I don't need him over here. I don't need him. I don't need him over here.
You are not taking me on. You are you're having a mud hole stomped in your argument. I'm ignorant.
I'm beating you in the argument. I'm beating you with facts. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions.
You literally think black people should be thanking white people because we're free.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
You know
100%.
You know
100%.
I'm telling
no
you
doubt
right
about
now. I'm telling you right now. If you knew a little bit of American history, you would know how ignorant you sound.
No, you're the ignorant. You're the ignorant one. That's what you is.
You sound like
you're the
you are
ignorant
a
one.
Scared, tired, cold former slave.
No, you're the ignorant one. That's what you is. You're the ignorant.
No, I'm afraid not, son. I'm afraid I'm not ignorant. I'm afraid, as usual, when
you one of these FBA. You probably one of these FBA Americans that play victim. That's what you is. You was the FBA. You're just another FBA. You're just another FBA. That's what you is.
You are a Jesse Lee Peterson.
You're just
doesn't know.
How am I? Wait, I don't even watch Jesse Lee Peterson. How am I Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't even watch him. I'm not subscribed to him. I don't watch him.
You know what? If you watched him, you would know what you sound like.
I don't even watch that dude. He's a troll. Jesse Lee Peterson is a troll. Like, what are you talking about?
Stanley.
What's up, CK?
Jay is
Do you
trolling.
do you
Stanley.
come to save this young man from
Yeah,
himself?
he's from Northeast Ohio. He's trolling, Stanley.
Oh, is that
How am
right?
I? Wait, CK. How am I trolling? How am I trolling?
Jay, I know where you from, man. You trolling, man.
How am I trolling?
The school you went to did not teach you what you're saying right now.
No, let me tell you. No, let me tell you about my life story. Cause I learned this stuff. Cause I learned this stuff the past 4 years. But
You did not learn
yes,
that.
I grew up.
Okay.
I grew up around. I grew up around whites, right?
Yeah, in Twinsburg, right?
Yes.
Right. That school did not teach you what you're speaking right now.
Well, I learned what I'm speaking from the past 4 years watching right-wing conservatives. All right.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains a lot then. All right. Well, you got a lot of work unlearning what you learned.
But even back then, before I was watching right wingers, like I never really played this victim mentality. I never was anti-white.
Okay, well,
Like I never was.
you need to wait. I agree that black people should not be blaming white people for everything. As a matter of fact, I would almost go even farther and say black people shouldn't be blaming white people for anything these days. If you can't make it in 2025, it is not white people's fault. Generally. Now there are maybe exceptions, but by and large, 99% of the time, blaming white people in 2025 because you can't get a job or something like that. But outside of the two of us, he'll be back. He'll be back. Outside of you and me agreeing on that part, we don't agree on American history. I think black people owe white people nothing in 2025, and they don't owe us anything.
Yeah, true. But CK doesn't know what he's talking about. Because I never said I learned this stuff in school. So I don't know why
I wouldn't be fucking with the admiral like that.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what he's talking about. But the fact is,
that's another. You have this weird tick about you didn't say something. No one's saying you said it. We're telling you what you mean. Okay, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean you don't mean it.
Now, CK, if he's just scared of white people, he can just say that. But I grew up in white white spaces, and I don't have no issues.
Both of us were in the Navy. We know white people well enough to know that you don't need to worship them or thank them or anything else. They're people just like you and me.
But I was just saying, like, back to my original point. I can remember. I just feel like the division, the divisiveness and stuff has came from the FBAs, like the Umars, and like the Tariq Nasheed.
Okay,
I know you don't watch them. I know you don't watch them.
Well, let me go farther than that. Not only do I not watch them, I don't think they have the influence. Now I could be wrong because I'm 60.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't get out in these YouTube streets that much. I don't get out in the streets that much. So maybe Umar has more influence, and maybe CK would probably know better than me. From where I sit,
you talk about Umar Johnson.
Umar and
he has
Tariq Nasheed.
He has no influence.
I mean, if you're listening to those guys at all, you're being led astray. There's almost nothing that I've come across, and I do see a clip every now and again. I've literally heard nothing that they've said that that would help me in a historical or race or political argument. They're really like candy. It sounds good, maybe makes you laugh, but there's nothing of value I would go and have some debate with. So, I mean, I first thing you need to do is stop listening to those two.
Stanley, Jay grew up in a good neighborhood. He went to a decent school, and I know that school did not teach him what he is speaking right now.
Well, no, he said he learned it in the last 4 years.
Stanley, he only what, 22?
I don't know. He sounds young. I don't know.
He's young.
Really?
Yeah, he only's like 22 years old. He's a kid.
Oh wow. Jay, you still there? he's probably sucking on his bottle.
Yeah, he's a kid. So Stanley, if he didn't learn it in high school, I know
he
didn't
said
learn
he
it.
learned it from right-wing media.
Okay.
I mean, you shouldn't be learning any history from the media. I mean, every now and again, some historian will be given an interview or something, but you really, and I know it sounds old-fashioned. Hell, I got a Kindle. I read almost like 99.9% of my books are on a Kindle, but I'm reading books. I don't go to really any sort of visual media. And even if I do, it's usually like something that, is on a topic that I've read about. Yeah, but Tariq Nasheed or, like a Charlie Kirk or something, if you're listening to them and taking their historical points, please don't do that. Do yourself a favor.
Stanley, all those guys are grifters. Umar, Charlie Kirkland, what's the other guy name? Tariq. They are all grifters. They just grifting. Yeah. That's it.
No, and I wish Brian Nichols would come up, because Brian Nichols is my age, basically, saying we need to be thankful to white people. I'm like, you know what? If we don't have to, if they don't owe us reparations because it was a long time ago, well, the slaves were freed a long time ago. Why should we still be thankful? And the other thing is, blacks fought in the Civil War, so they fought for their own freedom. So I don't get this argument. Jay, you there?
Yeah, my bad. I had to take a call.
That's all right.
Yeah, back to CK, man. Yeah, I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what you're trying to refer to.
Well, he's just saying that you couldn't have learned it in school. Who would you say is your major right-wing influence?
Officer Tatum.
Fuck no. Oh, that's even worse.
That's
even worse than Tariq Nasheed.
There you go, Stanley.
How's Brandon Tatum bad?
Man,
how's Brandon Tatum
bad? From grifters, man. You get your
Well, let me put it to you this way. This dude hasn't been a police officer in a decade or more, and he's still calling himself officer. Dude played football. I don't even know that he finished college. The dude is, back in the day when I was in high school, we would call people like him muscle heads. It's like he doesn't have a brain. He's a football player. He's a jock, and God gave him a muscle for a brain, but not a real brain. Dude is a moron.
Jay, how old are you? You like what, 22?
No, I'm 23.
23?
24 in August.
Yeah, man, you need to go join the military or something.
Oh,
go see the world.
Who else I watched? I watched the Hodge twins. I watched Anton Daniels.
Yeah, stop, Jay, stop.
Well, let me.
What's wrong with Anton Daniels?
Jay, I need to be.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
I need to take
and these are gonna be black conservatives, like Glenn Lowry, or even somebody like John McWhorter. Go read Thomas Sowell. Go read Walter Williams. Go read there a ton, Jason Riley. There are a lot of smart black. I need you to go on YouTube. Look up Wilfred Riley. He is the smartest black conservative I can think of. And I don't agree with his politics a lot, but he is whip smart. You need to read him.
I'm going to head back to the text, Danny. I got to head back.
Okay. All right. Take it easy, CK. Don't be going to the Hodge twins or any of those guys. Go to actual smart black conservatives. I don't agree with their points of view, but I do agree that they can at least make good arguments that I can't defeat. At least most times I can't. And if me and a Glenn Lowry, if I were even in his league, if he and I were debating, we would probably agree on some things, not agree on others. But what we would agree on would just be like our interpretation of facts. You know, it might be a glass and I say it's half full, he says it's half empty, but at least we would agree that it's not a full glass of water. You know, we might debate why it's not a full glass of water, but we agree that the glass isn't full. You really, and I'm not a conservative, but I need you to go and I need you to wean yourself of Tariq Nasheed. I need you to wean yourself of Officer Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry in your life. You need a Wilfred Riley in your life. You need Thomas Sowell in your life. You need Walter Williams in your life. Please, if you're going to do Black conservative, go to actual Black conservatives who many of the times they have
But how
written
don't
the book.
but how I mean, okay, I can understand like sometimes the high friends of Brandon Tatum, they may say things that that it may
They are
go a little too, but
unlearned.
how do they they be speaking facts. They be speaking facts
They are
sometimes.
no. Look, they may be there's facts and there's why the facts came to be. Okay, why are Blacks primarily in inner cities? Okay, the fact is they're there, but aren't you curious as to how they got there? Why they continue to be there? Why
Because
there's so many
they
problems
don't work
there?
they don't work hard.
No. That's what a Brandon Tatum. That's the easy answer. The hard
Come on, man.
answer is going to take some work to know. Look, as an older Black guy, I'm not a conservative, but you can do better than Brandon Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry. You need a Thomas Sowell in your life, please. If
All right,
you
what about the
gotta be a Black conservative, at least be a Black conservative who knows what he's talking about.
all right, do you at least respect Anton Daniels? He's like pro-Black, ain't he? You don't respect
No.
Anton Daniels?
I respect him.
He's in Detroit, like he's from the inner city. He's from Detroit.
I respect him more than I would someone like the Hodge twins.
All right, I mean, I can respect that. That's a fair point. That's a fair
But
point.
Anton Daniels is a YouTube content creator. He's not a historian or an economist or a linguist.
Wouldn't you consider yourself a YouTuber since you're on YouTube?
Yep. And I'm not an academic. Most of the guys that I talked about were academics. But I also will say that, I didn't major in history, but I read a lot of it. I actually, if I want to know an answer, I don't generally go to YouTube to find it. I may use YouTube to reinforce it. But if I want to know American history, I will go and read an American history book. I will read several American history books because there are historians who will write about the same event and have different interpretations of why it happened. But you don't just read one history book, you read a bunch of history books. That's the other recommendation. But dude, go to the classics, go to the professors, go to the Black conservatives who have been being Black conservatives for 30, 40 years. Even I respect Glenn Lowry. And by the way, by the way, I read Black conservatives too. I don't just limit myself to one side of the aisle. I read everything. As a matter of fact, it's sometimes better to know your opponent's argument better than he or she does. It just makes your argument stronger.
Yeah, Yeah, I get it, but I'm gonna get off.
Okay,
I gotta
and the
go, but
one
you know,
thing,
be
the
brave. But
other
be
thing,
brave, still my man though. He's still my man.
right? But well, that's fine. I mean, I like Be Brave. I just think he's a racist. However, but let me make one other thing, and you've probably heard Be Brave and John Galt. They will just poo poo like I don't need to read a book. You need to read a book. Okay, Be Brave, bright guy, good guy that he is literally unknowledgeable. He does not know what he's talking
Oh,
about.
come on, man. How is he
No,
unknowledgeable?
he doesn't. This 70% bullshit. You do realize that he and I have actually sat down and had some form of debate, dude. He talks a good game, and he is telling his truth. But the bottom line is he is cotton candy, and what you need is a good, solid meat and potatoes meal. And I'm making that analogy to knowledge. He Be Brave is a Brandon. He's in the league with an Anton Daniels or someone of that ilk. If you want deep knowledge, you don't go to Be Brave or Anton Daniels. You hit the books. You put in the work.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, I was just making, a point for ways. I guess like, because like in high school and like
Oh.
throughout my life, like I didn't have like good experiences with like other blacks, especially in high school. I
Well, let
didn't
me
get
tell
treated
you
by them the
something.
best.
I grew
I
up.
got treated by whites the best in my life. I'm
Well,
not.
let me tell you my background. I grew up in a black neighborhood. I was talking to Dave, first through sixth grade, went to an all black Catholic school. Up until seventh grade, I never even had a white friend because I didn't go to school with whites, didn't live in a white neighborhood. Seventh grade on, yeah, I had white friends because I was in mostly white schools. Um, I have lived in a black world, grew up in that black world. It wasn't the hood. It was actually still a pretty nice neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia. Um, but I know both sides of the coin. Hell, I married a white woman. So, I mean, her side of the family, my son's grandfather, he's got one white grandfather, he's got one black grandfather. So I have straddled both worlds. I can tell you right now, white people are no better than black people, and vice versa. We're all
All right, see you
people.
later, Brian.
But the bottom line is America has some problems, and it takes some work to not be affected by those problems. You will have to work hard to stay above the fray and be as objective as you can. And the bottom line is that, white people don't owe us anything, though I still think the reparations argument is a good one, but it ain't going to happen. So, bottom line, white people don't owe us anything, and we don't owe them anything. What you do owe is to be the best person you can be. And if you are so inclined, raise the best family you can raise. That's really all you owe anybody. You owe your kids, you owe your wife, your future wife, whatever. I wouldn't even say you owe it to the black community because time's out for that.
Yeah, that's a good statement.
Yeah, I'm a center left. People would call me a liberal. I'm not into I don't represent the black race. And if something happens in Chicago, like a high crime rate or some murder, that's no reflection on me. I don't live in Chicago. Why would I care? That's for people who live in Chicago to deal with. Now, I mean, I care because I don't want to see any human being, hurt or anything like that. But I don't live in Chicago. Half the stuff that goes on in Chicago, I don't even know about. So, this thing about, the black community, like this show here that I'm watching, I don't agree that, we all need to band together. If there is a black community, there are black communities. As in, I'm in Savannah, Georgia. There's a Savannah, Georgia black community. There's an Atlanta black community. We don't have a coast to coast black community. I've talked to, I have friends, black friends out in Los Angeles. Half the time, I don't even believe they're black. I'm like, are you really black? I've never heard of such a, I've never heard of so much bullshit. Blacks don't have that much in common outside of their very local communities or their families. This, you need to be a credit to your race is bullshit. This is in 1934. This is 2025. Things have changed, and I think a lot of black people need to know that. They need to get their heads out of Dr. Umar's ass and read a book.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Dave? But again, please hit all these people are on YouTube. I'm talking about Glenn Lowry, Walter Williams, Jason Riley's a younger guy working for the Wall Street Journal. There are plenty of black conservatives, and especially look up Wilfred Riley, please, and come back if you need books or referrals, or you and I can watch the shows on this channel. Wilfred Riley, I highly recommend him, and believe me, you will like him.
No, I'm gonna take them out. I'm gonna see what they're talking about. But I'll see you later.
Okay, take it easy. What's up, Dave?
Not much. I've been doing work all day. This is bullshit.
Well, I've been doing work too.
I see you up here. Out here handling the reluctance. I see, huh?
No, you know what? I all of a sudden, when Jay told me he was listening to the Hodge twins and Brandon Tatum, I'm like, well, please, find Glenn Lowry, find Thomas Sowell, find some like substantive black conservatives.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out where to start. I used to be a Democrat, and then I grew up.
You gotta start with the older, tried and true academics. They are black people who are conservative, who have written books on blacks and conservatives. Go to them.
Why did you send them Hood Conservatives way?
Because I think Hood Conservative. I don't think Hood Conservative. I think Hood Conservative knows what Hood Conservative. Hood Conservative knows about Hood Conservative's life. I'm not convinced.
You would have put them in the fascist department. I like Hood Conservatives' takes on a lot of stuff.
Okay, well, Hood Conservative knows a lot about Hood Conservative's life. I wouldn't even call him a conservative.
Yeah, he's more to the right.
Yeah, well, fascists are not conservatives. I mean, they may have some conservative views, but I wouldn't call them a capital C conservative.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think he does embrace being further right than a conservative. He used to be a conservative until he found out that wasn't right enough.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to tell me.
I believe that, because when I seen where the right was, I'm like, you guys aren't, you got to move the needle for real. The amount of medicine you need, or the strength of the medicine, has to actually be strong enough to be effective. You're going to have to go more right.
And you know what? That is definitely fascist, because you're going to have to force people to take that medicine. They're not going to do it voluntarily.
Right. So I totally get it. It's doing what's necessary.
No, I don't think. Well, number one, I don't think it's necessary. I'm saying that wrong. And if most people figured it was necessary, it would have happened by now.
There's a contingent of guys more far right than me, and I'm not talking about racists. Just talking about guys who believe that it's just not enough. Like the Trump's position is, it's light, it's diet, it's watered down.
As long as they think it and they don't have power enough to enact it, I'm good with that. They can think it all they want.
Yeah, that's the fear of the left is that those guys who think that there's a fix that needs to be put in don't get the power to do it, and that's all they try to do is play defense.
You would be absolutely wrong, because there are people on the left who want to do the same thing that those guys on the right want to do. It's just that their politics are somewhat different. The farther reaches of the left and the farther reaches of the right, that's why I'm not really into extremes. Both would need force to take over and get what they want. Okay, there is a right equivalent to the left and vice versa. And believe it or not, there's overlap.
Well, I consider myself.
I've talked about horseshoe theory before.
Well, yeah, I consider myself a contrarian to what I know, to the things I know or I've seen.
CKJ, I truly appreciate this. Is a high compliment from a guy like you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. It's CK, you know, you've done it yourself with junior sailors. Sometimes you got to beat them up a little bit, and then you gentle up, and then you guide them. Because I don't have a problem with Black conservatives other than their viewpoints. But you know what? SKC is the perfect example of a smart Black conservative who is probably more right, than I would like. But you know what? Again, we will both agree that the glass isn't full. Our problem, our disagreement is going to be explaining why it's not a full glass of water.
Although SKC does not say, he does not consider himself a conservative.
Yeah, he probably considers himself a fascist too, right?
I can't answer that for him, but nah, I don't think so. I don't think that either.
Let me answer for him.
I know you want to have a lot of fun with your interlocutors, and however you can get them to fall out the clouds, I know you'll shake the tree.
Yeah, well, I think people don't really understand. I told Jay I was going to twist his words. I told him I'm going to have fun doing it. But you know what? In the end, I think it wound up being a productive conversation. Hopefully, he does get off that Hodge twin stuff and gets into some real conservative thought. Because that's the whether I agree with him or not, you can't say it's not conservative thought. It's not conservative opinion. It is conservative thought. They can prove out their arguments, and you cannot defeat that.
I respect. I actually missed that part of the show. I was under siege by a supervisor, and I didn't get to hear most of it. So I'm gonna have to go back.
To be honest, it wasn't anything that special, but I did have fun.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute. I got fake work to do. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start this up because I was actually kind of enjoying this.
But here's the special part of that: 380 people, 53% are Black, 57% reside in low and moderate income neighborhoods, 42% are women, have invested on average $2,270 and own those properties with us. That's what's special.
No, and so I just want to be clear about this. So the SEC allowed for crowdfunding mechanisms. So we have a new sort of certified investor class that we're creating. And you're going literally door to door asking people.
When's the last time someone knocked on your door and asked you to want to own something in your neighborhood? Right? So we meet in church basements, in apartment building common areas, in the public library. We sort of marry old school community organizing with fintech, right? So our offering is registered with the SEC. All the materials are posted online on the platform. People can download the income statement, download our firm resume, download the projections, download the rent roll. It's funny, I was at one church meeting and this old lady came up to me and she said, well, baby, I printed out all 92 pages of your offering. I didn't even know you could print it out, right? But part of that is standing, chest out to community saying, here's what we're doing, here's why.
Yeah, I'll be
You
right
invest
back.
$2,000, it's not a lottery ticket, it's not going to be worth $2 million, but you're going to get a rent roll. You're going to understand what it means to invest. You're going to get a return. So people invest with us because they want their neighborhood to be better, but they also want a financial return. That's what's fun.
Now, Malik, when I ask people the basic question, what is Black Power? Now, those are the folks who are generally well-heeled in my house. The folks when I talk to people who are less than a college degree, lower income, they said to be famous and to be rich. And I do critique the famous folk in my book, based upon the grounds of some of the comments that you heard on the film. How did you move from an actor to someone who's investing in community? And how is that informing the rest of your work? So not an origin story, but how do you get involved in that?
Good evening, family. First of all, the suit, the periwinkle.
Yeah.
That's periwinkle, right?
I called it a cherry blossom.
It's
special.
okay. It's now it's Andre Periwinkle. And your son. Beautiful magic, man. My start in community started when I was his age. So I was a kid who was misunderstood by educators. I was a kid that was sat in a corner with a dunce cap at 12. I was a kid who was tested because of my mettle and my inquisitiveness. And so my passion for education actually started as a young person. So long before I was doing film and television, I've been doing community work. I started as a teenager. Started tutoring kids in after-school programs. In Harlem, by 19, I was working in 13 high schools around New York City, using art to engage young people, to help them find their voice, help them have agency. It was through my work in community that I found out about my first audition not my first audition, but the audition that led to Cool Runnings, which led to New York Undercover. So even when I did New York Undercover, that was an extension of my community work in my mind. I was a father and I was a cop. It meant I was taking care of community, and it meant I was taking care of a young son. And so there were things that I did deliberately. If you recall the show, how often I would kiss my son. I actually noticed, no disrespect, but I noticed the embrace you gave your son. Me as a dad, I was thinking he's going to kiss him on the forehead. Not that, again, not a judgment, but it was a choice I would make as an actor, because I didn't get that as a kid from my father. So I knew if I represented that perspective, it could transform lives. So my whole journey in the arts has always been rooted in how do you transform community? And so there's tremendous power in storytelling, whether you're the griot in the old traditional African way, or whether you do it through music or dance or art. Film is incredibly powerful, right? Even what you shared with us, right? It feels different, right? When we see ourselves on a large screen or in black and white. And so my work in development really began growing up in the hood. We grew up in Mitchell-Lama housing in Harlem, affordable, lower and moderate income housing co-ops. So although, that was probably my fourth place I lived by the age of 7, but my father took tremendous pride in ownership. And we lived in a development that was actually first developed in the 60s, 1968. It opened in 1974. My father was on the 1199 Hospital Workers Union. They were a sponsor, which meant they were the developers of the property. Growing up in Harlem in the 70s and 80s with dope fiends and empty lots, I was a kid who used to dream about being a billionaire so I could put buildings there. My mother had a deep passion for architecture and design, so I grew up with a certain aesthetic sense. I didn't know it was called development when I tried to do my first deal at 17 and have a BMX track built in Central Park. I just knew that kids needed a place to ride their bikes. So when I had the opportunity to have a seat at the table in the development game in 2007, I first started buying real estate in the 90s. In my 20s, but there was a brother I met on the set of New York Undercover named Dan Bythewood. His cousin Reggie Bythewood was a writer on the show, and I was actually raising money for a theater project at the time. And I reconnected with Dan, and he had bought 14 acres in the west side of Baltimore. And he said, if you want to learn the game, come to Baltimore. So I started in 2007 with Dan. I learned about ground up development. The educator background, the artist in me always felt I got to teach people this as I'm learning this. So back when Instagram, you could post 15-second videos, I was posting 15-second videos about my journey in development. Shorts, I'll try to keep it short, but 2018, I'm shooting a show called God Friended Me, and I'm playing a real estate developer of affordable housing in Harlem. And we're on set on a construction site in Bushwick, and there's film cameras. But at the same time, we're developing in Baltimore. And so my life is converging. And so a few days later, we're shooting in downtown Brooklyn at the Navy Yard at Steiner Studios. Across the street, a friend of mine is developing an entire city block. And I'm thinking about people in the projects. Say, how many people in the projects walk by film sets and construction sites every single day and have no idea about outer space? I'm in both spaces. I want to find a way to bring real estate filmmaking and young people together. And I shared that vision with a woman named Leslie Ann Dunn, who is now my chief of staff. 2 days later, she sent me a deck. It said, I build New York. So my thought became a thing. And I took that deck and I shared it with my friend, the developer. He says, you know what? And he's a Jewish third-generation billionaire in New York, RXR, Scott Reckler, if you know who that may be. He said, let's have lunch and talk about it. And so we had lunch, and he said, I want to fund it. And when he said that, I said, you know, I'm going to shoot a documentary about my journey pursuing my first development deal in New York. I'm going to take 7 young people of color. I didn't actually have a number. I knew I wanted to take young people on the journey with me as I pursued my first development deal in the city. And then that became something called a real estate mixtape, which is a 10-part doc series about my journey pursuing development. The I Build New York project became a curriculum that we introduced to high school students. We have partnerships with Pratt and Johannesburg School of Architecture and FAMU. And in the last 3 years, I've been to 51 cities in 6 countries. So we have real estate development projects, we have education projects, and we have media projects. But the tip of the spear has been the media and the storytelling, the power of your book. So as you know, because you're one of our guest speakers, May 9th and 10th in New York, we do an activation called Flipping the Hood. And Flipping the Hood is what you're doing in this room at scale, meaning when we can bring thought leaders across industries that are in spaces that were woefully underrepresented, and we intentionally open our Rolodex and say, you know what, I'm gonna put you on, I'm gonna create an internship for you, a JV with you, you're gonna learn about AI, crypto, supply chain, contract, federal contracting. We can, what you said at the end about the collective, that's what it is, right? So my journey, it really come full circle. You know, I'm 57, like 41 years ago, I was a 16-year-old thinking about these things. And so the fact that I'm here with you in this esteemed panel and we're all doing this work, we have to tell these stories, we have to amplify them, and that's what happened.
Yeah, man, now Angel, this is a powerful being. One of the goals of that we have, as you heard Ty say, is to increase the share of employer firms. Why I'm very focused on commercial real estate, it generally is easier to do when you own the properties. That when you can control the properties, you're not worried about rents every season. Can you just tell a little bit about your story and who you are and what the Spice Suite is and what you mean to DC?
Peace, y'all. I'm Angel. So I own Black and Forth, which is it's a few different things. It's a real estate holding company. It is also the name of a strip mall that I own in DC on a block that I purchased in Northeast. I redeveloped it using retrofitting shipping containers to create affordable commercial space for Black women who needed salon space in DC. And it is anchored by the Spice Suite, which is my spice shop. I call it like the Black Williams-Sonoma. So my motto is we got food at home. And so everything you need to create fun, sexy meals at home are what we have at the Spice Suite. But Black and Forth, like I've never done this before, right? But Black and Forth is also the name of my business model. About 10 years ago when I started the Spice Suite, I created this model where I would allow Black business owners to pop up in my space and sell their products for free, because I recognize that sometimes Black business owners simply need space and opportunity. And I had space and I could provide an opportunity. And so I gave them that. And so when I started doing these pop-ups, there would be a few of the women. It was open to Black men and women. The only criteria was that you were Black and had a product that was handmade or uniquely sourced. And I would have these women who would repeatedly ask like if they can come back and pop up again and again. And I was like, sure, you can pop up again. And then at some point they wanted to pop up maybe for the 4th or 5th time consecutively. And I was like, yo, look, my son has a hockey game. So can you run the store for me while I go to my son's hockey game? And so one of the girls, the first woman who agreed to this, she was like, I would love to. And so I wondered how many other Black people will go on this journey with me where we actualize cooperative economics, right? And we create a new business model where we can sustain brick and mortar spaces in a city that's as intensely gentrifying as DC is, and commercial spaces are so expensive. And at that point I was renting space, and I started to create that. And now I have 25 Spice Girls that help me run my business. And I would do these interviews and I would talk about this model of us bartering. And I would say I'm bartering with Black women, and I have this thing where they get to use my space because while they're popping up, they help run my business. And I got a call from the legal department at the U.S. Department of Labor. And they were like, hey, so we heard that you barter, but we don't see anything represented in your relationship with the IRS. And I said, April Fools, because I lied, clearly. Because if the IRS is involved, then clearly I'm lying because I don't even know them. Like, why would I don't owe them money. So So I'm like, and he's like, no, I'm not trying to catch you up. I promise. Just tell me more about your business model. And so I explained it to him, and he said, I think at that time, he said, we have about 5 different legal employment types as defined by the DOL, and your model actually doesn't fit any of them. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And he was like, do your thing. And we hung up. After that phone call, I realized, though, that if nobody is doing what I'm doing and not doing it for Black people, then I need to create a name for it, and I need to trademark it. And so I trademarked it, and I called this exchange and going back and forth with Black business owners, Black and forth. And so when it was time for me to purchase commercial property and expand what I was doing, I named that strip mall Black and Forth, because I wanted people to have a conversation about what it means to go Black and forth with Black people intentionally and not hide the fact that it's a Black business and it's for Black people.
Now, I want to get into some practical solutions, but I just wanted, particularly Lanier and Lisa, to chime in on this. The work on commercial development has to go hand in hand with housing development. My theory is if you can address sort of main streets, then you can rally the communities around it. How are housing developers and commercial developers getting along?
I love housing developers. Look, the commercial property is your first impression of a neighborhood. If the commercial property is blighted, it's dollar store, liquor store, check cashing, even if the housing is strong, it brings down property values. It attracts crime. It becomes a liability for the neighborhood. So, one of the things we look for is, we bought shopping centers in Baltimore in stable, middle class Black communities intentionally. High traffic, densely populated, home ownership rates high. But the commercial property was a liability. 5 youth shot in the parking lot about a year before we acquired it. Fires, just disinvested. So the thought was that if we invested in the commercial property, it would raise home values, and you would do it in a way, because you had Black and local ownership, that doesn't raise the G word. As soon as you start doing something positive in the neighborhood, people are like, oh, gentrification. Well, we're able to improve the commercial corridor, and Black people don't have to move.
And nothing raises home values like a Starbucks coming into your neighborhood. As soon as you see Starbucks, the property values go up. But the one thing that I will say, building on what you said, Lanier, and I loved it, is where I want to see commercial developers and housing developers work more closely is on the appraisal gap issue. Because if the property, whether it's commercial or for residential, is being deflated, that means you have to come up with that much more capital in order to make the deal work. And if we can get rid of appraisal bias from our communities, then that means you need.
Hey, let me, I just noticed that Be Brave is doing a show. So Jay just went back over to Be Brave, which is no surprise. But, I have to give credit to Jay. He's like, yeah, Stanley twisted my words, and he says he likes to twist words, which is true. But, Jay's at least good enough to say, hey, he gave me some Black conservatives, to listen to and, to read. So what does Ryan do but get up there and start going on about how Stanley hates Black conservatives and he hates Thomas Sowell? Well, no, I don't hate anybody. And I literally recommended these Black conservatives, and I literally said, if you have to be a Black conservative, at least be a smart Black conservative. People need to understand that just because I disagree with your worldview or your point of view or even your interpretation of American history, it does not mean I hate you. It means I disagree with you. I don't know what it is with these people who just want to turn every disagreement into a melodrama. It's really annoying. And to me, it just speaks of like a low threshold for intellect. Disagreement does not mean hate.
Less capital to get the project done. You're not throwing good money after bad, and you can get the deal closed quicker. The other thing that I think is so wonderful happening in so many communities is the sort of the intentionality of combining the commercial spaces with housing space. You have to have this use so that you can support new entrepreneurs that are coming into the community.
Now, Angel, none of this happens, or I should say, it's harder to keep people in place when incomes don't rise. But as an entrepreneur, how do you struggle with paying people a high wage, a living wage, and just maintaining a business in this environment?
It's hard, but I think one of the things that I have been very intentional about is finding really good people, being very clear about what I need those people to do, and paying them a wage that I feel proud about, right? So because I think when I pay them a wage that I feel good about, I can brag about what I'm able to pay my team. It's a small team, but they are actually willing to do more for me when they're paid their worth, right? Like it's really hard to ask a whole bunch of people to do a whole lot for you at minimum wage. But if you get
This is a very interesting look that she has. I would love to talk to her and ask her why. Why?
So I think sometimes we have to, the same way we think about scaling our business in terms of multiple locations and going into big box retail spaces, we have to also think about scaling our employee size in the same way and do it at a pace that makes sense for us. So sometimes it's not about getting to a point where we have 50 employees. It's having a really good 5 that'll hold us down for now, and then just going to 6 and not 16, right? So just scaling slowly.
Yes. Now, we actually have to close out here, but I want you to give the audience some very practical advice on building up the real estate assets in their communities. And we'll start with you, Malik.
I think it starts with education. You know, when you talk about, if you ask 10 developers what's development, you'll get 10 different answers. And I think that it's really important to help people understand it's not just the construction worker you see, but who acquired that land, who financed it, who's your engineer, who's your title company, who's doing the mortgage, who's your banking, your investment, committee at the bank, who is, doing your entitlement. So I think that it's really, really important that we understand how the game works, so that when we do come in our communities, like I experienced, we're in Poppleton, right? So I'm sure you know our development and some of the challenges it is mixed.
Yeah, unfortunately, I ate all the crackers.
Rented is challenges that can come with that, and some of the biggest challenges actually are what happens when you develop in a traumatized community. They can't always appreciate what you've done, and so when we are developing in our neighborhoods that have been disinvested in, we have to deal with the trauma. Because they will break into your building, they will set your garbage cans on fire, they will organize in the community and speak ill of you. And so that's a commitment that you have to also make. It can't just pencil out and make sure that you're going to get your returns based on your financial investment, but you have to make a spiritual investment, you have to make a mental, emotional investment. And so, but to me, it's all about education, which is why our slogan at Yoba Development is builder of people, places, and things in that order.
You want to just chime in on that?
Two quick things. We're talking about Andre's book tonight, but Andre and Tracy gave me a platform as a non-resident senior fellow at Brookings to write the Buy Back the Block playbook, which really outlines how you identify a piece of property, how you put a deal together. It's on the Brookings website. It's free. Please download it, and thank you, Brookings, for that opportunity. Secondly, I just want to mention capital, right? It would be a missed opportunity to not talk about how hard it is to get patient, flexible equity and equity-like capital, right? So we benefited out. You're going to hear from Joe. I mean, Living Cities provided the first $500,000 that allowed us to buy.
Let me just make a quick commercial break here. Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. Also, make sure that you subscribe to the several channels. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel, Stanley Cross 6000, at Stanley Cross 6000. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And please make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips, preferably all 3 channels. My channel, I tend to do things like, short video essays and the occasional clip. Probably going to clip a part of this show today, the Jay and Stanley back and forth about whether Black people should be grateful to white people or not. I thought that was actually a pretty good conversation. So I'll probably clip that overnight. And make sure you support the host. It will be the weekend one day. And please make sure that, you help me out with the news subscriptions and the magazine subscriptions and the, various subscriptions I do for news. And also make sure, hey, wouldn't hurt to have a Bud Light every now and again towards the weekend. And also make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J, who I saw her in here earlier today. She's probably busy. But make sure you support the show, Stanley versus the World. And Kelvin, what? I don't know. I don't think he was a troll. I just heard him a little bit over on B Brave's channel, and you know what? He didn't trash me. So I think he's a good guy, and hopefully he'll go and he'll get into some Thomas Sowell and the other black conservatives. That way he starts from a good, solid conservative foundation. I don't consider people like Brandon Tatum and the Hodge twins actual conservatives. So anyway, let's get back to this Brookings conference here.
Our first shopping center and to really build out our model. And it was patient capital. You got 5 years. It wasn't, break your kneecaps, although Joe could probably break a kneecap. It wasn't break your kneecaps. And it allowed us to then scale our model. So more, philanthropically motivated impact capital that allows us then to give our community investors a market rate return. We need more of that. So I don't want to miss the opportunity. We formed a fund that has MacArthur and Kresge and McKnight Foundation, big philanthropic investors that invested on average about $2 million and said, go make the community better, educate the community on how real estate works, and get people a return that looks like 12 or 15%. To have philanthropic capital that wants to see that happen, that's wealth gap closing. That's racial wealth, racial justice investing, and we need more of it.
Just two things. I think one is that we have to support the existing businesses, right? Like it's really hard to make a case for new businesses to get funding if there are a bunch of failing ones, right? So just really being intentional about supporting the small businesses that exist. And two, be civically engaged. Like so much of what I've been able to do with purchasing Black and Forth was me going to the council and going to the mayor and letting them know, like, I've done a whole lot for this city. It's your turn, right? Like it's your turn. And I don't want a loan. I want a grant, and I'm not giving you the money back. I need my money. Run me my money. And so I think we need to be able to we have to position ourselves to be able to make those types of asks, right? Like I didn't go to them asking for $1 million grant without having done anything for this city. So I think being civically engaged as a small business owner is extremely important, and it's something that's often overlooked. We don't realize the role that we play in policy, the amount of legislation that I've been able to co-author in this city to be able to help other Black people, the commercial property acquisition fund that helps to write with Councilmember McDuffie, so that other Black business owners.
Kelvin, yeah, he went back to B Brave's channel, but he said, "Hey, yep, I went up to Stanley's panel and I talked to him. He didn't trash me. He basically said that, oh, hey, yeah, he likes to twist your words, which is true. And he also noted that I gave him, some actual solid, academically, inclined Black conservatives. I would much rather him, learn from a Thomas Sowell or a Glenn Lowry or Walter Williams, especially, versus the Hodge twins. So, yeah, I didn't. Why wouldn't he go back over to Be Brave? He likes Be Brave.
Get access to capital via grants to be able to support their businesses and being able to purchase. I think it's important.
Lisa, close us up with some advice.
Yeah, don't forget to pull somebody up with you. There are a lot of successful people in this room, and if you're not mentoring somebody else, a younger person or someone else in your community, and helping them to be successful too, what are you doing? So mentor somebody else, help somebody else to follow in your footsteps and be as successful as you have been.
Well, with that said, we're going to move this way towards the table. Please give this kitchen table a round of applause. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Now, I'm really excited for this next table, right this way, because some of the most controversial issues we face is around religion and family and all these different areas. So I'm going to ask this next panel to come up as Fenaba Ado, Associate Professor of Public Policy at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Tonya Wellens, President and CEO of the Greater Washington Community Foundation. Thomas Bowen, Founder and CEO of Engaged Faith, Minister of Social Justice at Shiloh Baptist Church. And last but not least, Calvin Mackey, Founder and CEO of STEM NOLA. Please break this down. Now, Calvin, I'm going to start with you because you're the bridge from this last discussion to now. I love what you do with STEM NOLA there was a picture. If you looked at the pictures with my son, there was a picture of Calvin Mackey and I holding up my son. And it was because my son participated in this wonderful program called STEM NOLA. Explain what that is, but also explain what you're doing in New Orleans East in terms of property acquisition, and I'll explain why it's so important to me.
All right, thank you, Andre. My son is here tonight, Miles, who's a senior at Howard University in mechanical engineering. But at the time, I was a professor at Tulane University, first and only African-American ever tenured in the history of college engineering at Tulane. I came home one day, and my son was in the 3rd grade, and he said, "Daddy, I don't like science anymore." I said, "Boy, you're crazy because it's in your DNA." When your mama was playing that crazy classical music to her stomach, I was whispering Newton's 4 laws to her belly. He said, "No, Daddy, the teacher just talked to the board. I don't like it." So I had to fix that. So I went in the garage, started doing all these hands-on activities. My other son came in the garage. The little boy next door came in the garage. Before we know, we had 20 kids in the garage. Over time, we saw these kids' whole dispositions change. Their lexicon changed, their confidence changed. The words that they was using was changed. So my wife and I took $100,000 and took this model to the community and started going out to recreation facilities. We started bringing STEM to the community rather than forcing the community to come to the STEM. And we realized we could not charge. How can we charge something to people who otherwise they didn't even know what it was? We had to create a value proposition. Somebody said earlier that storytelling is powerful. I would never forget watching, I believe it was BET Comedy Show, and I believe it was Steve Harvey made a joke about black people don't do science. I never forget watching Chris Rock, and he made a joke about his neighborhood, said there was only 3 affluent people in his neighborhood, Mary J. Blige, Eddie Murphy, and Jay-Z. And he said, "You know how many tears Mary J. had to cry to live in this neighborhood?" He said, "You know how many movies Eddie Murphy had to make? You know how many killer rappers Jay-Z had to make?" He said, "The person that lived next to me is a dentist. Not a dentist that created teeth, not a dentist that created, dentures, a dentist." So in the last 10 years, by bringing STEM to the community, we've engaged over 250,000 young people. We've engaged over 3,000 college students, put over $5 million in the hands of primarily black college students in the city of New Orleans, and engaged nearly 3,000 STEM professionals, volunteering, engaging kids in the community. Last year, we engaged 41,000 kids in 14 states and 36 cities, and now we are building a 30,000 square feet, $15 million STEM center in the hood of New Orleans East of New Orleans. And that is important because everybody is sitting here, some people are going to say, well, STEM is not for everybody. And I say, well, damn, football ain't for everybody. And basketball ain't for everybody. But we live in a nation that makes sure every black and brown boy touches the football before the age of 4 and nobody say a thing. And when they go to school, they got access to football and basketball. When they come out of school, they have access to football and basketball. You know how long it takes to make a damn football or basketball player? 18, 19, 20 years. So when I say I want to put STEM in the hands of every kid before the age of 4, people look at me like I got horns on my head and I don't know what I'm doing and our kids don't want it. But if we never expose it to them, guess what they won't be? A scientist, a technologist, an engineer, and a mathematician. Woo.
Now, Fediba, I'm going to pitch it to you because there's so much conversation about not a lack of marriage in the black community. And I can't turn on a podcast or listen to an interview where it's not what black women are bringing to the table, what black men are doing. I just really feel that's just a horrible way of looking at these issues. Can you explain your research and what you found when it comes to marriage?
So I think, when you showed on the results from your research that a father missing from the household is associated with lower life expectancy, we focus on the relationship with a marriage. And we don't focus on the socioeconomic status of our households. And the work that I do focuses on the role of wealth and how the racial wealth gap, in particular the black-white wealth gap, is associated or is also with family structure and outcomes such as social determinants of health, which you look at. Even more importantly, the lack of a private safety net, which is how we think of wealth, is the reason for why we see the outcomes that we see and not necessarily family structure. And so I'm a public policy professor, and so I'm gonna talk a little bit about policy.
That's right, go for it.
And we have seen a rollback of our public safety net. We don't have a public safety net, so when households experience shocks, such as health shocks or wealth shocks or unemployment, issues that are very pertinent to our lives right now, and you don't have the wealth base, it can lead to or is associated with poorer health outcomes. And so we really are focused on the wrong things. Right. And I want us to think about the lack of wealth within our communities and how a lack of a private social safety net coupled with a lack of a public social safety net, it really, really is associated with the poor outcomes that we are talking about today, and how when we can increase a private safety net through policy, which is what we talk about a lot in my research, how we can think about how we can build wealth within our society, both through market mechanisms, but also through policy, is the key to strengthening our families and strengthening outcomes. So
now I want to turn to Thomas, because this is interesting, because it's in the church where I hear more people complaining about marriage than any other place, or the lack or the marriage would solve many of the problems. But one of the things, I want you to talk about that, but one of the things that we saw is that religious adherence, or the propensity of folks who go to church, is a negative correlate with life expectancy. Now, just to be clear, going to church does not make you sick. I mean, there are folks who are more overweight who go to church. There is that fact. But what it's telling me is that people are going into church sick. That there's the suffering in the neighborhoods that is being reflected in this metric. So can you just talk about the church's role in all of this? Because from an asset perspective, they own property. They can conduct programs. What is the church's role in addressing some of these issues?
Well, Andre.
Get in the church, brother.
As you rightfully point out, that correlation is not causation. But before I delve into that, I'm of that James Baldwin ilk and what he says about America. I love the church. I love it so much that I reserve the right to critique it. There's no one more critical of the Black church than I am. We know once again that correlation is not causation. Just because there are churches located in communities where the hurt is, does not mean that the churches are responsible for that hurt.
Right.
That would be like blaming umbrellas for the rain. The churches were there when the skies grew dark, and they're still there. But all of us should hold the church to a higher standard. But for those who do go to church, how do you judge that church? You judge it, I dare say, by the preacher and whether or not he can entertain you. He excites you, how many pages of notes that you get. We're currently going under a search for a new pastor. I'm not a part of the search committee, but I'm wondering, with all of the dual degree programs now, the Morehouse School of Religion has a Master's of Public Health, Harvard has one, and all those schools have divinity schools. How many are looking for pastors who are well-schooled in public health or education? They look for someone who can say it, and you quote it in the newspaper. And so we have to rethink what it means to do church and be church. And Andre goes in, y'all. He talks about, I got a copy of the book. How long will folks talk about Jesus take the wheel? Yeah. Well, sometimes people do more than that. But there reaches a point where people will say Jesus take the wheel. And those times comes when the brakes have been broken by policy. Yeah. That reach comes when the tank has been emptied out by structural racism. And then you reach that particular point. But there are models. It's funny, as you listed the stats around age and the like, and how people age and how old they can become. And one of the things about Shiloh, which is 162 years old, when I have friends come, they say it's an old church. All these old people. But as today, I'm proud of that. Because there are people at Shiloh, we have centenarians, not just one or two, a lot of people in their 80s. And how is this? Well, it could be that several years ago, one of the pastors, Henry C. Gregory, built what's called Family Life Center. Shiloh had the first. Other churches then came behind and developed these things. They saw it as being a polis of the center of community. So at Shiloh, you wouldn't know from the outside, we had 2 racquetball courts. We have a full court gymnasium we offer to the young people. We have a sauna there. They stopped short of the bowling alley. We have an indoor track. Yeah. So when the weather doesn't allow people to go outside. And that used to be an active place, and now those folks who built that are now into their 80s, their 90s, and they're centenarians. They have active lifestyles. For the past 11 years, I've led a 7 a.m. prayer call with seniors. Wow. Those folks they're active. So this is an opportunity. So I came. First of all, you need to know, I just signed up to be here. Andre saw my name on the list, and then he said, "Brother, you should be on the panel."
That's right.
One of the things that I want to suggest is that this is an opportunity. So whereas there will be folk in the religious community who will be upset at Andre.
They're already upset.
won't give him communion in the Black Baptist Church. We'll give him his money back when it hits the, we don't give you money back. But this is an opportunity to respond to that we need a public health approach and model. And guess what? We had it during COVID. We set up credible messengers to talk about health to their parishioners. We set up testing sites. We set up places where people can come and get their vaccines, and we funded those initiatives. So here we are now with the dismantling of some of these federal programs when we could have been pouring more money in. I was at a small church preaching on a Sunday in Reston, Virginia, and announcements came. I don't know if they announced about the Bible study, but a young lady, a young adult got up talking about how they have a walking club. And she asked the people there to join her at the church on Wednesday, and we're going to walk. And she said, I'm looking at some of y'all need to come walk. I thought she was looking at me for a minute, but you know. But we need more of those. These are outliers sometimes. But Trinity, pastored by my friend, our classmate, Otis Moss III, they have a farmer's market, all right? There are churches, black churches, that have clinics that partner with hospitals, if you will. So we need more of that. So when Andre says that there are people in the church who are not living as long as people outside the community, then the response of the church should be to implement public health programs, education programs, and not just clutch your pearls and clutch your teeth, but try to do something to counter that. And I would say that there are churches doing that. We just need more of them.
And I swear I'm not a Philistine heathen, but we actually have a little less time than I expected, but I really want Tonya to weigh in on this, because the role of philanthropy is tremendous. And I say this, that we're not going to nonprofit our way out of these problems. And for the most part, many nonprofits are doing service provision. They're absolutely addressing the needs of the community. But I have always said that that's the role of government, and we need to hold them account to those issues. With that said, I've always believed that philanthropy can fund things that demonstrate things that could be scaled and resource codified into law. There were some of the reasons why folks are here. I'm like, how can we take STEM NOLA? What's magical about that, and what can we make into law? Can you tell us your approach to funding? Because you're really addressing wealth and life expectancy in deliberate ways. And can you share what you're doing?
Absolutely. So fundamentally, I believe that the role of philanthropy is to be both catalytic and daring. It is to fund the kind of work that Brother Mackey here is doing, that you all are doing at this table, because it can drive us to impact. So in 2021, our community foundation went through a strategic planning process just after the peak of the global health pandemic that led us to a 10-year strategic plan that had us focused on increasing economic mobility and addressing the racial wealth gap in the greater Washington region, where we know white wealth is 81 times that of black wealth. Our premise was that if we can solve for wealth, for economic mobility, then we can get to issues around education, gaps in health, gaps in housing. It was a real kind of North Star for us. Our approach has been, it's interesting, we worked with Brookings in 2021 to help us to come up with key indicators to drive our impact, right? Drive through our impact. We looked at life expectancy. We looked at home ownership rates, and we looked at poverty levels. We did an overlay. It produced about 20 zip codes in the greater Washington region for us to decide that we're going to lean in and focus on. So whenever we have discretionary resources, we are driving those to those 20 zip codes across the greater Washington region. Whenever we are engaging with our peers and partners in philanthropy, we're driving towards impact in those neighborhoods. In the book, you note, Dr. Perry, you note that place is not neutral. Place matters, is what we're saying. That's right. We cannot continue with a spray and pray approach to philanthropy. We have to be incisive and deliberate about where resources are going and how we're using them. Just a couple of examples. Part of our philosophy is in building wealth and increasing economic mobility is to focus on asset mobilization or asset building and decreasing debt and or barriers, which means that we are investing in things like guaranteed basic income, like children's savings account. We run a children's savings account program in suburban Maryland. We're working with 2 public schools, one in Montgomery County, one in Prince George's County. We're investing $1,000 a year, K through 12. When those kids graduate from high school, they'll be able to redeem the nest egg, use it for entrepreneurship. They can use it for a down payment, I say in a small condo in Bowie. They'll be able to roll it over into a qualified retirement account, or they can use it for education. 4 qualified uses using philanthropic capital. We use philanthropic capital for down payment assistance for home ownership. We use philanthropic capital, to your point of your research, to help non-custodial parents catch up on child support arrears. Wow. In support of family reunification. We use philanthropic capital to buy down medical debt, to lower the barriers for all of the other wealth prospects and wealth opportunities that families can pursue. I think that both the real opportunity for us in philanthropy is to think really differently and expansively about how we can change to solve for some of the challenges that we're looking to pursue. We invest in small businesses. Our public charity status allows us to make investments in small businesses. And again, not in a spray and pray fashion, along key corridors where the data is driving us to the zip codes that can benefit the most from the investment. There's so many things that we can do, and I really appreciate that the book can create a roadmap if we spend time around the kitchen table and thinking through strategies that are going to move us towards the kind of outcomes we want to see.
Jump in real quick, because a lot of so a lot of what you speak about is a lot of what we talk about when we think about ways to kind of close the racial wealth gap. And we think about we can work with existing policies such as building out the earned income tax credit or reinstating the child tax credit that we saw brought a lot of families out of poverty during the COVID-19 pandemic. But we also think innovatively, like how can we think? And so we've seen a lot of proposals in places like Connecticut putting forth opportunity accounts or baby bond proposals, which are trust accounts for any child born into the United States, and pegging it to your wealth so that when you become of age, you can use that money for home ownership, higher education, starting a business. So we have some really great ideas out here on ways so we can build up the wealth of our communities and our families so that we can see them thriving and yes, and yes.
I just want to tie it in right quickly, Andre. You and I was just in San Diego at the ASU, GSV, Venture Capital Learning Innovation Conference. I see Jason here do the AI stuff. Venture capitalists pulled me in the room and they started talking to me about my model. And what I did not know was that Andre was going to be in San Diego. When I saw it, I ran over to his book signing. But I did not know that the chapter that he wrote about the work that I do and some other people, the title of that chapter is The Community as a Good School. The venture capitalists want to talk to me about my model and how we were engaging communities in education, because they believe this whole dismantling of the education system is a reset. And going forward, money going to be distributed, yes, through the state, but to like pods and micro schools. People otherwise can manage the money and do what they need to do by their kids. So the chapter, Community as a Good School, is right on point. We've been doing this for 12 years and couldn't get people to fund us. Yeah. And now the venture capitalists are going, how can we replicate across the nation? And we do have a model that's sustainable, reproducible. Boston Consulting Group built a model, and I agree with you 100. And I agree with him 100. We can't nonprofit our way out this, but we got to build these social impact organizations that operate like business and generate money and wealth and do the things we need in the community. We do our work in the community, not outside. Thank you, man.
And the church has something to say, or it should have something to say. One of the many shortcomings of the church is there's too much concern about the 10% tithe and not enough concern about the 90% of the earnings. Yeah. Misplaced there. But there's hope, right? At Shiloh, as a part of our baby dedication, we not only bring the families together and the godparents, give Bibles, we also start a savings account for that child and letting the family know that we're going to start it, but it's up to you to keep it. We also have 2 investment clubs. And at a certain point, there are young adults who become a part of that investment club. That the church should not be afraid to talk about money outside its offering time. And we should engage them in a conversation about wealth. Yes, we say we know not the day nor the hour, but you should kind of plan, get your education, live a life as if you're going to live forever.
Brother Bo, would not only offer that, I think there's a unique opportunity for congregations to also think about endowment. Yeah, that's right. With the decline in church membership, thinking about the future of religious institutions and other community institutions is going to have to be a top priority for sort of preserving Black community. One of the things, again, that I'm really proud that we invested in There are a couple of community institutions in Ward 7 and 8 where we invested in helping them to pay off the mortgage so that they could own their physical plan. So as the economic tides, rise and fall, they can withstand the storm in providing the services that they offer because they're not worried about being priced out of the market. I think it's the same case for these, tried and true community institutions like religious institutions in our community as well.
And Harper Memorial in Detroit, it's my understanding, is the one black church that has been creating an endowment for itself. St. James AME in Newark, which was pastored by Reverend Matthew Watley's father, they discovered that they were sitting on money, that the windows in the church, the stained glass windows, were actually original Tiffany windows. Wow. God them in praise, and the rest is history.
Now I'm going to ask Joe Scantleberry of Living Cities to close us out. But please give this panel a warm round of applause. Now, I'm going to depart. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go outside. Please stay seated. I'm going to go out there. I'm only going to stay for a few minutes. Your books are already signed if you purchase them. And if you want to purchase another one for your auntie and your grandmother, please do so. But I just wanted to say two things. That I'm very proud of the people who were on this stage today. My goal, I had just a few goals of this. I wanted to spotlight people we need to invest in, to show as an example, this can be done. In addition, there are two things that need to happen over the next 2 to 4 years. We do need a defensive strategy. LDF, the Lawyers Committee, there are great people doing great work defending our democracy. I see Damon Hewitt out there right now, the Lawyers Committee. Please give him a round of applause. Like, they are holding us down. In addition, the policy people, we need to show what we're fighting for. There must be a legislative agenda, right? And so what I'm hearing on this table, these are things that we need to apply to policy. And so over the next few years, I'll be working with the folks here at the table, some of you out there, to really put together a legislative agenda that makes sense. That's the whole purpose of this Black Power Score. So with that, I'm going to have Joe say a few words, and then we're going to move on out of this space. But thank you very much.
I did not need to box this down. Black power. Black power. Black power. Way back when Stokely and Charles Hamilton wrote the book on Black Power, we were obsessed and concerned about how our communities were policed. But they also talked about how we own our communities and the ways in which we live in our communities and the ways in which we try to access freedom, autonomy, independence, and so on. Today, we sat here like the kids who couldn't sit at the adult table at a breakfast. But if you've ever been to any Black breakfasts, you know that if you scooched up close, you got to listen. You got to hear the things that people were saying, usually after they were hanging out all night playing bid with spades or doing something. And you got to join. So here's the things that I heard today. And I just want to flip it back for a minute. First of all, Andre, brother, we love your brilliance. We love your heart, and I do wonder where I can get that periwinkle suit in a size 52. Short, of course. Wealth, human and social capital, environmental quality, safety, family. All of these things seem so common sense and clear, right? We've heard it all before. What we didn't hear before at the dinner table, at the breakfast table, was a couple of elements that I know everybody in this room is working on some aspect. Housing policy matters. Commercial ownership and SEC crowdfunding. That was a new one for me. I had not heard that, not in that way. We also saw and we know that this is about generations' work. This is about generations, and you saw it demonstrated very live. So a young man stand up here with his father, who I know he loves, but like my son, he probably takes for granted from time to time. But what I saw was all the pouring in that we saw on display, and all of our generations deserve that and need that. We also saw, and I love this, Angela, making space and opportunity. Damn, that's a book right there. But more than that, that's a song. Like, you know how we're all breaking our leg to figure out the, what do they call it? The boot stance? Right? What's it called? Boots on the ground? And to get the fan clap down? How do we actually make space and opportunity just as hip, just as real? Because for the work that I do, two things come clear. And you heard it in different ways. Yep, we've got to have a vision for the future. STEM, science, education, all comes together. Family and health. Many of us know how painful it is to have great ideas, but frankly, you just can't move the way you used to move because you're tired, you're broke, you're hurt, and you haven't walked a mile in a year. Guilty. We also know that philanthropy and capital. Philanthropy is not enough, but we have to encourage philanthropy to do its part. To be bold, to be courageous, to be committed, to stay the course, and more importantly, to shift the conversation from charity to strategic investment. Lastly, I know y'all want to get out of here. There's a party down the block, I'm told. We have to have the faith that the dark past has taught us. We have to have that faith. We are no longer having a civil rights conversation. We're having a conversation around dignity and the vision for this country. We have to have the ambition to build, not just for Black people, but to build what the nation needs. And we have to do it for the whole nation by doing it for ourselves. In much the same way in the 1920s, we had to create the associations, the insurance companies, the housing, the healthcare, the schooling that we needed when people didn't think we were worth the humanity that we are, worth our own humanity. It wasn't until we came back from World War II where we fought for others and fought for freedom around the world, and we saw the horror, and the world saw the horror, saw its own horror, that we had a Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the actual struggle over civil rights by men and women who fought battles and who said, your bullets don't scare me, I'm gonna be. We have to build from that baseline. And I wouldn't do anything justice here without thanking the panelists, Ty, for kicking us off, all the wisdom that was shared very quickly. Let's create the table that we need. And many of us are doing that. Let's do it together, create the opportunity. And as we say in the Black Power movement, keep the faith, baby. Keep the faith.
All right, well, guess that's over. Let's see, what else do we have here? Trump did do a little quick news conference, which I don't think I'm going to bother with. I'm sure he didn't have anything worth hearing if it was just a short little thing. See, Anton Daniels is doing something, and sure he's not worth watching either. Give me one sec here. I thought there was a Professor Black Truth here somewhere. You know what? Let's watch this, and then while we're watching this, I'll find what I actually want to watch.
Trailer is not locked up anymore. It was, and I had a mechanic come out and just help me get this thing going. So what's going on right now is my insurance is pending cancellation, and with it pending cancellation, I can't really run right now. So my insurance is working on fixing that because my insurance is paid. I just got here not too long ago to my truck and trailer, and I'm about to start it up really quickly. I'm about to start it up for y'all, and I'm about to move it up, and then I'm gonna probably move it back. So I moved it the other day, and my mechanic had hooked up and backed it up, and I did like a little video on that. But y'all, today is just so, it's a little frustrating because it seems like stuff just keeps happening. This is how long my truck has been sitting in this spot. Look at this. This is crazy. You see all of that? Like, this is how long it's been sitting. Wow. All of this. All of this. Trucks are really heavy, y'all. I do have my drone out. I have my drone out today. I'm going to get some drone footage. So I'm just going to show me backing up and then just pulling the truck and trailer forward for y'all. I did check all the lights, and I have 2 lights that's out. One on the 2 on the tractor. There's 2 on the tractor that's out, and that's the back light. And then let's go over here to this side light. There's a side light. I ordered it. It's supposed to be here tomorrow. It's supposed to. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh my God, that thing is killing me. I don't know what that is. But this side light is out right here. It's not working, so I ordered it. So we're just about to move the truck up and then back really quickly. Nothing too crazy, and get it to start. So I am gonna move the drone kind of over here. Let's put it like right here for now. And then let's do a start. Let's hear this Detroit crank up. Let's build some pressure. Two and a half years, y'all. 2.5 years. I need new reflective tape. I bought some. I definitely bought some, y'all. I bought some reflector tape, so I will be putting that on. I do need some tires, so I'll definitely be getting some tires, especially on my tractor. Okay, y'all see the lights is working. It's been 2.5 years. Nice driving, Shirley, y'all. Y'all want to see the inside? That's the inside, y'all. It's been a minute. Can y'all see us out there? Coco's Journey. Okay. Ooh. Oh, crazy bugs. Okay. Gotta move this trailer, y'all. Make sure nothing is not locked up. So that's my classic over there. That's my classic. Probably got like 2,000 miles or less on the engine. Gonna set the drone up really quickly. Let me see. Ooh, nice and hot. The AC is working, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me get the drone remote. I was very frustrated on this day, y'all, from my tenant not being able to move in before I leave to go live on my truck full time, from housing authority dragging their feet with paperwork and inspections, not being scheduled on time, to not being able to book a load because of a pending insurance cancellation after they received my down payment money, and nobody being able to figure out how to fix the issue on the FMCSA website. Everything was out of my control at this point, and there wasn't much I could do about it. I never had to deal with a tenant one-on-one before. I paid for a rental management company to find my old tenants and deal with everything for me. Now my mother is my manager, but I'm also involved and have say-so over everything. So it can be very stressful at times. Hopefully my place will pass the inspection on the first time the inspector comes out, because it's been over 7 months and I haven't made any money yet from my property. I never signed up to be a housing voucher landlord before, so this whole process is very new to me. On top of that, I never shut down my business before and had to restart everything all over again. The process can be slow, full of phone calls, and following up after everybody else's job. I didn't know it was going to be like this. This makes me never want to quit ever again or even take a break. I was also very hot and ready to just get out of town. It's been a very long 5 weeks for me. From starting my trucking authority from scratch and finishing up my duplex. It's already been a very wild journey, y'all. I don't even know if I'm ready for this new chapter in my life at all. But I know I have people watching from all over the world. So here I am about to push and fight through every obstacle that comes my way, because I know it's coming and it's going to come heavy. I can feel it already.
Well, if it's all that, Brian, go help her. I'm not quite sure what this is all about. This is called Everything is Going Wrong as an owner operator.
Okay, so that's the underwriter's job to fix that.
Yeah, as far as I don't know what the deal was. I just know that's the underwriter, and that's the only person I know to go to. And I called Marcos because he's out of the office on meetings today to do the same thing.
Okay.
So, but I know they're the ones that has to do it.
Okay, no problem. I'll just wait then.
Okay. Well, I hope they do it quickly. If not, I can try to call that guy. But I've, said everything in bold print, so he should know I need it now. And as soon as I hear that it's corrected, I can let you know.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sorry that happened to you.
It's okay.
All right. Well, you gotta work.
Until next time, you guys. Coco's Journey.
Yeah, I have no idea what that was about, but let's go on to something a little more entertaining here.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is going to be about the Texas floods, and before we go any farther, I just want to let some of the folks know that I understand that everybody believes something, and that this might drift a little bit close to conspiracy corner, though for those of you who have listened to me for any appreciable length of time, like Dave Chappelle said, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a point. Now, some people have said that the Texas floods that have taken place was some sort of divine justice. I'm not necessarily a big believer in that, but people have said that, and hence we ought to discuss it. Is the recent catastrophic flooding that's taken place in Texas some sort of divine judgment? I mean, considering that the devil is in charge of that state, Greg Abbott, it's no coincidence, I think, that it happened on his watch and in his state. This is the kind of guy who basically is so arrogant and so stupid, if he could, he'd climb up on top of a mountain wearing steel drawers screaming, "All gods are bastards." That's the kind of reckless punk that he is. And of course, enter Donald Trump in this whole mess, because why not? He had no problem saying that California was to blame for the massive LA wildfires that took place there last year because they didn't take precautions. They didn't clear out the trees and underbrush, bad environmental regulations, etc. Republicans didn't want to hear that this wasn't the time or place for that kind of Monday morning quarterbacking. As far as they were concerned, this is the perfect time and place for it. Well, Texas has now had a number of weather-related disasters in the last few years, from the ice storm of 2021 that froze Dallas with 246 people dying, many of them freezing to death, and the hero of the Alamo, Ted Cruz, got caught fleeing the state in their dire hour of need. Now that's leadership. And now this. And yet nobody's saying that Texas failed to put in place regulations that would mitigate these storms, because this isn't the first flood that Texas has faced. Just like nobody got on Texas about the ice storm of 2021 and said, hey, you guys were the ones who demanded that you have windmills that weren't necessarily made to withstand bitter cold because, hey, how cold does it get in Texas? Well, they found out the hard way exactly how cold it gets. Texas largely does its own regulations when it comes to utilities, such as the power grid, which explains why it failed in 2021. They demanded that they not be subject to federal regulations. That's what Texas wanted. They said that their own in-state regulations were more than adequate for their needs. Well, as everyone saw in 2021, Texas' own regulations were not adequate for any needs at all. And yet nobody lectured them about their inadequate regulations or wagged the finger in their faces and told them that they've been through a number of ice storms. How come they weren't prepared for this one and they need to give an explanation? None of that was going on. The reprobates in the GOP always love to play games whenever a natural disaster hits a blue state. When he was in Congress, moron DeSantis infamously voted against sending disaster relief to New York after Hurricane Sandy. This is back when he was doing any stupid thing that he could in Congress to try to bring attention to himself. Nobody noticed and nobody cared at the time. And then later, when he became governor of Florida, he wound up having to beg Joe Biden for disaster relief. Go figure. Look, it's one thing to be provocative, but it's another entirely to be contrary simply for the sake of being contrary. That kind of thing comes back to bite you in the behind if you're stupid, which DeSantis is. Now, there's another idiot who not only took his state from being prosperous and affordable to being a basket case, but he's also a perfect case study in how sometimes these natural disasters could easily be seen as basically divine justice for the incompetent. In this case, I think things should work the same. There shouldn't be any disaster relief going to Texas, at least not with Greg Abbott in charge. Tell Abbott and the rest of his inbred buddies that the federal government needs to save money, especially at times like this, that disaster relief is the responsibility of the individual states, and that if he wants any federal relief, he first needs to explain how this happened in the first place, considering that Texas has had plenty of heavy rains before. And more importantly, he also needs to be made to explain exactly what he's going to do to prevent another incident like this. He needs to answer those questions first. Then people can think about whether or not Texas needs disaster relief. Hey, Trump had no problem criticizing California's political leadership during the wildfires, and nobody was calling foul about that, or at least if they did, he didn't care. So I say that in the case of Texas, put that scumbag Greg Abbott on a loan program. Whatever disaster relief he gets, his state should be obligated to pay it back. And if they don't have the money, then the federal government should be allowed to go ahead and liquidate their assets. In other words, how about a national version of the kind of emergency manager scams and schemes that Republican legislatures have put in place? In this day and age of performative extremism, that's exactly the kind of move that I think Democrats should prove, if for no other reason than to go ahead and show the Republicans the limits of their own asinine rhetoric. And speaking of asinine rhetoric, you have one of the nation's foremost academics and no doubt a leader in the field of climate science, Congresswoman Marjorie Greene, who's decided to weigh in on this issue. She's not from Texas, but as ignorant and illiterate as she is, she's probably dumb enough to think that she might be. She's certainly dumb enough to be a Greg Abbott supporter, so what she's doing is she's running around claiming that the floods are the result of cloud seeding. Now, for those of you who don't know, the technology of cloud seeding goes back at least 80 years, and it's been a practice in the country for at least that long as well. Cloud seeding is when an airplane is loaded with silver iodide crystals that then are released into suitable clouds for the sake of encouraging the formation of ice crystals in order to trigger rain or snow. The government doesn't do it itself, but there are certain companies with governmental approval to do those kind of flights. Marjorie Greene, however, is saying that cloud seeding is the reason for the floods in Texas. She didn't say anything about the flooding that took place in other states, though. Apparently, she read some stuff about chemtrails on the internet, and that happens to be part of what's informing her opposition to it. And that's the reason why there's been a number of people, including Republican legislators, who have been saying, we got to do something about this cloud seeding. Now, if Marjorie Taylor Greene believes something, that should be your first clue that it's probably false as hell. But as far as silver iodide goes, it has low toxicity, but she's not complaining about cloud seeding being toxic to people. Instead, she's going on about cloud seeding is what causes floods. I find that to be amazing. If someone's going to call themselves piggybacking on the whole chemtrails conspiracy theory, then one would think at the very least that they would be making a case for silver iodide is toxic, etc., etc. You don't want that stuff falling from the sky on you. Now, considering that there's all this attention on the climate, and there are people who have something to say about pretty much any chemicals that happen to go into the air, you notice how nobody's really said a whole lot about silver iodide. Again, not because the stuff is not toxic at all, it has low toxicity. But I would think that if somebody was going to be warning against the dangers of cloud seeding, it would have happened a long time before now. And look, I know that everyone believes, well, something. But truth of the matter is, I'm never going to believe Marjorie Greene. And sure, there's always the off chance that this might be one of those rare occurrences where a stopped clock is right at least twice a day. But again, I got to tell you, if what you believe begins to overlap with a nitwit like Marjorie Greene, then you probably went too far down that internet rabbit hole. What's happening in Texas right now is not the result of cloud seeding. You would have to have a hell of a lot more silver iodide be released in order to try to make anything even close to what's occurred. What's happened here is the result of the collective incompetence of Greg Abbott and the rest of that gang of reprobates that he has behind him, not to mention some divine justice, according to some folks. I'm not saying the flooding in Texas is necessarily God's will, but I am going to say that he doesn't like ugly, and he has more than one way to show it. When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, you had the Republicans in Texas who thought this was a good opportunity for them to get some digs in. They were actually calling the survivors of that disaster refugees if they went anywhere else. Well, I say the same thing should apply to Texas. In fact, if they move around inside of the state of Texas, they should be labeled refugees. And I noticed that nobody was talking about cloud seeding during Hurricane Katrina. Now, there were a number of conspiracy theories that were being kicked around by the locals as to what happened, but I didn't see anybody in the white media basically dignifying that either. It's like black folks are saying something, well, whatever it is, there can't be anything to it. Marjorie Greene says the cloud seeding is what caused the flooding in Texas, and nobody feels any need to go in on her because of that. It's like, well, what she's saying won't be believed by too many people, so we don't have to say anything. That's the problem that I got with all of this. You had a whole bunch of those little racists and rednecks over in Texas who thought that Hurricane Katrina was cause for celebration. And of course, you also had them little white supremacist gangs who were allowed to come to town. Well, in that case, just to show that there's no hard feelings, I think that it would be appropriate if a number of those folks from New Orleans went ahead and made a little sojourn over to Texas, for the sake of helping their neighbors out and maintaining law and order. And by the way, it's not just black folks from New Orleans. You could also have black folks from Houston who could help as well. After all, I'm sure that if a whole bunch of black folks who didn't live in the areas where the flooding happened were to suddenly show up armed to the teeth, nobody would mind. They would see these guys as just being there to help. Right? Look, I'm not saying that the flooding that's taking place in Texas is a good thing. I actually don't believe that it is. But I also believe that when people decide that they're going to embark on a path of being callous and disrespectful toward the well-being of black people, well, you can't be surprised when Mother Earth herself decides to hit you in the mouth. The reaction of the white media to this flooding has been exactly the opposite of what it was with Hurricane Katrina, and what happened in Katrina was far more devastating. And during Hurricane Katrina, you also had the same white media and their commentators who were essentially blaming the victims of Hurricane Katrina for their own condition after the storm passed. Nobody was asking why it is that all of those folks in Texas didn't just get out of the way. Why didn't they leave? This wasn't their first storm, and it's not as if the rains just suddenly went from 0 to 60. One moment it was dry, and the next moment you're up to your neck in water. No, that stuff built. And that being the case, why didn't they just go ahead and leave, get to higher ground? These were failures of common sense. At least that's what would be said if these were black people that we were talking about. What's happening in Texas right now is not just an administrative failing by Greg Abbott, though it certainly is that, but it's also a moral and spiritual failing by the misleaders of Texas. Their own callousness, their own sick glee that they took at the suffering in New Orleans 20 years ago, all of that stuff I think is coming back to bite them. They're getting a taste of their own medicine. And while nobody seriously expects those good old boy goofballs to actually learn anything from this experience any more than they did from the ice storm a few years back, it does go to show that the old slogan is right. Everything is bigger in Texas, especially the stupidity. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of.
Oh, I love this guy. All right. Well, the only thing that I don't know. I don't know that I like the tack of that video necessarily. However, I did notice something. I've never heard anyone refer to the mainstream media as the white media. I might start doing that. What the hell? Call it the white media. What's up? What's up there, McGreeby? How you doing? Really? Oh man, you better not be saying that around here. There's some Texans around here that are mighty proud to be in Texas. So you better watch your six. I personally think Georgia's way better, but you know, who am I? This is actually something that popped up into my algorithm. Every now and again, I get something interesting. And this is like a news special. This is some sort of PBS station or something down in New Orleans. But this, not exactly sure what this is, but it's a 1988 news special. And it is a Detroit crack addicted mother. So some public radio show. So it sounds interesting. Let's check out this crack addicted mother.
You know, I know eventually I'm gonna find a place. I will find a place because I know I'm doing right for me and my children. Come on, please stop. Stop acting like that, please. I'm a single mother, and I'm trying to raise my boys the best I can because I want them to have some kind of values when they get older.
Pat Hurling and her 5 boys live in the lower half of a 2-family flat in Ravendale. Welfare pays the rent.
Come on, get busy. Start getting your stuff up. I make the best of what I have. I don't know, it's just something about it. I don't feel poor. I know I don't have much. I don't value material things. I really don't. I would like to have better, but as far as just being poor, I don't feel poor.
Is it coming off? Oh, good. Oh, that's nice. Go get your slippers. Put your slippers on.
Pat and her kids face eviction in 30 days because the landlord is charging them to heat the whole house, even though the upper flat is vacant.
Oh, what is that? What's that, bro? A house. A house. Is that a house? A new house? Oh, that's nice.
So now they taking me off of vendor payments, and it's getting ready to get cold. And I don't want to see my children. I don't want to be in no shelter. I deserve better than that.
Come on, Jamie. Is the bus coming?
I was homeless once. I was in a shelter, and I never want to experience that anymore. And so I'm determined to be better for the sake of my children, because it's a cruel world, and I have to set examples. I have to raise them and teach them what's out there. Yeah. I'm scared for my kids too. Every time they leave, when they go to school, that's when the fear starts setting in. It's a cruel world. It is a cruel world. I have been out there. I've been out there for 7 years.
Patrick, come on. Put your shirt first. Shirt first.
Stop moving fast. I know you. You be moving fast. I'm proving that I love them. No matter what I did, I still love them.
Pat regained custody of her children only a year ago. The state took them away after Pat fell into crack.
That's the worst drug you can ever take, because that drug alone would take everything you own, everything that you value, it would take from you and leave you out there all alone. with no hope, no nothing.
Pat's drug problems began 7 years ago, a few miles from Ravendale at the Parkside Projects.
You know, we was like in our own new world. It was like a Parkside Projects, and, you know, everybody was just walking around, you know, like they was lost. And I wound up being lost with them. You know, it's just, to me, that's how it was. Like, everybody didn't have nowhere to go, nothing to do. I was really scared of them. I didn't allow my children to go outside and play.
So what is this picture about? I don't know. Corey? It is. I can take you for a ride on water. What am I? What is that? A sailboat. All right.
I'm happy when they come home, but it's like the fear was they gonna come home. You know, it's bad. It's really bad.
Okay.
Pat had her first child at 16. She dropped out of high school and has never married. She is now 33. When Pat lost her children, she faced a choice.
Everything was happening to me then, you know, and I just didn't want to live. The drug is like that. It's the truth. It's so powerful. You don't care whatsoever.
Hey, put your shoes in the box. Come on, Patrick.
They took my two little boys from me, and that was the last straw right there. I loved them so much, you know, that I refused to let that, you know, take my boys from me.
You got homework to do too, right? Good.
I asked the person, Child Protective Service, what do I have to do to get them back? It sounded to me that she didn't want me to get them back. And I was telling her, I want my kids. She was telling me the steps that I had to take, so that's what I did. I went and found a job, and I got them back within 4 months. Just the job just, you know, made me feel like I was, you know, somebody. But it was still, that hole was still there. It was still there. That's the crack right there. But I was like praying to the Lord, please, you know I don't want to do it. You know, every single day, it's like, every time I did it, it's like I was feeling guilty and hurt. But I finally got off of it.
Eddie Edwards and his wife brought Pat into the church and got her kids involved with Joy of Jesus. On Sundays, they attend Fountain of Truth together.
Our young folk don't fear God, they don't fear man, and they don't fear death. But it's our job as parents.
There's some people that, you know, they need help, but they don't want to help themselves. I have 5 children. I don't want to see that happen.
That they may come up.
No, I don't want to be one, you know, a statistic, the homeless.
Well, those bedrooms look good back in there. Yeah. They really do.
Sure makes a difference, huh?
Yeah. You're going to have a super house here when this is done.
Last fall, 3 companies joined with Joy of Jesus to renovate 4 abandoned houses in Ravendale. All had been devastated by drugs. One home was to be given to Pat.
Oh, my God, say find me.
But the house was still haunted by its past.
Like my past, they think they own me.
Across the alley, customers of a crack house were undeterred by the work before them. But the dealers sent word that they would ruin all that was done.
Let me take this time to set the record straight.
Days later, the crack house was raided, only to reopen just after Pat moved in.
Let me take this time to try and make it right.
And dark and light and day and night. Cut the grass, shine my shoe. They still don't know about my life or what I suffer or what I went through. My life is just beginning to change, you know, so I'm just picking the right time to tell them. You know, I just got them back recently, and, you know, I'm trying to get myself together with them, get them, you know, the values together. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to let them know that I love them. I pray the Lord my soul to take. Good night. It's a cruel world. It is a cruel world. Matter of fact, I'm scared. Scared. I don't even want to be out there at night.
Here you go. Some more youngsters in the streets after dark, asking for something. What? I don't know.
Death?
Yeah. It's crazy. It used to be a lot nicer in this area. The only crack house around was the one on Camden. Now it's different.
It's worth saving.
It's worth saving. This is Camden. This is the street that I did a lot of dealing on. This was a major drug house. I used to make anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a night here, working by myself. I never knew Dwayne was doing what he was doing, but at one time I left Dwayne in a crack house for what, 72 hours?
Yeah.
Robert and Dwayne Epting used to sell crack in
My mother
Ravendale.
never knew about
The
that.
brothers still live in the neighborhood and shadow its cast of dealers and users.
Okay, right there you have a sign that says, "Welcome to Elmdale's Block Club," but this is ridiculous. There's no sense in them even having a sign there. You got too many drug problems right here in this one block.
Now, this lady that just walked out right here, that's standing on the porch. Now, she's a seller and a user. This house here is supervised as far as selling the rock cocaine by a 20-year-old guy who lives down the street here. You can go into that house, you can purchase. It's like a fast food joint. You can either carry out or you can take the service there. They have whatever you need, any size rock, any size of cocaine. You can sit there and smoke it. A lot of sexual activities go on there too. So that's what you call booming.
The family of Elmdale. What a joke. What a joke.
Yeah, go back down here, man.
Here's the court.
Now,
where
this basketball court here, this is famous. The goal is used for a cover. It's an illusion set up especially for the tactical units that drive up and down the street.
So you would call this another 6/8?
Yeah. And the guys, the officers never stop. They never search anybody there, because there's so many people. And what's the use? Now, this next corner we're about to hit, this is really hot. It's hot. Every apartment complex around here is selling. There is no way. When they rush these places, they're going to have to bring at least 200 men strong, just to make it worth their while, because everybody in here is basically cracked out. These people will go up to an abandoned house or a house where somebody is just moving into and strip that sucker down.
This is a ruined neighborhood.
These people around here.
By the way, if you haven't figured this out, this is 1988 in Detroit. The next couple videos I have are going to be dedicated to Be Brave and Think. I've been kind of thinking about it for a while and just came up with a couple things that I hope somebody in this chat will take back to Be Brave, since I've been banned from his channel. And yeah, I was a little rough on the old man, but next two videos after we're done with this, I'll re-emphasize that this news needs to go back to that white shade.
Here, they know who's selling the drugs, man. They know. And I don't know why in the hell nobody's been trying to do anything about it.
This is what we need. This is togetherness, man. Regardless of what's here.
You think somebody gonna stand out there in that door with that big light on and sell some dope?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what each one of these lights mean and so on. I care right one time. I care twice. I care 3 times, 4, 5, just count them. These people care.
They saying we ain't putting up with it. Look, and they take care of their homes.
They care, man. And everybody ought to care.
Robert Epting once controlled several major crack houses himself.
Money is to be made in the streets, but not this way.
When he decided to get out, he persuaded Dwayne to follow.
It's not worth it, man, because, you know, you're going to end up in the graveyard or in jail or in somebody's rehabilitation program. The bottom line is you're going to become a statistic.
This is spiritual warfare right here, man. But drugs kill souls. You know what they do for a person.
I know what it can do to a person, but I never realized what it can do to a community until now.
Okay, this next video, I just became aware of this. This is a place called McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And apparently it's one of the worst cities in the United States. And somehow or another, it never gets mentioned. We hear about Chicago. We hear about St. Louis. Who ever heard of McKeesport, Pennsylvania? Well, let's find out about it. Oops, hold on one sec. Oops, this is McKeesport, Pennsylvania, one of the worst crime areas in the country. Who'd have thunk it? No, I don't think he lives here. Uh, I think it is. It's not in the Appalachians per se, but it's in the maybe the Poconos. I'd have to find out. See, these people are really just driving around here. Let me This is another video about McKeesport. This is called "Not Even the Laws Are Safe in the Sundown Town, McKeesport, Pennsylvania." So, although it's known for being a dangerous place, it's in the top 25 in the United States. So, let's find out about it. And then I got one more video after this. You know what? Let me do this. Let me switch this up here. Let's do this. This is the worst small USA towns with huge crime rates. These are some towns I never would have thought to look at. And this is just something I'm really just sitting here just kind of drifting from subject to subject, but this caught my attention.
Can you imagine living in a small town where there's a 1 in 9 chance of you being the victim of a serious crime? A town where even popular vloggers are shot dead? That's an actual place in the USA where it seems nobody is untouched by
That's
violence.
gotta be
We'll
Las
talk about
Vegas.
that town later, but let's start with places that are only very dangerous as opposed to unbelievably, ridiculously, incredibly dangerous. Number 15, Battle Creek, Michigan. We'll clarify something first. To fit the criteria of this show, we'll say by small, we mean less than a population of 50,000 people. The data we'll use is from the FBI. When the FBI counts violent crime, it means murder and non-negligent manslaughter, sexual misconduct, robbery, and aggravated assault. The U.S. Bureau of Statistics describes non-negligent manslaughter as intentionally and without legal justification causing the death of another when acting under extreme provocation. Okay, let's start. For a show about violent crime, we couldn't pick a better place to.
Okay, and let me go ahead and talk about this. Battle Creek, Michigan, this first city is 64% white. Now, it could very well be that the crime is localized to a particular demographic. It's 64% white, but it's 15% almost 16% black. So I'm still gonna say, you know what, this is a white city with a high crime rate, and if they're not getting in there and dealing with where the crime is, then you know what, this is a huge problem that I need be brave to go in and have a look at.
Start in a town named Battle Creek. The name relates to an incident in 1824 when a couple of Native American men had a violent altercation with some white settlers. But what Battle Creek is more well known for is the fact that it's the home of the Kellogg Company. That's why it became known as Cereal City. We're surprised Kellogg never named a cereal Captain Crunch or possibly Unlucky Charms, because they would be fitting names. In Michigan, there are 4.95 crimes per 1,000 people, but in Battle Creek, there are 12.08 crimes per 1,000. The entire population of Battle Creek is just over 50,000, so it's barely made this list. You have a 1 in 83 chance of being the victim of violent crime there. The most recent data reported 7 murders, 57 instances of sexual misconducts, 38 robberies, and 530 assaults. Many towns with 200,000 have 0 murders and 0 reports of sexual misconduct, although you might get the odd assault. Michigan has quite a few crime hotspots such as Detroit, Grand Rapids, and Flint, but those places aren't classified as small towns. They would struggle to compete with Battle Creek anyway. Flint is home to 95,212 people and had 1,284 violent crimes. Detroit's population is 663,502, and it saw 13,040 violent crimes, while Grand Rapids has just over 200,000 people, and it experienced 1,286 violent crimes. We'll leave you with a recent headline concerning Battle Creek, which tells us 14-year-old charged in the shooting death of a Battle Creek Central student. Battle Creek can hold its own in the crime stakes, but as you'll see later, there are much worse small towns out there. Number 14, Paragould, Arkansas. The U.S. violent crime rate shot up over the last few years, likely because of the chaos caused by the pandemic. The murder and non-negligent manslaughter rate in 2019 was just 5.1 per 100,000 people. In 2014, it was just 4.4. But in 2020, it climbed to 6.7, 2021 to 6.9 per 100,000. The numbers aren't all in yet for 2022, but it's looking like it was similar to 2021, a violent year, although not as bad as the naughty 90s and the extreme 80s. In Paragould, Arkansas, a town with a population of just 29,000, murder is not common. In fact, the FBI statistics say there were no murders when they collected the data the last time, but there were 26 reports of sexual misconduct, 8 robberies, and 328 assaults. Like Battle Creek, if you live there, you have a 1 in 83 chance of becoming the victim of a violent crime. A recent news report warned residents the Paragould Police Department is urging you to be safe as more crimes have plagued the city. It talked about one day recently when there were 2 shootings and a stabbing within 24 hours. Police say residents had been calling them asking, should we be concerned? Maybe residents of this next place should be more concerned. Number 13, Dillingham, Alaska. Only about 2,300 people live in Dillingham, Alaska, where people do a lot of fishing and it seems fighting. The thing with such small towns out in the middle of nowhere is if there's a criminal element to them, residents are very likely to become a victim of those elements. In fact, reports state that in the northern part of this town, residents have a 1 in 28 chance of becoming a victim of crime. But if they live in the western part of the town, it's more like a 1 in 10 chance. As crime statistics go, that's
This is
grim.
Alaska.
It's grimmer when you learn that in 2007 it had the highest per capita sexual misconduct rate in the U.S. at 1 incident for every 103.9 people. The latest crime news story we could find told us a 59-year-old man in 2023 got 13 years in prison for exactly this type of crime. Per capita income for Dillingham is just $21,537, well below the U.S. average of $68,309. In Dillingham, 10.1% of families and 11.7% of the population live under the poverty line. As the Brits say, it's grim up north. You'll hear more about British violence later. In this next town, the thing you ought to fear is a bullet in the head. Number 12, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Spartanburg in name, maybe Spartanburg in nature, or at least the
Now,
Sparta
I
part of the
know
word.
Spartanburg.
This town of around
That
38,000
is a
people
mostly
used to be
black
famous
town.
for its textile mills, but that was before deindustrialization happened. There were 585 violent crimes in this town when the FBI released its data, and a further 2,356 property crimes. That's a lot for a place this small. It means that there are 15.23 violent crimes for every 1,000 people and 61.35 property crimes for 1,000 people. In general, if you live there, there's a 1 in 66 chance you'll become the victim of a violent crime. There were 8 murders, 77 robberies, 27 reports of sexual misconduct, and 473 assaults, according to the last data. The local police chief recently said the opioid problem has been a big issue where crime is concerned, but he also said people were not locking their cars enough and firearms were being stolen from them. Believe it or not, though, even with these dazzling crime statistics, the crime problem in Spartanburg has improved in the last decade. Still, in 2022, 130 firearms were stolen and 78 were taken from vehicles. The chief also had this to say: the opioid problem is significant here in the city, and oftentimes it starts with prescription drugs, but then eventually flows into your heroin, your cocaine, that type of thing. The fentanyl, which is extremely deadly. Things could be worse. Number 11, Henderson, North Carolina. For a place of just 15,000 people, Henderson has quite a few famous people to its name. The musician Benny King and the talk show host Charlie Rose both came from Henderson, living in what's a small place of just 8.2 square miles. On paper, sounds like a lovely part of America. Still, with the average income being just $23,745 and about 1/4 of the population living below the poverty line, Henderson has its fair share of problems. The data tells us there were 246 violent crimes as well as 639 property crimes the last time the FBI collated its crime statistics list. In this small town, not much bigger than what most of the world would call a village, there were 5 murders, 8 reports of sexual misconduct, 39 robberies, and 194 assaults. If you live there, you have a 1 in 61 chance of becoming a victim of a violent crime. That's the same as North Carolina's Laurinburg, a town of 15,000 people that's also one of the poorest places in the U.S. There was more murder there, 10, but fewer robberies. While poverty and violence correlate a lot, and we mean a lot, crime rates are more complicated than people not having money. The per capita income of Emporia, Kansas is a lowly $17,485. 22.2% of the people live below the poverty line, including 22.9% of those under the age of 18, the ones statistically more likely to murder someone. In Emporia, you have a 1 in 667 chance of becoming the victim of a violent crime. That's the national average, believe it or not. Many small towns are like that, but as you'll see in this show, often where there's poverty, there's violence, just not all the time. Let's put these numbers into perspective. In the US, you have a 1 in 11.5 million chance of being killed by a shark. Your chance of dying from a terrorist attack is 1 in 45 million. The odds of you dying in a plane crash are 1 in 205,552. The odds of being killed by lightning are 1 in 114,195. Meanwhile, the odds of winning the Powerball lottery are 1 in 292 million. One of the most recent crime news stories we could find was from March 2023, which reported a woman and 2 men have been charged with murder in the shooting deaths of 2 men in a car last month. You might think, well, all small towns have news about murders. In fact, no, they don't. Just 1% of U.S. counties are responsible for a massive 42% of America's murders. Most towns don't experience the ultra-violence you'll hear about today, which is about to get much worse. Number 10, Sauk Village, Illinois. At just 4 square miles with a population of not even 10,000, you'd think not much can happen in Sauk Village, about 28 miles from downtown Chicago. You would be wrong. Crime statistics make this place sound like the 1980s classic dystopia movie Escape from New York. If Snake Plissken were in Sauk Village, he'd hide in a cupboard and cry himself to sleep. With that tiny population, it still had 529 violent crimes. According to the latest data, it had 170 property crimes, so this place is more about violence than stealing. It sounds crazy, but the numbers mean residents have a 1 in 18 chance of being the victim of a violent crime and a 1 in 14 chance of being the victim of violent or property crime. That's compared to a 1 in 253 chance in the rest of Illinois for violent crime only. Sauk might want to open some anger management clinics in the town, since it was reported there were 490 incidents of aggravated assault. If you add up the number of assaults in the USA's top 100 safest towns, the number would still be less than the number of assaults in Sauk. There were just 2 murders, but still, there are only 10,000 people. Just recently, a news headline stated, "Young man shot dead in front yard." You can see signs around Sauk that claim it's a village of pride and progress, but with 27% of people living below the poverty line and 52% of people under 18 living below the poverty line, maybe that progress needs to get into second gear. Number 9, Espanola, New Mexico. This town's claim to fame is the fact that it's home to the Los Alamos National Laboratory, where the atomic bomb was made at the end of the World War. It's now famous for crime. Again, it's a tiny place, only 8.34 square miles. Just over 10,000 people are living there, in what looks like the middle of nowhere. The biggest contributor to this crime problem is drugs. Lots and lots of drugs. There are over 1.2 million violent crimes in the U.S. every year, or thereabouts. Espanola only had 353 of them, plus 383 property crimes, but then again, it is just a blip on the landscape. If you come from there, you have a 1 in 30 chance of becoming a victim of violent crime, compared to a 1 in 127 chance if you come from New Mexico in general. A crime occurs roughly every 7 hours in Espanola. Not all neighborhoods are alike. Reports state that if you live in the east, you have a 1 in 13 chance of being a victim of crime. The type of neighborhood you live in means a lot when it comes to violent crime. News reports about murders often feature places of poverty. Drug trafficking is turning the place inside out. The Los Angeles Times asked in 2023, "Can this town save itself from fentanyl addiction?" This is how the writer described his time in the downtown area. Kids played in trailer parks, contractors loaded pickups, cars came and went from a methadone clinic. Men wearing hoodies and expectant gazes drifted toward a house with barred windows. And this is what a resident told that writer. "I've had knives pointed at me, pipes swung at me. It's insane how much has changed in the last year. It's scary. We have generational drug use, generational trauma. Half the kids I went to school with didn't have parents. They were dead or in jail or gone." Number 8, Anniston, Alabama. Before we talk about Anniston, here are some general U.S. crime statistics. In 2021, there were 14.6 gun deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S. That amounted to 48,830 total gun deaths from all causes, 23% more than 2019. The numbers in 2022 aren't completely clear yet since it takes time to get those things straightened out, but the data seems to show that numbers for 2022 were very similar to the 2021 numbers. Some U.S. states have much higher rates of gun death than others. Mississippi in 2021 was 33.9 per 100,000. Next in order were Louisiana, 29.1, New Mexico, 27.8, Alabama, 26.4, and Wyoming, 26.1. By comparison, the UK had 0.3 gun deaths per 100,000 according to recent data. Some other countries we looked at were Mexico, 16 per 100,000, Canada, 2.1, Australia, 1, France, 2.7, Germany, 0.9, Finland, 2.4, and Spain at 0.6. The U.S. easily has the highest rate of gun ownership in the world, about 120 guns for every 100 people. The vast majority are black market guns. Interestingly, FBI estimates say the number of guns bought in the USA in 2018 was only about 13 million, and 13 million again in 2019. Still, in 2020, that shot up to 22 million. It was about 19 million in 2021 and 16 million in 2022. From 2000 to 2010, gun sales never went above 10 million per year. Guns might not kill people, as the saying goes, but they definitely help, especially the illegal ones. An ATF report said 54% of traced crime guns were illegally bought but stolen and used in a crime. More than 1 million guns were stolen from 2017 to 2021, although the report said many people don't report it, so the number would be much higher. In 2021, 4,740 murders were gun murders, but the FBI said the type of firearm wasn't known. The agency didn't find a gun. Then you have many so-called ghost guns, weapons that don't have a serial number and thus are untraceable. Okay, so Anniston, Alabama has just over 21,000 people, but there were 162 violent crimes and property crimes numbered at 1,094. There were 7 murders, 7 reports of sexual misconduct, 30 robberies, and 118 assaults. So, in relative terms on this list, assaults weren't so high, but murders and property crimes were very high for such a small place. Your chance of being the victim of a violent crime is just 1 in 131, but where property crimes are concerned, it's 1 in 19. Recent news reports in 2023 include a man found dead in a ditch believed to have been murdered and a headline that read, 3 arrested in kidnapping attempted murder case. Number 7. Kotzebue, Alaska. In Kotzebue, a town with just over 3,000 people, 30 miles from the Arctic Circle, you have about a 1 in 30 chance of being the victim of a violent crime. That's almost as bad as it gets. The more recent data says there were 111 violent crimes over the course of a year. There were also 2 murders. Looking at recent news reports, which include assaults, kidnapping, murder, and violent crimes against children, there's certainly a lot going on for 3,000 people. Fremont, California has a population of 235,881 people, yet no reported murders. In Frisco, Texas, no reported murders for 162,917 people. Vancouver, Washington was free of...
Well, I have to talk about Frisco. I think this video is from a couple years ago, so we know there's been one there since since this video.
Murder, even though its population was stated to be 174,912. Let's now see what's going on in small town Illinois. Number 6, East St. Louis, Illinois. In Illinois, we could talk about Alton, population 30,000 plus, a once thriving industrial town where you have a 1 in 177 chance of becoming the victim of a violent crime, according to the latest statistics. Danville in Illinois is also crime-ridden with a 1 in 66 chance of facing violent crime, while Mount Vernon and Champaign get high scores, as do Springfield, Rockford, and Chicago, but they don't meet our small-town criteria. We've chosen East St. Louis, Illinois, a population of 18,000 and a bit. Most of Illinois' small towns have 0 murders, or maybe 1 or 2, perhaps 5 at the most. So when we saw East St. Louis had 36 murders the last time the FBI made its list, we knew we had to include it in this show. It said only 25% of those murders are charged in a criminal court. The U.S. national average is 60%. East St. Louis is another deindustrialized place on the list, where the mostly African-American people live on some of the worst wages you'll find in the U.S. The per capita income there is a piddling $11,169, with the median household income just $21,324. 31.8% of families live below the poverty line, but 48.6% of people under 18 live in poverty. Reports say these kids have the worst school system in the state, or at least they said that just a few years ago. In 2020, 54.13% of households were run by a single parent. In 2021, throughout the U.S., 4,920 murders were committed by males aged 20 to 29, way higher than any other age range. People aged 10 to 19 and 30 to 29 accounted for 2,497 murders and 2,924 murders, respectively. There are even warnings about this place telling tourists to be careful, just like you'd find on websites about Afghanistan or certain parts of Iraq. When the data was published, on top of the 36 murders, there were 27 reports of sexual misconduct, 32 robberies, and 173 assaults. Murders are sky high, but assaults are quite low, so there's only a 1 in 95 chance of being the victim of violent crime. Early March 2023, the mayor announced there'd only been 6 homicides in the first 2 months of the year. It's not East St. Louis anymore, it's East Safe Louis, he said. Actually, 6 murders in January and February for a tiny town is still relatively high. This headline from May is similar to many headlines from this part of the U.S. Coroner identifies 2 men slain in East St. Louis home. Another news story about a boy aged 11 was shot when 2 women argued over clothes. Despite the efforts to clean this town up, it seems that East St. Louis is still a very violent place. This next place isn't so great either. Number 5, West Memphis, Arkansas. West Memphis, perhaps famous for locking up innocent young men, is also known for its violence. Over the years, it's typically been right down at the bottom of safety indexes. Right now, the latest data is saying you have a 1 in 37 chance of being a victim of violent crime, which again is a startling statistic. You have a 1 in 93 chance of dying in a vehicle accident in the US, so our advice is don't drive in West Memphis. The data shows there were 648 violent crimes and 953 property crimes in a town with just 26,000 people. It's very different from St. Louis, though, where there were 7 murders, 33 reports of sexual misconduct, 50 robberies, and 558 assaults. One of the latest news headlines said, West Memphis residents concerned about recent crime. Other articles talked about a man being found in a burning car, suspected of being shot, a man who'd earlier survived what was described as a brutal carjacking. Another story featured a 15-year-old boy shot down in a hail of bullets outside an apartment complex. Number 4, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. We should also talk about Pine Bluff in Arkansas, where for 41,000 people, there were a shocking 23 murders, 36 reports of sexual misconduct, 56 robberies, and 710 assaults. In terms of your chance of being a victim of violent crime, totals 1 in 49. Some interesting facts about Arkansas are that it has the highest rate of teenage pregnancy in the U.S., along with Mississippi. About 40% of black children live in poverty, along with 34% of Hispanic children and 17% of white children. An incredible 247,000 children in Arkansas live in single-parent households. It has the 3rd highest incarceration rate at 559 per 100,000, behind Louisiana at 564 per 100,000, and on top, Mississippi 575 per 100,000. On top of the 825 violent crimes in Pine Bluff, there were 2,348 property crimes, which means a 1 in 17 chance of becoming a victim of property crime. As we said, in the U.S., there are about 6.2 murders per 100,000, which is high in global terms, but in Pine Bluff, there are 56.5 murders per 100,000 people, which is high for the medieval age. And it makes cartel-infested Mexico look safe. Pine Bluff has a violent history. In 1866, there was a mass lynching here of 24 African Americans. In the 1960s, civil rights demonstrators protesting about segregation were shot. According to Forbes, in the 2000s, it was on the top 10 list of poorest places in the USA. These days, 45.6% of people under the age of 18 live in poverty. As we were making this show, a news story headline was, 2 juveniles held without bond for capital murder. Right below it was a story saying, since March, there have been 4 people under 18 years shot and killed in the city. Another headline was 2 dead, 2 injured in Pine Bluff shooting. 21-year-old suspect in custody. These were just the recent stories. U.S. soldiers in war zones often don't see that much action in the space of a few weeks. That still doesn't beat this next place. Number 3, Florida City. Next up is Florida City. We imagine you knew we wouldn't get through this show and not have anywhere in Florida on the list. In fact, there are lots of small towns in Florida that have very high crime rates, including Opa-locka, where you have a 1 in 48 chance of being the victim of a violent crime. In Cocoa, there were just 19,000 people and you have a 1 in 91 chance, which is still very high. But the winner in the Sunshine State is Florida City, a place where 13,000 people get on by wages that would struggle to feed a large dog for a year. The per capita income here is just $8,270. 43.3% of Florida City residents and 41.7% of families live below the poverty line. It's 57.1% for those under the age of 18. Poverty is a rampant problem here. And while poverty isn't the direct cause of violence, it certainly exists a lot where people resort to hurting other people. In recent years, Florida City has claimed the first place on the list of most violent places in the USA. But not this year. There were 337 violent crimes here and 682 property crimes, so you have a 1 in 38 chance of being the victim of a violent crime and a 1 in 19 chance of reporting a property crime. A recent news story is about a man who did some awful things to his 3 children that resulted in one of them having to be airlifted to a hospital. The man told the cops he was on Molly, which is strange given Molly's supposed to make people feel loved up. We guess not in Florida City. Okay, last 2. Number 2, Monroe, Louisiana. In Monroe, where there are about 47,000 people, there were 19 murders, 9 reports of sexual misconduct, 111 robberies, and a whopping 1,105 assaults. Yet again, people live on way less money than most people do in the U.S. Per capita income is $24,061, but 36.8% of Monroe's folks live at or below the poverty line. That goes up to 54.1% for people under the age of 18. There's a 1 in 38 chance you'll become the victim of a violent crime, and an unbelievable 1 in 18 chance you'll be the victim of a property crime. Even for Louisiana, where crime is famously high, these are really shocking numbers. Just to give you some more perspective, in the UK, in Greater Manchester, a place whose murderous gangs once earned the city the nickname Gunchester, there were only 46 homicides reported in 2022.
Gunchester.
The population is 2.8 million. 620,000 people are living in poverty. In West Yorkshire, home to large industrial rough-and-tumble cities such as Leeds and Bradford, and what the press called the crime-ridden town of Huddersfield, there's a total population of 2.3 million. Still, there were only 33 homicides for the entire year throughout all the cities, towns, and villages in West Yorkshire, compared to Monroe's 19. In New South Wales in Australia, population 8 million. Home to the capital Sydney and its 5 million plus population, there were 94 victims of homicide throughout the entire state. Recent Monroe news stories include a man charged with murdering 4 people in a house fire, a young man shot dead, a woman who stabbed her father after watching the movie Chucky. In fact, there are a lot of murder stories for 2023, so this could be a really bad year for Monroe. A local news outlet said in February, over the past few days, the city of Monroe has been plagued with shootings, leaving several victims behind, some of whom have died. Number 1, Bessemer, Alabama. In Alabama, there are plenty of places just a bit too big to get on our crime list, such as Mobile, 1 in 36 chance of being a victim of violent crime. Birmingham, 1 in 48. Tiny Calera, 1 in 45. Still, it's Bessemer that can be the not very proud town that takes the biscuit for crime. There were 850 violent crimes reported and an absolutely staggering 2,032 property crimes in a town that has only 26,000 people. This means you have a 1 in 30 chance of being the victim of a violent crime, but a 1 in 13 chance of becoming the victim of a property crime. You have a 1 in 9 chance of being the victim of one of those crimes in Bessemer. We guess the residents here always have a topic to discuss when they meet for a drink, if they can afford a drink. The median household income is just $23,066 and $28,230 for a family. The per capita income for Bessemer is just $12,232. Just so you know, per capita means the average per person, while the median is in the middle. 24.2% of families and 27.2% of the entire town live below the poverty line, including 37.8% of people under the age of 18. This is a place that once had thriving industries, including mining and steelmaking, but those days are well gone. It's now famous for being a #1 crime hotspot and for once being home to a chicken named Matilda, who won the world's oldest living chicken prize from the Guinness World Records in 2004. She was stolen 6 times on her way to victory. Just kidding, but it wouldn't be surprising given the statistics. One of the popular types of YouTube channels these days features people running around with a camera exposing the poorest places in the US. A 46-year-old man did that in Bessemer in 2021 and was shot to death outside a motel. His channel of choice was actually TikTok, where he had 325,000 followers. His wallet was missing when his body was discovered. Other very recent news stories from Bessemer include someone being murdered by a 22-year-old man over a DoorDash order, as well as the murder of a 20-year-old man and a bunch of other violent attacks. That's the end of the list today. We know there are other towns we could have mentioned, but you can tell us about those in the comments section. Be safe out there, people. Now you need to watch how Belgium became the cocaine capital of the world, or have a look at real reason why 50% of murders happen here.
Well, that's definitely some uplifting stuff. Let's you know what? Since I've gone down this dark rabbit hole. This is McKeesport that I was talking about earlier. Do I understand Yanks? You mean Americans? Somewhat, I guess. I do not understand this.
Where's the police station? Right there. He was at the police station. He was fixing to take him in to go to jail. And dude had another gun and somehow, pow, shot his ass, man. Getting out the car. The cop, what it was, he had two guns on him. And the cop found that one and rushed up and then put the handcuffs on him. And then
He had two pistols on him.
Yeah, then he had the other gun on him.
Oh, he was out here causing terror.
It took him like, what, 3 or 4 weeks to catch his ass.
Shot him, then they shot another cop.
Yeah, they killed that one.
They killed the one cop.
Let me get the hell out of here for the sunset.
They shot 2 cops that day.
What?
Same day, they hit one and killed the other one.
Killed the other cop. And then another one got hit too. He got hit with Grace. He got Grace with a bullet. They told you I killed that dude.
So the fucking numbers ain't lying, huh?
What is that? What?
They blew him away, huh?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I'm surprised they ain't blow the other guy away.
Bad. It ain't unusual to hear about a killing around here.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's regular, huh?
We just learn to adapt to it. Like
Yeah, you just adapt to it.
Yeah, that's like Jersey. Just eventually it's regular life. And that ain't life though. So be safe out here, man. I swear I hope y'all be careful, man. Please walk away from all trouble. JFK. So a little park. What's that? Is that a sale? Virtue, liberty, and independence. Hear them sirens. The sirens mean trouble. That's when you know the city lit. You just hear sirens nonstop.
Damn. Did he buy anything?
He's poor. trenches. We go up over there and see what it look like. Can't see in the windows. I would go over there and look. I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna be nosy. Moose Temple. What's that? Probably used to be lit back in the day back over here. Get the Mississippi from these waters. Yeah, I think this is a port. A marina to dock the boats. It's probably been used for centuries, man. Nice calm water. Beautiful. Look at the mountain. What's up, brother? It's ancient waters, man.
All right, well,
It's ancient waters.
Yeah.
Yeah, George Washington traveled these waters. You know that?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, Queen Aliquippa, you heard of her? Yeah, these ancient waters, brother. Y'all getting the energy on. I see it. That's what's up.
Braddock's Trail ran through here too.
Who?
Braddock's Trail.
Braddock's Trail?
Yeah, it went up that way.
What's that?
That was for the military back when they were going to Gettysburg.
Yeah.
How they got there up through here.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What river is this?
Yock.
Wow. And it disconnects to the Allegheny?
It connects to the Mon. And then that
Monongahela.
down to Pittsburgh, and it'll wind up at Allegheny and then go into Ohio.
So at the end of the day, I can take this damn thing into the Gulf of Mexico. I can take this anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. Ain't that some shit?
You go all the way to Mississippi down through here.
Yeah. Forget that. You go to Europe. You go anywhere. To Africa, freaking South America, wherever. From this water. That's
What
crazy.
the hell?
Start out right here. From Jersey. Yeah. And I'm learning like, damn, man, like some of this stuff I never was taught in school. It's ancient here, man. There's some shit here.
Teach you about two drunks on a river.
Yeah, I gotta go see all that.
All that trail goes all the way to Cumberland, Maryland.
Yeah,
Really?
You can get to DC on that.
You go DC all the way here.
What? So this, and I never knew that. What's the name of that trail? Youghiogheny Trail.
Yeah, you can
Damn.
right here, man. You can make it all the way to DC.
All the way to DC, off the grid.
way down to it.
For real?
Yeah,
Off the grid?
They come on. They went up through Cumberland.
Yeah.
It's like 20 miles uphill.
Really?
That's where I live. I live off the grid, man. I live in a tent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Stay off the grid, huh?
Man, I'm not sure I can take much more of this. Let's see what we got here. Is he fucking drunk? All right. Well, you know what? Let's see what this one's all about.
Back to their room to get ready for a private dinner. Maya wore a white dress resembling a flower picked delicately from the garden. Photos, then walked into their private dinner that felt like a soft closing scene. They toasted with shots and watched boats pass by under a coral sky. But the real moment, Mr. T got emotional.
This is so nice to watch him cry. This is amazing.
He told Maya he hadn't had this much fun since his wife passed, that being here with her Tuesday in Nevis can feel like a farewell scene. Knew it. The sun hit differently. The breeze, Maya with more diamonds to add to her collection. But the diamonds, looking like a retired Bond villain. But just when it all felt dear, since their St. Kitts delay cut into their layer, stood the assignment. So she picked them up from the airport, took them to their hotel to change, and the trio headed straight air and dresses that were barely.
The people want to know. Black guy, white guy, mixed guy. What's your preference?
Of course, white guy.
Why white guy? Why?
Because they're caring, they have a sense of humor, they're provider, just few, they're arrogant, but most of them, they are kind people, not like the African style.
Okay. This is Charlotte.
I was going to make a Gway joke, but I guess I better not do that.
And this is Charlotte. Black, white, or mixed guys? Which one you like best?
White.
Why white?
On bed somewhere.
What? You naughty girl?
They're foreigners, so we're used to black, so prefer the other.
Okay. What about you?
White.
Why?
Because I don't want to have someone who can smile. I'm not trying to be racist or anything. But it's about the culture. We have some sort of culture as a black people, and I don't like it. I don't like it, so I prefer changing.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question for you. White, black, or mixed guys? What's your preference?
White or black?
Or mixed?
Mixed.
Why?
Because I like them.
You think they're sexy when they're mixed?
I like them because I know they're sexy.
Oh, so you like mixed guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also like white guys too.
So it's a physical preference. You find them sexy when they're mixed. Okay. Is it the texture of their hair? The mixture of the skin tone? What is it?
I think physically, how they're fit, and their skin tone too.
Okay.
This is the sugar baby expert.
This is who?
Oh, sorry. This is Maya. Just Maya. If you've been around since 2022, you know the story. She started TikTok as a joke, broke the internet, and gave women permission to want more. She even traveled to 18
I
countries
have no
to see
idea.
who had the most generous men. Then she got banned. But she wasn't just collecting their coins. She was collecting life lessons and showing the girls how to walk men like the dogs they are, no matter the region, from the cobblestone streets of Croatia to the pyramids in Egypt. Every passport stamp became a mirror, reflecting back the woman she was becoming. But when the planes landed and the adrenaline faded, she found herself back in her hometown, a place that felt too small for the woman she had become. She needed more freedom, more softness, more of the life she'd glimpsed while wandering the world, so she made a choice. Onward to Florida, the place where the palm trees sway like
Florida?
the rhythm of her soul, where the ocean whispers possibilities. And here, in the sunshine, a generous life found her, fueling a life of ease, intention, and abundance. Now, she's ready to share the next chapter, the one that illustrates how to attract a generous life.
Not
Where'd she
just a
get the
generous
money?
man.
The Divestors uses that old white man voice on her TikTok. I didn't pick that voice. This Divestor is a prostitute, but you notice how much alcohol the Divestor was drinking. She has to drain the dust from this old white geezer's balls. She is lying about her man being generous as she is selling cheap books just to stay afloat. The only people who will buy those books are black women who can only get bottom shelf bread. Any divestor you see on social media pretending to be happy is lying. They are miserable. No other race of women would be excited to drain the dust out of an 85-year-old man's balls. But hey, this is what you have to do to sell a lie to black women. As far as the Kenyan women, look at this post. You notice how they only have good things to say about white men even though they have never dated a white man? They never dated a black man either, but only have bad things to say? This is how all those lies and stereotypes of black men and white men get spread around. A bunch of black women who don't date anyone but live in fantasy spread these lies. Anyway, I left the TikTok to the hyena eating the old white man's ass in the description. Cash App is in the description as well since I gotta listen to all this babble.
All right. Well,
The end.
well, all I have to say is we found a treasure trove there. Wow. All right. Well, that definitely caught my attention. Now, I'm wondering what's going to wind up in my algorithm after all that. And let's see, what do we have here? Oh, this is my girl here.
This isn't clickbait. Yes, Iceland has a fake beach. And I know that sounds weird considering the fact that there's coastline all around the island where there are naturally formed beaches. Most of them are black. There are some beaches in Iceland, to be fair, that have white sand, but not the one I'm standing on right now. That is in the Reykjavik capital area, and it is called Nauthólsvík. And funny enough, in the early 2000s, when they opened this beach, they imported tons of white sand to kind of give this going on vacation vibe to Icelanders who came down by the sea and wanted a chance to be on a white sand beach if the weather was good. If you've been to Iceland before, or if you've seen some of my other videos, you know the weather can vary. So whenever the weather is good, and here in summertime, that could be like 20 degrees Celsius. So somewhere around like 65, 70 degrees, well, more like 65 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a whopping 20 degrees Celsius in Iceland right now, and amazing. I am actually at the beach in the sea. I know. This is my first time actually getting into the water in the sea because I've never done like sea swimming or anything like that, but it is nice. Now, granted, the water is colder, not gonna lie, and I have had training with like being able to handle colder water, but this actually doesn't even feel that cold. It's a bit refreshing. That's amazing. Well, love it. My friend out there, Helen, is swimming all the way around. So I'm going to catch up with her because when I swim, my abs don't feel so great just from being pregnant, which is fine. But love it. Who would have thought? People are out here like it's Venice Beach. Like it's Ibiza, okay? Like they are sunbathing. They're getting into this man-made lagoon that's behind me. And this lagoon actually has naturally hot geothermal heated water being pumped into it. So they have cold seawater and then this warm water that's mixing together. And that's around 15 to 19 degrees on average, which again is around 65, maybe up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Amazing. In the water now that you can see behind. It's on a day where it's actually very much a lot of people. This is 20 degrees, people.
Can't get enough of it.
You would think it was like 80, 90 degrees outside. It kind of feels like that though, right? Like it feels very warm. And I love the little, see that? Amazing. There are hot tubs back there. And during the summertime, you can access the hot tubs. I believe it's from like May to August, in which they have them open. They have rooms for you to change, take showers, all of that. And in general, though, it is fascinating to come to Iceland, where most people are so excited about the naturally occurring beaches, to then come to a fake beach and enjoy. So, Neutralsvik, if you've been, I'd love to hear in the comments, first of all, what do you think? Does it appeal to you to come to a imported white sand beach in Iceland? I personally think it's a fun thing. I was surprised when I heard about that it was actually imported sand, but you do what you got to do when you want to feel like you're going on a staycation, potentially something like a visa, while you're still on the island of Iceland, where the weather can be quite variable. And for those who want more information, I have it below. I've come on beautiful sunny days where this whole beach was packed with people. So let me know what you think. If you did enjoy this video, give it a thumbs up, share it with somebody who might be interested to hear
I
about
think I won't
this
be going to this
imported beach
beach.
in Iceland. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I think that let's see, where am I? I'm at like 10 hours. I just don't know. There is nobody in the chat. I guess it's me, Kelvin, and DiCapriono. All right, well, we'll give this one more check to see if there's anything. I've got a bunch of history videos, which I don't know. Might as well watch them. Turn your shoes into roller skates. Oh, you know what? I actually do want to watch this.
Hit that subscribe button. This is going to be a really difficult conversation today, and I haven't fully formed it because it really is that difficult. There are some things that are happening now with the Trump agenda. And I have a friend that's been sending me some information, but we're talking about that the U.S. farm bankruptcy trends in 2025. The Chapter 12 filings have exploded. In the first quarter of 2025, there were 259 farm bankruptcies, already surpassing the entire 2024 total of 2016. Chapter 12 bankruptcies, which allow farmers to reorganize rather than liquidate, are often seen as a last chance option. The wave of filings so early in 2025 indicates deep systemic trouble that's reminiscent of the 2018-2019 crisis years. So the impact on low-income housing, more than 98% of opportunity zone investments go to real estate, with less than 2% supporting operating businesses. Despite initial goals, most investments target market-rate housing and commercial developments. Gentrification and displacement concerns have emerged in many zones. What this means is that Trump and the oligarchs, or Trump just hands everything over to Putin and the oligarchs, they're tanking the economy so that they can kind of remake it and scoop up all of these properties that the poor people are losing so that they can become richer. These will be their new investments. We also have people asking what happens to the homes and the properties of the people who are being deported, who are being snatched up and sent away. We never see them again. What happens to their properties? I see things on Facebook. I see people saying, please take the dogs. If somebody in your neighborhood, your town is taken away, please check on their pets. So we have pets that people are checking on. But what about their businesses? What about their properties? What happens to it? Do they go into default? This is what's happened. So who scoops up these properties for cheap? Get what I'm saying here? Yeah. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot of. I think Trump and Project 2025 and the oligarchs and the cronies and all these, the billionaires, the gazillionaires, they want to remake our entire economy, obviously to benefit them. We also hear them now. Trump is now talking about people in exchange for Medicaid, they will work. Okay. They will work. Okay. What they're suggesting and what people are saying and know what they're saying, and nobody can come right out and say it too directly. They want to take poor people who are on any kind of public assistance, whether it's food stamps, welfare, Medicaid, and they want work requirements. However, those work requirements will be, I believe, they will push them into or require them. These people won't have a chance to do the work that the deported migrant workers are doing. And so that means that the poor in America who can work, who are on public assistance, might be given the opportunity to move to those areas and do the field work and live in the migrant housing, I'm guessing, in exchange for public assistance. If there is a large number of Black Americans, U.S. citizens born in America, who are on public assistance, I believe what Trump, what Elon Musk, what Stephen Miller, what that crowd want, but they won't say. I think they envision them as field workers. And you do not say that in America with our history of slavery. I think then I just came out and said it because when you connect the dots, I think this is what they're doing, folks. This type of class warfare, this type of dividing, and not even warfare, just dividing us into these, like a caste system. And rather than create opportunity zones, these are not opportunity zones. Trump, Project 2025, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, these are not people who want to create opportunities for those in our country that have been left behind, or for because of reasons such as our history with slavery and race. We have an entire race of people who still struggle in ways that white America does not have to. So I do not believe for a minute that what they're trying to do is lift up that portion of our society so that they can be healthy and productive and achieve and have access to the American dream. You're not guaranteed the American dream, but to have access to it. Okay? That's not what they're doing. I think what they want to do is basically own human beings in this country who are on public assistance, be it Medicaid, food stamps, welfare, anything that not Elon Musk. Of course, he's the biggest welfare queen that we have. This doesn't apply to him. He gets more money than anybody. We're talking about poor people. And I think this is what they envision. I think getting rid of the undocumented migrant workers and then taking people who are on any kind of public assistance and literally forcing them into those jobs. Again, not to create opportunity in the communities in which they already live. But I guarantee you, this is what they have in mind. They'll say, well, we can get you there and give you these jobs, and we can give you cheap housing, cheap subsidized housing, the housing that was that migrants were living in who are now deported, who are now disappeared. This is how these people are trying to remake America. This is not creating opportunity. This is creating slavery. This is where we are. And I've been thinking about this for a few days, and I didn't know how to say it. How do you say that on video? Just say it out loud, that this is what we're doing in America. How does a white woman in America say that? Well, you know what? I think we all better be saying it, recognizing it, regardless of where we come from, because this is our country. And if you have a way to say it, if you have a way to save it, if you have a voice, if you have a platform, if you have any impact. But I think this is what they're doing. They aren't saying it outright, but if you look at the evolution of their language and what they're proposing, and then they just do it. That's what we are up against now. So some people, MAGA idiots might say, well, that makes sense. Give people jobs. Yeah, give them jobs and housing to do the work that the migrants were doing. But if the work is not in the communities in which they live right now, where their children go to school, where their friends are, where they worship, where they congregate, see what I'm saying? They will be moved. That makes me sick to my stomach when I think of it, because they're making they will make it sound like a good idea. They already are. It's already been suggested. If you're on Medicaid, you're going to work. Well, okay, get me a job. Here you go, out in the field, but it might be in another state. But don't worry, we'll put you on a bus and get you there. We have a place for you to sleep. You can get real cheap. See what I'm saying? I think this is what's happening. I'm tracking their language. I'm tracking Trump's language. I'm looking at what they're doing. Remember, listen to what people do as well as what they say. And I think this is what they are doing to human beings. And we know that when Trump hints around about something, or if he says something seemingly like he's just pulled it out of thin air and puts it out there, something is like, well, you can't do that. That's unconstitutional, or that's cruel, or you can't say that. He eventually does it. This alligator Alcatraz is a concentration camp. The first hurricane that comes will kill probably everybody in it. He jokes about the cruelty. You have MAGA in this country, American citizens, going and having their pictures taken in front of the sign like it's Disney World. Half of this country, well, half the people that voted in this country are really, really bad people, or really stupid, or both. When you look at what they are willing to support, put up with, overlook, the frog being boiled slowly so you get used to these things. Because I still think that if Trump were saying in 2015 and 2016 exactly what he was eventually going to do, the stuff that he's doing now, after just being in office since January, if he were running on that back then, I don't even think that the most idiotic, hypocritical, fake.
Well, see, she has more faith than I do. I think Trump, if Trump had revealed what he's doing now, he would have gotten bigger numbers.
Christian white nationalist MAGA could have gone along with it. Now, it was in them. He knew how to pull it out. And I've heard that Putin has done some psychological analysis of certain types of Americans and individuals in particular. I was hearing that in 2016. But they knew they knew enough to know that you could take these Christians, these so-called Christians, the evangelicals, not, it's not even really the more traditional Christians, it's not Catholics. The next war is a war on Catholics because the Pope is powerful and right and woke. So that's a big enemy for Trump and MAGA. So they are going after the Catholic Church. We now have bishops that are coming out and openly protesting Trump and his policies, recognizing that their place in history, their place in humanity, what they are called to do. And as I say over and over and over again, we did not choose this fight, but this is the fight we're in. So don't kill the messengers, don't shoot the messengers. But I think they knew that if these people are gullible enough and hypocritical enough to go along with some things in the name of Christianity, and these so-called born-again evangelicals, come on, these are not have long been kind of off the beaten track of true Christianity and biblical teachings. So they were a good target because if they are that gullible, and most are uneducated, if they are that gullible, then they are good targets for MAGA because they will believe anything. And they're malleable. And their belief systems can change. And they'll say, it's Jesus. Well, it's not. Yeah, by the way, I was raised Catholic, went to Catholic school, taught by the nuns, the whole 9 yards. So, I'm not completely foreign to the idea of Christianity and religion. I'm pretty familiar with it. And when I was a Republican, we knew, at least in the mid-90s, when Republicans won the majority in the House and Senate for the first time, the generation in the House, and Newt became Speaker, there was a recognition that part of this coalition that gave the Republicans the majority were these evangelicals. And we weren't even thinking of them as Christians. I certainly would call it. I knew that they were a different breed. I never thought of them as actual real Christians. Christians on steroids, but their own man-made steroids. I knew that they were hypocrites. Some of them just in the way they lived, their own personal lives. It was a movement to help them politically to get something. And none of these people even remotely resembled the true, deeply religious people that I grew up with, who were part of the Catholic Church. Flawed, but they were steeped in a foundation, of some sort. So I think that early on, these people were easy targets. But again, Trump could not have run on this stuff in 2016. He could hint at it. He tapped into this hatred of brown people and of migrants. But of course, it's not the illegals. It's everybody now. Everybody. And this has happened very quickly. There were guardrails in his first administration for this, but he's doing it all now. And the people who still follow him are not good people. They are hypocrites. These are not just political differences. It ain't 2016 anymore. So this isn't even your 2016 daddy's MAGA. But this is what I think they're doing. Back to my original point. I think that Trump, Elon Musk, still yes, Elon Musk, Stephen Miller and that crowd, and the Heritage Foundation crowd. I think the plan is to get rid of the undocumented migrants and other hardworking legal immigrants who are, brown people, mainly from South America. And I think that the goal is then to take anybody, black and white, who are on public assistance. And let's face it, in our country, because of our horrible history on race, we have an inordinate number of black people who have to be on have these social services. It is not because they're black. It's because of what we in America have done to black people in this country.
Well, she actually gets that wrong. There might be an inordinate number if you look at per capita numbers, but as far as like actual real numbers, no. The inordinate number is white people on welfare. So do better, lady.
And the solution is not to put them in these jobs in places that are not their community. Now, if it is their community and there are jobs
no,
that
she
they
didn't
can
quite
have
say
and they
that,
want
John.
to work and can work, I think that is fantastic. But if you are on Medicaid and you're sick, you're probably on Medicaid because you can't work because you're sick and you're poor. So I don't know what Trump is thinking. If you're going to put old people, I mean, I think it's like 40% of babies in this country are born from mothers on Medicaid. People in this country. Not because they're Black, it's because of what we in America have done to Black people in this country. And the solution is not to put them in these jobs in places that are not their community. Now, if it is their community and there are jobs that they can have and they want to work and can work, I think that is fantastic. But if you are on Medicaid and you're sick, you're probably on Medicaid because you can't work because you're sick and you're poor. Assistance, and let's face it, in our country, because of our horrible history on race. But this is what I think they're doing. Back to my original point. I think that Trump, Elon Musk, still yes, Elon Musk, Stephen Miller and that crowd, and the Heritage Foundation crowd, I think the plan is to get rid of the undocumented migrants and other hardworking legal immigrants who are, brown people, mainly from South America. And I think that the goal is then to take anybody, Black and white, who are on public assistance. And let's face it, in our country, because of our horrible history on race, we have an inordinate number of Black people who have to be on have these social services. It is not because they're Black, it's because of what we in America have done to Black people in this country. And the solution is not to put them in these jobs in places that are not their community. Now, if it is their community and there are jobs that they can have and they want to work and can work, I think that is fantastic. But if you are on Medicaid and you're sick, you're probably on Medicaid because you can't work because you're sick and you're poor. So I don't know what Trump is thinking. If you're going to put old people, I mean, I think it's like 40% of babies in this country are born from mothers on Medicaid. You're going to put a 9-month pregnant woman out in a field to work? But I'm getting messages from friends of mine who do work in the Hispanic community who are Latino themselves, and they are now having these open discussions about what's happening to these properties. What's happening to these properties? What's happening to the work and the wealth created by people who have now been disappeared by Trump? And we know that Trump is racist. We know that he loves being cruel. We know he's always been cruel to employees. We know he hates Black and brown people. And I think that he thinks, well, we'll just take this group of people and put them in these jobs. Now, here's the thing. Trump's very stupid base, the red hat wearing, toothless crowd, the ones with the, that they have the big Trump flags in their trailer. And I'm talking about poor, uneducated white people in America. Is he going to do this to them? Of course he will. And what will they do? And that is the big question to watch, to wait.
John, I rewound it. I did not hear the "we need to take care of them." I rewound it twice. Are you sure you're not hearing things? And we, I assume she means Americans, but I don't know for sure. Unfortunately, she might be unable to ask. However, I'll drop the link. If you want, I'll drop the link. You can ask her in the chat. But again, I missed the "we need to take care of them" part. She has not said that yet. I rewound it twice.
Wait for to see what happens. Anyway, their trailer. And I'm talking about poor, uneducated white people in America. Is he going to do this to them?
Ooh, why is this blurred?
Of course he will. And what will they do? And that
Here, let me rewind this right quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me.
To my YouTube channel. Thank you for subscribing. And if he tapped into this hatred of brown people and of migrants, but of course it's not the illegals, it's everybody now, everybody. And this has happened very quickly. There were guardrails in his first administration for this, but he's doing it all now. And the people who still follow him are not good people. They are hypocrites. These are not just political differences. It ain't 2016 anymore. So this isn't even your 2016 daddy's MAGA. But this is what I think they're doing. Back to my original point. I think that Trump, Elon Musk, still yes, Elon Musk, Stephen Miller and that crowd, and the Heritage Foundation crowd, I think the plan is to get rid of the undocumented migrants and other hardworking legal immigrants who are, brown people, mainly from South America. And I think that the goal is then to take anybody, black and white, who are on public assistance. And let's face it, in our country, because of our horrible history on race, we have an inordinate number of black people who have to be on have these social services. It is not because they're black. It's because of what we in America have done to black people in this country. And the solution is not to put them in these jobs in places that are not their community. Now, if it is their community and there are jobs that they can have.
Okay, John, this is like the third time I've rewound it. I don't hear the "we need to take care of them." So I think you might be putting words in her mouth, or maybe there's a gap that you're fitting words into.
Have and they want to work and can work, I think that is fantastic. But if you're on Medicaid and you're sick, you're probably on Medicaid because you can't work because you're sick and you're poor. So I don't know what Trump is thinking. If you're going to put old people, I mean, I think it's like 40% of babies in this country are born from mothers on Medicaid. You're going to put a 9-month pregnant woman out in a field to work? But I'm getting messages from friends of mine who do work in the Hispanic community, who are Latino themselves, and they are now having these open discussions about what's happening to these properties. What's happening to these properties? What's happening to the work and the wealth created by people who have now been disappeared by Trump? And we know that Trump is racist. We know that he loves being cruel. We know he's always been cruel to employees. We know he hates black and brown people. And I think that he thinks, well, we'll just take this group of people and put them in these jobs. Now, here's the thing. Trump's very stupid base, the red hat wearing, toothless crowd, the ones with the, that they have the big Trump flags in their trailer. And I'm talking about poor, uneducated white people in America. Is he going to do this to them? Of course he will. And what will they do? And that is the big question to watch, to wait for, to see what happens. Anyway, like I said, I'm bringing up a kind of a really difficult subject matter here, but man, I think we have to look at all the potential possibilities, go down every potential path and road that Trump and the Project 2025 crowd can take. We have to look at every worst case scenario and game it out. And I think that this is definitely one in play. Let me know in the comments what you think. Am I barking up the wrong tree? Is it paranoia? Or am I onto something? I'm interested to hear your views.
Well, you hear that, John? She's interested in your views. Here, I'll drop the link, and you can ask all those questions in her chat. I'm sorry, in her comment section. There you go. And I don't know. This looks interesting. Anything that to pluck the strings of the white shades and the anti-black blacks. I'm on board with doing. Let's see. This is a Yale sponsored.
Lesson I learned early on. I was literally a white teenage kid in Detroit. And what I learned was trust your questions and follow them till you find the answers. So I'm just a white kid in Detroit, white church, white neighborhood, white school. But something seemed really big and really wrong. And nobody would talk about it. And so I kept asking questions that people didn't want to answer. How come I hear there are a lot of poor people in Detroit? I'm now, listening to my city at 15, 16. I'm reading the papers. I'm paying attention. I'm hearing the news and having adult conversations. And people even hungry, not very far from us. And I hear people have family members in jail. And life is so different in white Detroit than black Detroit. How come? And I hear there are black churches. How come we've never visited them or had them visit us? And what's going on here? I wasn't getting answers, except the only answer I got that proved to be true was, son, if you keep asking questions like that, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. And that proved to be true. So I decided to get out of my little white world and try to find the answers to the questions. So I took jobs in the city. Need to make money for college back there in Michigan. So I took jobs with young black men in Detroit, and listening to their life stories began to change my life story. I eventually got pushed out of my white Plymouth Brethren evangelical church for asking these questions.
Wow.
But I got taken in by black churches right from the start, who very patiently answered my obvious white boy questions. And that led to a whole different world. There are many epiphanies for me along the way. One, I'll just tell you one story. I'm working at Detroit Edison as a janitor. And one of my new friends, his name was Butch, we became close, and we would move all the heavy desks around and stuff. And he wanted to take me home for dinner to meet his mother. His father had passed, and his siblings. So I did. And he and I were talking about what was going on in the world as two young men. And he mentioned the police, which a police incident was what sparked the 1967 riot or insurrection in Detroit. Always police events, incidents, sparking riots and insurrections. And his mother said this, overhearing us. She wasn't militant, political. She was just a mom trying to take care of her kids. She said, yeah, that's why I tell my kids, if you ever lost and can't find your way home, and you see a policeman, duck behind a building, go down a stairwell, hide from the policeman till he passes.
Right.
Then get up and find your way home, because there was a whole history of police brutalizing black kids. When she said that, my mother's words to her kids, her 5 kids, screamed into my head. She said, if you ever lost, can't find your way home, look for a policeman.
Right.
The policeman is your friend. He'll take you by the hand and bring you home safely. She, like Butch's mom, just cared about her kids. That was her whole life, right? And so 2 moms, 2 cities, 2 worlds. And And Butch's mom was in a family waiting still to be welcomed in this country called the United States of America. So one epiphany after another began to change my worldview. Having been kicked out of my little home church, white church, I had become quite secular, even anti-religion.
Oh, wow.
In my activist days at Michigan State University. So I wasn't in touch with any of the Christian groups on campus who weren't saying or doing anything. Some were supporting the war in Vietnam as Christians. And I was fighting against war and poverty and racism as a student activist. But we shut down the university in that spring of 1970 over the invasion of Cambodia and the shootings at Kent State. Black students had been shot before. This time, white students at Kent State were shot. So that made a media impression. But after all that organizing and tear gas and police attacks and death threats in my dorm room,
oh, wow.
I decided that I couldn't quite get shed of Jesus, even though the church had thrown me out. So I kind of, on my own, went back to Jesus, and I read the book of Matthew. And I found the Sermon on the Mount with the Beatitudes of Jesus. And I never heard a sermon in my white church on the Sermon on the Mount.
Wow.
That was for a distant dispensation, another time. When we're all get to heaven, I thought, what good would it do us then? You know? But then I got to Matthew 25, which became my conversion text, which brought me back to Christ and to faith. I call it the "It was me" text. Jesus says, I was hungry. That was me. I was that mom who had 2 jobs and still needed food stamps, and now they're cutting them, which they're about to do now in Washington. That was me. I was thirsty. I was that Flint mom who couldn't find clean water for her kids in Flint. In the suburbs, all the white moms had clean water. She says, that was me too. I was naked. I lost everything. That was me. I was a stranger. Stranger there in the text means, the word means refugee, immigrant. That's the meaning of the word in the text. I was facing mass deportation. That was me. I was sick and didn't have health care, and now they're going to cut, this is all now, they're going to cut Medicaid, health care to the poor, and SNAP, food to the poor. I was in prison, and you visited me or didn't. And then all the people were surprised. Laura, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked and a stranger and sick and in prison? Had we known it was you, we would have at least formed a social action committee or something.
Of course.
But he said, well, as you've done it to the least of these, the poorest and most vulnerable, you've done it to me. So that text saved my life and changed my life. And so I went off to seminary at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, leading evangelical seminary right outside Chicago. And we formed a group there that became Sojourners. And we were finding a whole new meaning for the gospel in our time. And that's how Sojourners started, and we took it around the country. We were in a big marketing firm, but we had postcards and took it to campuses, and it just spread. I was going to go to law school. That was my plan.
Oh, wow.
Back in Michigan, and then run for office. But Sojourners took off, and I stayed there for 50 years. And actions and publications, magazine movement for around nuclear weapons, first Vietnam, nuclear weapons, racism, always, the war in Iraq, apartheid in South Africa, always war and poverty and racism. So, but then after 50 years, I didn't want to be at my desk the morning after the party. So I turned it over to my young mentees and leaders at Sojourners. Adam Taylor is the president now. And I've been teaching at Georgetown, first at Harvard, then Georgetown, faith and politics. But I can only do one class a year because of my running an organization. So Jack DeJoy, the president, invited me to come full-time with an endowed chair. It's called the Archbishop Desmond Tutu Chair of Faith and Justice.
Wow.
And to start a center on faith and justice for the whole university. So when they give you your two favorite words, faith and justice, and make them a chair and a center, you're a happy camper. So I still work with Sojourners on all kinds of things with Adam, but still I'm in this new venue now at the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown for my chair, but then the center serves the whole university on issues of faith and justice.
Gosh. Well, I mean, thank you for narrating your story. I mean, I have so many thoughts and many, many questions, but what's coming up for me is just the power of this auspicious Matthew 25 piece of scripture. And what's occurring to me as I hear you describe it, how pivotal it was and how life-directing it was. I think what occurs to me is that as the gospel writer is putting together this passage, right, in the earliest days of the Christian community, this would have been a moment in the scripture to do a bit of gatekeeping, right? Who gets to experience the kingdom of God? This would have been the natural moment to say, well, you need to believe the creed. Here's what you need to do to be one of us. And being one of us will grant you access to the kingdom of God, right? But it's actually not what Matthew does in that moment. Rather than gatekeep and sort of welcome people into a closed community, he sort of blows up this idea of community and makes the measure of our participation in the kingdom of God dependent on our loving those who are struggling the most in our community. It's one of those moments in scripture that I'm shocked actually got preserved, that some editor didn't come in and say, oh, and, believes in the Trinity, or and believes in two natures of Christ, or, something. But like it got put in that way, like love the least of these. And that's the essence of the kingdom. I mean, am I missing something? Do you read it similarly?
No, that's right. To the point. In fact, in the Bibles we have, often that scripture is listed as the judgment of nations.
All right.
The judgment of nations. Now, Jesus is not often judgmental in the scriptures. And a lot of people like that he's not a judgmental person, hypocrite, but this is the most judgmental of all of his teachings.
Yeah.
And this is his final teaching before going into Jerusalem to be crucified and resurrected. This was his last test of discipleship. And you're so right. It isn't around doctrine or creed or people's personal sins. It's about how we treat literally the most vulnerable, the poorest, the most marginal in our society. It's the most radical thing. And I was in the movement, so I was reading Ho Chi Minh, Che Guevara, and Karl Marx, and none of them are as radical as Jesus. None of them. This is the very Son of God saying, sitting in judgment, and all the sheep and the goats, the two groups of people, they all thought they belonged to him. They all thought they were his followers. And they heard this, and they said, wait a minute, why are you bringing up all of this? We never saw you or heard you as hungry and sick and stranger. He says, no, it was me, and the way you treat, the way you welcome or not, the way you give food to the hungry or not, whether you clothe the naked or not, whether you bring the stranger into your lives or not, whether you deal with the sick in prison, the thirsty or not. That's the judgment here. So it's a very powerful text for me. It was Dorothy Day's conversion text I found out later. I think it's probably true for lots of us. was my conversion text, and it still converts me every day, because it's so easy to not have proximity to the least of these, even in our churches. You know, they're not in our circle, they're outside. And Jesus says, I'm with them. If you want to be with me, you got to be with them. I'll tell you a quick story here. I preached on that text. I often preach on that text, but I did once at a Christian college in a very conservative place. And the chaplain had brought me in, and he wanted to give his students a different approach, a different perspective than they normally hear at this conservative evangelical college. And the students were very responsive, and the faculty in the room, in chapel, were very responsive, but not so much the board and the donors. And the chaplain got fired.
Wow.
He got fired for bringing me in and preaching that text. And no one said it wasn't biblical. No one said it wasn't true to Scripture, but they fired him, and he had 3 kids. And I just felt so sad that I'd gotten this guy fired. It really, and so we stayed in touch. I was, want to follow him, looking up how he was doing and trying to get him jobs. And one day he called me and said, I want you to stop worrying about me, because when I got fired, I had more time in my hands. So we all passed under this bridge driving through an expressway. And under the bridge are all these homeless people, always lots of them. And we all pass by and say, oh, isn't that sad? But now I had time to stop. So I stopped again and again and just hung out with people. After a while, I would say, do you all go to church? And they said, no, I used to, but now I can't, I'm homeless. And we talked about all of this, and finally, we've established the church under the bridge.
Wow.
And I'm the pastor. And I want to thank you for getting me fired with that text. Because you said, the closer we get to the least of these, the closer we get to Jesus. And I have never felt closer to Jesus in my whole career than I do right now as the pastor of the church under the bridge.
Wow. Holy cow. So one of the things that all of us who identify as Christian need to be radically honest about is that being a self-identified Christian demographically predicts that we vote for Trump in larger numbers. And I'm curious what you think is going on here that would lead Christians to completely reject the gospel and Matthew 25, this central text for 2,000 years. What is it that Christians who espouse a kind of Trumpism or Christian nationalism, what is it that you think they think are getting out of completely abandoning the heart of the gospel? What's the trade here?
Well, it's a false white gospel. And that's the last book I wrote. I was at 50 cities between the book launch and the election about this false white gospel. It's false religion. It's religion to gain power, not religion to love and to serve. And so there's always religious support for autocratic rulers. Now, authoritarianism is a theological issue, not just a partisan political one. Because of human nature and what we can become, leaders without restraints or checks or balances, the danger is we need checks and balances in democracy so that we don't succumb to the instincts of a human being with all this power, which becomes absolute power. And so it's theologically important to stand up to that and say no. And to say no to being vulnerable. And remember, let's be clear who voted for Donald Trump. It was the majority of white Christians.
White Christians. Yeah.
Who voted for Donald Trump. 80% of white evangelicals, my own tradition, but a majority of white mainline Christians, majority of white Catholic Christians voted for Trump. Black churches didn't. There was a little increase in younger black men, but not substantial. There was a bigger increase in Hispanic young men, but still under a majority. So the majority of black and brown and Asian people voted for, did not vote for Donald Trump. So churches were split on their voting. And I just am going to say, as a white man, the problem is in the phrases white evangelical, white Christian, even white Christianity, the white dominates the other words. White dominates evangelical, white dominates mainline Protestant, white dominates Catholic. We're white people first. And the reason this is happening is that we are closer to a multiracial democracy than we have ever been before. And that's why there's such a reaction. A whole lot of white people are still uncomfortable with the fact that by, 2040, we're no longer a white majority nation. We're a majority of minorities. And you remember back in your early church, we were a countercultural Christian community. Those who followed that text in Matthew 25 and all of Jesus' teachings, that they lived in a countercultural way. They were a minority. They weren't a majority culture that had to hang on to its ethnicity and its power. That's idolatry. It's not just bad politics. Authoritarianism, religious support for authoritarianism, for the king, the ruler, the strongman, is literally idolatry. It's false religion. So what's at stake here is literally our democracy, but at a deeper level, for me, the integrity of our faith. What will be the faith factor? Now go ahead.
Man, for the few people that are in the chat, it's mighty silent. No comments on this. Yeah, I'm gonna do an opposite. Even the white people agree with me that they're racist. So I'm just shocked that I'm not getting a whole bunch of comments.
Forward. So I think a black pastor yesterday said to me, is anybody really surprised?
Yeah.
That most white Christians voted for Donald Trump? Should that really surprise anybody? Because we as black pastors
Doesn't surprise me.
Are deeply disappointed, feel deeply betrayed, but I can't say we're shocked or surprised.
So when you think about the kind of leadership that's needed, especially for clergy, for people of faith, what's called for at the moment? Because we have two great extremes that we're seeing. A kind of Christian nationalism where our white nationalist priorities get superimposed on the gospel, and as you mentioned, the whiteness and the nationalism always win out over the gospel. And then I've noticed, and this is purely anecdotal, but I've noticed a kind of silence among many clergy, especially white clergy, who feel immobilized, overwhelmed, afraid to speak out, afraid to polarize their congregations, and in effect are not preaching the gospel. Right? Both sides distort the gospel.
This makes me feel, I wish I were a white preacher so I could polarize a congregation. Yeah.
And you have charted a really important path through those two extremes and helped so many of us to find the gospel's political voice. I wonder, in this very unique, disturbing, heartbreaking moment, what's the particular call for Christian faith leaders?
Yeah. Well, if defending the vulnerable is number one, let's make number two defending the truth. Now, Jesus said, you'll know the truth, and the truth will make you free. Our congregations say that when I quote, make you and say free, okay? The opposite of the truth, therefore, isn't just more lies, it's captivity. It's loss of freedom. Without the truth, Jesus said, we'll lose freedom. And so, while journalists have this vocation of being truth tellers, and they do that well sometimes and not other times, right now they're rejected from the White House press room if they don't change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But we have, as pastors, as faith leaders, that same vocation of truth telling. So we have to tell the truth about what's happening around us and what the gospel says. That's what we have to do. Now, there's often, I may surprise you here, there's often a call to unity. If unity is based on gaining the consensus in white churches, we're never going to get it without being silent, as you say. Protecting unity in majority white churches means being silent. We can't do that. The Confessing Church in Germany, led by Bonhoeffer and Barth, they weren't silent, and they weren't going to unify the white German church by consensus. They had to speak up and speak out. And Bonhoeffer was hung in a concentration camp. So it's a time for us to reach out to those white Christian nationalists as a mission field, as Caleb Campbell, young white pastor in Phoenix, Arizona. I did a podcast with him just last week called Dismantling the Leviathan, the beast. But there's always this powerful spiritual force aimed at the people of God. It's a false spiritual force. And that's white Christian nationalism is a heresy, it's an idolatry, it's a spiritual force aimed to take away the gospel. That's what it is. And so we have to reach out to them as a mission field. Like Will Campbell reached out to he was a Tennessee pastor, leader in the civil rights movement, but he was a pastor to Klan members in his congregation. He did their funerals, he pastored them while he was speaking out for civil rights. And so I think breaking the silence is going to be very, very important. Now, if unity means silence, it's not the unity that's required right now. Unity has to mean coming together around the truth, around the gospel, and the courage to face the fear. I hear it from pastors. I'm afraid I'll lose my congregation. I'll lose my pension fund.
Oh, right.
I'll lose my job. I'll lose my parsonage, which I need to raise my kids. So it's got to be now faith versus fear. We have a whole new regime which won election on the basis of fear. They ran on fear, racial fear in particular. They ran on fear, and now they will govern by fear. They're threatening Republicans in their new trifecta who would stand up against Donald Trump. And so there's fear. Fear is operating in the Congress, everywhere, and even in our churches. Fear is keeping pastors silent. And because of that, we're helping our people lose their freedom. That's what Jesus says. So Bonhoeffer and Barth might have been accused of dividing the churches. Yeah. And they were, in a sense, they were saying, we will obey God. Our obedience is to God. The Barman Declaration that Barth wrote, our obedience is to obey God, not a political leader. And so we will obey God. And we have a political leader who wants us all to obey him. This is a clash of worship here. And these cuts to the poorest are literally anti-Christ. Anti-Christ. So it's time for us to make some decisions and stand up. It will always be a minority that stands up. Always. The majorities, just kind of go along at the end. But, it'll be but a faithful prophetic minority who is reaching out pastorally to those who have been captured by false religion. It's a prophetic and pastoral function we have right now.
When I'm speaking with secular leaders or leaders who lead outside church spaces and faith communities, this is usually where I turn to the question about leadership skills, right? So what do we need practically in the tool belt to lead as you're describing in this moment? But before I get there, because this is a conversation within the faith community, I have a question about spirituality and prayer and spiritual practice. I mean, you've been at this for so many decades now. I'm curious for you personally, and I hope it's not too personal a question, but what are the forms of prayer, the spiritual practices that keep you grounded amid this work? Because it is heart-stretching, to say the least. It is a kind of a battle for hearts and minds in one way, in one metaphorical way, a nonviolent battle for hearts and minds here. And, the least powerful in our midst have the most to lose and will pay the highest price. How do you stay spiritually tethered and grounded amid this work over such a long period of time?
Well, this is the most important question of this conversation, because it's a time for a deeper resilience. Resilience. We need to do resistance, as others have done. But underneath that, undergirding that, is resilience. And unless we find a deeper resilience, we won't be able to find the courage and bear the costs of resistance. Courage and costs and resistance. So resilience. I'm saying to people, rediscover your faith, or discover what is faith for you. What is larger than yourself? Then go to the spiritual disciplines and practices of your faith tradition and take more time, go deeper. And in particular, I'm saying start your day with spiritual disciplines, practices, silence, prayer, scripture, mindfulness. Start there before you hit the news. Prepare yourself before you start reading the news, which is getting worse by the day. So, and you've been doing a lot of this. You've been teaching and preaching this. Start with, take our breath in the morning. Be silent. Be quiet. Make your devotional before that day starts. It's also good to do it during the day as you have opportunity and before you go to bed at night. But we've got to be rooted in our faith. And that's disciplines, practices. Many call it mindfulness. Christians often call it a quiet time, a devotional time. Those times are more important than ever right now, because the resistance that will follow has got to be rooted someplace. And if not, we'll be overwhelmed, we'll be weary, we'll just feel like we're just fragmented. How do we bring our minds, our scattered minds, our fearful hearts, how do we bring them back to God? I love Psalm 446. Be still. Be still. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Despite the news you're about to hear, or the friends who've lost their jobs, or what you hear about the poorest and most vulnerable dying around the world, be still. I'm doing a lot of Psalms right now. A lot of Psalms. Psalms and Gospels. Psalms that turn our fragmented, scattered minds back to God. And the Gospel of Jesus. What did he say? What did he do? What did he mean? That, I think, can first save our souls, and then maybe help us working with others who are religious and secular to save our country.
Oh, thanks for calling us to the Psalms. I think of just the raw emotion and the bold honesty of so many of the Psalms just feel so needed in these moments of heartbreak. And I also really appreciate the kind of paradox between contemplation and action that you're bringing into relief here, because we need quiet to use our voice. We need silence so that we don't remain silent. Right? There's a kind of gorgeous paradox there, right?
Well said.
As you shift from the kind of foundation of spiritual rootedness, obviously these are really important, vital skills to keep us resilient and steadfast. What are the kind of leadership skills that you think of when you're teaching at Georgetown or you're speaking to groups? What are the kind of tangible skills as activists, as faith leaders, as leaders of nonprofit organizations who maybe at the moment are being decimated as funding gets cut? When you think about your kind of leadership tool belt, what are those go-to tools that you call upon in moments like this?
I think we have this as a teacher at Georgetown. I've got 40 students again tomorrow. They're all public policy students who are graduating this May, and I teach the ethics class as they go into the world of career and vocation. Very diverse class in every way, religiously, racially, socioeconomically. And we've created this place that is safe, that is secure, that allows them to talk not just to me, but to each other. They call it living out our diversity. I love that phrase, not just being diverse by measuring data. And every week it's a place where we can talk. And I remember during the terrible crisis last fall, I had Palestinian women and progressive Jewish women talking together in class, crosstalk, which wasn't happening much at most universities. We've got to create that kind of conversation, and we can. I'm seeing it happen, and I'm seeing Georgetown, my school here, stand up to all the threats from Washington by appealing to their Jesuit values.
Right.
Not just be in the weeds with preventing cuts to research grants, but we're standing up and we're having these conversations here at Georgetown in the president's office about putting our Jesuit values first, putting our core up top, putting our core to our calling. And the Georgetown Law School was just told to change their curriculum, take out everything about race and DEI. And Georgetown Law School said, the dean, no, that's unconstitutional. And our Jesuit values are what governs. No is the answer. So institutionally standing up and saying no is going to be important. We're in Holy Week, and we're in Lent. Sorry, we're in Lent now, and Holy Week's coming up, and Easter week, and a number of us are going to be acting locally, calling for actions locally, strong, standing up, speaking up by the faith community, Stations of the Cross on Good Friday, to all the places in a local community that exemplify the injustice being done. Holy Week, Easter week, members of Congress are home for they're back in their home districts, and they're going to see faith people, wanting to meet with them, talk with them, have meetings with them, town meetings, and stand up and have prayer vigils all over the place. So we're going to lift up the voice, lift up our voices as faith leaders all around the country, and then you're going to see that happening here in Washington too. So finding the Lenten foundations, getting ready. Lent gets us ready for Easter, and Easter gives us the strength to, in fact, believe, act like those who believe that a resurrection has happened and will continue to in our lives. So putting liturgy together with a legislative calendar is something that you're going to see more and more going forward.
If folks wanted to participate or learn or get inspired by that work, where could they turn to find some resources or just track all the good work that you're doing?
Connect with us at the Georgetown Center for Faith and Justice, and we'll connect you to all kinds of places and people who are standing up and have resources and toolkits. What to do in a time like this, how to convene people, how to get people talking about what the gospel says, how to support each other, how to support those who are facing mass deportation, even those without any criminal records whatsoever. So we're talking to churches all across the country about what welcoming the stranger means. Senator Georgetown has filed a lawsuit with lawyers here at Georgetown to prevent ICE from conducting raids to arrest and deport people inside our congregations. All three Jewish denominations have supported that. The whole Episcopal Church has supported that. Disciples of Christ, AME Zion, 12 churches, 27 plaintiffs altogether are suing Department of Homeland Security to respect the old sensitive locations which they used to in hospitals, schools, and churches. They're not doing that now. They've rejected that, so we're suing them for that. So we're going to see a lot of churches welcoming the stranger and saying no to those raids coming to their churches.
Wow. Well, amid the myriad ways that the administration is dehumanizing, criminalizing human existence, cutting funding, amid all of the bad news, and there's no shortage of it, it's always our tradition to invite our beloved guests to reflect a little bit on what's bringing hope amid all the heaviness in a moment like this. What keeps you walking this path and bringing hope amid this dim moment in our political life?
Most spiritual directors talk about the importance of gratitude. Gratitude. And how do we have gratitude at a time like this? How can we have joy at a time like this? And so I'm very conscious of not letting Donald Trump steal my joy. So in April, because of my son and his wife, Joy and I will be grandparents for the first time. That's a very joyful thing, and no one can take that joy away from us. I just returned from Florida, where my younger son, his baseball team from Haverford, did their annual spring tournament for spring training. Joe and I spent the whole day watching him play baseball, and he did really well. And the team did really well. And no one can take away that joy of being with my son, his teammates, and their parents for that wonderful week together, a tournament of other colleges in Florida. So how do we be grateful? What Thomas Merton taught us is that everything is about relationships. That's what he said. Everything is about relationships. So gratitude, being aware of those close to you that you love and care for, being close to them during this time, getting closer during this time, being grateful for the things in our life that we should be grateful for, the blessings, the wonderful things that we don't deserve, that come our way, and the joy that we bring to our lives is crucial, even in difficult times. I'll maybe end with something taught to me by my tutor and mentor and friend, Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Now, my chair at Georgetown is called the Archbishop Desmond Tutu Chair of Faith and Justice. And I'm delighted it was named after my mentor and tutor. And he taught me the difference between optimism and joy. He taught me the difference between optimism and hope. Optimism is often a feeling or a mood, or a personality type, cup half empty, cup half full. Hope is a decision, he taught me, a choice you make because of this thing that we call faith. Hebrews says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And my best paraphrase of that text is that hope means believing in spite of the evidence and then watching the evidence change. And Desmond Tutu probably, as a bishop and pastor over all that suffering, he probably wasn't optimistic most days under apartheid, but he kept choosing hope, believing in hope because of his faith. And to me, that's what I want to live into now. Whether days are optimistic or not, a little of optimism comes in and out. But hope is something we all can make a decision about because of our faith. So I'm going to follow his teaching on that hope is not a feeling or a mood. It's a choice. It's a decision. And more of us need to make that decision each and every day.
Thanks for listening to the Leader's Way podcast. You can learn more.
All right. Well, I got one more for you that's going to take us maybe 5 minutes over the 12-hour mark. But this is going to be awesome. I look forward to the responses to this. This is called, let's see. No, I'm going to let it be a surprise. Here we go. This is Augustus Corbett, my buddy.
This Clarence Thomas, Black America's #1 enemy? Let me ask you that question again. Is Justice Clarence Thomas Black America's #1 enemy? And that's saying a lot, because there are a whole lot of white supremacists who are high up on that list. But is Justice Thomas #1 on that list? Now, as a member of the bar, I won't answer that question. But I'm going to give you some information so that you can answer it for yourself. Not based on emotions or hearsay, but facts. So, I want to begin with the definition of white supremacy. Now, this is a definition that took me many years to develop from lots of research.
lots of reading, of course, my personal experiences, including being a civil rights attorney who fight white supremacy in court on a daily basis. So let me give you my informed definition of white supremacy. All right, so I want to go to another screen. And here it is. White supremacy is a satanically backed global system of domination in which European nations and their descendants have long maintained control of power and wealth through interconnected institutions, systems, policies, strategies, and militarization designed to uphold a racial hierarchy that privileges whiteness and subjugates non-white continents, nations, and people groups, especially Africa and its diaspora. White supremacy is built on a lie, the false belief that was crafted and spread by Europeans and their descendants that God made them superior and gave them the right to conquer and rule over others. In other words, that is the justification for this white supremacy network. One of white supremacists' most effective strategies is using non-white operatives. These individuals are recruited, conditioned, deployed, and rewarded for betraying their own people while advancing the goals of white supremacy. Without them, these operatives, white supremacy would struggle to operate as effectively as it does against others, especially Africa and the African diaspora. You say, well, so why do I single out Africa and the African diaspora? Well, for two reasons. I am an African descendant, number one. Number two, Africa is filled with wealth and very, very valuable natural resources that nations around the world depend upon, especially European nations, have built their wealth from the continent of Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, where most of the blacks are. All right. So that's why there's such a focus from me, because it's such a focus for these European nations. All right. And contrary to this foolishness that you see on YouTube, I am an African descendant. I've even checked my DNA. But even before then, I knew that I was a descendant. I am a descendant of African people from the continent of Africa. That doesn't mean that Africans did not sail to this continent before Christopher Columbus. Yes, I do believe that as well. But I am a descendant of the continent of Africa who came here pursuant to or during the transatlantic slave trade. I just happen to know my family history. All right, but anyway, back to Clarence Thomas. I'm going to share with you some info that's going to answer that question for you. All right. Here he is, Justice Clarence Thomas. I remember his confirmation hearing. I've read several of his books. I know where he came from and where he comes from ideologically. Okay. After all, I am an attorney. I studied and read many of his cases in law school. We read in law school just hundreds of cases, and we learn the law from what's in those cases. And many of those cases he has written. So you get to sort of know a person from the cases that they have written and that you read and have to read as a law student. All right. Now, I want to really point out that white supremacy, as I said, would not be as effective without operatives, without, in our case, black operatives, people who assist white supremacists and are rewarded handsomely for it quite often. So we have those people, and other non-white groups have those people. And white supremacy would not be as effective as it is without those operatives. All right, now let's apply all of that, everything you just heard, to Justice Thomas and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 specifically. Now, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was really the crowning achievement of the civil rights movement. No piece of legislation has had the impact on the African American community like the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And we have to take a moment and say thank you to the very courageous people who fought for it with their blood, with their sweat, their tears, through marches, and sometimes some of them gave the ultimate sacrifice. Of course, Dr. King, Medgar Evers, and others. I think about those three young men, Swerney, Cheney, and Goodman. Their last names, I can't think of their first names. All right? But today, there's a man on the Supreme Court, the man that you see sitting beside me here, who is the only black man on the court. And he is literally leading the charge to finish destroying, again, the crown jewel of the civil rights movement, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And he is literally leading the charge to completely destroy what remains of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. You could say that he has declared war on the remaining sections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And see, if he wins his war, black voters across America will lose huge political power. I just think to myself, how can he, with a straight conscience, do that? Knowing the sacrifices that our ancestors made fighting white supremacy, and it culminating in the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, and other civil rights laws. How can he go to bed at night knowing that he's leading the charge, a black man from Georgia, against the Voting Rights Act of 65? Now, this current case started in Louisiana, but if Thomas wins this war, the impact will not be felt only in Louisiana. Potentially, the impact of what he's doing will be felt around the world. And I have to also throw in here, while I'm talking about people who work against the African American community, there are also content creators who I call pro-black imposters, who tell young blacks that voting hasn't done anything for black people, that voting doesn't matter, that they have the right to vote the couch. I disagree with that. When someone has sacrificed what our ancestors have sacrificed, and many of us still fight for today, no African American has the right to not vote or to vote to help white supremacists, and certainly don't have the right to attack the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So these pro-black imposters are just as bad as Clarence Thomas, maybe worse, because they have street credibility. Thomas doesn't have that. These pro-black imposters, they have credibility in these YouTube streets, unlike Thomas. Okay? And that's because they look and talk like they're pro-black. They dress like they're pro-black. But some of them are, again, just as dangerous and cunning as Thomas. But I want to focus on Thomas in this video. I want to show you how he is using his seat on the highest court in America to help white supremacists destroy black voting power. All right, now let's take a look back for a second. After Selma, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to outlaw the racist voter suppression tactics of Southern whites. Various sections of the act have been targeted by different types of voter suppression, right? So we have had, for example, literacy tests, poll taxes, grandfather clauses, violence, and so on to keep our people from voting. That's how powerful voting is, regardless of what these pro-black imposters say. So there are various sections of the Voting Rights Act that are really, 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 really important. All right. For example, sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act, they work together against such things as poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clauses, and so on, by doing one simple thing. Those two sections working together required that Southern states get pre-approval, pre-clearance before they can make any changes to their voting laws. And that was very, very effective at doing away with those voter suppression tactics. Did so well, in fact, that we have put a lot of people in Congress. And of course, that culminated with Barack Obama being elected and reelected, as well as Kamala Harris being elected. And unfortunately, she wasn't elected to the presidency. We were able, because of the Voting Rights Act, to elect her to become the first black female vice president. And that, again, is only because of the Voting Rights Act. All right. But Clarence Thomas voted with white supremacists to get rid of or to sort of dismantle sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act in a case called Shelby County versus Holder. All right. So 4 and 5, sections 4 and 5 were essentially gutted by the United States Supreme Court in 2013, and Clarence Thomas was one of those in the majority who caused basically the dismantling of those two sections. And so that enabled Southern states, those notorious voter suppressing states, to re-implement laws, voter suppression laws, and use those laws against us African Americans. And it's the reason why we had a Trump 1 and we're dealing with a Trump 2 now. That was 2013. All right. 3 years later, Donald Trump won his first presidency. And of course, he has now been reelected. All of that is the result of voter suppression laws that were implemented after SCOTUS, with the help of Thomas, got rid of or dismantled those sections, section 4 and 5. All right. Now, sections 4 and 5, again, have been instrumental in bringing about the promise of the 15th Amendment, which says that our right to vote should not be abridged. But that meant nothing for 100 years until the Voting Rights Act was enacted. But the major sections, 4 and 5, Thomas helped white supremacists gut those sections. Now Thomas is working almost single-handedly to get rid of another really important section of the voting rights law, and that's Section 2. And what Section 2 does is it bans laws or election maps that dilute minority voting power. So Sections 4 and 5 dealt with individuals' right to vote. And it prevented, again, those states from passing laws that interfered with an individual's right to vote. Section 2 deals with another type of voter suppression tactics, and that is where whites will draw election maps that dilute black voting power. Okay? And they did so in two ways. Something in the law we call packing, and another something we call cracking. Packing is when the election map, those district maps, will pack a bunch of black people into one district. And then cracking is when they take the rest of the blacks in a state and crack them or disperse them in other districts so that their voting strength is diluted. It's not as powerful. So understand, so Section 2 prevents states from drawing election maps that both pack black people into one district, thus diluting our voting power, and then cracking the rest of black folks in a particular state across many different districts, thus diluting those voters as well. That's what Section 2 works against. All right? And it has been effective in doing so. And it's the reason why we have blacks throughout Congress, throughout state legislatures, local government, and so on. So Section 2 is really, really important. Section 4 and 5 are as well. What we need now, let me just talk about those for a moment before we go further. What we need now, because of Shelby County, is we need to get a Congress that is amenable to enacting the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill. I don't know the exact wording, but there's a bill that has been trying to get through Congress. The GOP continues to block it, that would repair the damage to Sections 4 and 5 so that those states would once again have to get pre-clearance before they change their voting laws. All right, because right after that Shelby County case, states like North Carolina, Florida, Texas, Georgia, these states began to reenact other voter suppression laws. They're different from, the poll taxes and the literacy tests. They're different from that. They don't do that anymore, but they do it through voter IDs. What they're trying to do now is you got to prove your citizenship, all that type of stuff. In Georgia, they even got it where if blacks, if people standing in long lines for hours, you can't give them water or food or anything. I mean, all that is the new form of voter suppression that we could stop if we could get the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill passed. And that's because the GOP blocks it. They block it. We can't get it through them. All right. So that really leaves Section 2. But again, Clarence Thomas wants to gut Section 2. He is working hard to strike down Section 2. Now, we see that being played out right now in Louisiana. All right, Louisiana. Black Louisianians make up 31% of the voting age population. Nearly 1 in 3 of the voting age people in Louisiana is black. 1 in 3. That's a third. Yet for years, they only control 1 out of 6 of the congressional districts. All right. 1/3 of the voting age population is black, but they only control 1 out of 6 of the congressional districts. That's changed now. I'll tell you about it in just a second. But Clarence Thomas is trying to take it back. It was 1 out of 6 for years, and the NAACP and some other plaintiffs sued Louisiana and were able to get another congressional district controlled by blacks, where Clarence Thomas is now trying to not only take it back to 1, but he's also trying to gut Section 2, which protects black voters against packing and cracking, or what's called also racial gerrymandering. So he's leading the charge, literally leading the charge against Section 2. So make sure you understand the numbers. Blacks, 1/3 of voting age people, yet for years, they only control 17% of the voting districts. All right, that is an imbalance, right? You control, you represent 30%, a third, 33%, a third of the folks who are eligible to vote, but you only control 17% of the voting districts. That is not by accident. That is the way that they have been controlling elections for decades. And the thing that has helped us, again, make progress is the Voting Rights Act of 65. So it doesn't surprise us, or it shouldn't surprise us, that there are people who are trying to completely take it apart. They've been successful with that Shelby County case of gutting sections 4 and 5. Thomas is leading the way now with Section 2. So back to Louisiana. In 2022, the Louisiana legislature passed a map that preserved white control of 5 districts. And the governor at that time, John Bell Edwards, he vetoed that bill. The legislature overrode his veto. And then civil rights groups sued the state of Louisiana, and they won. A federal court ordered the state to create a second black majority district. And so that made the black majority control go from 1 district to 2 districts, following that lawsuit from the NAACP. All right, so that map gave blacks more voting power, and it was signed into law in early 2024. But white conservatives sued the state of Louisiana. So let's review what happened here. So for years, although blacks made up 1/3 of Louisiana's voting population, they only control 17% of the voting districts. So they sued and won. And a federal court required that they create another map and give blacks a second district that blacks were the majority in. All right. White conservatives sued. You could say white supremacists sued because they didn't like blacks getting another district. This time they claimed, get a load of this, this time they claimed that giving blacks another district, a second district, violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. You heard it right. You heard it right. Whites are now using the Equal Protection Clause to propagate white supremacy. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment was added to the Constitution to help us fight racism. Now whites use it to help propagate racism. Let me say it again. White supremacists are now using the Equal Protection Clause, which is to provide equal protection under the law for everybody. Whites are now using that clause to propagate racism. Because it is not racism for blacks to have 2 districts out of 6, that's 1/3, when they represent 1/3 of the voting population. That's only fair. If you make up 1/3 of the population, you should be in control of 1/3 of the voting districts. It'd be different if you make up 1/3 and you're trying to get 1/2. That's what they're doing. That's the racist part. They can make up 40, 50% of a state, yet control all the voting districts. That's the racism. And now they're using the Equal Protection Clause to further that racism. Now they're making that argument based on the fact that when the state drew up their SB1 voting map, they considered the race of obviously of African Americans to create that second district. And they're saying that that violates the Equal Protection Clause. In other words, if you take any consideration of race, if a state takes any consideration of race, then they're arguing that that violates the Equal Protection Clause, even if the consideration of race is to help alleviate racism. We could see that it's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause if the state takes race in consideration to harm blacks, but if the state takes race in consideration to help blacks overcome racism, that is the purpose of the Equal Protection Clause. Okay, did you hear me there? It's important that you understand this. When you understand this, one benefit of understanding, the Bible says, in all that getting, get an understanding. One benefit of getting an understanding is you cannot be deceived by these pro-black imposters. You can't be misled. You can't be miseducated. You'll know the foolishness when you hear it. All right? So again, the Equal Protection Clause was added to help us overcome racism. Now white supremacists, with the help of Clarence Thomas, are using the Equal Protection Clause to propagate racism. I mean, it is that twisted nowadays. And again, Clarence Thomas is a key factor in them using the Equal Protection Clause against us. So this case has now reached the United States Supreme Court. And that's what it's all about. It is all about whether or not a state can consider race to end a racist practice and that not be a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Clarence Thomas is in favor of finding that if a state uses race to address racism, it still violates the Equal Protection Clause. So he sees Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and the way the court has used it to fight racial gerrymandering in conflict with the Equal Protection Clause. And he wants the Equal Protection Clause to destroy Section 2, the last remaining enforcement section of the Voting Rights Act. That is crazy. That is crazy. And especially for a black man. He wants the Equal Protection Clause to be used against Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Both of these laws and amendments, the amendment and the law, were both added to the Constitution to address, well, the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was not added to the Constitution, but it was enacted to address racism. They both were. They were added to address racism against African Americans. And he wants the Equal Protection Clause, again, he want to use it to basically gut Section 2. Because currently, in a case not long ago, the Milligan case, having to do with Alabama, the United States Supreme Court, even several conservatives, I think several of those conservatives, John Roberts, and maybe one more, I can't remember the specifics, but they said, no, you can use race with Section 2 to prevent racial gerrymandering and it not be a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. But Clarence Thomas, he goes further against Section 2 even than the white conservatives, at least one or two of them. Now, some of them agree with him because, again, he's carrying their water. This is what they want. This is what they've always wanted, to completely gut the Voting Rights Act. And if Thomas wins this war, then they would have gutted Sections 4, 5, and 2. And here's the thing. Some of these voting districts exist, some of our black voting districts exist because of Section 2. So if Clarence Thomas is able to use the Equal Protection Clause, it's hard to even hear myself say that, to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, then even some of these voting districts that exist now can be challenged and potentially gotten away with and done away with. We can definitely expect white supremacists, if he gets his way, to start filing cases against these voting districts that were created pursuant to Section 2. We can see white supremacists saying, okay, now that you gutted Section 2 in this way, those voting districts for blacks now should be done away with. So this is not just about Louisiana. And all of it is being led by a black man, Clarence Thomas. It is amazing. It's amazing. When, in fact, the court in that Milligan case said that race can be used to effectuate Section 2, Thomas was furious. He wrote a dissenting opinion displaying his anger at that. Even back then, he disagreed with that. And so with this current case, and what has happened so far is it's reached the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court scheduled it to be re-argued again. So it's going to come back before the court this upcoming fall term. And if he gets his way, Section 2 will be deemed unconstitutional based on, again, the Equal Protection Clause. Because in Thomas's view, even fixing racism is racism. Using Section 2 to fix racism, he believes
man after my
is
own
racism
heart.
because of the Equal Protection Clause, which again was added to the Constitution to fight racism. So those two laws, one is an amendment, obviously the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause within it, and Section 2, which is a statute, they should not be, as he's trying to do it, they should not be in conflict with each other. Because they both were created to fight anti-black racism. Wow, it all makes your head spin. I mean, this guy is just that determined to try to get rid of Section 2. Ultimately, that will hurt people who look just like him. In fact, I want to show you the last paragraph in his dissenting opinion regarding this Louisiana case, and you'll see how determined he has been for years to get rid of Section 2. Let's go there. At the very bottom, you see down there, it's highlighted. It says, for over 3 decades, this is Thomas talking, for over 3 decades, I have called for a systematic reassessment of our interpretation of Section 2. The court's decision in Milligan is the latest and most damaging installment in the disastrous adventure of this court's voting rights jurisprudence. I am hopeful. Notice he says, I am hopeful. For over 3 decades, he writes here. For over 30 years, he has been trying to gut the Voting Rights Act, a very important section, Section 2, over 3 decades. And so he says, I am hopeful. In other words, when the case comes back before SCOTUS in October of this year or during the fall term, he says he's hopeful. He's finally hopeful that he has convinced white supremacists, because those are the ones who are kind of resisting him. He's going even further than they want to go. But he says, I'm hopeful that this court will soon realize that the conflict is jurisprudence, it's Section 2, jurisprudence has shown with the Constitution is too severe to ignore, because the court declines to reach that conclusion today, and instead, inexplicably, without me understanding it, he's saying, schedule these cases for re-argument. I respectfully dissent. So he is just distraught that he was not able to convince enough of them this time to gut Section 2 using the Equal Protection Clause. So, brings me back to the question.